Margaret Sanger. Chapter 1. From which I spring. Where shall I begin, please your majesty? He asked. Begin at the beginning, the king said very gravely, and go on till you come to the end, then stop. Lewis Carroll. The streets of Corning, New York, where I was born, climb right up from the Chemung River, which cuts the town in two. The people who live there have floppy knees from going up and down. When I was a little girl, the oaks and the pines met the stone walks at the top of the hill, and there in the woods my father built his house, hoping mother's congestion of the lungs would be helped if she could breathe the pure, balsam-laden air. My mother, Anne Purcell, always had a cough, and when she braced herself against the wall, the conversation, which was forever echoing from room to room, had to stop until she recovered. She was slender and straight as an arrow, with head well set on sloping shoulders, black, wavy hair, skin white and spotless, and with wide-apart eyes, gray-green, flecked with amber. Her family had been Irish as far back as she could trace. The strain of the Norman conquerors had run true throughout the generations, and may have accounted for her unfaltering courage. Mother's sensitivity to beauty found some of its expression in flowers. We had no money with which to buy them, and she had no time to grow them, but the woods and fields were our garden. I can never remember sitting at a table not brightened with blossoms. From the first spring arbutus to the last goldenrod of autumn, we had an abundance. Although this was the Victorian age, our home was almost free 12 from Victorianism. Father himself had made our furniture. He had even cut and polished the slab of the big marble-top table, as it was always called. Only in the spare room stood a piece bought at Astoria varnished washstand. The things you made yourself were not considered quite good enough for guests. Sometimes father's visitors were doctors, teachers, or perhaps the village priest, but mostly they were the artisans of the community, cabinet makers, masons, carpenters who admired his ideas as well as shared his passion for hunting. In between tramping the woods and talking, they had helped to frame and roof the house, working after hours to do this. Father, Michael Hennessy Higgins, born in Ireland, was a nonconformist through and through. All other men had beards or mustaches, not he. His bright red mane, worn much too long according to the family, swept back from his massive brow. He would not clip it short as most fathers 999. Actually, it suited his finely modeled head. He was nearly 6 feet tall and hard-muscled. His keen blue eyes were set off by pinkish, freckled skin. Homily and humor rippled unceasingly from his generous mouth in a brogue which he never lost. The jokes with which he punctuated every story were picked up, retold, and scattered about. When I was little, they were beyond me, but I could hear my elders laughing. The scar on Father's forehead was his badge of war service. When Lincoln had called for volunteers against the rebellious South, he had taken his only possessions, a gold watch inherited from his grandfather and his own father's legacy of $300, and had run away from his home in Canada to enlist. But he had been told he was not old enough, and was obliged to wait impatiently a year and a half until, on his 15th birthday, he had joined the 12th New York Volunteer Cavalry as a drummer boy. One of Father's adventures had been the capture of a Confederate captain on a fine mule, the latter being counted the more valuable acquisition to the regiment. We were brought up in the tradition that he had been one of 3 men selected by Sherman for bravery. That made us very proud of him. Better not start anything with Father, he could beat anybody. But he himself had been appalled by the brutalities of war. Never thereafter was he interested in fighting, unless perhaps his Irish sportsmanship cropped out when 2 well-matched dogs were set against each other. Immediately upon leaving the army, Father had studied anatomy, medicine, and phrenology, but these had been merely for perfecting his skill in modeling. He made his living by chiseling angels and saints out of huge blocks of white marble or gray granite for tombstones in cemeteries. He was a philosopher, a rebel, and an artist, none of which was calculated to produce wealth. Our existence was like that of any artist's family—chickens today and feathers tomorrow. Christmases were on the poverty line. If any of us needed a new winter overcoat or pair of overshoes, these constituted our presents. I was the youngest of 6, but after me others kept coming until we were 11. Our dolls were babus living, wriggling bodies to bathe and dress, instead of lifeless faces that never cried or slept. A pine beside the door was our Christmas tree. Father liked us to use natural things, and we had to rely upon ingenuity rather than the village stores, so we decorated it with white popcorn and red cranberries which we strung ourselves. Our most valuable gift was that of imagination. We had little time for recreation. School was 5 miles away, and we had to walk back and forth twice a day as well as perform household duties. The boys milked the cow, tended the chickens, and took care of Tom, the old white horse which pulled our sleigh up and down the hill. The girls helped put the younger children to bed, mended clothes, set the table, cleaned the vegetables, and washed the dishes. We accepted all this with no sense of deprivation or aggrievement, being, if anything, proud of sharing responsibility. And we made the most of our vacations. There were so many of us that we did not have to depend upon outsiders, and Saturday afternoons used to put on plays by ourselves in the barn. Ordinarily, we were shy about displaying emotions. We looked upon tears and temper in other homes with shocked amazement as signs of ill-breeding. Play acting, however, was something else again. Here we could find outlet for histrionic talent and win admiration instead of lifted eyebrows. I rather fancied myself as an actress, and often mimicked some of the local characters, to the apparent pleasure of my limited 14 audience of family and neighbors. It was not long before I slipped into declaiming. The Lady of Leon was one of my specialties. This is thy palace, where the perfumed light steals through the mist of alabaster lamps, and every air is heavy with the sighs of orange groves and music from the sweet lutes, and murmurs of low fountains that gush forth I the midst of roses. All outdoors was our playground, but I was not conscious at the time of my love for the country. Things in childhood change perspective. What was taken for granted then assumes great significance in later life. I knew how the oak tree grew and where the white and yellow violets could be found, and with a slight feeling of superiority, I showed and expounded these mysteries to town children. Not until pavements were my paths did I realize how much a part of me the country was, and how I missed it. We were all brothers and sisters alike, healthy and strong, vigorous and active. Our appetites were curtailed only through necessity. We played the same games together and shared the same sports: baseball, skating, swimming, hunting. Nevertheless, except that we all had red hair, shading from carrot to bronze, we were sharply distinct physically. The girls were small and feminine, the boys husky and brawny. When I went out into the world and observed men, otherwise admirable, who could not pound a nail or use a saw, pick, shovel, or axe, I was dumbfounded. I had always taken for granted that any man could make things with his hands. I expected this even of women. My oldest sister, Mary, possessed, more than the rest of us, an innate charm and gentleness. She could do anything along domestic lines: embroidery, dressmaking, tailoring, cooking. She could concoct the most delicious and unusual foods and mix delicate pastries. But she was also an expert at upholstering, carpentry, painting, roofing with shingles or with thatch. When Mary was in the house, we never had to send for a plumber. She rode gracefully and handled the reins from the carriage seat with equal dexterity. She could milk a cow and deliver a baby. Neighbors called her to tend their sick cattle, or, when death came, to lay out the body. 15, she tutored in mathematics and Latin, and was well-read in the classics, yet she liked most the theater, and was a dramatic critic, whose judgment was often sought. In all that she did her sweetness and dearness were apparent, though she performed her many kindnesses in secret. She left the home roof while I was still a child, but she never failed to send Christmas boxes in which every member of the family shared, each gift beautifully wrapped and decorated with ribbons and cards. My brothers were ardent sportsmen, although they might not have been outstanding scholars. They could use their fists and were as good shots as their father. For that matter, we all knew how to shoot. Any normal person could manage a gun. Father was a great hunter. Our best times were when friends of his came to spend the night, talking late, starting early the next morning for the heavy woods which were full of foxes, rabbits, partridge, quail, and pheasant. Someone was always cleaning and oiling a gun in the kitchen or carrying food to the kennels. The boys were devoted to their fox and rabbit hounds, but father lavished his affection on bird dogs. Our favorite came to us unsought, unbought, and I had a prideful part in his joining the family. One afternoon I was sitting alone by the nameless brook which ran by our house, clear and cool, deep enough in some places to take little swims on hot summer days. I was engaged in pinning together with thorns a wreath of leaves to adorn my head when a large white dog ambled up, sniffed, wagged his tail, and seemed to want to belong. This was no ordinary cur, but a well-bred English setter which had evidently been lost. How father would love him! Even though the dog had no collar, I was slightly uneasy as to my right of ownership. One conspicuous brown-red spot on the back of his neck simplified my problem. Unobtrusively, I slipped him into the barn, tied him up, selected a brush, dipped it in one of the cans of paint always on hand, and multiplied the one spot by 10. For a day, waiting for them to dry, I fed him well with food filched from the rations of the other kennel occupants, then led him forth, his hairy dots stiffened with paint, and offered him to father as a special present. Accepting the gift in the spirit in which it was intended, father admired the dog's points, and with an unmistakable twinkle, lent himself to a deception which of course could deceive nobody. When Saturday night came, the neighborhood looked the animal over. None knew him, so we named him Toss and admitted him to the house. Later he bred with an Irish setter of no importance, and one of the resultant puppies, Beauty, shared his privileges. Toss, as well as everybody else, subscribed to the idea that the artist and father must be catered to. With the first sound of his clearing his throat in the morning, Toss picked up the shoes which had been left out to be cleaned, and carried them one at a time to the bedroom door, then stood wagging his tail, waiting to be patted. Father's shoes were always polished, his trousers always creased. Every day, even when going to work, he put on spotless white shirts with starched collars and attachable cuffs. These were something of a luxury, because they had to be laundered at home, but they got done somehow. Father took little or no responsibility for the minute details of the daily tasks. I can see him when he had nothing on hand, laughing and joking or reading poetry. Mother, however, was everlastingly busy sewing, cooking, doing this and that. For so ardent and courageous a woman he must have been trying, and I still wonder at her patience. She loved her children deeply, but no one ever doubted that she idolized her husband, and through the years of her wedded life to her early death never wavered in her constancy. Father's devotion to mother, though equally profound, never evidenced itself in practical ways. The relation existing between our parents was unusual for its day. They had the idea of comradeship and not merely loved but liked and respected each other. There was no quarreling or bickering. None of us had to take sides, saying, "Father is right," or "Mother is right." We knew that if we pleased one, we pleased the other, and such an atmosphere leaves its mark. We felt secure from emotional uncertainty, and were ourselves guided towards certainty in our future. We were all friends together, though not in the modern sense of familiarity. A little dignity and formality were always maintained, and we were invariably addressed by our full names. The century of the child had not yet been ushered in. In those days young people, unless invited to speak, were seen and not heard. But as soon as father considered us old enough to have ideas or opinions, we were given full scope to express them, no matter how adolescent. He hated the slavery of pattern and following of examples, and believed in the equality of the sexes. Not only did he come out strongly for women's suffrage in the wake of Susan B. Anthony, but he advocated Mrs. Bloomers as attire for women, though his wife and daughters never wore them. He fought for free libraries, free education, free books in the public schools, and freedom of the mind from dogma and cant. Sitting comfortably with his feet on the table, he used to say, "You should give something back to your country, because you as a child were rocked in the cradle of liberty and nursed at the breast of the goddess of truth." Father always talked like that. Although the first socialist in the community, father also took single tax in his stride and became the champion and friend of Henry George. Progress and Poverty was one of the latest additions to our meager bookshelf. He laughed and rejoiced when he came upon what to him were meaty sentences, reading them aloud to mother, who accepted them as fine because he said they were fine. The rest of us all had to plow through the book in order, as he said, to elevate the mind. To me, it still remains one of the dullest ever written. Mother's loyalty to father was tested repeatedly. Hers were the responsibilities of feeding and clothing and managing on his income, combined with the earnings of the oldest children. But father's generosity took no cognizance of fact. Once he was asked to buy a dozen bananas for supper. Instead, he purchased a stock of 15 dozen, and on his way home, gave every single one to schoolboys and girls playing at recess. On another occasion, he showed up with 8 of a neighbor's children. The 9th had been quarantined for diphtheria. They lived with us for 2 months, crowded into our beds, tucked in between us at the table. Mother welcomed them as she did his other guests. The house was always open. She was not so much social-minded as inherently hospitable, but with her frail body and slim pocketbook, it took courage to smile. Once only that I can remember did mother's patience give way. That was when father invaded her realm too drastically and invited 18 Henry George to lecture at the leading hotel with banquet thrown in. From the money saved for the winter coal, he had taken enough to entertain 50 men whose children were well-fed and well-clothed. This was the sole time I ever knew my parents to be at odds, though even then I heard no quarreling words. Whatever happened between them, I was not sure, but father spent several days wooing back the smile and light to her eyes. After Henry George's visit, we had to go without coal most of the winter. With more pleasure than progress in poverty, I recall a history of the world, Lalla Rookh, Gulliver's Travels, and Aesop's Fables. The last named touched a sympathetic, philosophical chord in father. Wolf, wolf, and sour grapes were often used to exemplify the trifling imperfections to which all human beings were subject. For his parables he drew also on the Bible, the most enormous volume you ever laid eyes on, brass-bound, with heavy clasps, which was the repository of the family statistics. Every birth, marriage, death was entered there. The handbooks to father's work were the physiologies, one of which was combined with a materia medica. These were especially attractive to me, perhaps because they were illustrated with vivid plates, mostly red and blue, and described the fascinating, unknown interior of the human body. Neighbors were constantly coming to father for help. What do you think is the matter with this child? Even without a thermometer, he could tell by feeling the skin whether you were feverish. He prescribed bismuth if the diagnosis were summer complaint, castor oil if you had eaten something which had disagreed with you, and always sulfur and molasses in the spring to clean the blood. Father's curial was whiskey-good whiskey, which liberated the spirit. There was nothing from a deranged system to a depressed mind that it could not fix up. He never drank alone, but no masculine guest ever entered the door or sat down to pass the time of day without his producing the bottle. Have a little stimulant. The chief value of whiskey to father, however, was medicinal. If mumps turned into a large, ugly abscess, he put the blade of his jackknife in the fire, lanced the gland, and cleaned the wound with whiskey-good whiskey. When my face was swollen with erysipelas, 19, he painted it morning, afternoon, and evening with tincture of iodine. The doctor had so ordered. I was held firmly in place each time this torture was inflicted, and as soon as released, jumped and ran screaming and howling into the cellar, where I plunged my burning face into a pan of cool buttermilk until the pain subsided. This went on for several days, and I was growing exhausted from the dreaded iodine. Finally, father decided to abandon the treatment and substitute good whiskey. Then I recovered. As necessary to father as the physiologies was a book by the famous phrenologist, Orson Fuller, under whom he had studied. Father believed implicitly that the head was the sculptured expression of the soul. Straight or slanting eyes, a ridge between them, a turned-up nose, full lips, bulges in front of or behind the earsall, these traits had definite meaning for him. A research worker had to be inquisitive, a seeker with more than normal curiosity bumps. A musician had to have order and time over the eyebrows. A pugilist could not be made, but had to have the proper protuberances around the ears. One of father's phrases was, "Nature is the perfect sculptor, she is never wrong. If you seem to have made a mistake in reading, it is because you have not read correctly." He himself seldom made a mistake, and his reputation spread far and wide. Young men in confusion of mind and the customary puzzled, pre-graduation state came from Cornell and other colleges to consult him about their careers. He examined heads and faces, told them where he thought their true vocations lay, and supplemented this advice later with voluminous interested correspondence. I could not help picking up his principles and some of his ardor, though I have never been able to analyze character so well. No amount of front or salesmanship could divert him, whereas I have often been taken in by a person's self-confidence and estimation of himself. In the predominantly Roman Catholic community of Corning, set crosses in the cemeteries were the rule for the poor, and before they went out of style, angels in various poses for the rich. I used to watch father at work. The rough, penciled sketch indicated little, even less did the first unshaped block of stone. He played with the hard, unyielding marble as though it were clay, making a tiny chip 20 for a mouth, which grew rounder and rounder. A face then emerged, a shoulder, a sweep of drapery, praying hands, until finally the whole stood complete with wings and halo. Although Catholics were father's best patrons, by nature and upbringing he deplored their dogma. He joined the Knights of Labor, who were agitating against the influx of unskilled immigrants from Catholic countries, and this did not endear him to his clientele. Still less did his espousal of Colonel Robert G. Ingersoll, a man after his own heart, whose works he had eagerly studied and used as texts. Once when the Challenger was sounding a ringing defiance in nearby towns, father extended an invitation to speak in Corning and enlighten it. He collected subscriptions to pay for the only hall in town, owned by Father Coughlin. A notice was inserted in the paper that the meeting would be held the following Sunday, but chiefly the news spread by word of mouth. Better come. Tell all your friends. Sunday afternoon arrived, and father escorted Colonel Bob from the hotel to the hall, I trotting by his side. We pushed through the waiting crowd, but shut doors stared silently, and reprovingly word had also reached Father Coughlin. Some were there to hear and learn, others to denounce. Antipathies between the two suddenly exploded in action. Tomatoes, apples, and cabbage stumps began to fly. This was my first experience of rage directed against those holding views which were contrary to accepted ones. It was my first, but by no means my last. I was to encounter it many times, and always with the same bewilderment and disdain. My father apparently felt only the disdain. Resolutely, he announced the meeting would take place in the woods near our home an hour later, then led Ingersoll and the flock through the streets. I trudged along again, my small hand clasped in his, my head held just as high. Who cared for the dreary, dark little hall? In the woodland was room for all. Those who had come for discussion sat spellbound on the ground in a ring around the standing orator. For them, the booing had been incidental and was ignored. I cannot remember a word of what Colonel Ingersoll said, but the scene remains. It was late in the afternoon, and the tall pines shot up against the fiery radiance of the setting sun, which lit the sky with the brilliance peculiar to the afterglows of the Chemung Valley. Florid, gray-haired Father Coughlin, probably tall in his prime, came to call on Mother. He was a kindly old gentleman, not really intolerant. Shutting the hall had been a matter of principle. He could not have an atheist within those sacred walls. But he was willing to talk about it afterwards. In fact, he rather enjoyed arguing with rebels. He was full of persuasion, which he used on Mother, begging her to exercise her influence with Father to make him refrain from his evil ways. She had been reared in the faith, although since her marriage to a free thinker which had so distressed her parents, she had never attended church to my knowledge. The priest was troubled to see her soul damned when she might have been a good Catholic, and implored her to send her children to church and to the parochial school, to stand firm against the intrusion of godlessness. Mother must have suffered from the conflict. None of us realized how the Ingersoll episode was to affect our well-being. Thereafter we were known as children of the devil. On our way to school names were shouted, tongues stuck out, grimaces made. The juvenile stamp of disapproval had been set upon us. But we had been so steeped in heretic notions that we were not particularly bothered by this, and could not see ahead into the dark future when a hard childhood was to be made harder. No more marble angels were to be carved for local Catholic cemeteries, and while Father's income was diminishing, the family was increasing. Occasionally big commissions were offered him in adjacent towns where his reputation was still high, and he was then away for days at a time, coming back with $1,000 or $1,500 in his pocket. We all had new clothes, and the house was full of plenty. Food was bought for the winter: turnips, apples, flour, potatoes. But then again a year might pass before he had another one, and meanwhile we had sunk deeply into debt. Towards Orthodox religion Father's own attitude remained one of tolerance. He looked upon the New Testament as the noble story of a human being which, because of ignorance and the lack of printing presses, had become exaggerated. He maintained that religions served their purpose. Some people depended on them all their lives for disciplinito keep them straight, to make them honest. Others did not need to be so held in line, but subjection to any church was 22a reflection on strength and character. You should be able to get from yourself what you had to go to church for. When we asked which Sunday school we should attend, he suggested, try them all but be chained to none. For a year or two I made the rounds, especially at Christmas and Easter, when you received oranges and little bags of candy. It was always cold at the Catholic Church, and the wooden benches were very bare and hard. Some seats were upholstered in soft, red cloth, but these were for the rich, who rented the pews and put dollars into the plate at collection. I never liked to see the figure of Jesus on the cross. We could not help him because he had been crucified long ago. I much preferred the Virgin Mary. She was beautiful, smiling the way I should like to look when I had a baby. Saying my prayers for Mother's benefit was spasmodic. Ethel, the sister nearest my own age, was more given than I to religious phases, and I could get her in bed faster if I said them with her. One evening when we had finished this dutiful ritual, I climbed on Father's chair to kiss him good night. He asked quizzically, "What was that you were saying about bread?" "Why, that was in the Lord's Prayer, 'Give us this day our daily bread.'" "Who were you talking to?" "To God." "Is God a baker?" I was shocked. Nevertheless, I rallied to the attack and replied as best I could, doubtless influenced by conversations I had heard. No, of course not. It means the rain, the sunshine, and all the things to make the wheat, which makes the bread. Well, well, he replied, so that's the idea. Then why don't you say so? Always say what you mean, my daughter, it is much better. Thereafter I began to question what I had previously taken for granted and to reason for myself. It was not pleasant, but father had taught me to think. He gave none of us much peace. When we put on stout shoes, he said, very nice, very comfortable. Do you know who made them? Why, yes, the shoemaker. We then had to listen to graphic descriptions of factory conditions, 23 in the shoe industry, so that we might learn something of the misery and poverty the workers suffered in order to keep our feet warm and dry. Father never talked about religion without bringing in the ballot box. In fact, he took up socialism because he believed it Christian philosophy put into practice, and to me, its ideals still come nearest to carrying out what Christianity was supposed to do. Unceasingly, he tried to inculcate in us the idea that our duty lay not in considering what might happen to us after death, but in doing something here and now to make the lives of other human beings more decent. You have no right to material comforts without giving back to society the benefit of your honest experience, was one of his maxims, and his parting words to each of his sons and daughters who had grown old enough to fend for themselves were, "Leave the world better because you, my child, have dwelt in it." This was something to live up to. Chapter 2. Blind Germ of Days to Be. I think, dearest uncle, that you cannot really wish me to be the Mama d'une nombreuse famille, for I think you will see the great inconvenience a large family would be to us all, and particularly to the country, independent of the hardship and inconvenience to myself. Men never think, at least seldom think, what a hard task it is for us women to go through this very often. Queen Victoria to King Leopold. Often when my brothers and sisters and I meet, we remind each other of funny or exciting adventures we used to have, but I never desire to live that early part of my life again. Childhood is supposed to be a happy time. Mine was difficult, though I did not then think of it as a disadvantage, nor do I now. It never occurred to me to ask my parents for pocket money, but the day came during my 8th year when I was desperately in want of 10 cents. Uncle Tom's Cabin was coming to town. On Saturday afternoon I started out with one of my playmates, she with her dime, I with nothing but faith. We reached the Corning Opera House half an hour early. The throng at the entrance grew thicker and thicker. Curtain time had almost come, and still no miracle. Nevertheless, I simply had to get into that theater. All about me had tickets or money or both. Suddenly I felt something touch my armed purse of a woman who was pressed close beside me. It was open, and I could see the coveted coins within. One quick move and I could have my heart's desire. The longing was so deep and hard that it blotted out everything except my imperative need. I had to get into that theater. I was about to put out my hand towards the bag when the doors were thrown wide, and the crowd precipitately surged forward. Being 25 small, I was shoved headlong under the ropes and into the safety of the nearest seat. But I could take no joy in the play. As I lay sleepless that night, after a prayer of thanks for my many blessings, the crack of Simon Legree's whip and the off-stage hounds baying after Eliza were not occupying my mind. Their places were taken by pictures of the devil, which had tempted me, and the hand of God which had been stretched out to save me from theft. Following this experience, which might have been called a spiritual awakening, I began to connect my desires with reasoning about consequences. This was difficult because my feelings were strong and urgent. I realized I was made up of two mess on the thinking me, the other, willful and emotional, which sometimes exercised too great a power. There was danger in her leadership, and I set myself the task of uniting the two by putting myself through ordeals of various sorts to strengthen the head me. To gain greater fortitude, I began to make myself do what I feared most: go upstairs alone to bed without a light, go down cellar without singing, get up on the rafters in the barn, and jump on the haystack 30 feet below. When I was able to accomplish these without flinching, I felt more secure and more strong within myself. But ahead of me still lay the hardest task of all. Across the Kemung, some friends of ours had a farm. Their orchard, heavy with delectable apples, seemed to me a veritable Eden. But to reach it by the wooden wagon bridge was 3 miles around. My brothers preferred the shorter route over the high, narrow, iron span of the Erie Railroad, under which the river raced deep and fast. The space ties held no terrors for their long legs, and they often swung them over the edge while they fished the stream beneath. When I made the trip, father and brother each gave a hand to which I clung fiercely, and they half lifted me over the gaps which my shorter legs could hardly compass unaided. Held tight as I was, I became dizzy from the height, and a panic of terror seized me. In fact, the mere thought of the journey, even so well supported, made me feel queer. The younger children were forbidden to cross the bridge unaccompanied, but I had to conquer my fear. I had to take that walk alone. I trembled as I drew near. The more I feared it, the more 26 determined I was to make myself do it. I can recall now how stoically I put one foot on the first tie and began the venturesome and precarious passage, stretching endlessly ahead of me. I dared not look down at the water. I wanted terribly to see that my feet were firmly placed, but could not trust my head. About halfway over I heard the hum of the steel rails. My second dread had come upon always possible train. I could not see it because of the curve at the end of the bridge. The singing grew louder as it came closer. I knew I could not get across in time, and turned towards the nearest girder to which I might cling. But it was 6 feet away. The engine with a whistling shriek burst into view, snorting, huge, menacing, rushing. I stumbled and fell. In those days I was plump, and this plumpness saved me. Instinctively my arms went out and curled around the ties as I dropped between them. There I dangled over space. The bridge shook, the thunder swelled, the long, swift passenger cars swooped down. I was less than 3 feet from the outer rail, and a new terror gripped me. I had seen the sharp, sizzling steam jet out as locomotives drew near the station. I screwed my eyes shut and prayed the engineer not to turn on the steam. After the blur of wheels had crashed by, I could feel nothing. I hung there, I do not know how long, until a friend of my father who had been fishing below came to my rescue. He pulled up the fat, aching little body, stood me on my feet again, asked me severely whether my father knew where I was, gave me 2 brisk thwacks on the bottom, turned my face towards home, and went back to his rod and line. After waiting a few moments to think matters over, I realized that it would be impossible for me to retrace my course. Common sense aided me. The journey forward was no further than the journey back. I stepped ahead far more bravely, knowing if I could reach the end of the bridge I would never be so terrified again. Though bruised and sore, I continued my cautious march, and had as good a time at the farm as usual. However, I returned home by the wooden bridge, the long way round, but the practical one. When Ethel asked me that night why I was putting Vaseline under 27 my arms, I merely said I had scratched myself. Foolhardiness was never highly esteemed by anyone in the family. Though resourcefulness was taken for granted, running into unnecessary danger was just nonsense, and I wanted no censure for my disobedience. We were seldom scolded, never spanked. If an unpleasant conversation were needed, no other brother or sister was witness. Neither parent ever humiliated one child in front of another. This was part of the sensitiveness of both. Mother in particular had a horror of personal vehemence or acrimonious arguments. In trying to prevent or stop them, she would display amazing intrepidity, sparing fighting dogs, fighting boys, even fighting men. Peacemaker as she was, on occasion she battled valiantly for her loved ones, resenting bitterly the corporal punishment, then customary in schools. Once my brother Joe came home with his hands so swollen and blistered that he could not do his evening chore of bringing in the wood. Mother looked carefully at them and asked him what had happened. He explained that the teacher had fallen asleep, and several boys had started throwing spitballs. When one had hit her on the nose, she had awakened with a little scream. Most children had the trick of burying their faces behind their big geographies and appearing to be studying the page with the most innocent air in the world. But Joe had no such technique. He was doubled up with laughter. The teacher first accused him of throwing the spitball, and when he denied it, insisted that he name the culprit. She had been embarrassed by her ridiculous situation and had turned her emotion into what she considered righteous indignation. Joe had paid the penalty of being beaten for his unwillingness to violate the schoolboy code of honor. This was injustice and the surest road to Mother's wrath. She started at once the long trip to the school. When she found no one there, she walked more miles to the teacher's home. Reproof was called for and she administered it. But that was not enough. She then demanded that Father go to the Board of Education and take Joe with him. There would have been no sleeping in the house with her had he not done so. An investigation was promised, which soon afterwards resulted in the teacher's dismissal. The teachers at the Corning School were no worse than others of 28 their day. Many of them were much better. The brick building was quite modern for the time, with a playground around it and good principals to guide it. Its superiority was due in part to the influence of the Houghtons, the big industrialists of the town. For 3 generations, they had been making glassware unsurpassed for texture and beauty of design, and hardly a family of means in the country did not have at least one cut-glass centerpiece from Corning. The factories had prospered during the kerosene lamp era, and now, with electricity coming into its own, they were working overtime blowing light bulbs. Corning was not on the whole a pleasant town. Along the river flats lived the factory workers, chiefly Irish. On the heights above the rolling clouds of smoke that belched from the chimneys lived the owners and executives. The tiny yards of the former were asprawl with children. In the gardens on the hills only 2 or 3 played. This contrast made a track in my mind. Large families were associated with poverty, toil, unemployment, drunkenness, cruelty, fighting, jails. The small ones with cleanliness, leisure, freedom, light, space, sunshine. The fathers of the small families owned their homes. The young-looking mothers had time to play croquet with their husbands in the evenings on the smooth lawns. Their clothes had style and charm, and the fragrance of perfume clung about them. They walked hand in hand on shopping expeditions with their children, who seemed positive in their right to live. To me, the distinction between happiness and unhappiness in childhood was one of small families and of large families rather than of wealth and poverty. In our home, too, we felt the economic pressure directly ascribable to size. I was always apprehensive that we might someday be like the families on the flats, because we always had another baby coming, another baby coming. A new litter of puppies was interesting but not out of the ordinary, so likewise, the cry of a new infant never seemed unexpected. Neither excited any more curiosity than breakfast or dinner. No one ever told me how they were born, I just knew. I was little more than 8, when I first helped wash the 14.5-pound baby, after one of Mother's deliveries. She had had 29, a terrible hard time, but Father had pulled her through, and in a few weeks, tired and coughing, she was going about her work, believing as usual that her latest was the prize of perfect babies. Mother's 11 children were all 10-pounders or more, and both she and Father had a eugenic pride of race. I used to hear her say that not one of hers had a mark or blemish, although she had the utmost compassion for those who might have cleft palates, crossed eyes, or be born sick. Late one night, a woman rushed into our house, seeking protection, clutching in her shawl a scrawny, naked baby, raw with eczema. When her hysteria was calmed sufficiently, we learned that her husband had reeled home drunk and had thrown the wailing infant out into the snow. Father was all for summoning the police, but Mother was too wise for that. She dispatched him to talk to the man, while she gave the weeping woman a warm supper and comforted her. Father returned shortly to say it was safe for her to go back to the multitude of other children, because her husband had fallen asleep. Ugly and taciturn though he was, I could picture him coming home, after a hard day's work, to a household racked with the shrieks of the suffering little thing. I could see that he too was pathetic and a victim. I had sympathy for his rage. But Mother did lose one of her beautiful babies. Henry George McGlynn Higgins had been named for 2 of the rebel figures Father most admired. The 4-year-old was playing happily in the afternoon. A few hours later, he was gasping for breath. Father heated his homemade croup kettle on the stove until it boiled, and then carried it steaming to be put under the blanket, which rose like a covered wagon above the bed. As soon as he realized that home remedies were failing, he sent for the doctor. But events moved too swiftly for him. We had gone to bed with no suspicion that by morning we should be one less. I was shocked and surprised that something could come along and pick one of us out of the world in so few hours. I had no time, however, to consider the bewildering verity of death. We all had to turn to consoling Mother. Perhaps unconsciously, she had subscribed to Father's theory that the face was the mirror to the soul. She complained she had no picture of her lovely boy, 30, and kept reminding herself of the fine shape of his head, the wide, well-set eyes, the familiar contours which had been wiped forever from her sight, and might soon be sponged from her memory as well. Mother's grief over her lost child increased Father's. Because in part he blamed himself, he was desperate to assuage her sorrow. The day after the burial, he was constantly occupied in his studio, and when evening fell, he took me affectionately by the hand, asking me to stay up and help him on a piece of work he was about to do. I agreed willingly. About 11 o'clock, we went forth together into the pitch-black night, Father pushing ahead of him a wheelbarrow full of tools and a bag of plaster of Paris. We walked on and on through the stillness for fully 2 miles to the cemetery where the little brother had been buried. Father knew every step, but it was scary and I clung to his hand. Just beyond the gateway, Father hid the lighted lantern in the nearby bushes over a grave and told me to wait there unless I heard somebody coming. He expected me to be grown up at the age of 10. Nerves meant sickness. If any child cried out in the night, it was merely considered delicate. Consequently, I obeyed and watched, shivering with cold and excitement, darting quick glances at the ghostly forms of some of Father's monuments, which loomed out of the darkness around me. I could hear the steady chunk, chunk, chunk of his pick and shovel, and the sharper sound when suddenly he struck the coffin. Father had taken it as a matter of course that I should understand, and had not explained what he was about to do. But I never questioned his actions. I did not know there was a law against a man's digging up his own dead child, but even had I known, I would have believed that the law was wrong. We traveled back the long, weary way, arriving home in the early hours of the morning. Nothing was said to Mother or to the others about that amazing night's adventure. I was not told to keep silent, but I knew there was mystery in the air, and it was no time to talk. For 2 evenings I worked with Father, helping him break the death mask, mold and shape the cast. I remember the queer feeling 31 I had when I discovered some of the hair which had stuck in the plaster. On the 3rd day, just after supper, Father said to us all, "Will you come into the studio?" With tender eyes on Mother he uncovered and presented to her the bust of the dead little boy. She was extraordinarily comforted. Though to me the model, perfect as it was, seemed lifeless, every once in a while she entered the studio, took off the cloth which protected it from the dust, wept and was relieved, recovered it and went on. Not one of us dared to utter a word of criticism about Mother's adored and adoring husband. Nevertheless, her soul was harassed at times by his philosophy of live and let live, by his principles against locked doors and private property. She was merely selfless. Often when one of her children was feverish, she went to the kitchen pump for water so that it might be cooler and fresher for parched lips. Once, groping her way on such an errand, she stumbled over a tramp who had taken advantage of the unlatched door and lay sprawled on the floor. She rushed back to arouse Father, telling him he must put the man out. But he only turned over on his side and muttered, "Oh, let him alone. The poor divil needs sleep like the rest of us." Another night Mother was awakened by noises outside. "Father," she called, "there's somebody at the hen coop." "What makes you think so?" he answered sleepily. "I hear the chickens. They wouldn't make a noise unless somebody was in there. Get up." Obediently Father put on his trousers and coat. Not even before thieves would he appear in his nightshirt out of his bedroom. He proceeded to the kitchen door, and holding a lamp on high, addressed the 2 men, one of whom was handing out chickens to the other. "Hey, you there. What do you mean by coming to a man's house in the middle of the night and stealing his chickens? What kind of citizens are you?" This seemed to Mother no time for a moral lecture. "Why don't you go out?" she prodded. "It's raining." "Give me the lamp," she demanded, exasperated. She started towards our nearest neighbor, splashing through the 32 little brook, getting her feet wet, calling, "Someone's in our chicken house." Our neighbor armed himself and came running. A man with a gun sent the marauders scurrying up the hill. That was Mother's philosophy. I think Father fell in her estimation for a few days after this. She expected him to be the guardian of the home, but he was never that. His liberal views were so well known that our house was marked with the tramp's patron of the 1st degree. Always get something here. Never be turned away. If it happened to be payday, they could count on a quarter as well as a meal. One particular evening, we were expecting Father home, his pockets bulging with the money from his latest commission, but by nightfall he had not yet returned. When Mother heard a rap at the door, she went eagerly to open it. 2 ragged strangers were standing there. "Is the boss in?" "No, but I am looking for him any minute." "We want something to eat." With no more ceremony than was customary among the knights of the open road, they pushed through the door and made for the kitchen, plainly knowing their way about. "How dare you come into this house?" exclaimed Mother indignantly. "Toss, Beauty," she cried sharply. The fear in her voice brought the dogs lunging downstairs with fangs bared and hackles bristling. They leaped at the backs of the uninvited guests. Father came in a few hours later. The door was swinging wide, the snow was blowing in. Torn scraps of clothing, spots of blood were about, and Mother was unconscious on the floor. He poured whiskey down her throat. "It was only good whiskey that brought you to," he often said afterwards, recalling his alarm. He used the same remedy to pull her through the ensuing 6 weeks of pneumonia. But he had been so thoroughly worried that his generosity towards tramps lessened and his largesse was curtailed. After this illness, Mother coughed more than ever, and it was evident the pines were not helping her. Father decided to move. The house was so obviously marked, and he had to be gone so much he thought it unsafe for us to live alone so far away. Chapter 3. Books are the compasses. So we moved into town, still on the western hills. It marked the beginning of my adolescence, and such breaks are always disturbing. In the house in the woods, we had all been children together, but now some of us were growing up. Nevertheless, there were always smaller ones to be put to bed, to be rocked to sleep. There were feet and knees to be scrubbed and hands to be washed. Although we had more space, home study sometimes seemed to me impossible. The living room was usually occupied by the older members of the family, and the bedrooms were cold. I kept up in my lessons, but it was simply because I enjoyed them. In most schools, teachers and pupils then were natural enemies, and the one I had in the 8th grade was particularly adept at arousing antagonism. She apparently disliked her job, and the youngsters under her care as much as we hated her. Sarcasm was both her defense and weapon of attack. One day in mid-June I was delayed in getting off for school. Well aware that being tardy was a heinous crime, I hurried, pulling and tugging at my first pair of kid gloves, which Mary had just given me. But the bell had rung 2 minutes before I walked into the room, flushed and out of breath. The teacher had already begun the class. She looked up at the interruption. Well, well, Miss Higgins, so your ladyship has arrived at last. Ah, a new pair of gloves. I wonder that she even deigns to come to school at all." Giggles rippled around me as I went into the cloakroom and laid 34 down my hat and gloves. I came back, praying the teacher would pay no more attention to me, but as I walked painfully to my seat, she continued repeating with variations her mean comments. Even when I sat down, she did not stop. I tried to think of something else, tried not to listen, tried to smile with the others. I endured it as long as I could, then took out my books, pyramiding arithmetic, grammar, and speller, strapped them up, rose, and left. Mother was amazed when I burst in on her. "I will never go back to that school again," I exclaimed dramatically. "I have finished forever. I'll go to jail, I'll work, I'll starve, I'll die. But back to that school and teacher I will never go." As older brothers and sisters drifted home in the evening, they were as horrified as mother. "But you have only 2 weeks more," they expostulated. "I don't care if it's only an hour, I will not go back." When it became obvious that I would stick to my point, mother seemed glad to have me to help her. I was thorough and strong and could get through a surprising amount of work in no time, but the rest of the family was seriously alarmed. The next few months were filled with questions I could not answer. What can you ever be without an education? Are you equipped to earn a living? Is factory life a pleasant prospect? If you don't go back to school, you'll surely end there. "All right, I'll go to work," I announced defiantly. Work, even in the factory, meant money, and money meant independence. I had no rebuttal to their arguments. I was acting on an impulse that transcended reason, and must have recognized that any explanation as to my momentous decision would sound foolish. Then suddenly father, mother, my second older sister Nan, and Mary, who had been summoned to a family council, tried other tactics. I was sent for 2 weeks to Chautauqua, there to take courses, hear lectures from prominent speakers, listen to music. This was designed to stimulate my interest in education and dispel any idea I might have of getting a job. My impulse had been misconstrued. I was not rebelling against education as such, but only against that particular school and that particular teacher. When fall drew near and the next session was at 35 hand, I was still reiterating that I would not go back, although I still had no answer to Nan's repeated, "What are you going to do?" Nan was perhaps the most inspiring of all my brothers and sisters. The exact contrary to father, she wanted us all to conform and was in tears if we did not. To her, failure in this respect showed a lack of breeding. Yet even more important than conformity was knowledge, which was the basis for all true culture. She herself wanted to write, and had received prizes for stories from St. Nicholas and the Youth's Companion. But the family was too dependent upon the earnings of the older girls, and she was obliged to postpone college and her equally ardent desire to study sculpture. She became a translator of French and German until these aspirations could be fulfilled. At the time of my mutiny, Nan was especially disturbed. "You won't be able to get anywhere without an education," she stated firmly. She and Mary, joining forces, together looked for a school, reasonable enough for their purses, but good enough academically to prepare me for Cornell. Private education was not so expensive as today, and families of moderate means could afford it. My sisters selected Claverack College and Hudson River Institute, about 3 miles from the town of Hudson in the Catskill Mountains. Here, In one of the oldest coeducational institutions in the country, the Methodist farmers of the Dutch Valley enrolled their sons and daughters. Unfortunately, it is now gone, and with it the healthy spirit it typified. One sister paid my tuition, and the other bought my books and clothes. For my board and room I was to work. Going away to school was epical in my life. The self-contained family group was suddenly multiplied to 500 strangers, all living and studying under one roof. The girls' dormitory was at one end, the boys at the other, but we shared the same dining room and sat together in classes. Occasionally, a boy could call on a girl in the reception hall if a teacher were present. I liked best the attitude of the teachers. They were not so much policemen as companions and friends, and their instruction was more individual and stimulating than at Corning. I did not have money to do things the other girls did. Go off for weekends, or house parties, but waiting on table or washing dishes did not set me apart. The work was far easier than at home. 36 and a girl was pretty well praised for doing her share. At first the students all appeared to me uninteresting and lacking in initiative. I never found the same imaginative quality I was used to in my family, but as certain ones began to stand out, I discovered they had personalities of their own. I had been at Claverack only a few days and was still feeling homesick when in the hall one morning I encountered the most beautiful creature I had ever seen. Long hair flying from her shoulders, she was so slender and wraith-like that she seemed unreal. I have never since been so moved by human loveliness as I was by Esther's. I cried at night because I sensed it was something I could not reach. Even her clothes were unlike all others. Many girls envied their taste and quality, but I knew they belonged to her of right. Of every book one had read, she was the heroine come alive. Worlds apart though we were in tradition, looks, behavior, experience, Esther and I had the same romantic outlook. Having aspirations for the theater, she remained only 1 year and then left to attend Charles Frohman's dramatic school. I had been too overpowered by my admiration for her to be happy in it, and it kept me from caring particularly about anyone else. Nevertheless, I am convinced that in any interchange of affection the balance is unequal. One must give, and the other be able to receive. My second year, I was the recipient of devotion from a younger girl, similar to that I had showered upon Esther. The loyalty and praise of Amelia Stewart, my laughing friend, fed all the empty spaces in my heart. She was gay and clever, a Methodist by upbringing but not by conviction. Each Sunday afternoon, given over to the reading of the Bible, we received permission to study together in my room, and there occupied ourselves dutifully, I in mending and darning, and she reading aloud, but interspersing solemn passages with ridiculous exaggerations. What was intended to be a serious exercise of the spirit was turned into merriment. My friendship with these two girls has been interrupted, but never broken. Very shortly after my arrival at Claverack, I had been infected by that indefinable, nebulous quality called school spirit, and before long was happily in the thick of activities. Assembly was held in the 37 chapel every morning, during which we all in turn had to render small speeches and essays, or recite selections of poetry. I had a vivid feeling of how things should be said, putting more dramatic fervor into certain lines than my limited experience of the theater would seem to explain, and on this account, the elocution teacher encouraged me to have faith in my talents. Every girl, I suppose, at some time or other wants to be an actress. Mary had taken me to the theater now and then, once when Maud Adams was playing Juliet to John Drew's Romeo, and had gone to some pains to explain to me the difference between artistes like Mary Anderson or Julia Marlowe and mere beauty as such. She would not have been pleased at my seeing Lillian Russell, which I did during a Christmas holiday in New York. Lillian Russell was too glamorous, and furthermore, she was said to have accepted jewelry from men. One vacation I announced to my family that I was thinking of a stage career. Disapproval was evident on all sides. Father pooh-poohed. Mary alone held out hope. She said I had ability and should go to dramatic school in New York as soon as I had finished Claverack. She would apply immediately to Charles Frohman to have me understudy Maud Adams, whom I at least was said to resemble physicalismal and with the same abundant red-brown hair. Lacking good features, I took pride only in my thick, long braids. I used to decorate them with ribbons and admire the effect in the mirror. The application was made. I was photographed in various poses with and without hats. A return letter from the school management came, enclosing a form to be filled in with name, address, age, height, weight, color of hair, eyes, and skin. But additional data were required as to the exact length of the legs, both right and left, as well as measurements of ankle, calf, knee, and thigh. I knew my proportions in a general way. Those were the days when every pack of cigarettes carried a bonus in the shape of a pictured actress, plump and well-formed. In the gymnasium, the girls had compared sizes with these beauties, but to see such personal information go coldly down on paper, to be sent off to strange men, was unthinkable. I had expected to have to account for the quality of my voice, for my ability to sing, to play, for grace, agility, character, and 38 morals. Since I could not see what legs had to do with being a second Maud Adams, I did not fill in the printed form nor send the photographs, but just put them all away, and turned to other fields where something beside legs was to count. Chapel never bored me. I had come to dislike ritual in many of the churches I had visited, kneeling for prayer, sitting for instruction, standing for praise. But in a Methodist chapel anyone could get up and express a conviction. Young sprouts here were thinking and discussing the Bible, religion, and politics. Should the individual be submerged in the state? If you had a right to free thought as an individual, should you give it up to the church? We scribbled during study periods, debated in the evenings. Without always digesting them, but with great positiveness, I carried over many of the opinions I had heard expounded at home. To most of the boys and girls, those Saturday mornings, when the more ambitious efforts were offered, represented genuine torture. They stuttered and stammered painfully. I was just as nervous, more so probably. Nevertheless, I was so ardent for suffrage, for anything which would emancipate women and humanity, that I was eager to proclaim theories of my own. Father was still the spring from which I drank, and I sent long letters home, getting in reply still longer ones, filled with ammunition about the historical background of the importance of women: Helen of Troy, Ruth, Cleopatra, Poppaea, famous queens, women authors and poets. When news spread that I was to present my essay, Women's Rights, the boys, following the male attitude which most people have forgotten, but which every suffragette well remembers, jeered and drew cartoons of women wearing trousers, stiff collars, and smoking huge cigars. Undeterred, I was spurred on to think up new arguments. I studied and wrote as never before, stealing away to the cemetery and standing on the monuments over the graves. Each day in the quiet of the dead, I repeated and repeated that speech out loud. What an essay it was! Votes for women banners were not yet flying, and this early faint bleeding of mine aroused little enthusiasm. I turned then to an equally stern subject. The other students had automatically accepted 39, the cause of solid money. I espoused free silver. At Chautauqua, I had heard echoes of those first notes, sounded by Bryan for the working classes. The spirit of humanitarianism in industry had been growing and swelling, but it was still deep buried. I believe any great concept must be present in the mass consciousness before any one figure can tap it and set it free on its irresistible way. I had not seen the boy orator of the Platte, but the country was ringing with his words. You shall not press down upon the brow of labor this crown of thorns. You shall not crucify mankind upon a cross of gold. These rich and sonorous phrases made me realize the importance of clothing ideas in fine language. Far more, however, they struck a solemn chord within me. I also, in an obscure and unformed way, wanted to help grasp utopia from the skies and plant it on earth. But what to do and where to start I did not know. Due to my advanced ideas, for a time at least, I am sorry to say, it was chiefly the grinds with whom I walked in Lover's Lane, nodding wisely and answering their earnest aspirations with profound advice. But this did not last. Soon I was going through the usual boy and girl romances. Each season brought a new one. I took none of them very seriously, but adroitly combined flirtatiousness with the conviction that marriage was something towards which I must develop. Therefore I turned the vague and tentative suggestions of my juvenile beaux by saying, I would never think of jumping into marriage without definite preparation and study of its responsibilities. Practically no women then went into professions. Matrimony was the only way out. It seems ages ago. Various pranks occurred at Claverack, such as taking walks with boys out of bounds and going to forbidden places for tea. Towards the end of my last year I thought up the idea that several of us should slip out through the window and down to the village dance hall where our special admirers would meet us. About 11:30, in the midst of the gaiety, in walked our principal, Mr. Flack, together with the preceptress who had come for the ladies. We were all marched back to school, uneasy but silent. The next morning I received a special invitation to call at the office. I entered. Mr. Flack, a small, slight, serious, student type of 40 man, with a large head and high brow, was standing with his back to me. I sat down. He gave me no greeting but kept on at his books. To all appearances, he did not know I was there. Then, without looking around, he said, "Miss Higgins, don't you feel rather ashamed of yourself for getting those girls into trouble last night, by taking them out and making them break the rules? They may even have to be sent home." Although surprised that he should have known I was the one responsible, I could not deny it. But it flashed across my mind at first that someone must have told him. He went on with rapid flow, almost as though talking to himself. "I've watched you ever since you came, and I don't need to be told that you must have been the ringleader. Again and again, I've noticed your influence over others. I want to call your attention to this, because I know you're going to use it in the future. You must make your choice whether to get yourself and others into difficulty, or else guide yourself and others into constructive activities which will do you and them credit." I do not quite recall what else he said, but I have never forgotten going out of his room that day. This could not exactly be called a turning point in my life, but from then on I realized more strongly than before that there was a something within myself which could and should be kept under my control and direction. Long afterwards, I wrote to thank Mr. Flack for his wisdom in offering guidance instead of harsh discipline. He died a few years later, and I was glad I had been able to place a rose in his hand rather than on his grave. I spent 3 happy years at Claverack. The following season I decided to try my hand at teaching, then a ladylike thing to do. A position was open to me in the first grade of a new public school in southern New Jersey. The majority of the pupils Poles, Hungarians, Swedes could not speak English. In they came regularly. I was beside myself to know what to do with 8 of 4 children who could not understand a word I said. I loved those small, black-haired and tow-headed urchins who became bored with sitting, and on their own, began stunts to entertain themselves. But I was so tired at the end of the day that I often lay down before dressing for dinner, and awakened the next morning barely in time to start the routine. 41 In very short order, I became aware of the fact that teaching was not merely a job, it was a profession, and training was necessary if you were to do it well. I was not suited by temperament, and therefore had no right to this vocation. I had been struggling for only a brief while when father summoned me home to nurse mother. She was weak and pale, and the high red spots on her cheekbones stood out startlingly against her white face. Although she was now spitting blood when she coughed, we still expected her to live on forever. She had been ill so long. This was just another attack among many. Father carried her from room to room, and tried desperately to devise little comforts. We shut the doors and windows to keep out any breath of the raw March air, and in the stuffy atmosphere we twalled over her bed. In an effort to be more efficient in caring for mother, I tried to find out something about consumption by borrowing medical books from the library of the local doctor, who was a friend of the family, and in doing this became so interested in medicine that I decided definitely I would study to be in 1,500. When I went back for more volumes and announced my decision, the doctor gave them to me, but smiled tolerantly. "Y'all probably get over it." I had been closely confined for a long time when I was invited to Buffalo for the Easter holidays to meet again one of the boys by whom I had been beaued at Claverack. Mother insisted that I needed a vacation. Mary and Nan were both there. I could stay with them, and we planned a pleasant trip to Niagara Falls for the day. With me out of the way, Mother sent off the little children one by one on some pretext or another. She had more difficulty with Father. The fire bricks in the stove had split, and she told him he must go to town and get new ones. Much against his will, because he was vaguely unquiet, he started for the foundry. He had left only because Mother seemed to want it so much, but when he had walked a few blocks, he found he could not go on. For some Celtic mystic reason of his own, he turned abruptly around and came back to the house. Mother was gasping in death. All the family hated scenes, she most of all. She had known she was to die and wanted to be alone. It was a folk superstition that a consumptive who survived through the month of March would live until November. Mother died on 42 the 3rd of 1st of the month, leaving Father desolate and inconsolable. I came flying home. The house was silent, and he hardly spoke. Suddenly the stillness of the night was broken by a wailing, and Toss was found with his paws on the coffin, mourning and howling, most poignant and agonizing sound I had ever heard. I had to take Mother's place, manage the finances, order the meals, pay the debts. There was nothing left for my clothing nor for any outside diversions. All that could be squeezed out by making this or that do had to go for shoes or necessities for the younger brothers. Mend, patch, sew as you would, there was a limit to the endurance of trousers, and new ones had to be purchased. To add to my woes, father seemed to me, who was sensitive to criticism, suddenly metamorphosed from a loving, gentle, benevolent parent into a most aggravating, irritating tyrant. Nobody in any fairy tale I had ever read was quite so cruel. He who had given us the world in which to roam now apparently wanted to put us behind prison bars. His unreasonableness was not directed towards the boys, who were in bed as soon as lessons were done, but towards his daughters, Ethel and me. Whatever we did was wrong. He objected particularly to young men. Ethel was receiving the concentrated attention of Jack Byron. Father, in scolding her, said she should mix more. My beaux were a little older than the ones I had had at school, and more earnest in their intentions. Though not one really interested me, their conversation seemed flat, consisting of foolish questions, and smart, silly repless father scolded me also about them. Why aren't you serious like your sister? Can't you settle yourself to one? Do you have to have somebody different every evening? Messages were coming to me from a young man going west, postmarked Chicago or San Francisco. These daily letters, and sometimes telegrams as well, were not father's idea of wooing. What could anyone have to say every day? To his way of thinking, a decent man came to the house and did his talking straight. He sat around with the family and got acquainted. Father said, that fellow's a scoundrel. He's too worldly. He's not even known in town. We had to ask permission whether Tom or Jack or Henry could call. Without reason or explanation, father said, no, and that was 43 and end to it. If we went out, we had to be back at 10 and give an account of ourselves. Then came the climax. Ethel and I had gone to an open-air concert. On the stroke of 10, we were a full block away from home, running with all our might. When we arrived, 3 minutes late, the house was in utter darkness, not a sight nor sound of a living creature anywhere. We banged and knocked. We tried the front door, the back, and the side, then again the front. It opened part way. Father looked out, reached forth a hand and caught Ethel's arm, saying, this outrageous behavior is not your fault. Come in. With that he pulled her inside and the door slammed, leaving me in the dark, stunned and bewildered. I did not know this monster. Hurt beyond words, I sat down on the steps, worrying not only about this night but about the next day and the next, concerned over the children left at home with this new kind of father. I was sure if I waited long enough he would come out for me, but it was a chilly evening in October. I had no wrap and began to grow very cold. I walked away from the house, trying to decide where I should go and what I should do. I could not linger on the streets indefinitely, with the possibility of encountering some tipsy factory hand or drummer passing through. At first there seemed no one to turn to. Finally, exhausted by stress of emotion, I went to the home of the girl who had been with us at the concert. She had not yet gone to bed, and her mother welcomed me so hospitably that I shall be eternally grateful. The next morning she lent me carfare to go to Elmira, where I had friends with whom I could stay. Meantime father had found me gone. He had dressed and tramped up and down First Street, searching every byway, inquiring whether I had been seen. When he had returned at daybreak to find me still missing, he had sent word to Mary, who received his message at almost the same time as one from me, telling her not to worry, I was all right. Both of them urged me to come back to Corning, and in a few days I did so, taking up again my responsibilities. Father and I tried to talk it over, but we could not meet on the old ground. Between us, a deep silence had fallen. Father had almost stopped expounding. Instead, he was reading 44 more. Debs had come on his horizon, and the socialist papers cropping up all over the country were appearing in the house. From the Free Library, which he had helped to establish years earlier, he was borrowing Spencer, who was modern for that time, and other books on sociology. I had given up encouraging young men to see me, but I too was patronizing the library. My books were fiction. All nonsense. Father snorted at the mention of such titles as Grassroots, Prisoners of Hope, or Three Musketeers. The word novel was still shocking to many people, and he classed them all as love stories. Read to cultivate and uplift your mind. Read what will benefit you in the battle of life, he admonished. But I continued my escape from the daily humdrum to revel in romances, devouring them in the evenings and hiding them under the mattress during the day. One noon when I was waiting for the children to come in to lunch, I was buried in David Harum, finding it very funny, and did not hear father enter. He stood ominously in the doorway. I should have felt trapped, but instead, without warning and without reason, the old love flamed up again. I laughed and laughed. I was no longer afraid, nor did I care for his scowls or his silly old notions. The long silence was broken. Do listen to this. And I started reading. The frown began to melt away, and soon father too was chuckling. This was the first laughter that had been heard in that dreary household since mother's death. The book disappeared into his room, and soon thereafter he was caught seeking more of that nonsense. At last I realized why father had been so different. He had been lonely for mother, lonely for her love, and doubtless missed her ready appreciation of his own longings and misgivings. Then, too, he had always before depended on her to understand and direct us. He was probably a trifle jealous, though not consciously, because he considered jealousy an animal trait far beneath him, and refused to recognize it in himself. Nevertheless, Bose had been sidetracking the affections of his little girls. So oppressed had he been by his sense of responsibility that he had slipped in judgment, and in so doing slid into the small-town rut of propriety. His belated discipline, 45 caused by worry and anxiety, was merely an attempt to guide his children. I, however, considered the time had passed for such guidance. I had to step forth by myself along the experimental path of adulthood. Though the immediate occasion for reading medical books had ceased with mother's death, I had never, during these months, lost my deep conviction that perhaps she might have been saved had I had sufficient knowledge of medicine. This was linked up with my latent desire to be of service in the world. The career of a physician seemed to fulfill all my requirements. I could not at the moment see how the gap in education from Claverack to medical school was to be bridged. Nevertheless, I could at least make a start with nursing. But father, though he proclaimed his belief in perfect independence of thought and mind, could not approve nursing as a profession, even when I told him that some of the nicest girls were going into it. "Well, they won't be nice long," he growled. "It's no sort of work for girls to be doing." My argument that he himself had taught us to help other people had no effect. Father's notions, however, were not going to divert me from my intention. No matter how peaceful the home atmosphere had become, still I had to get out and try my wings. For 6 months more we jogged along, then just a year after mother had died, Esther asked me to visit her in New York. I really wanted to train in the city, but her mother knew someone on the board of the White Plains Hospital, which was just initiating a school. There I was accepted as a probationer. Chapter 4. Darkness there and nothing more. The old White Plains Hospital, not at all like a modern institution, had been a 3-storied manor house, long deserted because 2 people had once been found mysteriously dead in it, and thereafter nobody would rent or buy. The hospital board, scoffing at superstition, had gladly purchased it at the low price to which it had been reduced. However, in spite of rearrangements and redecorating, many people in White Plains went all the way to the Tarrytown Hospital rather than enter the haunted portals. Once set in spacious grounds, the building was still far back from the road. A high wall immediately behind it shut off the view of the next street, and nothing could be seen beyond, except the roof of what had been the stable. The surrounding tall trees made it shadowy even in the daytime. To reach the office you had to cross a broad, pillared veranda. Parlor and sitting room had been thrown together for the male ward, and an operating room had been tacked on to the rear. The great wide stairway of fumed oak, lighted at night by low-turned gas jets, swept up through the lofty ceiling. On the second floor were the female ward and a few private rooms. The dozen or so nurses slept in the made-over servants' quarters under the gambrel roof. Student nurses in large modern hospitals have little idea what our life was like in a small one 35 years ago. The single bathroom on each floor was way at the back. We did not have a resident 47 internee, and consequently, had to depend mainly upon our own judgment. Since we had no electricity, we could not ring a bell and have our needs supplied, and had to use our legs for elevators. A probationer had to learn to make dressings, bandages, mix solutions, and toil over sterilizing. She put 2 inches of water in the washboiler, laid a board across the bricks placed in the bottom, and balanced the laundered linen and gauze on top. Then, clapping on the lid, she set the water to boiling briskly, watched the clock, and when the prescribed number of minutes had elapsed, the sterilizing was over. The great self-confidence with which I entered upon my duties soon received a slight shock. One of our cases was an old man from the county home. He complained chiefly of pains in his leg, and since his condition was not very serious, the superintendent of nurses left him one afternoon in my care. This was my first patient. When I heard the clapper of his little nickeled bell, I hurried with a professional air to his bedside. "Missy, will you please bandage up my sore leg? It does me so much good." Having just had my initial lesson in bandaging, I was elated at this opportunity to try my skill. I set to work with great precision, and when I had finished, congratulated myself on a neat job, admiring the smooth white leg. My first entry went on his record sheet. A little later, the superintendent, in making her rounds, regarded the old man perplexedly. "Why have you got your leg bandaged?" I asked the nurse to do it for me. "Why that leg? It's the other one that hurts." Oh, she was so kind I didn't want to stop her. I bowed my head in embarrassment, but I was young and eager, and it did not stay bowed long. Within a short period, I considered myself thoroughly inured to what many look upon as the unpleasant aspects of nursing. The sight of blood never made me squeamish, and I had watched operations, even on the brain, with none of the usual sick giddiness. Then one day the driver of a Macy delivery wagon, who had fallen off the seat, was brought in with a split nose. I was holding the basin for 48, the young doctor who was stitching it up, when one of the other nurses said something to tease him. He dropped his work, leaving the needle and catgut thread sticking across the patient's nose, and chased her out of the room and down the hall. The patient, painless under a local anesthetic, gazed mildly after them, but the idea that doctor and nurse could be so callous as to play jokes horrified me. When pursuer and pursued returned, they found me in a heap on the floor, the basin tipped over beside me, instruments and sponges scattered everywhere. The patient was still sitting quietly waiting for all the foolishness to stop. I am glad to say this was the one and only time I ever fainted on duty. The training, rigid though it was, would have been far less difficult had it not been for the truly diabolical head nurse. In the morning she was all smiles, so saintly that you could almost glimpse the halo around her head. But as the day wore on, the demon in her appeared. She could always think up extra things for you to do to keep you from your regular afternoon 2 hours off. This was particularly hard on me because I had developed tubercular glands and was running a temperature. In my second year I was operated on, and 2 weeks later assigned to night duty, where I stayed for 3 awful months. My worst tribulation came during this period. People then seldom went to hospitals with minor ailments. Our patients were commonly the very sick, requiring a maximum of attention. There was no orderly, and I could use only my left hand because my right shoulder was still bandaged. I took care of admissions, entered case histories, and when sharp bells punctuated the waiting stillness, sometimes one coming before I had time to answer the first, I pattered hurriedly up and down the 3 flights, through the shadows relieved only by the faint red glow from the gas jets. I suppose adventures were inevitable. One night an Italian was picked up on the street in a state of almost complete exhaustion and brought to the hospital. He was so ill with suspected typhoid that he should have had a special, but instead he was placed in the ward. An old leather couch stood across the windows, and whenever a pause came in my duties I lay down. 49 from there, I could keep an eye on my new patient. Sick as he was, he insisted on making the long trip through the ward to the bathroom. I could not explain how unwise this was, because he could not understand a word of English. He must have reeled out of his bed between 30 and 40 times. Just as the early spring dawn came creeping in the window behind me, I grew drowsy. I was on the point of dozing off when some premonition warned me, and I opened my eyelids enough to see the man reach under his pillow, take something out cautiously, glide from his bed. Spellbound, I watched him slithering soft-footedly as he edged his way towards me. I seemed to be hypnotized with sleep and could not stir. He came nearer and nearer with eyes fixed, hands behind him. Suddenly I snapped into duty, arose quickly, ordered him back to bed, and ran ahead to straighten his sheets and pillows, not realizing my danger until he loomed over me, his knife in his hand. Before he could thrust, I grabbed his arm and held it. Though I was smallboned, I had good muscles, and he was very 99. Meanwhile, another patient snatched up his bell and rang and rang and rang. Nobody answered. The nurses were too far away to hear, the other patients in the ward were unable to help me, but the man quickly used up what little energy he had, and I was able to get the knife from him, push him back in bed, and take his temperature. I assumed he had suddenly become delirious. About 7 o'clock, I answered a summons to the front door, and found 3 policemen who wanted to know whether we had an Italian patient. "Indeed we have," I answered feelingly and called the superintendent. When the red tape was unwound, I learned that my Italian belonged to a gang which had been hiding in a cave between Tarrytown and White Plains, holding up passers-by. Amongst them they had committed 5 murders. The others had all been hunted down, but this man's collapse had temporarily covered his whereabouts. The attack on me had apparently been merely incidental to his attempt at escape through the open window behind me. He was carried off to the county hospital jail, and I was not sorry to see him go. After this incident, an orderly was employed, and though he was allowed to sleep at night, it was reassuring to know he could be called 50 in an emergency. The emergency soon arose. A young man of about 25, of well-to-do parents, was admitted as an alcoholic. I remember that I was impressed by the softness of his handshake when I greeted him. He had the first symptoms of delirium tremens, but he was now perfectly conscious and needed no more than routine attention. Sometime in the night, the new arrival asked me to get him a drink of water. When I came back into the room and offered it to him, he knocked me into the corner 10 feet away. As my head banged against the wall, he leaped out of bed after me and reached down for my throat. Though half-stunned and off my feet, I yet had more strength than the man whose flabby muscles refused to obey his will. The patient in the adjoining bed rang, and in a few moments the orderly came to my assistance. Between us, we got the poor crazed youth into a straitjacket. The doctor who was summoned could do nothing, and in the morning the young man mercifully died. To differentiate between things real and things imaginary was not always easy at night time. One morning about 2 o'clock, I was writing my case histories in the reception office on the ground floor just off the veranda. Both window and curtain behind my back were up about 10 inches to let in the cool, moist air. Abruptly, I had a feeling that eyes were staring at me. I could not have explained why. I had heard no sound, but I was certain some human being was somewhere about. Anybody who had come on legitimate business would have spoken. Perhaps it was another patient with a knife. Should I sit still? Should I look behind me? I turned my head to the window, and there an ugly, grinning face with a spreading, black mustache was peering in at me. It might have been disembodied. All I could see was this extraordinary face, white against the inky background. It was not a patient, not anyone in my charge. Relief was immediate and action automatic. I seized the long window pole, twice as tall as I, dashed to the outer door, and shooed him off the veranda. He ran for the outer gate while I brandished my weapon after him. Such instantaneous responses must have been the result of having in childhood sent fears about their business before they could gather momentum. Now, I could usually act without having to think very 51 much about them or be troubled in retrospect. They were all in the day's work of the night nurse. Probably the fact that I was low in vitality made me more susceptible to mental than physical influences. Realistic doctors and stern head nurses tried to keep tales of the old house from the probationers, but not very successfully. When the colored patients could not sleep, they used to tell us weird stories, and with rolling eyes solemnly affirmed they were true. One old darky woman, hearing the hoot owls begin their mournful tuwu, tuwu, would sit straight up in her bed and whisper, "Suppose dat callin' me. Hit's callin' someone in dis hospital." Again and again, after the owls hooting, either somebody in the hospital died or was brought in to die from an accident. Reason told me this was pure coincidence, but it began to get on my nerves. And then stranger events, for which I could find no explanation, followed. Once when I was making my rounds a little after midnight, I turned into the room occupied by the tubercular valet of a member of the Iceland family. I had expected him to be sleeping quietly because he was merely there to rest up before being sent back home to England, but he was awake and asked for ice. I started for the refrigerator, which was 2 flights down in the cellar. But at the top of the stairs, I suddenly stopped short. 1, 2, 3. I heard dull, distinct knocks directly under the stairway. Not one single, tangible thing nearby could have made those sounds. In the space of a few seconds, I took an inventory of the importance of my life as compared to the proper care of my patient. I had to walk deliberately down those steps, not knowing what might be lying in wait for me below. As I stepped on the first tread, the same knocks came again. 1, 2, 3. I tried to hurry, but it seemed to me that each foot had tons of iron attached to it. The little red devils of night lights blinked at me and seemed to make the shadows thicker in the corners, but nothing clutched me from the dim and ghostly hall. I got down those steps somehow and passed through the dining room into the kitchen. There I paused again. Should I take a butcher knife with me? No, I won't do that, I answered myself resolutely and started for the cellar stairs. For the third time came the knocking. Glancing to right and left, my back against the dark, I crept down, reached the refrigerator, broke off some chunks of ice with trembling hands, put them in a bowl, steeled myself while I chopped them into still finer pieces, and set out on the return, my feet much lighter going up than down. I had been away only a brief while altogether, but the patient, for no apparent cause, had had a hemorrhage and died in a few minutes. Many times after that, I heard these nocturnal sounds, usually overhead. They began to seem more like footsteps, tap, 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 very quick and a bit muffled. Soon I was not sleeping well in the daytime. One morning I asked at breakfast table, who was walking around last night. I wasn't, not one, certainly not me, came a chorus. What makes you think someone was up? I distinctly heard footsteps the full length of the third floor. What time? Around 4 o'clock. But nobody admitted to having been up. Then one of you must have been walking in your sleep, I insisted. The nurse who had preceded me on night duty timidly contributed. I always heard somebody. I didn't want to say anything about it for fear you'd think I was queer. Towards morning of the very next night, when I was in the second floor ward, I heard the patter again above my head. I ran upstairs to the nurses' quarters as fast as I could and looked down the corridor. Every door was tight shut. I tore down 2 flights to the first floor. The noise came once more above me. Back to the second floor. All patients were in their beds. I asked the only wakeful one, "Did you get up just now?" "No." "Did anybody else get up?" "No." Some nights went by quietly, but I heard the noises often enough to become truly concerned for fear I might be imagining things. I said to one of the older nurses, "I am going to wake you up and see whether you hear them too." 53, "I'll sit up with you," she offered. "No, I'll call you. They never come until almost morning." The next time, at the first tap, I hurried to her room, shook her awake, led her to the floor below. "There, do you hear it?" Her expression was confirmation enough. Leaving her, I raced down another flight and waited. In a moment the tap, 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 tap came again from overhead. Up I went. She said she had heard it all right, but it had come from over her head. At least my senses were not playing me tricks. My accounts were given greater credence, and other nurses sometimes interrupted their slumbers to listen. One of my companions told a young and intelligent doctor on the staff that I had better be taken off night duty before I had a nervous breakdown. Though he thought this was girlish nonsense, he could see I was being seriously affected, and anyhow the strain of 3 continuous months at such a hard task was far too much. Another nurse relieved me. After my second glandular operation, I was placed in one of the private rooms on the upper floor. I had not come through very well, and this same doctor remained in the hospital all night to be on call. Being restless, I woke up, only to hear the identical noises which had haunted me for so long. I called him and exclaimed, "There it is. Don't you hear it?" He did, but confidently he strode upstairs to the nurse's floor. I knew he would find nothing. When he came back, I asked, "Did you see anyone?" No, apparently everybody was asleep. I looked in all the rooms. Immediately the raps came again. He moved a little faster to get downstairs. In a few minutes he put his head back in the door. "You're in bed. You haven't been up." I assured him I had not moved, knowing well he must have heard them as always I had from above. Though still believing somebody was walking around the place, the doctor by this time was determined to get to the bottom of the mystery and returned every night for a week. But the sound was a will-o'-the-wisp. He never could catch up with it. He was so eager to exhaust every possibility that he even brought the matter before 50 for the board. One of them patronizingly explained that it was probably the echo from some rat in the walls. They were in the habit of dismissing thus lightly the superstitions which clung about the old house. The doctor continued his detective work until one day he appeared in great good humor. From the rear windows he pointed to the roof which rose beyond the high back wall. "I've found it. That stable is built on the same timbers as this house. When some horse grows restless towards morning he stamps, and the vibration is carried through them underground to this building." Now do you believe in ghosts? Life was by no means so serious as all the sounds. Amelia had followed me into the hospital, and we continued our gay times together. For that matter, nursing itself often presented amusing aspects. The supply of registered nurses was very small, and in our last year of training we were sent out on private cases, thus seeing both the highlights and lowlights of life, which prepared us well in experience. One which had romantic overtones took place immediately after Howard Willett had transferred his house party from Aiken, South Carolina, to Jedney Farms Manor in White Plains. The indisposition of young Eugene Sugney Raynal was pronounced scarlet fever. The contagion began spreading among the guests and servants, and Dr. Julius Schmid, old and honored, a noteworthy figure in the community and also our chief of staff, detailed 3 of us nurses for service there, practically turning the place into a hospital for 5 weeks. My special charge was Adelaide Fitzgerald, Raynol's fiancée, but as necessity arose, we shifted around. Raynol's condition grew steadily worse. One morning at daybreak, when the patient was almost in a coma, Dr. Schmid sent for the priest to administer extreme unction and said to me, "You'd better get Miss Fitzgerald and tell her there's very little hope." She knelt by his bed. "Jean," she called to him, "Jean, we're going to be married right now." Raynol was as near death as a man could be, but her voice reached into his subconscious and summoned him back. Another nurse and I, 55, hastily called upon to act as bridesmaids, stood in starched and rustling white beside the bed. It was extraordinary to watch. Raynol seemed to shake himself alive until he was conscious enough to respond "I do" to the priest, who had arrived to perform quite a different office. As an anticlimax to all the excitement, and to my intense disgust, I myself came down with a mild attack of scarlet fever. I was so embarrassed that I went right on working and did not take to my bed until I actually began to peel. My usual cases offered drama of another sort. Often I was called in the middle of the night on a maternity case, perhaps 10 miles away from the hospital, where I had to sterilize the water and boil the forceps over a wood fire in the kitchen stove, while the doctor scrubbed up as best he could. Many times labor terminated before he could arrive, and I had to perform the delivery by myself. To see a baby born is one of the greatest experiences that a human being can have. Birth to me has always been more awe-inspiring than death. As often as I have witnessed the miracle, held the perfect creature with its tiny hands and tiny feet, each time I have felt as though I were entering a cathedral with prayer in my heart. There is so little knowledge in the world compared with what there is to know. Always I was deeply affected by the trust patients, rich or poor, male or female, old or young, placed in their nurses. When we appeared, they seemed to say, "Ah, here is someone who can tell us." Mothers asked me pathetically, plaintively, hopefully, "Miss Higgins, what should I do not to have another baby right away?" I was at a loss to answer their intimate questions, and passed them along to the doctor, who more often than not snorted, "She ought to be ashamed of herself to talk to a young girl about things like that." All such problems were thus summarily shoved aside. We had one woman in our hospital who had had several miscarriages and 6 babies, each by a different father. Doctors and nurses knew every time she went out that she would soon be back again, but it was not their business or anybody's business. It was just natural. To be polished off neatly, the nurses in training were assigned to one of the larger city hospitals in which to work during the last 3 or 6 months of our course. Mine was the Manhattan Eye and Ear 56 at 41st Street and Park Avenue, across the street from the Murray Hill Hotel, and I welcomed the chance to see up-to-date equipment and clockwork discipline. My new environment was considerably less harsh and intense, more comfortable and leisurely. At one of the frequent informal dances held there, my doctor partner received a message, not a call, but a caller. His architect wanted to go over blueprints with him. "Come along," he invited. "See whether you think my new house is going to be as fine as I do." The architect was introduced. "This is William Sanger." The 3 of us bent over the plans. The doctor was the only one unaware of the sudden electric quality of the atmosphere. At 7:30 the next morning, when I went out for my usual constitutional, Bill Sanger was on the doorstep. He had that type of romantic nature which appealed to me, and had been waiting there all night. We took our walk together that day and regularly for many days thereafter, learning about each other, exploring each other's minds, and discovering a community of ideas and ideals. His fineness fitted in with my whole destiny, if I can call it such, just as definitely as my hospital training. I found Bill's mother a lovely person, artistic, musical, and highly cultured. His father had been a wealthy sheep rancher in Australia. When you travel anywhere from there, you practically have to go round the world, and on his way to San Francisco, he had passed through Central Europe. In a German town, he had fallen in love with the mayor's youngest daughter, then only 14. When she was of marriageable age, he had returned for her, and it was from this talented mother that Bill had derived his fondness for music and desire to paint. Bill was an architect only by profession. He was pure artist by temperament. Although his heart was not in mechanical drawing, he did it well. Stanford White once told me he was one of the 6 best draftsmen in New York. He confided to me his dream of eventually being able to leave architecture behind and devote himself to painting, particularly murals. I had instilled in me a feeling for the natural relationship between color and symmetry of line, and sympathized not merely with his aspirations, but was intensely proud of his work. Someday we were going to be married, and as soon as we had saved 57 enough, we would go to Paris, whither the inspiration of the great French painters was summoning artists from all over the world. These plans were nebulous and had nothing to do with my abrupt departure from New York. One afternoon, about 4 o'clock, I was standing under a skylight putting drops in the eyes of a convalescent patient. Unexpectedly, inexplicably, the glass began to fall apart. Almost by instinct, I pulled my patient under the lintel of the door. A great blast followed and pandemonium was let loose. The ruined skylight went crashing down the stairs. Plaster and radiators tumbled from the walls. Doors fell out, windows cracked. I rushed to the bed of the man who needed my first attention. He had been operated on for a cataract only a few hours previously, and my orders had been not to let him move too soon, lest the fluid in his eye run out and damage his sight permanently. But he with the other terrified patients was already on his feet. Rounding up all those under my care and checking their names took several minutes, and while I was still trying to quiet them, ambulances from other hospitals came clanging up. By the time I had ushered my charges down to the ground floor, a way had been cleared through the debris of fallen brick and wood. Since mine were not stretcher cases, I was able to crowd 10 of them into one ambulance, and we were taken to the New York hospital. Not until I had them all safely installed did I learn what had happened to our building. A tremendous explosion in the New Park Avenue subway had practically demolished it, and it had to be evacuated. I returned to White Plains, where Bill came up frequently to see me. On one of our rambles, he idly pulled at some vines on a stone wall, and then, with his hands, tilted my face for a kiss. The next morning, to my mortification, 4 telltale finger marks were outlined on my cheek by poison ivy blisters. The day after that, my face was swollen so that my eyes were tight shut, and I was sick for 2 months. Since my training was finished, I was sent home to convalesce. Chapter 5. Corals to Cut Life Upon. For a while I stayed at Corning, and then went back to New York to start nursing in earnest. On one of my free afternoons in August, Bill and I went for a drive, and he suggested we stop in at the house of a friend of his who was a minister. All had been prepared. License and rice were waiting. And so we were married. The first year is half taken up with love and half with planning a future together which is to endure forever. These dreams feed youthful ambitions, but they seldom can come true in their entirety. In our case, the obstacles arose with undue speed. I was not well. I was paying the cost of long hours in Mother's closely confined room and of continuous overwork in the hospital. Medical advice was to go west to live, but I would not go without Bill, and he had a commission which kept him in New York. Accordingly, I was packed off to a small semi-sanitarium near Saranac, where the great Dr. Trudeau, specialist in pulmonary tuberculosis, was consulted. Existence there was depressing. A man might be talking to me one day, full of life and spirit and hope, and the next morning not appear. The dead were ordinarily removed in the quiet of the night, and the doctors made no comment. In this gloomy environment I rested, preparing myself for motherhood. The flood of treatises on child psychology had not yet started, and even the books on the care and feeding of infants were few. But I read whatever I could. Just before it was time for the baby to be born, I returned to the little apartment on St. Nicholas Avenue at 149th Street, then practically suburban. Taking every precaution, we had engaged 4 doctors in a row. Dr. Schmid had said he would perform the ceremony unless it came at night, in which case his assistant would have to take charge. The assistant had provided that, if he were not available, his assistant would be on call, and this assistant had another assistant to assist him. When towards 3 o'clock one morning, I felt the first thin, fine pains of warning, Bill tried one after the other of our obstetricians. Not one could be located. He had to run around the corner to the nearest general practitioner. Due almost as much to this young doctor's inexperience as to my physical state, the ordeal was unusually hard, but the baby Stuart, given Amelia's family name, was perfectly healthy, strong, and sturdy. I looked upon this as a victory, although it was only partial because I had to go right back to the mountains. It was a wrench to leave again so soon and at such a time, but I could not believe it would be for long. With Stuart and a nurse, I took rooms in a friendly farmhouse near a small Adirondack village. I did not want the baby in the midst of sick people, and moreover, I was not welcome at Saranac itself, since Dr. Trudeau did not like to have in-residence patients whose illness had progressed beyond a certain stage. One of the most important parts of the treatment was stuffing with food. I was being filled with the then recognized remedy, creosote, and gulped capsule after capsule, which broke my appetite utterly. Still, I had to pour down milk and swallow eggs, and always I had to rest and rest and rest. At the end of 8 months, I was worse instead of better, and had no interest in living. Nan and Bill's mother were summoned, and 2 of Dr. Trudeau's associates came to see me. They advised that I should go nearer Saranac and be separated from all personal responsibilities. "What would you yourself like to do?" they asked. "Nothing." "Where would you like to go?" "Nowhere." 60. Would you like to have the baby sent to your brother, or would you rather have your mother-in-law take it? "I don't care." To every suggestion, I was negative. I was not even interested in my baby. The 2 doctors left. The younger, however, apparently not satisfied with the professional attitude, returned almost immediately, not so much in a medical capacity as one of anxious friendliness. I was still sitting in the same state of listlessness. He laid his hand on my shoulder quietly, but I had all the feeling of being violently shaken. "Don't be like this," he exclaimed. "Don't let yourself get into such a mental condition. Do something, want something, y'all never get well if you keep on this way." I could not sleep that night. I had been rudely jolted from my stupor by the understanding doctor. Obviously, preparations were being made for a lingering illness which would terminate in death. But if I had to die, I would rather be with those I loved than disappear in the night, as a part of the cold routine. As the first glimmer of dawn appeared through the curtains, I got up and stared at the steadily ticking clock. It was not yet 5. I dressed quickly, then tiptoed into the bedroom where the nurse and baby were slumbering soundly. I roused her and told her to pack up. We were going back to New York. She looked up in drowsy dismay, but obeyed meekly. The farmer hitched up his horse, and we jogged along all the way to the station in the early summer morning, bright with sunshine and cheery with birds. Bill was waiting at the Grand Central Terminal, quite naturally perplexed. He had that morning received 2 telegrams, one saying I was to be removed to Saranac at once, pending his approval as to the care of the baby by relatives, and the other from me asking him to meet me because I was coming home. I told him as best I could the reasons for my sudden decision. Though I probably sounded incoherent, he understood, and instead of scolding, soothed me tenderly and exclaimed, "You did just the right thing. I won't let you die. And don't make me eat, don't even mention food to me." He promised to let me have my own way. At the small family hotel in Yonkers in which we settled, I lived 61 pretty much by myself, keeping the baby and everyone else away from me. I had by now learned the dangers of contact in spreading tuberculosis. Once free from the horrors of invalidism and comforted by love and devotion, I began to regain a normal interest in life, and by the end of 3 weeks had recovered from my hysterical rejection of food. As soon as I was strong enough, we started to explore Westchester County for a home site. We wanted something more than a mere house. We wanted space, we wanted a view, we wanted a garden. At Hastings-on-Hudson, we found what we sought. There on 50 acres of hillside overlooking the river, about 10 families, doctors, teachers, college professors, scientists had combined to construct the sort of dwellings they liked in the environment they considered best suited for their children. We too had in mind a family and a comfortable, serene, suburban existence, and we joined this Columbia colony, as it was called, renting a small cottage until we could build our own. The other wives and I spent our afternoons conferring over the momentous problems of servants, gardens, and schools. If we went to town, we took the children with us, fitting them with special shoes at Coward's, introducing them to museums, libraries, or art galleries. Life centered around them. When Stuart and his little friends began to ask questions, "Where do babies come from?" I collected them and tried to answer, using the simple phenomena of nature as illustrations: flowers, frogs, fish, and animals. I still consider this approach has its place with many children, although modern sex educationists may smile at this method, thinking it old-fashioned. None of the colony played cards. Instead, the women formed a literary club where we read papers on George Eliot, Browning, and Shakespeare, as well as on some current authors, and we had occasional political discussions. Out of this grew the Women's Club of Hastings. It was all very pleasant, and at first I was busy and contented. The endless details of housekeeping did not seem to me drudgery. Conquering minor crises was exciting. Though I was never slavishly domestic, I was inclined to be slavishly maternal. Bill was a devoted husband. He took care of me in the little way starting for the 62 train and coming back to put his head in the door and call, "It's awfully cold. Don't go out without your wrap." Or, if it were hot, he offered, "Give me your list and I'll send up the groceries." I was again leading the life of an artist's family. Bill was a hard worker. I can rarely remember one evening of just reading together. I did the reading and he drew or painted. But I was never quite sure whether we were rich or poor. He possessed the finest qualities of creative genius, and with them some of its limitations and liabilities. When he was paid for a big commission, he brought me orchids and embroidered Japanese robes which I had no occasion to wear, and filled the house with luxuries. This did not go with my practical sense. If the grocery account were long unpaid, I protested, "They're beautiful." "Thank you, but can we afford them?" "Certainly," and out of his pocket came tickets for the opera or theater, his chief pleasures. "But we shouldn't," I remonstrated as I ruffled a sheaf of bills before him. "Nevertheless, we used the tickets. Every architect wants to embody his ideas at least once in his own home. Ours was modern in its square simplicity and unadorned surfaces of stuccoed hollow tile, even being called a show house. People came from afar to study it. It was designed to have a large nursery opening on a veranda overlooking the Hudson, a studio, a bath with each bedroom, fireplaces everywhere, and one especially capacious in the big library. From this room, the open stairway, forking at the lower landing with a few steps leading down into the kitchen, reached up the wall to the second story. The house took long to complete, but it was fun. The moment Bill finished his work in New York, he was back at it. Theoretically, he supervised at night, and the builder built by day. But when an arch did not turn out to be a perfect arch, seizing an axe, he chopped out part of it, usually pounding his fingers in the process. The neighbors, careful of their pennies, held their ears at the clatter and clamor and exclaimed, "There goes another partition." When the contractor returned in the morning, he found his previous day's work demolished. Some portions were entirely done over 2 or 3 times. The color on the woodwork we applied ourselves by artificial light, plumped on our knees or stretching high overhead. If the effect were wrong, we had to match it all up again. Evening after evening, we labored on the rose window, which was to crown with radiance the head of the staircase. Far into the night we leaded and welded together every glowing petal. Our fingers were cut, our nerves were irritated, our eyes fatigued. But tireless love went into the composition of this rose window, which symbolized the stability of our future. We were aiming at permanence and security, and our efforts seemed to be fused into indestructible unity. It was our keystone of beauty. After the tedious worrying over details, we suddenly became too impatient to wait anymore, and in spite of the raw condition of the house, late one February afternoon of half-sleet, half-rain, a moving van pulled up to our front door. Through the semi-twilight boxes, crates and barrels were carted in. The 4-year-old Stuart was not well. We put him early to bed, and Bill stirred up a roaring fire in the furnace against the increasing cold. Then with hammer and claw, we turned to our treasures, which we had not seen for such a time. It was like opening packages on Christmas morning. We had almost forgotten the tapestry Mary had sent from Persia, the rug from Egypt, Bill's paintings. "What's in this box?" "Oh, look here, see what I've found." A flood of color inundated us. We tried out their warmth against our immaculate walls and floors. I was carrying my second baby and was tired hours before I wanted to stop. As I climbed up to bed, I gazed down happily on the litter below. Some time later, I heard dimly through my sleep a pounding, and woke to realize it was the German maid at the door, crying, "Madam, come, fire in the big stove." We jumped out of bed. Acrid smoke was in our nostrils, and we were swept by the horror of fire by night. Bill shouted to me, "Get right out. I've got to give the alarm." Away he rushed in his pajamas. There was no telephone within half a mile. I seized Stuart from his crib, bedclothes and all. This took only a few seconds, but the kitchen was already ablaze and flames were leaping up the staircase. I pulled the blanket over his 64 head and started cautiously down, hugging the outer side. The blistering treads crunched as they gave under my feet, but did not collapse until I had reached the smoke-filled library. The family across the street welcomed us in. When I had tucked Stuart into an impromptu bed, I went to watch. Not merely was the fire engine trying to get up the icy hill, 2 steps forward and 1 back, but the whole village was accompanying it to help organize a bucket brigade. The clouds had cleared, and the bright moon was shining on the strange scene. The weather had turned much colder, and the rain had frozen into crystals, which glittered on the branches of trees and shrubbery. It was unbelievably fantastic, and in that unreal setting the flames, as though directed by devilish intent, spurted only through our prized rose window. I stood silently regarding the result of months of work and love slowly disintegrate. Petal by petal it succumbed to the licking tongues of fire. One by one they fell into the gray-white snow. Fitting them together had taken so long, now relentlessly they were being pulled apart. A thing of beauty had perished in a few moments. It was as though a chapter of my life had been brought to a close, and I was neither disappointed nor regretful. On the contrary, I was conscious of a certain relief, of a burden lifted. In that instant, I learned the lesson of the futility of material substances. Of what great importance were they spiritually if they could go so quickly? Pains, thirsts, heartaches could be put into the creation of something external which in one sweep could be taken from you. With the destruction of the window, my scale of suburban values was consumed. I could never again pin my faith on concrete things. I must build on myself alone. I hoped I should continue to have lovely objects around me, but I could also be happy without them. The next day was filled with neighbors coming to condole and offer help, and with insurance adjusters peering about and questioning. They found the too heavy fire in the furnace had overheated the pipes around which the asbestos had not yet been wrapped. We lost a good deal because, although the house was covered, the insurance on the furniture had not been shifted to its new location. 65, and moreover, many of our possessions were irreplaceable, their worth having lain in the sentiment attached to them. A personal catastrophe may in the end prove to be a public benefit. People in the community are brought together in sympathy and learn by the experience of others how to protect themselves. After our mischance, every householder in Columbia colony began to look to his furnace and ensure his home. Our walls were fireproof, and much of the house could be saved, but it was really more disheartening than complete demolition would have been, for in the latter case, we could have started to rebuild from the beginning. I admired Bill greatly for the resolute way he set about the painful business again. He went over every inch here saying, "This board is all right," and they're tearing out black pieces of charred wood. It was a dirty job, but he stuck to it. Nevertheless, paint and stain as we would, we could not quite get rid of the unmistakable and ineradicable odor which clings around a burned building, almost like the smell of death. Next summer we moved in once more. But the house was never the same. Never could I recapture that first flush of joy. Grant, my second son, was born almost immediately. I loved having a baby to tend again, and wanted at least 4 more as quickly as my health would permit. I could not wait another 5 years. I yearned especially for a daughter, and 20 months later my wish came true. After Peggy's birth, the doctor went downstairs and saw Bill sitting in the library with Grant in his arms and tears welling from his eyes. "Why, what's the matter? There's a nice little girl upstairs." "I am thinking of this poor little boy. Margaret has wanted a girl so long no shall have no room in her heart for him." Bill's fears were groundless. Grant was not supplanted, but Peggy was so satisfactory a baby that I was not particularly disappointed when my illness cropped up again, and the doctor said my family must end at this point. I was quite content with things as they were. Even as a little fellow, the sandy-haired, square-built Stuart was practical, loved sports, and had a reasoning, logical mind, always experimenting with life as well as with mechanical things. A 66 thorough Higgins, he had to find out for himself and prove it. He used to stamp and scold when presented with a chore, such as mowing the lawn or bringing in wood for the fireplaces, but his rebellions were brief, and when he realized the inevitable, he turned it into a game. "Come on over," he hailed his friends. "We've lots to do. Let's get to it. We're going to have great fun." The other boys, taken in by his enthusiastic invitations, also believed that mowing the lawn or bringing in wood were among the best games invented. Grant was more self-conscious than Stuart and more inarticulate but more affectionate. He followed the baby Peggy slavishly. They were usually hand in hand, and Grant's darkness contrasted with her bright, blonde hair. From the time she could talk they referred to themselves as we. Peggy was the most independent child I have ever seen. At 3 she knew what she wanted and where she was going. She was vivacious, mischievous, laughing the embodiment of all my hopes in a daughter. Stuart typified the scientist, Grant the artist, Peggy the doer. It was maternally gratifying to wonder whether they would carry out these propensities in their later lives. I enjoyed my literary activities along with my children, and Bill encouraged me. "You go ahead and finish your writing. I'll get the dinner and wash the dishes." And what is more, he did it, drawing the shades, however, so that nobody could see him. He thought I should make a career of it instead of limiting myself to small-town interests. Both Bill and I were feeling what amounted to a world hunger, the pull and haul towards wider horizons. For him, Paris was still over the next hill. I was not able to express my discontent with the futility of my present course, but after my experience as a nurse with fundamentals, this quiet withdrawal into the tame domesticity of the pretty riverside settlement seemed to be bordering on stagnation. I felt as though we had drifted into a swamp, but we would not wait for the tide to set us free. It was hopeless to emphasize the importance of practical necessities to an artist, and consequently, I decided to resume nursing in 67 order to earn my share. We had spent years building our home and used it only for a brief while. I was glad to leave when, in one of our financial doldrums, we plunged back into the rushing stream of New York life. Chapter 6. Fanatics of their pure ideals. We took an apartment way uptown. It was the old-fashioned railroad type, big, high-ceilinged, with plenty of room, air, and light. The children's grandmother came to live with us, and her presence gave me ease of mind when I was called on a case. My children were utterly safe in her care. Headlong we dived into one of the most interesting phases of life the United States has ever seen. Radicalism in manners, art, industry, morals, politics was effervescing, and the lid was about to blow off in the Great War. John Spargo, an authority on Karl Marx, had translated Des Capital into English, thus giving impetus to socialism. Lincoln Steffens had published The Shame of the Cities. George Fitzpatrick had produced War, What For? A strange and wonderful arraignment of capitalism, which sold thousands of copies. The names of Cézanne, Matisse, and Picasso first became familiar sounds on this side of the Atlantic at the time of the notable Armory exhibition, when outstanding examples of Impressionist and Cubist painting were imported from Europe. But there was so much of eccentricity: a leg on top of a head, a hat on a foot, the nude descending a staircase, all in the name of art that you had to close one eye to look at it. The Armory vibrated, it shook New York. Although Bill had studied according to the old school, he could see the point of view of the radical in art, and in politics as well. 69, his attitude towards the underdog was much like father's. He had always been a socialist, although not active, and held his friend Eugene V. Debs in high esteem. A religion without a name was spreading over the country. The converts were liberals, socialists, anarchists, revolutionists of all shades. They were as fixed in their faith in the coming revolution as ever any primitive Christian in the immediate establishment of the kingdom of God. Some could even predict the exact date of its advent. At one end of the scale of rebels and scoffers were the pink parliamentarian socialists and theorists at whom anarchists hurled the insult bourgeois. At the other were the industrial workers of the world, the wobblies, advocating unionization of the whole industry rather than the craft or trade. This was to be brought about, if need be, by direct action. Almost without knowing it, you became a comrade. You could either belong to a group that believed civilization was to be saved by the vote and by protective legislation, or go further to the left and believe, with the anarchists, in the integrity of the individual, and that it was possible to develop human character to the point where laws and police were unnecessary. The mental stirring was such as to make a near renaissance. Everybody was writing on the nebulous new liberties. Practically always people could be found to support leaders or magazines, although many of the latter lived for hardly more than a single issue. Upton Sinclair was utilizing his gift for vivid expression and righteous wrath in trying to correct social abuses by the indirect but highly effective method of storytelling. The Jungle was a powerful expose of the capitalist meat industry responsible for the embalmed beef, which had poisoned American soldiers in '98. Courageous as he was yet mistrusted by the socialist old guard as being a silk hat radical who retained his bourgeois philosophy. Furthermore, he had been divorced, and divorce at that time was something of a scandal. Though anarchists minded such details not a whit, socialists were imbued with all the respectabilities. To most of these home-loving Germans, only the form of government needed change. In the United States, the party was trying to separate itself from this German influence, and the standard bearer of the American concept was the magnetic and beloved Debs. Not himself an intellectual, he did not need to be, he was intelligent. Risen as he had from the ranks of the railroad workers, he knew their hardships from experience. Though I am not sure he actually was tall, he gave the illusion of height because of his thinness and stooping shoulders. He was all flame, like a fire spirit. That was probably why the members of his coterie followed him so gladly. Our living room became a gathering place where liberals, anarchists, socialists, and one WWS could meet. These vehement individualists had to have an audience, preferably a small, intimate one. They really came to see Bill. I made the cocoa. I used to listen in, not at all sure my opinions would be accepted by this very superior group. When I did meekly venture something, I was quite likely to find myself on the opposite siderite in a left crowd and vice versa. Any evening you might find visitors from the Middle West being aroused by Jack Reed, bullied by Bill Haywood, led softly towards anarchist thought by Alexander Berkman. When throats grew dry and the flood of oratory waned, someone went out for hamburger sandwiches, hot dogs, and beer, paid for by all. The luxuriousness of the midnight repast depended upon the collection of coins tossed into the middle of the table, which consisted of about what everybody had in his pocket. These considerate friends never imposed a burden either of extra work or extra expense. In the kitchen, everyone sliced, buttered, opened cans. As soon as all were replenished, the conversation was resumed practically where it had left off. Both right-wingers and left-wingers, who ordinarily objected to those in between, loved Jack Reed, the master reporter, just out of Harvard. He refused to conform to the rule and road of either, though his natural inclination appeared to be more in harmony with direct action. Behind this most highly intellectual young man loomed an uncouth, stumbling, one-eyed giant with an enormous head, which he tended to hold on one side. Big Bill Haywood looked like a bull about 71 to plunge into an arena. He seemed always glancing warily this way, and that with his one eye, head slightly turned as though to get the view of you. His great voice boomed, his speech was crude, and so were his manners. His philosophy was that of the mining camps where he had spent his life. But I soon found out that for gentleness and sympathy he had not his equal. He was blunt because he was simple and direct. Though he was not tailor-made, he was custom-made. Because Big Bill's well-wishers saw so much that was fine in him, they wanted to smooth off the jagged edges. When they tried to polish his speeches, Jack Reed objected, saying, "Give him a free hand. He expresses what you and I think much more dramatically than we can. Don't try to stop him, we should encourage him." One of Big Bill's best friends, Jesse Ashley, was, without meaning to be, a taming influence. These two were the oddest combination in the world. Old Bill with his one eye, stubby, roughened fingernails, uncreased trousers, and shoddy clothes for which he refused to pay more than the minimum. Jesse with Boston accent and horn-rimmed glasses, a compromise between spectacles and lorgnette, from which dangled a black ribbon, the ultimate word in eccentric decoration. Jesse was one of the most conspicuous of the many men and women of long pedigree who were revolting against family tradition. She was the daughter of the president of the New York School of Law, and sister of its dean. When her brother had organized the first women's law class, she had been his pupil and later had become the first woman lawyer in New York City. Her peculiarly honest mind was tolerant towards others, but uncompromising towards herself. It was said of her truly that she was always in the forefront when it took courage to be there, always in the background when there was credit to be gained. A socialist in practice as well as theory, she spent large portions of her income in getting radicals out of jail, and her own legal experience she gave freely in their behalf. Nevertheless, her appearances at strike meetings were slightly uncomfortable. Class tension rose up in waves. Many others were trying to pull themselves out of the rut of tradition. Alexander Berkman, the gentle anarchist, understood them 72 all. He had just been freed after 14 years' imprisonment for his attempt to assassinate Henry Clay Frick during the Homestead Steel Strike of 1892. His emergence had stirred anarchism up again, and particularly its credo of pure individualism: to stand on your own and be yourself, never to have one person dictate to another, even parent to child. Berkman's appearance belied his reputation: blonde, blue-eyed, slightly built, with thinnish hair and sensitive, mobile face and hands. He was a thoughtful ascetic, believing sincerely that the quickest way to focus attention on social outrages was to commit some dramatic act, however violent or antipathetic it might be to his nature, and then suffer the consequences. He was not at all embittered by his sojourn in jail, and had a great sense of humor, coupled with his most extraordinary understanding of the strange congeries of people who were about to be melted down into his glowing crucible of truth. Elizabeth Gurley Flynn had made the transition from Catholicism, Jack Reed from being a Harvard man, Mabel Dodge from being a society matron. They all had to get over being class conscious, and acquire instead the consciousness of the class struggle. Berkman made friends with all, and when they were faced by problems apparently insurmountable, he advised them on their spiritual journey and supported and backed them. For this reason, he was beloved by all who encountered his most gracious charm. This was not the way of Emma Goldman, whose habit was to berate and lash with the language of scorn. She was never satisfied until people had arrived at her own doorstep and accepted the dogma she had woven for herself. Short, stocky, even stout, a true Russian peasant type, her figure indicated strength of body and strength of character, and this impression was enhanced by her firm step and reliant walk. Though I disliked both her ideas and her methods, I admired her. She was really like a spring housecleaning to the sloppy thinking of the average American. Our government suffered in the estimation of the liberal world when she and Berkman were expelled from the country. Of all the strange places for these diverse personalities to meet, none more strange could have been found than in Mabel Dodge's 73 salon, which burst upon New York like a rocket. Mabel belonged to one of the old families of Buffalo, but neither in thought nor action was she orthodox. Only in the luxurious appointments of her home did she conform. Among the sights and memories I shall never forget were her famous soirees at 9th Street and 5th Avenue. A certain one typical of all the others comes to mind. The whole gamut of liberalism had collected in her spacious drawing-room before an open fire. Cross-legged on the floor in the best bohemian tradition were wobblies with uncut hair, unshaven faces, leaning against valuable draperies. Their clothes may have been unkempt, but their eyes were ablaze with interest and intelligence. Each knew his own side of the subject as well as any scholar. You had to inform yourself to be in the liberal movement. Ideas were respected, but you had to back them up with facts. Expressions of mere emotion, unleashed from reason, could not be let loose to wander about. Listener more than talker, Mabel sat near the hearth, brown bangs outlining a white face, simply gowned in velvet, beautifully arched foot beating the air. For 2 hours I watched fascinatedly that silken ankle never ceasing its violent agitation. The topic of conversation turned out to be direct action. Big Bill was the figure of the evening, but everybody was looking for an opportunity to talk. Each believed he had a key to the gates of heaven, each was trying to convert the others. It could not exactly have been called a debate, because a single person held the floor as long as he could. Then, at one of his most effective periods, somebody else half rose and interposed, but the speaker hurried on. At his next telling sentence came other buts, until finally he was down by the weight of interruptions. In the end, conversions were nil. All were convinced beforehand either for or against, and I never knew them to shift ground. It is not hard to laugh about it now, but nobody could have been more serious and determined than we were in those days. Just before the argument reached the stage of fist fights, the big doors were thrown open, and the butler announced, "Madam, supper is served." Many of the boys had never heard those words, but one and all jumped up with alacrity from the floor, and discussion 74 was, for the moment at least, postponed. The wide, generous table in the dining room was burdened with beef, cold turkey, hot ham-hearty meat for hungry souls. On a side table were pitchers of lemonade, siphons, bottles of rye and scotch. Mabel never stirred while the banquet raged, but continued to sit, her foot still beating the air, and talked with the few who did not choose to eat. The class contrasts encountered in a gathering there were not unique. They were to be found elsewhere, even in matrimony. When the wealthy J.G. Phelps Stokes married Rose Pastor, the Russian Jewish cigar maker, both families felt equally outraged. He was practically sent to Coventry by his former associates, and the Jews regarded her as a renegade because she wore a silver cross about her neck. William English Walling, the last word in Newport, married Anna Strunsky, the last word in the Jewish intelligentsia, and himself became a leading literary critic on the radical side. Harvard had been turning out liberals by the dozen, and all of them were playing hob with accepted conventions in thought. One of these was Walter Lippmann, others were Norman Hapgood and his brother, Hutchins. Hutch was then working on the Globe, a paper which because of its broad editorial policy was preferred by many radicals to the Call. He stood by Bill Haywood and Emma Goldman, although he had much more to lose economically and socially than the outhanded Reds. The anarchists seldom initiated anything, because they did not have the personnel or the equipment, but when something else was started which appeared to have any good in it, they came right in. This they did with the Furrer School on 12th Street near 4th Avenue, in the founding of which Hutch, with the liberal journalist, Leonard Abbott, and the author, Manuel Comroff, were moving spirits. The object was to provide a form of education more progressive than that offered by the public schools. and its name was intended to perpetuate the memory of the recently martyred Spanish libertarian, Francisco Ferrer, who had established modern free schools in Spain in which science and evolution had been taught. Lola Ridge, intense rebel from Australia, was the organizing secretary. Robert Henry and George Bellows gave lessons in art, and 75 a young man named Will Durant was chosen to direct the younger children, combining in his teaching Froebel, Montessori, and other new methods. Under him we enrolled Stuart. Will Durant was of French-Canadian ancestry. His mother had worked hard to put him through a Jesuit seminary, but just before taking the vows, he had abandoned the priesthood. While he had been studying, he had read Krafft Ebing and Havelock Ellis, and was prepared to acquaint New York with the facts of sex psychology. Sitting nonchalantly to deliver his lectures, which evidenced scholarly background and research, he advanced to his small but serious audience practically the first public expression of this intimate subject. The young instructor created rather a problem for the directors by unexpectedly marrying a pupil, Ida Kaufman, commonly called Puck. I remember one Saturday when she was romping with Stuart, and my laundress said to her, "Why, you're so young to be married. Do you like it?" Puck replied, "Oh, I don't care, but I'd much rather play marbles." Intellectuals were then flocking to enlist under the flag of humanitarianism, and as soon as anybody evinced human sympathies, he was deemed a socialist. My own personal feelings drew me towards the individualist, anarchist philosophy, and I read Kropotkin, Bakunin, and Fourier, but it seemed to me necessary to approach the ideal by way of socialism. As long as the earning of food, clothing, and shelter was on a competitive basis, man could never develop any true independence. Therefore, I joined the Socialist Party Local No. 5, itself something of a rebel in the ranks, which, against the wishes of the central authority, had been responsible for bringing Bill Haywood east after his release from prison. The members Italian, Jewish, Russian, German, Spanish, a pretty good mixture used the rooms over a neighborhood shop as a meeting place, and there they were to be found every evening reading and discussing politics. Somebody had donated a sum of money to be spent to interest women in socialism. As proof that we were not necessarily like the masculine, aggressive, bulldog, window-smashing suffragettes in England, I, an American and a mother of children, was selected 76 to recruit new members among the clubs of working women. The Scandinavians, who had a housemaids' union, were the most satisfactory. They already leaned towards liberalism. Grant, who was as yet too young to go to school, wholeheartedly disapproved of my political activities. Once when I was about to depart for the evening, he climbed up on my lap and said, "Are you going to a meeting?" "Yes." "A socialist meeting?" "Yes." "Oh, I hate socialism." Everybody else was amused when the Sangers went to a socialist meeting. If I had an idea, I leaned over and whispered it to Bill, who waved his hand and called for attention. "Margaret has something to say on that. Have you heard Margaret?" Many men might have labeled my opinions silly, and indeed, I was not at all sure of them myself, but Bill thought if I had one, it was worth hearing. John Block and his wife, Anita, were ardent workers for the cause. She was a grand person, a Barnard graduate and editor of the Woman's Page of the Call. She telephoned me one evening, "Will you help me out? We have a lecture scheduled for tonight and our speaker is unable to come. Want you take her place?" "But I can't speak. I've never made a speech in my life." "Y'all simply have to do it. There isn't anybody I can get, and I am depending on you." "How many will be there?" I asked. "Only about 10. You've nothing to be frightened of." But I was frightened thoroughly so. I could not eat my supper. Shaking and quaking, I faced the little handful of women who had come after their long working hours for enlightenment. Since I did not consider myself qualified to speak on labor, I switched the subject to health, with which I was more familiar. This, it appeared, was something new. They were pleased and said to Anita, "Let's have more health talks." The second time we met, the audience had swelled to 7 to 5, and arrangements were made to continue the lectures, if such they could be called, which I prepared while my patients slept. The young mothers in the group asked so many questions about their intimate family life that I mentioned it to Anita. "Just the thing," she said. "Write up your answers and we'll try them out in the call." The result was the first composition I had ever done for publication, a series under the general title, "What Every Mother Should Know." I attempted, as I had with the Hastings children, to introduce the impersonality of nature in order to break through the rigid consciousness of sex on the part of parents, who were inclined to be too intensely personal about it. Then Anita requested a second series to be called What Every Girl Should Know. The motif was, if the mother can impress the child with the beauty and wonder and sacredness of the sex function, she has taught it the first lesson. These articles ran along for 3 or 4 weeks, until one Sunday morning, I turned to the call to see my precious little effort, and instead, encountered a newspaper box 2 columns wide in which was printed in black letters. What Every Girl Should Know. N. O. T. Late. I. N. J. By order of the Post Office Department. The words gonorrhea and syphilis had occurred in that article, and Anthony Comstock, head of the New York Society for the Suppression of Vice, did not like them. By the so-called Comstock Law of 1873, which had been adroitly pushed through a busy Congress 78 on the eve of adjournment, the Post Office had been given authority to decide what might be called lewd, lascivious, indecent, or obscene, and this extraordinary man had been granted the extraordinary power, alone of all citizens of the United States, to open any letter or package or pamphlet or book passing through the mails, and if he wished, lay his complaint before the post office. So powerful had his society become that anything to which he objected in its name was almost automatically barred. He had turned out to be sole censor for 90 million people. During some 40 years, Comstock had been damming the rising tide of new thought, thereby causing much harm, and only now was his hopeless contest against September morn making him absurd and an object of ridicule. But at this same time, also John 500. Rockefeller, Jr., was organizing the Bureau of Social Hygiene, in part to educate the working public regarding what were politely termed social evils. A fine start was being made, although no surveys had been completed. Lacking data, lecturers had to speak in generalities. Nevertheless, to me, who had sat through hours of highly academic exposition expressed in cultivated tones, their approach seemed timorous and their words disguised with verbiage. I saw no reason why these facts could not be given in a few minutes in language simple enough for anyone to understand. When my series was finished, it was printed in pamphlet form. I sent a copy to Dr. Prince Morrow of the Bureau, asking for his opinion and any corrections he might suggest for the next edition. To my delight, he replied he would like to see it spread by the million. The Bureau had names and backing, but was not proceeding very fast towards educating working people regarding venereal disease. The articles in the call, on the other hand, were reaching this same class by the thousandth. The one which mentioned syphilis was suppressed. I continued assiduously to write pieces for the call. One of these reported the laundry strike in New York City in the winter of 1912, unauthorized by Samuel Gompers and his American Federation of Labor, which claimed it alone had the right to declare strikes. To get the details, I went into the houses of the Irish Amazons, who with their husbands had walked out without being called out, simply 79, because they could not stand it any longer. They were the hardest worked, the poorest paid, had the most protracted and irregular hours of any union members. One man described his typical day. He rose at 5, had 10 minutes for lunch, less for supper, and dragged himself home at 11 at night. I was glad they had the courage to rebel, and it took courage to be a picket getting up so early on bitterly cold mornings and waiting to waylay the strikebreakers and argue with them. The police were ready to pounce when the boss pointed out the ringleaders. This was the only time I came in contact with men and women on strike together. I could see the men had 2 things in their minds: one economic $2 extra wage and the shorter hours they might win, the other political coming of the social revolution. The women really cared for neither of these. Dominating each was the relationship between her husband, her children, and herself. She might complain of being tired and not having enough money, but always she connected both with too many offspring. Some of the strikers thought I might help them out, but I was not at all sure I believed either in direct action or legislation as a remedy for their difficulties. This lack of conviction prevented me from having the necessary force to aid them organize themselves, and in such an emergency, a forceful leader was called for. The night of their rally I was amazed at the complete confusion. Anybody could speak and was doing so. I felt helpless in the midst of this chaos, and distressed at their helplessness. But I knew the person who could manage the situation effectively, and so I sent for Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, a direct actionist identified with the one. W.W. Her father, Tom Flynn, a labor organizer, was the same type of philosophical rebel as my father, long on conversation but short on work. Elizabeth had been out in the logging camps of the West, where she had won the complete adoration of the lumberjacks. At her tongue's end were the words and phrases they understood, and she knew exactly the right note to stir them. Elizabeth stood on the platform, dramatically beautiful with her black hair and deep blue eyes, her cream-white complexion set off 80 by the flaming scarf she always wore about her throat. Nothing if not outspoken, she started by saying it was folly for the strikers to give up their bread and butter by walking out. They could achieve their ends more quickly if they threw hypothetical sabots into the machinery. If a shirt comes in from a man who wears size 15, send him back an 18. Replace a dress shirt with a blue denim. That's what the laundry workers of France did, and brought the employers to their knees. The audience was being held spellbound by this instruction in the fine art of sabotage when some of Gomper's strong-arm men appeared, and the battle was on. They tramped up on the stage, moved furniture and chairs about, made so much noise Elizabeth's voice could not be heard, and finally ejected some of her sympathizers. It was probably better in the end that the American Federation of Labor eventually took the laundry workers under its wing, because the 1WW was not an organized body, but merely an agitational force which scarcely had the necessary strength to lead a successful strike in New York City. Its influence in Lawrence, Massachusetts, was far more potent. Joe Etter, once bootblack in California with Arturo Giovannitti, scholar, idealist, poet, and editor of Il Proletario, had been stirring up the unorganized textile strikers with impassioned eloquence. So compelling were the words of these two that workers of 7 nationalities, chiefly Italian, had walked out spontaneously. The accidental shooting of a girl picket provided an excuse, far-fetched as it may seem, to jail the firebrands, Etter and Giovannitti, who were charged with being accessories before the fact, which meant they were accused of having known beforehand she was going to be shot by the police, and were, therefore, responsible. Now the strikers had martyrs, and the 1WW heroes of the West poured in to help. Bill Haywood, William E. Trotman of the United Brewery Workers, Carlo Tresca, editor and owner of an Italian paper in New York, contributed to put on the biggest show the East had ever seen: parades, banners, songs, speeches. The entire Italian population of America was aroused. These were then a people unto themselves. For much longer than the 281 generations customary among other immigrant races, they retained their habits, traditions, and language, ate their own type of food, and read their own newspapers. Italians in New York who were in accord with the strikers decided on a step, novel in this country, although it had been tried in Italy and Belgium. The primary reason for the failure of all labor rebellions was the hunger cries of the babies. If they were only fed, the strikers could usually last out. It was determined to bring the children of the textile workers to New York, where they could be taken care of until the issue was settled. This resolution was made without knowing how many there might be. Provision would be forthcoming somehow. Again, because I was an American, a nurse, and reputed to be sympathetic to their cause and the cause of children, the committee asked me with John Di Gregorio and Carrie Giovannitti to fetch the youngsters. As soon as I agreed, telephone calls were put through to Lawrence, and a delegate took the midnight train to make the preliminary arrangements. We found the boys and girls gathered in a Lawrence public hall, and before we started, I insisted on physical examinations for contagious diseases. One, though ill with diphtheria, had been working up to the time of the strike. Almost all had adenoids and enlarged tonsils. Each, without exception, was incredibly emaciated. Our 119 charges were of every age, from babies of 2 or 3 to older ones of 12 to 13. Although the latter had been employed in the textile mills, their garments were simply worn to shreds. Not a child had on any woolen clothing whatsoever, and only 4 wore overcoats. Never in all my nursing in the slums had I seen children in so ragged and deplorable a condition. The February weather was bitter, and we had to run them to the station. There the parents, with tears in their eyes and gratitude in their hearts, relinquished their shivering offspring. The wind was even icier when we reached Boston, and money was scarce. I had only enough for railroad fares and none for chartering buses or hiring taxis. Consequently, again we had to scurry on foot from the north to the south station. But once more on the train, great was the enthusiasm of the boys and girls, who entertained 82 themselves by singing the Marseillaise and the Internationale. All knew the words as well as the tunes, though the former might be in Polish, Hungarian, French, German, Italian, and even English. The children who sang those songs are now grown up. I wonder how they regard the present state of the world. As we neared New York, I began to worry about our arrival. We were all weary. Would preparations have been made to feed this hungry mob and house it for the night? But I should have trusted the deep feeling and the dramatic instinct of the Italians. Thousands of men and women were waiting. As my assistants and I left the train, looking like three Pied Pipers followed by our ragged cohorts, the crowd pushed through the police lines, leaped the ropes, caught up the children as they came, and hoisted them to their shoulders. I was seized by both arms and I, too, had the illusion of being swept from the ground. The committee had secured permission to parade to Webster Hall near Union Square. Our tired feet fell into the rhythm of the band. As we swung along singing, laughing, crying, big banners bellying and torches flaring, sidewalk throngs shouted and whistled and applauded. At Webster Hall supper was ready in plentiful quantity. Many of our small guests were so unused to sitting at table that they did not know how to behave. Like shy animals, they tried to take cover, carrying their plates to a chair, a box, anything handy. Almost all snatched at their food with both fists and stuffed it down, they were so hungry. Socialists had not initiated this fight, but they were in it. Many had come to offer shelter for the duration of the strike, perhaps 6 weeks, perhaps 6 months, perhaps a year, with visions in their minds of beautiful, starried, helpless little ones. Instead, they were presented with bedraggled urchins, many of whom had never seen a toothbrush. But they rallied round magnificently. I cannot speak too highly of them. It was a responsibility to apportion the children properly, but I had willing and intelligent help. The Poles had sent a Polish delegate, the French had sent a French delegate, and so on, in order that all might be placed in homes where they could be understood. 83 Luckily, several families were willing to take more than one child, so that we were usually able to keep brother and sister together. Each, before it was handed over, was given a medical examination. The temporary foster parents had to promise to write the real parents, and also to send a weekly report to the committee of how their charges were getting on. The tabulation was thorough, and not until 4 in the morning did the last of us go to bed. The next week, 92 more children were brought down, but I had no part in this, because I was on a case. Hysteria had now risen to such a height that some of the parents at the Lawrence station were beaten and arrested by the police. Victor Berger of Wisconsin, the only socialist member of Congress, asked for an investigation of circumstances leading up to the walkout. Although I had not been identified with it, he requested me to be present at the hearings. When Gompers testified, he literally shook with rage, and it seemed to me he was about to have apoplexy. The mill owners charged that the whole affair had been staged solely for notoriety, and that the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children should step in. Unfortunately, the witnesses for the strikers were not well documented. When it was obvious that the Congressional Committee was not receiving the correct impression, Berger asked me to take the stand and describe the condition of the children as I had seen them. Writing up statistics on hospital reports had given me the habit of classification. I was able from my brief notes to answer every question as to their nationalities, their ages, their weights, the number of those without underclothes and without overcoats. Senator Warren Gamaliel Harding led the inquiry, and I could see he was in sympathy with my vehement replies. The publicity had been so well managed by the Italians and their leaders that popular opinion turned in favor of the strikers, and they eventually won. At the end of March, the little refugees, who had endeared themselves to their foster parents, went back to the mill district. It was hard to recognize the same children of 6 weeks before, plumped up and dressed in new clothes. In November, Etter and Giovannitti were acquitted. The Patterson silk strike of the next year, in which the workers were again predominantly Italian, may have been as important as the one at Lawrence, but it was by no means so obviously dramatic. Patterson was a gloomy city, and as a river, the Passaic was sadder than the Merrimack. Though the leadership was far more cohesive, caution was evidenced on every hand. Its chief interest to me lay in Bill Haywood's participation. At Lawrence, he had only been one of the committee, whereas at Patterson he was in charge for the first time in the East. Always before he had advised strikers to take it on the chin and not be too gentle in hitting back. But here, before 10,000 crowding up to the rostrum, I heard him warn, "Keep your hands in your pockets, men, and nobody can say you are shooting." An American was apt to be at a disadvantage in handling foreigners, particularly when they felt aggrieved. They objected to his manner of going about things, so different from their own, and he, on the other hand, could not fully understand their psychology, and had the added obstacle of being compelled to work through an intermediary in language. At Patterson, the Italian groups were not behind Bill. As soon as he began to temper his language and sound a more wary note of advice, his aunt's faithful adherents repudiated him. His clarion call of hands in the pockets, which was intended to create favorable popular opinion by proving them good boys, had actually tied their hands, and detectives beat and bullied them just the same. The public was not impressed, and they were resentful. They claimed he did not have the old fighting spirit he had shown when directing the miners of the West. He was getting soft. He was a sick man. Although he had actually progressed tactically and left them where they were, from that time on he lost his power of leadership. Following the method which had been so successful at Lawrence, Jack Reed endeavored to dramatize direct action in an enormous pageant at Madison Square Garden. He even had pallbearers carry an actual coffin into the hall to pictorialize the funeral of a worker who had been shot at Patterson. I could feel a tremor go through the audience, but on the whole, conviction was lacking. The pageant was a fitting conclusion to one period of my life. 85. I believe that we all had our parts to play. Some had important ones, some were there to lend support to a scene, some were merely voices off stage. Each, whatever his role, was essential. I only walked on, but it had its influence in my future. No matter to what degree I might participate in strikes, I always came back to the idea, which was beginning to obsess me, that something more was needed to assuage the condition of the very poor. It was both absurd and futile to struggle over pennies when fast-coming babies required dollars to feed them. I was thoroughly despondent after the Patterson debacle, and had a sickening feeling that there was to be no end. It seemed to me the whole question of strikes for higher wages was based on man's economic need of supporting his family, and that this was a shallow principle upon which to found a new civilization. Furthermore, I was enough of a feminist to resent the fact that woman and her requirements were not being taken into account in reconstructing this new world about which all were talking. They were failing to consider the quality of life itself. Chapter 7. The turbid ebb and flow of misery. Every night and every morn. Some to misery are born. Every morn and every night. Some are born to sweet delight. Some are born to sweet delight. Some are born to endless night. William Blake. During these years in New York, trained nurses were in great demand. Few people wanted to enter hospitals. They were afraid they might be practiced upon, and consented to go only in desperate emergencies. Sentiment was especially vehement in the matter of having babies. A woman's own bedroom, no matter how inconveniently arranged, was the usual place for her laying in. I was not sufficiently free from domestic duties to be a general nurse, but I could ordinarily manage obstetrical cases because I was notified far enough ahead to plan my schedule. And after serving my 2 weeks, I could get home again. Sometimes I was summoned to small apartments occupied by young clerks, insurance salesmen, or lawyers, just starting out, most of them under 30 and whose wives were having their first or second baby. They were always eager to know the best and latest method in infant care and feeding. In particular, Jewish patients, whose lives centered around the family, welcomed advice and followed it implicitly. But more and more, my calls began to come from the Lower East Side, as though I were being magnetically drawn there by some force outside my control. I hated the wretchedness and hopelessness of the poor, and never experienced that satisfaction in working 87 among them that so many noble women have found. My concern for my patients was now quite different from my earlier hospital attitude. I could see that much was wrong with them, which did not appear in the physiological or medical diagnosis. A woman in childbirth was not merely a woman in childbirth. My expanded outlook included a view of her background, her potentialities as a human being, the kind of children she was bearing, and what was going to happen to them. The wives of small shopkeepers were my most frequent cases, but I had carpenters, truck drivers, dishwashers, and pushcart vendors. I admired intensely the consideration most of these people had for their own. Money to pay doctor and nurse had been carefully saved months in advance, parents-in-law, grandfathers, grandmothers, all contributing. As soon as the neighbors learned that a nurse was in the building, they came in a friendly way to visit, often carrying fruit, jellies, or gefilte fish made after a cherished recipe. It was infinitely pathetic to me that they, so poor themselves, should bring me food. Later they drifted in again with the excuse of getting the plate, and sat down for a nice talk. There was no hurry. Always back of the little gift was the question, I am pregnant or my daughter or my sister is. Tell me something to keep from having another baby. We cannot afford another yet. I tried to explain the only two methods I had ever heard of among the middle classes, both of which were invariably brushed aside as unacceptable. They were of no certain avail to the wife, because they placed the burden of responsibility solely upon the husband, a burden which he seldom assumed. What she was seeking was self-protection she could herself use, and there was none. Below this stratum of society was one in truly desperate circumstances. The men were sullen and unskilled, picking up odd jobs now and then, but more often unemployed, lounging in and out of the house at all hours of the day and night. The women seemed to slink on their way to market and were without neighborliness. These submerged, untouched classes were beyond the scope of organized charity or religion. No labor union, no church, not even the Salvation Army reached them. They were apprehensive of everyone 88 and rejected help of any kind, ordering all intruders to keep out. Both birth and death they considered their own business. Social agents, who were just beginning to appear, were profoundly mistrusted because they pried into homes and lives, asking questions about wages. How many were in the family? Had any of them ever been in jail? Often 2 or 3 had been there or were now under suspicion of prostitution, shoplifting, purse snatching, petty thievery, and in consequence, passed furtively by the big blue uniforms on the corner. The utmost depression came over me as I approached this surreptitious region. Below 14th Street, I seemed to be breathing a different air, to be in another world and country where the people had habits and customs alien to anything I had ever heard about. There were then approximately 10,000 apartments in New York into which no sun ray penetrated directly, such windows as they had opened only on a narrow court from which rose fetid odors. It was seldom cleaned, though garbage and refuse often went down into it. All these dwellings were pervaded by the foul breath of poverty, that moldy, indefinable, indescribable smell which cannot be fumigated out, sickening to me but apparently unnoticed by those who lived there. When I set to work with antiseptics, their pungent sting, at least temporarily, obscured the stench. I remember one confinement case to which I was called by the doctor of an insurance company. I climbed up the 5 flights and entered the airless rooms, but the baby had come with too great speed. A boy of 10 had been the only assistant. 5 flights was a long way. He had wrapped the placenta in a piece of newspaper and dropped it out the window into the court. Many families took in boarders, as they were termed, whose small contributions paid the rent. These derelicts, wanderers, alternately working and drinking, were crowded in with the children. A single room sometimes held as many as 6 sleepers. Little girls were accustomed to dressing and undressing in front of the men, and were often violated, occasionally by their own fathers or brothers, before they reached the age of puberty. Pregnancy was a chronic condition among the women of this class. Suggestions as to what to do for a girl who was in trouble 89 or a married woman who was caught passed from mouth to mouth herb teas, turpentine, steaming, rolling downstairs, inserting slippery elm, knitting needles, shoe hooks. When they had word of a new remedy they hurried to the drugstore, and if the clerk were inclined to be friendly he might say, "Oh, that won't help you, but here's something that may." The younger druggists usually refused to give advice because, if it were to be known, they would come under the law. Midwives were even more fearful. The doomed women implored me to reveal the secret rich people had, offering to pay me extra to tell them. Many really believed I was holding back information for money. They asked everybody and tried anything, but nothing did them any good. On Saturday nights, I have seen groups of from 50 to 100 with their shawls over their heads waiting outside the office of a $5 abortionist. Each time I returned to this district, which was becoming a recurrent nightmare, I used to hear that Mrs. Cohen had been carried to a hospital, but had never come back, or that Mrs. Kelly had sent the children to a neighbor and had put her head into the gas oven. Day after day, such tales were poured into my ears: a baby born dead, great relief; the death of an older child, sorrow, but again relief of a sort; story told 1,000 times of death from abortion and children going into institutions. I shuddered with horror as I listened to the details and studied the reasons back of them: destitution linked with excessive childbearing. The waste of life seemed utterly senseless. One by one worried, sad, pensive, and aging faces marshaled themselves before me in my dreams, sometimes appealingly, sometimes accusingly. These were not merely unfortunate conditions among the poor such as we read about. I knew the women personally. They were living, breathing, human beings with hopes, fears, and aspirations like my own, Yet their weary, misshapen bodies, always ailing, never failing, were destined to be thrown on the scrap heap before they were 35. I could not escape from the facts of their wretchedness, neither was I able to see any way out. My own cozy and comfortable family existence was becoming a reproach to me. Then one stifling mid-July day of 1912, I was summoned to a Grand Street tenement. My patient was a small, slight Russian 90 Jewess, about 28 years old, of the special cast of feature to which suffering lends a Madonna-like expression. The cramped three-room apartment was in a sorry state of turmoil. Jake Sachs, a truck driver scarcely older than his wife, had come home to find the 3 children crying and her unconscious from the effects of a self-induced abortion. He had called the nearest doctor, who in turn had sent for me. Jake's earnings were trifling, and most of them had gone to keep the non-edu-strong children clean and properly fed. But his wife's ingenuity had helped them to save a little, and this he was glad to spend on a nurse rather than have her go to a hospital. The doctor and I settled ourselves to the task of fighting the septicemia. Never had I worked so fast, never so concentratedly. The sultry days and nights were melted into a torpid inferno. It did not seem possible there could be such heat, and every bit of food, ice, and drugs had to be carried up 3 flights of stairs. Jake was more kind and thoughtful than many of the husbands I had encountered. He loved his children, and had always helped his wife wash and dress them. He had brought water up and carried garbage down before he left in the morning, and did as much as he could for me, while he anxiously watched her progress. After a fortnight, Mrs. Sachs' recovery was in sight. Neighbors, ordinarily fatalistic as to the results of abortion, were genuinely pleased that she had survived. She smiled wanly at all who came to see her and thanked them gently, but she could not respond to their hearty congratulations. She appeared to be more despondent and anxious than she should have been, and spent too much time in meditation. At the end of 3 weeks, as I was preparing to leave the fragile patient to take up her difficult life once more, she finally voiced her fears. "Another baby will finish me, I suppose." "It's too early to talk about that," I temporized. But when the doctor came to make his last call, I drew him aside. "Mrs. Sachs is terribly worried about having another baby." "She well may be," replied the doctor, and then he stood before her and said, "Any more such capers, young woman, and there'll be no need to send for me." 91 I know, doctor, she replied timidly, but, and she hesitated as though it took all her courage to say it, "What can I do to prevent it?" The doctor was a kindly man, and he had worked hard to save her, but such incidents had become so familiar to him that he had long since lost whatever delicacy he might once have had. He laughed good-naturedly. "You want to have your cake and eat it too, do you? Well, it can't be done." Then picking up his hat and bag to depart he said, "Tell Jake to sleep on the roof." I glanced quickly at Mrs. Sachs. Even through my sudden tears I could see stamped on her face an expression of absolute despair. We simply looked at each other, saying no word until the door had closed behind the doctor. Then she lifted her thin, blue-veined hands and clasped them beseechingly. "He can't understand. He's only a man. But you do, don't you? Please tell me the secret, and I'll never breathe it to a soul. Please." What was I to do? I could not speak the conventionally comforting phrases which would be of no comfort. Instead, I made her as physically easy as I could and promised to come back in a few days to talk with her again. A little later, when she slept, I tiptoed away. Night after night, the wistful image of Mrs. Sachs appeared before me. I made all sorts of excuses to myself for not going back. I was busy on other cases. I really did not know what to say to her or how to convince her of my own ignorance. I was helpless to avert such monstrous atrocities. Time rolled by and I did nothing. The telephone rang one evening 3 months later, and Jake Sachs' agitated voice begged me to come at once. His wife was sick again, and from the same cause. For a wild moment I thought of sending someone else, but actually, of course, I hurried into my uniform, caught up my bag and started out. All the way I longed for a subway wreck, an explosion, anything to keep me from having to enter that home again. But nothing happened, even to delay me. I turned into the dingy doorway and climbed the familiar stairs once more. The children were there, young little things. Mrs. Sachs was in a coma and died within 10 minutes. I folded her still hands across her breast, remembering how they had pleaded 92 with me, begging so humbly for the knowledge which was her right. I drew a sheet over her pallid face. Jake was sobbing, running his hands through his hair and pulling it out like an insane person. Over and over again he wailed, "My God, my God, my God." I left him pacing desperately back and forth, and for hours I myself walked and walked and walked through the hushed streets. When I finally arrived home and let myself quietly in, all the household was sleeping. I looked out my window and down upon the dimly lighted city. Its pains and griefs crowded in upon me. A moving picture rolled before my eyes with photographic clearness. Women writhing in travail to bring forth little babies, the babies themselves naked and hungry, wrapped in newspapers to keep them from the cold. 6-year-old children with pinched, pale, wrinkled faces, old and concentrated. Wretchedness pushed into gray and fetid cellars, crouching on stone floors, their small, scrawny hands scuttling through rags, making lamp shades, artificial flowers, white coffins, black coffins, coffins interminably passing in never-ending succession. The scenes piled one upon another on another. I could bear it no longer. As I stood there, the darkness faded. The sun came up and threw its reflection over the housetops. It was the dawn of a new day in my life also. The doubt and questioning, the experimenting and trying, were now to be put behind me. I knew I could not go back merely to keeping people alive. I went to bed, knowing that no matter what it might cost, I was finished with palliatives and superficial cures. I was resolved to seek out the root of evil, to do something to change the destiny of mothers, whose miseries were vast as the sky. Chapter 8. I have promises to keep. How were mothers to be saved? I went through many revolving doors, looked around, and not finding what I was seeking, came out again. I talked incessantly to everybody who seemed to have social welfare at heart. Progressive women whom I consulted were thoroughly discouraging. Wait until we get the vote. Then we'll take care of that, they assured me. I tried the socialists. Here, there, and everywhere the reply came, wait until women have more education. Wait until we secure equal distribution of wealth. Wait for this and wait for that. Wait. Having no idea how powerful were the laws, which laid a blanket of ignorance over the medical profession as well as the laity, I asked various doctors of my acquaintance, why aren't physicians doing something? The people you're worrying about wouldn't use contraception if they had it. They breed like rabbits. And besides, there's a law against it. Information does exist, doesn't it? Perhaps, but I doubt whether you can find it. Even if you do, you can't pass it on. Comstock'll get you if you don't watch out. In order to ascertain something about this subject which was so mysterious and so unaccountably forbidden, I spent almost a year in the libraries, the store, the Lenox, the Academy of Medicine, the Library of Congress, and dozens of others. Hoping that 94 psychological treatises might inform me, I read August Forel and Ewan Block. At one gulp I swallowed Havelock Ellis' Psychology of Sex, and had psychic indigestion for months thereafter. I was not shocked, but this mountainous array of abnormalities made me spiritually 99. So many volumes were devoted to the exceptional, and so few to the maladjustments of normal married people, which were infinitely more numerous and urgent. I read translations from the German, in which women were advised to have more children, because it could be proved statistically that their condition was improved by childbearing. The only article on the question I could discover in American literature was in the Atlantic Monthly by Edward Alsworth Ross of the University of Wisconsin, who brought to the attention of his readers the decline of the birth rate among the upper and educated classes and the increase among the unfit, the consequences of which were sure to be race suicide. The Englishman, Thomas Robert Malthus, remained little more than a name to me, something like Plato or Henry George. Father had talked about him, but he meant mostly agriculture, wheat, and food supplies in the national sense. Possibly he had a philosophy, but not to me a live one. He had been put away on a shelf and, in my mind, had nothing to do with the everyday human problem. I was not looking for theories. What I desired was merely a simple method of contraception for the poor. The pursuit of my quest took me away from home a good deal. The children used to come in after school and at once hunt for me. "Where's Mother?" was the usual question. If they found me at my mending basket, they all leaped about for joy, took hands and danced, shouting, "Mother's home, Mother's home, Mother's sewing." Sewing seemed to imply a measure of permanence. I, too, wanted to drive away the foreboding barrier of separation by closer contact with them. I wanted to have them solely to myself, to feed, to bathe, to clothe them myself. I had heard of the clean, windswept Cape Cod dunes, which appeared to be as far from the ugliness of civilization as I could get. Socialism, anarchism, syndicalism, progressivism, I was tired of them all. At the end of the spring, thoroughly depressed and dissatisfied, I tucked the children 95 under my arms, boarded a Fall River boat and sailed off, a pioneer to Provincetown. In 1913, the tip of the cape was nothing but a fishing village with one planked walk, which I was told had been paid for by Congress. Up and down its length the bellman, the last of the town criers, walked, proclaiming the news. At first we lived in the upper story of a fisherman's house right on the water. After he went out in the morning, his wife and her children, and I and mine, were left alone. Then the old women recalled scenes from their early days on the whaling vessels. Their mothers had brought them forth unaided, and their own sons, in turn, had been born on the ships and apprenticed to their husbands. They fitted into life simply, but the younger Portuguese, who were taking over the fishing industry, were asking what they should do about limiting their families. The village was rather messy and smelled of fish. I was still too close to humanity and wanted to be more alone, so we moved to the extreme end of town. Our veranda faced the bay, and when the tide was high the water came up and lapped at the piles on which the cottage was built. Stuart, Grant, and Peggy used to sit on the steps and dabble their toes. At low tide they had 2 miles of beach on which to skip and run. It was a wonderful place to play, and all summer we had sunrise breakfasts, sunset picnics. Ethel, who had married Jack Byon, was now widowed and had also gone into nursing. She had considerable free time and stayed with me. Consequently, I was able to leave the children in her care when I made my expeditions to Boston's far-famed public library, taking the Dorothy Bradford at noon and coming back the next day. Even there, I found no information more reliable than that exchanged by backfence gossips in any small town. I spent the entire season at Provincetown, groping for knowledge, classifying all my past activities in their proper categories, weighing the pros and cons of what good there was in them and also what they lacked. It was a period of gestation. Just as you give birth to a child, so you can give birth to an idea. Between interims of brooding and playing with the children, I took part in the diversions of the minute colony of congenial people. 96 Charles Hawthorne had a school of painting, and Mary Heaton Vorse with her husband, Joseph O'Brien, were there. So also were Hutch Hapgood and Neath Boyce. Jesse Ashley had lifted Big Bill Haywood out of the slough of the Patterson strike and brought him down to rest and recuperate. Big Bill was one of the few who saw what I was aiming at, although fearful that my future might involve the happiness of my children. Even he did not feel that the small family question was significant enough to be injected into the labor platform. Nevertheless, as we rambled up and down the beach, he came to my aid with that cheering encouragement of which I was so sorely in need. He never wasted words in advising me to wait. Instead, he suggested that I go to France and see for myself the conditions resulting from generations of family limitation in that country. This struck me as a splendid idea, because it would also give Bill Sanger a chance to paint instead of continuing to build suburban houses. The trip to Europe seemed so urgent that no matter what sacrifices had to be made, we decided to make them when we came to them. In the fall, we sold the house at Hastings, gave away some of our furniture, and put the rest in storage. Although we did not realize it at the time, our gestures indicated a clean sweep of the past. Anita Block proposed that we go via Scotland. She wanted me to write 3 or 4 articles on what 25 years of municipal ownership in Glasgow had done for women and children. Socialists were talking about how everything there belonged to the people themselves and had earned their own waybanks, schools, homes, parks, markets, art galleries, museums, laundries, bathhouses, hospitals, and tramways. The city was about to pay off the last debt on the transportation system, and this was being hailed as a great victory, a perfect example of what socialism could do. It sounded big and fine, and I too was impressed. Certainly in Glasgow, I thought, I should find women walking hand in hand with men, and children free and happy. In October, the Sangers sailed from Boston on a cabin boat, little and crowded, and one black night 2 weeks later steamed up the Clyde. The naval program of 1913 was causing every shipyard to run double shifts, and the flare and glare against the somber dark 97 was like Fairlangiant, sparkling starlights reaching from the horizon into the sky, a beautiful introduction to utopia. The very next day I started out upon my investigations. To mind the children, aged 9, 5, and 3, I availed myself of a sort of employment bureau run by the municipal corporation. I had been told that anyone could call here for any imaginable type of service. In response to my summons, there promptly arrived at my door, standing straight and machine-like, a small boy in a buttons uniform, with chin strap holding his cap on the side of his head. Willie McGuire's stipend was to be 12 cents an hour, or 50 cents for the half-day. His function was to take the three out, entertain them, and return them faithfully at any time designated. Though he was no bigger than Stuart, his efficient manner reassured me, and I soon learned that he performed his duties diligently. Religiously, I made the rounds of all the social institutions, and at first everything appeared as I had been led to expect except the weather. It had always just rained, and when the sun did show itself, it was seldom for long enough to dry up the walks. Though the streets were clean, they were invariably wet and damp, and nobody wore rubbers. Everywhere could be seen little girls down on their knees, scrubbing the doorsteps in front of the houses, or again, carrying huge bundles or baskets of groceries to be delivered at the homes of the buyers. The people themselves seemed cold and rigid, as dismal as their climate. Only the policemen had a sense of humor. As I proceeded, flaws in the vaunted civic enterprises began to display themselves. Glasgow had its show beauty spots, but even the model tenements were not so good as our simplest, lower-middle-class apartment buildings. One had been constructed for the accommodation of deserving and respectable widows and widowers belonging to the working class, having one or more children, with no one to care for them, while the parents were away. But the building had been turned over to the exclusive use of widowers. Widows and their children had to shift for themselves. All tenements were planned scientifically on the basis of so many cubic feet of air, and so much light per so many human beings, ranging from quarters for 2 to those for 5. No overcrowding was allowed. 98 Well, I asked, what happens when there are 5 or 6 children? Oh, they can't live here, replied the superintendent. They must go elsewhere. But where? Conversation ceased. With particular attention, I traced the adventures of one family which had expanded beyond the 3-child limit. The parents had first moved over to the fringes of the city, and thereafter, as more children were born, had traveled from place to place, progressively more dingy, more decrepit. They now had 9, and were inhabiting a hovel in the shipbuilding slums, unimaginably filthy and too far from the splendid utilities ever to enjoy them. The further I looked, the greater grew the inconsistency. The model markets carried chiefly wholesale produce, and the really poor, who were obliged to huddle on the far side of the city, contented themselves with bread and tea and were thankful to have it. Another disappointment was the washhouses, dating from 1878 when they had been deemed a public necessity, because men had protested they were being driven from their homes by washing which, on account of the incessant rain, seemed to hang there forever. A stall cost only 2d an hour, less expensive than heating water at home, and there were always women waiting in line. But the tram system, which was on the point of being liquidated in spite of its low fares, forbade laundry baskets, and consequently, those who were not within walking distance seemed, they were the ones who needed it most were deprived of its use. Throughout the slum section, one saw drunken, sodden women whose remaining, snag-like teeth stuck down like fangs and protruded from their sunken mouths. When I asked one of the executive officers of the corporation why they were so much more degraded than the men, he replied, "Oh, the women of Glasgow are all dirty and low. They're hopeless." "But why should this be?" I persisted. His only answer was, "It's their own fault." Bill and I walked about late at night, overwhelmed by the unspeakable poverty. The streets were filled with fighting, shiftless beggars. 99 hundreds of women were abroad, the big shawls over their heads serving 2 purposes: one, to keep their shoulders warm, the other, to wrap around the baby which each one carried. It was apparent that their clothing consisted only of a shawl, a petticoat, a wrapper, and shoes. Older children were begging, "A halfpenny for bread, missus, a halfpenny for bread." It was infinitely cold, dreary, and disappointing. So much talk about more wages and better subsistence. And here the workers had it, and what were they getting? A little more light, perhaps, a few more pennies a day, the opportunity to buy food a little more cheaply, a few parks in which they could wander, a bank where their money earned a fraction more interest. But as soon as they passed beyond the border of another baby, they were in exactly the same condition as the people beyond the realm of municipal control. Municipal ownership was one more thing to throw in the discard. One dull, rainy day, glad to leave behind the shrill, crying voices of the beggars of Glasgow, we boarded a horrid cattle boat bound for Antwerp. The children were all seasick as we bounced and tossed over the North Sea. It was something of a job to handle the 3 of them with no nurse, especially when the storm threw them out of their beds onto the cabin floor. Fortunately, they suffered no fractures, although 26 horses in the hold had to be shot because their legs had been broken. We arrived at the Gare du Nord in Paris at the end of another dismal, bewildering day du tout. Steam, luggage, brusque snatching by blue-smocked, black-capped porters, all looking like villains, jam at the ticket gate, rackety taxi to a hotel on the left bank. Paris seemed another Glasgow, more like a provincial village than a great metropolis. The atmosphere of petty penury destroyed my dreams of Parisian gaiety and elegance. Even the French children were dressed in drab, gloomy, black aprons. Within a few days, we had sublet an apartment on the Boulevard St. Michel across from the Luxembourg Gardens where Grant and Peggy could play. It was 4 flights up, and the cold penetrated to the marrow of our bones. We could put tons of briquettes into the little fireplaces and never get any heat. All the family went into flannel underwear, the first since my early childhood. I presented Stuart to the superintendent of the district lycée. He demanded a birth certificate, and I had none. But without it, how can I tell where he was born or how old he is? The officials seemed to imply that Stuart did not exist. But I protested, here he is, he's alive. No, no, madame, the law says you must have a birth certificate. I had to send him to a private school, which was something of a drain on the budget. Bill found a studio on Montparnasse, just back of the station. Again and again, he came home aglow with news of meeting the great Matisse and other revolutionary painters barely emerging from obscurity. I trailed around to studios and exhibits occasionally, but I was trying to become articulate on my own subject, and paid scant attention to those who loomed up later as giants in the artistic world. The companionship of Jesse Ashley and Bill Haywood, who had just come to Paris, was more familiar to me. I was also eager to encounter French people and discover their points of view. One of the first was Victor Dave, the last surviving leader of the French Commune of 1871. Thanksgiving Day, we had a little dinner party and invited American friends to greet him. He was then over 80, but still keen and active. As the evening wore on, we started him talking about his past experiences, and he held us enthralled until way into the morning, when we all had breakfast in the apartment. The old communard spoke English far better than any of us spoke French. He was now making $3 a week by his linguistic abilities, because he was the sole person the government could call upon, not only for the language, but the dialects of the Balkans. Just the day before, he had been translating a new series of treaties, which France was making with the Balkan states, in a desperate attempt to tie them to the Triple Entente. Though he was a philosophical person who could be gay over his own hardships, his confidences to us were serious and sad. From the agreements then being drawn up, particularly those with Romania, he could see nothing but war ahead, predicting definitely that within 5 years all nations would be at each other's throats. We newcomers to Europe could not grasp the meaning of his words, and the residents 101 shrugged their shoulders and said, "He is getting old. He cannot see that we are now beyond war, that people are too intelligent ever to resort to it again." As I look back, it is apparent that we heard in France the whole rumblings of the World War. Unrest was in the air as it had been in the United States, but with a difference. Theaters were showing anti-German plays, revanche placards decorated Napoleon's tomb in the Invalides, and the rusty black draperies around the shrouded statue of Strasbourg in the Place de la Concorde pointed a macabre note. These were remembered afterwards. At the time, they were merely part of the Paris scene. I realized the disadvantage of not being better acquainted with the French language, and started in to practice what I knew and learn more. Good fortune brought me in touch with an Englishwoman, the wife of the editor of El Humanite, the organ of the Confédération Générale de Travail, the famous 100. GT. To her I clung, and at her home I met the socialist leader, Jean Jaurès. His English was bad and my French worse. We had to have an interpreter. Doubtless we missed a lot, but even so we found we understood each other. I believe that his assassination on the eve of the war, which he had done so much to prevent, proved an irreparable loss to the cause of peace. In my language difficulties, Jesse Ashley's fluency was an ever-present help. Together, we used to eat in the restaurants frequented by laborers, who came in groups, keeping their caps on, enjoying the cheap and good food accompanied by wine. Often we were the only women in the place, always excepting the inevitable cashier. Though women were rarely seen at a 100. GT meeting, Victor Dave took Jesse and me to a particularly impressive one, which Bill Haywood was to address. His reputation as a firebrand had preceded him, and the police were making certain that no riot should ensue, They were stopping each person who crossed the bridge and demanding an account of his destination. Our passport was the venerable appearance of our escort, whose long white hair hung low about his head. His top hat, that universal badge of respectability, let us through. The vast auditorium was filled with some 3,000 French 102 syndicalists, similar to the American one. WWS, all standing, all wearing the uniform of the proletariat, black-visored caps and loose corduroys. They were being urged not to take up arms against the workers of other nations. I began to wonder whether perhaps the various tokens of disquiet, which had impalpably surrounded me, since coming to France, had some more desperate meaning than we in America had realized. The war, what for? Discussions in New York had seemed only a part of the evening conversations. Here again, I was listening to protests against government efforts to arouse national hatred by calling it patriotism. I had heard the words so often, workers of the world unite, yet at last I was vaguely uneasy because of the difference in spirit. As we emerged into the narrow, alley-like street, we found the exits into the boulevard guarded by hundreds of gendarmes, both mounted and afoot. Had any outbreak occurred, the assembled syndicalists would literally have been trapped. My uneasiness was increased as a result of a visit to the Hindu nationalist, Shyamaji Krishnavarma. In England, he had been an agitator for Indian Home Rule, and when the London residence of the Viceroy of India had been bombed, with other Indians who might have been implicated, he had fled to France, so long the sanctuary for anyone who, because of political beliefs, got into trouble elsewhere. Krishnavarma was now editing the Indian Sociologist, which was being secretly spirited across the channel. Krishnavarma had asked whether he might be permitted to give a reception in my honor. No Hindu had ever given a reception in my honor. Trying to appear, however, as though this were a frequent occurrence, I set a time and bravely entered his salon, supported, as usual, by Jessie. About 25 men were there, Indian students all, and only one other woman, Mrs. Krishnavarma, barely out of purdah and still in native dress. As a great concession, she had been allowed to come in, despite the presence of men. It was evident she could listen but not speak, because, when I asked her something about her children, Krishnavarma answered for her quickly. A little later I was disputing a point with him, and to bolster up his argument, he gave 103 her a curt command in Hindustani. She rose swiftly, and soon returned with a well-thumbed and pencil-marked copy of Spencer. I had come to consider Spencer's philosophy old-fashioned. His teachings were so mild that I wondered what in the world he could ever have been hounded for. Though Krishnavarma was working towards the freedom of India, he had gone no further than this pink tea, which was not even pale china, let alone sturdy, black Ceylon. I had been home scarcely more than half an hour, and was dressing for dinner when Peggy ran in animatedly. "Mother, there are 3 soldiers at the door." The bright uniforms of the gendarmes had taken her fancy, and she was pleased and excited. When I went out to meet them, they demanded to know where we had come from, the object of our visit to France, how long we intended to stay, in what manner we had located the apartment, from whom we had rented it, where I had been that afternoon, the length of time I had known Krishnavarma, and the reason for my being at his home. Finally, they explained their presence by saying the concierge had not sent in the required information to the prefecture. When I described the strange visitation to someone familiar with French customs, I was told that concierges were all ex officio agents of the police, and were compelled to make regular reports of the activities, no matter how petty, of their tenants. These were incorporated into the dossiers of all foreigners. Actually, the police, working with the British Secret Service, were checking up on Krishnavarma's callers. Thereafter gendarmes lingered in doorways outside our apartment, and wherever I went I was conscious they were in the vicinity. Because of the predilection of the French for quality rather than quantity, they had not only adopted the sociological definition of proletariat, the prolific ones, a term originally applied by the Romans to the lowest class of society, but had interpreted it literally. The syndicalists in particular had made what they called conscious generation a part of their policy and principles, and had affiliated themselves with the Neo-Malthusian movement, which had its headquarters in London. The parents of France, almost on the same wage scale as those I had seen in Glasgow, had settled the matter to their own satisfaction. Their 1 or 2 children were given all the care and advantages of French culture. I was struck with the motherly attention bestowed by our femme de chambre upon her only child. She came promptly to work, but nothing could persuade her to arrive before Jean had been taken to his school, and nothing could prevent her leaving promptly at noon to fetch him for his luncheon. When Bill Haywood began taking me into the homes of the syndicalists, I found perfect acceptance of family limitation and its relation to labor. "Have you just discovered this?" I asked each woman I met. "Oh no, Mammon told me." "Wells, who told her?" "Grandmere, I suppose." The Code Napoleon had provided that daughters should inherit equally with sons, and this, to the thrifty peasant mind, had indicated the desirability of fewer offspring. Nobody would marry a girl unless she had been instructed how to regulate the numbers of her household as well as the home itself. Some of the contraceptive formulas which had been handed down were almost as good as those of today. Although they had to make simple things, mothers prided themselves on their special recipes for suppositories as much as on those for pot au feu or wine. All individual Frenchmen considered this knowledge their individual right, and if it failed, abortion, which was still common. I talked about the problems of my own people, but they could give me no help, merely shrugging their shoulders, apparently glad they were living in France and not in the United States. This independence of thought and action seemed wholly admirable to me at the time, and I sang the praises of the system. Bill was happy in his studio, but I could find no peace. Each day I stayed, each person I met, made it worse. A whole year had been given over to this inactive, incoherent brooding. Family and friends had been generous in patience. I had added to my personal experience statistics from Glasgow and the little formulas I had gathered from the French peasants. With this background, I had practically 105 reached the exploding point. I could not contain my ideas. I wanted to get on with what I had to do in the world. The last day of the year, December 31, 1913, Bill and I said goodbye, unaware the parting was to be final. With the children, I embarked at Cherbourg for home. Chapter 9. The Woman Rebels. O you daughters of the West! O you young and elder daughters! O you maidens and you women! Never must you be divided, in our ranks you move united. Pioneers, O pioneers! Walt Whitman's. The New York was a nice ship, and it was not too wintry to walk about on deck. After the children were safely in bed, I paced round and absorbed into my being that quiet which comes to you at sea. That it was New Year's Eve added to the poignancy of my emotions, but did not obscure the faith within. I knew something must be done to rescue those women who were voiceless. Someone had to express with white-hot intensity the conviction that they must be empowered to decide for themselves when they should fulfill the supreme function of motherhood. They had to be made aware of how they were being shackled and roused to mutiny. To this end, I conceived the idea of a magazine to be called The Woman Rebel, dedicated to the interests of working women. Often I had thought of Vashti as the first woman rebel in history. Once when her husband, King Ahasuerus, had been showing off to his people his fine linens, his pillars of marble, his beds of gold and silver and all his riches, he had commanded that his beautiful Queen Vashti also be put on view. But she had declined to be exhibited as a possession or chattel. Because of her disobedience, which might set a very bad example to other wives, she had been cast aside and Ahasuerus had chosen a new bride, the meek and gentle Esther. I wanted each woman to be a rebellious Vashti, not an Esther. 107 was she to be merely a washboard with only one song. Surely, she should be allowed to develop all her potentialities. Feminists were trying to free her from the new economic ideology, but were doing nothing to free her from her biological subservience to man, which was the true cause of her enslavement. Before gathering friends around me for that help which I must have in stirring women to sedition, before asking them to believe, I had to chart my own course. Should I bring the cause to the attention of the people by headlines and front pages? Should I follow my own compulsion regardless of extreme consequences? I fully recognized I must refrain from acts which I could not carry through. So many movements had been issuing defiances without any ultimate goal, shooting off a popgun here, a popgun there, and finally shooting themselves to death. They had been too greatly resembling froth too noisy with the screech of tin horns and other cheap instruments, instead of the deeper sounds of an outraged, angry, serious people. With as crystal a view as that which had come to me after the death of Mrs. Sachs when I had renounced nursing forever, I saw the path ahead in its civic, national, and even international direction, a panorama of things to be. Fired with this vision, I went into the lounge and wrote page after page until the hours of daylight. Having settled the principles, I left the details to work themselves out. I realized that a price must be paid for honest thinking, a price for everything. Though I did not know exactly how I was to prepare myself, what turn events might take, or what I might be called upon to do, the future in its larger aspects has actually developed as I saw it that night. The same thoughts kept repeating themselves over and over during the remainder of the otherwise uneventful voyage. As soon as possible after reaching New York, I rented an inexpensive little flat on Post Avenue near Dickman Street, so far out on the upper end of Manhattan that even the Broadway subway trains managed to burrow their way into sunlight and fresh air. My dining room was my office, the table my desk. A new movement was starting, and the baby had to have a name. 108. It did not belong to socialism, nor was it in the labor field, and it had much more to it than just the prevention of conception. As a few companions were sitting with me one evening, we debated in turn voluntary parenthood, voluntary motherhood, the new motherhood, constructive generation, and new generation. The terms already in use, neo-Malthunism, family limitation, and conscious generation, seemed stuffy and lacked popular appeal. The word control was good, but I did not like limitation. That was too limiting. I was not advocating a one-child or two-child system as in France, nor did I wholeheartedly agree with the English neo-Malthusians, whose concern was almost entirely with limitation for economic reasons. My idea of control was bigger and freer. I wanted family in it, yet family control did not sound right. We tried population control, race control, and birth rate control. Then someone suggested, drop the rate. Birth control was the answer. We knew we had it. Our work for that day was done and everybody picked up his hat and went home. The baby was named. When I first announced that I was going to publish a magazine, "Where are you going to get the money?" was volleyed at me from all sides. I did not know, but I was certain of its coming somehow. Equally important was moral support. Those same young friends and I founded a little society, grandly titled the National Birth Control League, sought aid from enthusiasts for other causes, turning first to the feminists, because they seemed our natural allies. Armed with leaflets, we went to Cooper Union to tell them that in the Woman Rebel they would have an opportunity to express their sentiments. Charlotte Perkins Gilman, the feminist leader, was trying to inspire women in this country to have a deeper meaning in their lives, which to her signified more than getting the vote. Nevertheless, at that time, I struck no responsive chord from her, or from such intelligent coworkers as Crystal Eastman, Marie Howe, or Henrietta Rodman. It seemed unbelievable they could be serious in occupying themselves with what I regarded as trivialities, when mothers within a stone's throw of their meetings were dying shocking deaths. Who cared whether a woman kept her Christian name Mary Smith instead of Mrs. John Jones? Who cared whether she wore 109 her wedding ring? Who cared about her demand for the right to work? Hundreds of thousands of laundresses, cloakmakers, scrub women, servants, telephone girls, shop workers would gladly have changed places with the feminists in return for the right to have leisure, to be lazy a little now and then. When I suggested that the basis of feminism might be the right to be a mother regardless of church or state, their inherited prejudices were instantly aroused. They were still subject to the age-old, masculine atmosphere compounded of protection and dominance. Disappointed in that quarter, I turned to the socialists and trade unionists, trusting they would appreciate the importance of family limitation in the kind of civilization towards which they were stumbling. Notices were sent to the masses: Mother Earth, The Call, The Arm and Hammer, The Liberator, all names echoing the spirit which had quickened them. Shortly, I had several hundred subscriptions to the Woman Rebel, paid up in advance at the rate of $1 a year, the period for which I had made my plans. Proceeds were to go into a separate revolving account, scrupulously kept. Unlike so many ephemeral periodicals, mine was not to flare up and spark out before it had functioned, leaving its subscribers with only a few issues when they were entitled to more. Eventually, we had a mailing list of about 2,000, but 5, 10, even 50 copies often went in a bundle to be distributed without charge to some labor organization. I was solely responsible for the magazine financially, legally, and morally. I was editor, manager, circulation department, bookkeeper, and I paid the printer's bill. But any cause that has not helpers is losing out. So many men and women secretaries, stenographers, clerks, used to come in of an evening that I could not find room for all. Some typed, some addressed envelopes, some went to libraries and looked up things for us to use, some wrote articles, though seldom signing their own names. Not one penny ever had to go for salaries, because service was given freely. In March 1914, appeared the first issue of The Woman Rebel, 8 pages on cheap paper, copied from the French style, mailed first class in the city and expressed outside. My initial declaration of the right of the individual was the slogan "No gods, no masters. 110 gods, not God." I wanted that word to go beyond religion and also stop turning idols, heroes, leaders into gods. I defined a woman's duty: to look the world in the face with a God-o-hell look in the eyes, to have an idea, to speak and act in defiance of convention. It was a marvelous time to say what we wished. All America was a Hyde Park corner as far as criticism and challenging thought were concerned. We advocated direct action and took up the burning questions of the day. With a fine sense of irony, we put anti-capitalist soapbox oratory in print. I do not know whether the financiers we denounced would have been tolerant or resentful of our onslaughts had they read them, or as full of passion for their cause as we for ours. Perhaps they too will have forgotten that emotion now. My daily routine always started with looking over the pile of mail, and one morning, my attention was caught by an unstamped official envelope from the New York Post Office. I tore it open. "Dear Madam, you are hereby notified that the solicitor of the Post Office Department has decided that The Woman Rebel for March 1914 is unmailable under Section 489, Postal Laws and Regulations. E1000, Morgan Postmaster." I reread the letter. It was so unexpected that at first the significance did not sink in. I had given no contraceptive information. I had merely announced that I intended to do so. Then I began to realize that no mention was made of any special article or articles. I wrote Mr. Morgan and asked him to state what specifically had offended, thereby assisting me in my future course. His reply simply repeated that the March issue was unmailable. I had anticipated objections from religious bodies, but believed with Father, anything you want can be accomplished by putting a little piece of paper into the ballot box. Therefore, to have our insignificant magazine stopped by the big, strong United States government seemed so ludicrous as almost to make us feel important. To the newspaper world this was news, but not one of the dailies picked it out as an infringement of a free press. The Sun carried a headline, "Woman Rebel Barred from Mails," and 111 underneath the comment, "Too bad. The case should be reversed. They should be barred from her and spelled differently." Many times I studied Section 211 of the federal statutes, under which the post office was acting. This penal clause of the Comstock Law had been left hanging in Washington like the dried shell of a tortoise. Its grip had even been tightened on the moral side. In case the word obscene should prove too vague, its definition had been enlarged to include the prevention of conception and the causing of abortion under one and the same heading. To me, it was outrageous that information regarding motherhood, which was so generally called sacred, should be classed with pornography. Nevertheless, I had not broken the law, because it did not prohibit discussion of contraception, merely giving advice. I harbored a burning desire to undermine that law, but if I continued publication, I was making myself liable to a federal indictment and a possible prison term of 5 years plus a fine of $5,000. I had to choose between abandoning The Woman Rebel, changing its tone, or continuing as I had begun. Though I had no wish to become a martyr, with no hesitation I followed the last-named course. I gathered our little group together. At first we assumed Comstock had stopped the entire issue before delivery, but apparently he had not, because only the A to MS which had been mailed in the local post office had been confiscated. We took a fresh lot downtown, slipped 3 into one chute, 4 in another, walked miles around the city so that no single box contained more than a few copies. The same procedure had to be pursued in succeeding months. Sometimes daylight caught me, with one or more assistants, still tramping from the printers and dropping the copies, piece by piece, into various boxes and chutes. I felt the government was absurd and tyrannical to make us do this for no good purpose. I could not get used to its methods then. I have not yet, and probably never shall. The Woman Rebel produced extraordinary results, striking vibrations that brought contacts, messages, inquiries, pamphlets, books, even some money. I corresponded with the leading feminists of Europe: Helen Key, then at the height of her fame, Olive Schreiner, 112 Mrs. Pankhurst, Rosa Luxemburg, Adele Schreiber, Clara Zetkin, Rosika Schwimmer, Frau Maria Stritt. But I also heard from sources and groups I had hardly known existed: Theosophist, New Thought, Rosicrucian, spiritualist, mental scientist. It was not alone from New York, but from the highways and byways of north, south, east, and west that inspiration came. After the second number, the focus had been birth control. Within 6 months, we had received over 10,000 letters, arriving in accelerating volume. Most of them read, "Will your magazine give accurate and reliable information to prevent conception?" This I could not print. Realizing by now it was going to be a fairly big fight, I was careful not to break the law on such a trivial point. It would have been ridiculous to have a single letter reach the wrong destination. Therefore, I sent no contraceptive facts through the mails. However, I had no intention of giving up this primary purpose. I began sorting and arranging the material I had brought back from France, complete with formulas and drawings, to be issued in a pamphlet where I could treat the subject with more delicacy than in a magazine, writing it for women of extremely circumscribed vocabularies. A few $100s were needed to finance publication of Family Limitation, as I named it, and I approached Theodore Schroeder, a lawyer of standing and an ardent advocate of free speech. He had been left a fund by a certain Dr. Foote, who had produced a book on borning better babies, and I thought my pamphlet might qualify as a beneficiary. Dr. Abraham Brill was just then bringing out a translation of Freud, in whom Schroeder was much interested. He asked whether I had been psychoanalyzed. "What is psychoanalysis?" He looked at me critically as from a great height. "You ought to be analyzed as to your motives. If after 6 weeks you still wish to publish this pamphlet, I'll pay for 10,000 copies." "Well, do you think I want to go on?" "I don't only think so, I am quite sure of it." "Then I won't be analyzed." I took the manuscript to a printer well known for his liberal 113 tendencies and courage. He read the contents page by page and said, "Y'all never get this set up in any shop in New York. It's a Sing job." Every one of the 20 printers whom I tried to persuade was afraid to touch it. It was impossible ever, it seemed, to get in to print the contents of that pamphlet. Meanwhile, following the March issue, the May and July numbers of the Woman Rebel had also been banned. In reply to each of the formal notices, I inquired which particular article or articles had incurred disapproval, but could obtain no answer. At that time, I visualized the birth control movement as part of the fight for freedom of speech. How much would the postal authorities suppress? What were they really after? I was determined to prod and goad until some definite knowledge was obtained as to what was obscene, lewd, and lascivious. Theodore Schroeder and I used to meet once in a while at the Liberal Club, and he gave much sound advice. I could not go on with the Woman Rebel forever. Eventually, the post office would wear me down by stopping the issues as fast as I printed them. He warned, "They won't do so, and so unless you do thus and thus. If you do such and such, then y'all have to take the consequences." He was a good lawyer and an authority on the Constitution. When my family learned that I might be getting in deep water, a council was called just as when I had been a child. A verdict of nervous breakdown was openly decreed, but back in the minds of all was the unspoken dread that I must have become mentally unbalanced. They insisted father come to New York, where he had not been for 40 years, to persuade me to go to a sanitarium. For several days father and I talked over the contents of the Woman Rebel. In his fine, flowing language he expressed his hatred of it. He despised talk about revolution, and despaired of anyone who could discuss sex, blaming this on my nursing training, which he intimated had put me in possession of all the known secrets of the human body. He was not quite sure what birth control was, and my reasoning, which retraced the pattern of our old arguments, made no impression upon him. Father would have nothing to do with the queer people, who 114 came to the house people, of whom no one had ever heard, turning up with articles on every possible subject, and defying me to publish them in the name of free speech. I printed everything. For the August issue, I accepted a philosophical essay on the theory of assassination, largely derived from Richard Carlile. It was vague, inane, and innocuous, and had no bearing on my policy except to taunt the government to take action, because assassination also was included under Section 211. Only a few weeks earlier, the war which Victor Dave had predicted had started its headlong progress. The very moment when most people were busy with geographies and atlases, trying to find out just where Sarajevo might be, the United States chose to sever diplomatic relations with me. One morning, I was startled by the peremptory, imperious, and incessant ringing of my bell. When I opened the door, I was confronted by 2 gentlemen. "Will you come in?" They followed me into my living room, scrutinized with amazement the velocipede and wagon, the woolly animals and toys stacked in the corner. One of them asked, "Are you the editor and publisher of a magazine entitled The Woman Rebel?" When I confessed to it, he thrust a legal document into my hands. I tried to read it, threading my way slowly through the jungle of legal terminology. Perhaps the words became a bit blurred because of the slight trembling of my hands, but I managed to disentangle the crucial point of the message. I had been indicted on no less than 9 counts for alleged violation of the federal statutes. If found guilty on all, I might be liable to 4 to 5 years in the penitentiary. I looked at the 2 agents of the Department of Justice. They seemed nice and sensible. I invited them to sit down and started in to explain birth control. For 3 hours, I presented to their imaginations some of the tragic stories of conscript motherhood. I forget now what I said, but at the end they agreed that such a law should not be on the statute books. Yet it was, and there was nothing to do about it but bring my case to court. When the officers had gone, Father came through the door of the 115 adjoining room where he had been reading the paper. He put both arms around me and said, "Your mother would have been alive today if we had known all this then." He had applied my recital directly to his own life. "You will win this case. Everything is with you logic, common sense, and progress. I never saw the truth until this instant." Old-fashioned phraseology, but Father was at last convinced. He went home quite proud, thinking I was not so crazy after all, and began sending me clippings to help prove the case for birth control women who had drowned themselves or their children and the brutalities of parents, because even mother love might turn cruel if too hard pressed. My faith was still childlike. I trusted that, like Father, a judge representing our government would be convinced. All I had to do was explain to those in power what I was doing, and everything would come right. August 25th, I was arraigned in the old post office way downtown. Judge Hazel, himself a father of 8 or 9 children, was kindly, and I suspected the 2 federal agents who had summoned me had spoken a good word on my behalf. But Assistant District Attorney Harold A. Content seemed a ferocious young fellow. When the judge asked, "What sort of things is Mrs. Sanger doing to violate the law?" he answered, "She's printing articles advocating bomb throwing and assassination." Mrs. Sanger doesn't look like a bomb thrower or an assassin. Mr. Content murmured something about not all being gold that glittered. I was doing a great deal of harm. He intimated he knew of my attempts to get family limitation in print when he said, "She is not satisfied merely to violate the law, but is planning to do it on a very large scale." Judge Hazel, apparently believing the charges much exaggerated, put the case over until the fall term, which gave me 6 weeks to prepare my answer. And Mr. Content concurred, saying that if this were not enough time, I could have more. The press also was inclined to be friendly. Reporters came up to Post Avenue, looked over the various articles. They agreed, "We think the government absolutely wrong. We don't see how it has 116 any case." Unfortunately, while we were talking, Peggy, who had never seen a derby before, took possession of their hats and sticks, and in the hall a little parade of children formed, marching up and down in front of the door. One of the gentlemen was so furious that I hid Peggy in the kitchen away from his wrath. As he went out he remarked, "You should have birth controlled them before they were born. Why don't you stay home and spend some thought on disciplining your own family?" I had many things to do which could not be postponed, the most important among them being to provide for the children's future. This occupied much of my time for the next few weeks. Temporarily, I sent the younger 2 to the Catskills and Stuart to a camp in Maine, arranging for school in the fall on Long Island. Defense funds were always being raised when radicals got into trouble to pay pseudo-radical lawyers to fight the cases on technicalities. I was not going to have any lawyer get me out of this, since my indictment had not stopped my publishing The Woman Rebel. Through the columns of the September issue, I told my subscribers I did not want pennies or dollars, but appealed to them to combine forces and protest on their own behalf against government invasion of their rights. That issue and the October one were both suppressed. During what might be called my sleepwalking stage, it was as though I were heading towards a precipice and nothing could awaken me. I had no ear for the objections of family or the criticism of friends. People were around me, I knew, but I could not see them clearly. I was deaf to their warnings and blind to their signs. When I review the situation through the eyes of those who gave me circumspect advice, I can understand their attitude. I was considered a conservative, even a bourgeois by the radicals. I was digging into an illegal subject, was not a trained writer or speaker or experienced in the arts of the propagandist, had no money with which to start a rousing campaign, and possessed neither social position nor influence. In the opinion of nearly all my acquaintances, I would have to spend at least a year in jail, and they began to condole with me. None offered to do anything about it, just suggested how I could get 117 through. One kind woman, whom I had never seen before, called late one evening and volunteered to give me dancing lessons. In a small six-buffer cabin, she had developed a system which she claimed was equally applicable to a prison cell and would keep me in good health. She even wrote out careful directions for combining proper exercises with the rhythm of the dance. But I myself had no intention of going to jail. It was not in my program. One other thing I had to do before my trial. Family limitations simply must be published. I had at last found the right person. Bill Shadoff, Russian-born, big and burly, at that time a linotype operator on a foreign paper. So that nobody would see him, he did the job after hours when his shop was supposed to be closed. At first I had thought only of an addition of 10,000. However, when I learned that union leaders in the silk, woolen, and copper industries were eager to have many more copies to distribute, I enlarged my plan. I would have liked to print 1,000,000, but owing to lack of funds, could not manage more than 100,000. Addressing the envelopes took a lot of work. Night after night the faithful band labored in a storage room, wrapping, weighing, stamping. Bundles went to the mills in the east, to the mines of the west of Chicago, San Francisco, and Pittsburgh, to Butte, Lawrence, and Patterson. All who had requested copies were to receive them simultaneously. I did not want any to be circulated until I was ready, and refused to have one in my own house. I was a tyrant about this, as firm as a general about leaving no rough edges. In October my case came up. I had had no notice, and without a lawyer to keep me posted, did not even know it had been called until the district attorney's office telephoned. Since Mr. Content had promised me plenty of time, I thought this was merely a formality, and all I had to do was put in an appearance. The next morning I presented myself at court. As I sat in the crowded room, I felt crushed and oppressed by an intuitive sense of the tremendous, impersonal power of my opponents. Popular interest was now focused on Europe. My little defiance was no longer important. When I was brought out of my reverie by the voice of the clerk trumpeting forth in the harshly mechanical tones of a 118 train announcer something about the people 5. Margaret Sanger, there flashed into my mind a huge map of the United States, coming to life as a massive, varicolored animal, against which I, so insignificant and small, must in some way defend myself. It was a terrific feeling. But courage did not entirely desert me. Elsie Clapp, whose ample Grecian figure made her seem a tower of strength, marched up the aisle with me as though she, too, were to be tried. I said to Judge Hazel that I was not prepared, and asked for a month's adjournment. Mr. Content astonished me by objecting. Mrs. Sangers had plenty of time, and I see no reason, Your Honor, why we should have a further postponement. Every day's delay means that her violations are increased. I ask that the case continue this afternoon. A change in Judge Hazel's attitude had taken place since August. Instead of listening to my request, he advised me to get an attorney at Onsemi trial would go on after the noon recess. I was so amazed that I could only believe his refusal was due to my lack of technical knowledge, and supposed that at this point I really had to have a lawyer. I knew Simon H. Pollock, who had represented labor during the Patterson strike, and I went to see him. He agreed with me that a lawyer's plea would not be rejected, and that afternoon confidently asked for a month's stay. It was denied. He reduced it to 2 weeks. Again it was denied. At 10 the following morning the case was to be tried without fail. From the post office department, I received roundabout word that my conviction had already been decided upon. When I told this to Mr. Pollock, he said, "There isn't a thing I can do. You'd better plead guilty and let us get you out as fast as we can. We might even be able to make some deal with the 500. So you'd only have to pay a fine." I indignantly refused to plead guilty under any circumstances. What was the sense of bringing about my indictment in order to test the law and then admit that I had done wrong? I was trying to prove the law was wrong, not one. Giving Mr. Pollock no directions how to act, I merely said I would call him up. It was now 4 o'clock, and I sought refuge at home to think through my mental turmoil and distress. But home was crowded 119 with too many associations and emotions pulling me this way and that. When my thoughts would not come clear and straight, I packed a suitcase, went back downtown, and took a room in a hotel, the most impersonal place in the world. There was no doubt in my mind that if I faced the hostile court the next morning, unprepared as I was, I would be convicted of publishing an obscene paper. Such a verdict would be an injustice. If I were to convince a court of the rightness of my cause, I must have my facts well marshaled, and that could not be done in 18 hours. Then there was the question of the children's welfare. Had I the right to leave them the heritage of a mother who had been imprisoned for some offensive literature of which no one knew the details? What was I to do? Should I get another lawyer, one with personal influence who could secure a postponement, and should we then go into court together and fight it out? I had no money for such a luxury. Should I follow the inevitable suggestion of the autodiausos and take my medicine? Yes, but what medicine? I would not swallow a dosage for the wrong disease. I was not afraid of the penitentiary. I was not afraid of anything except being misunderstood. Nevertheless, in the circumstances, my going there could help nobody. I had seen so many people do foolish things valiantly, such as wave a red flag, shout inflammatory words, lead a parade, just for the excitement of doing what the crowd expected of them. Then they went to jail for 6 months, a year perhaps, and what happened? Something had been killed in them. They were never heard of again. I had seen braver and hardier souls than I vanquished in spirit and body by prison terms, and I was not going to be lost and broken for an issue which was not the real one, such as the entirely unimportant woman rebel articles. Had I been able to print family limitation earlier, and to swing the indictment around that, going to jail might have had some significance. Going away was much more difficult than remaining, but if I were to sail for Europe, I could prepare my case adequately and return then to win or lose in the courts. There was a train for Canada within a few hours. Could I take it? Should I take it? Could I ever 120 make those who had advised me against this work and these activities understand? Could I ever make anyone understand? How could I separate myself from the children without seeing them once more? Peggy's leg was swollen from vaccination. This kept worrying me, made me hesitate, anxious. It was so hard to decide what to do. Perfectly still, my watch on the table, I marked the minutes fly. There could be no retreat once I boarded that train. The torture of uncertainty, the agony of making a decision only to reverse it. The hour grew later and later. This was like both birth and death. You had to meet them alone. About 30 minutes before train time, I knew that I must go. I wrote 2 letters, one to Judge Hazel, one to Mr. Content, to be received at the desk the next day, informing them of my action. I had asked for a month and it had been refused. This denial of right and freedom compelled me to leave my home and my 3 children until I made ready my case, which dealt with society rather than an individual. I would notify them when I came back. Whether this were in a month or a year depended on what I found it necessary to do. Finally, as though to say, make the most of it, I enclosed to each a copy of Family Limitation. Parting from all that I held dear in life, I left New York at midnight, without a passport, not knowing whether I could ever return. Chapter 10. We speak the same good tongue. At Montreal, I found comfort and refuge. In fact, on any road I took, men and women who knew about the woman rebel came to my aid. I shall never forget the generosity of the Bainacies who met me at the train and welcomed me to their home. They had been friends of Walt Whitman and still honored his memory. I sat at the table where he had sat and in his chair. Among their many kindnesses, they gave me an introduction to Edward Carpenter, also mentioned in Odd Tones, leader of the Whitman group in England and author of Love's Coming of Age, which was then on every modern bookshelf. Since I was charged with felony, I could be extradited. I was obliged, therefore, in buying my passage, to choose a new name. No sooner had I selected the atrociously ugly Bertha Watson, which seemed to rob me of femininity, than I wanted to be rid of it. But once having adopted it, I could not escape. I boarded the RMS Virginian, laden with munitions, food, Englishmen returning home for war duty, and Canadians going over. Even before the printing of Family Limitation had begun in August, I had arranged a key message, which would release all the pamphlets simultaneously whenever it should be received by any of 4 trusted lieutenants. In case one should be arrested, another ill, or a third die, still everything would go forward as provided for. 3 days 122 out of Montreal, I sent a cable, and shortly had one in reply that the program was being executed as planned. My soul was sick and my heart empty for those I loved. The one gleam in this dreadful night of despair was the faint hope that my efforts might perhaps make Peggy's future easier. The government official examining credentials at Liverpool said sternly, "England is at war, madam. You can't expect us to let you through. We're sending back people without passports every day, and I can't make an exception in your case." But I had good luck as an ally. She comes so often to help in emergencies. A shipboard acquaintance telephoned and pulled wires, a procedure not so common in England as in the United States. On his guarantee that I would get a passport from the American embassy, immediately on reaching London, I was allowed to enter. I wound through dirty streets in a cab to the Adelphi Palace. It rained all day, the wind blew, its howling came through the windows and crept down the chimney. Homesickness swept over me worse than ever before or since. I knew it would not do to set and think, as the Quakers say, so I wandered about in the business district, trying to adjust my mind to the prices marked in the store windows in order to have some idea of what they were in dollars and cents. I viewed church architecture and the cathedral, which was not expected to be finished for 50 years. It did not look so splendid, but since everything about it was closed, I really could not tell. Liverpool was a quaint city. I liked its weathered brick houses, and the evenness and settled feeling, as though the people in them planned to remain where they were for time everlasting. The women of the poor were unconcernedly wearing on the streets dresses originally made for bustles, hats with feathers, caricatures which should have been stuffed away in attics 40 years before. Bertha Watson had a letter to the local Fabian Society, and at 6 I went to the Clarion Café, where it foregathered each Friday. I presented her letter, was welcomed heartily, and invited to the discussion. I found the English then and later polite in speech and action, tolerant in listening. One of the members helped me to locate temporary rooms while I waited for the arrival of letters and messages from the United States. These lodgings were in the home of gentle, middle-class 123 people to whom I paid 30 shillings a week, including breakfast and dinner. I shall always be glad I went to that meeting, because there I met Lorenzo Portet, once companion of Francisco Ferrer and now heir to his educational work, which both believed was the key to Spanish emancipation. After the attempted assassination of Alphonse Roman XIII and Victoria of England, the government had arrested 2,500 Spaniards having republican ideas, among them Ferrer. His school had been closed and he had been jailed. When he had been eventually released, he had still been determined to educate for universal peace by means of economic justice. Accordingly, as Portet stated it, he had reopened a school for all Spain by publishing labor texts at Barcelona. This again had earned him no reward from a grateful government. In 1909, he had been arrested in a purge of republicans, stood up against a wall and shot, and his body thrown into a ditch. Ferrer had left his money to Portet, who was now fulfilling his trust by feeding the country with modern scientific translations from Italy, France, and England. He was a man of middle height and weight, whose alert glance summed you up with an accuracy occasionally disturbing. After our initial encounter, he called on me with punctiliousness and formality, and produced an article from a New York magazine which carried the story of the indictment of Margaret Sanger. "This is you?" he questioned with the jumping of all fact which is termed intuition. Portet, a born teacher, was then instructing youth at the University of Liverpool in Spanish. No human being I ever knew could explain with such infinite pains the details of a subject. He placed your own opposition before you, marshaled it in all its strength, and then annihilated every point one by one. His humorous cynicism was most baffling to those who were merely emotional converts to better worlds. Civilization, he might say, mainly a question of good roads. Sometimes in the midst of those long, drab November weeks I escaped to Wales, where there were endless lanes, winding and hard, with very few carts, and all very quiet. Even here were Carnegie libraries, one of them turned into a restaurant. I went into the houses 124 of the smelting workers at Green Brombo, Wexham, all lovely, minute, stone cottages of 2 or 3 rooms, huddled closely together, charming with their walks and walls and flower gardens. The folk were slow, deliberate, simple. Liverpool was only a junction. London was my terminus. There I could study at the British Museum and meet the neo-Malthusians. Towards the end of the month I rolled up to London through miles of chimney-potted suburbs. It continued rainy and foggy, but still there was a friendly atmosphere in the air. I seemed to be coming to a second home. My first quarters were on the top floor of a bed and breakfast on Torrington Square, just back of the British Museum. I looked out on little rows of trees, iron fences, steps going up to all the houses. There was but one bathroom, and to use it cost extra. Every morning about 7 came a knock, and when I opened the door I discovered a midget jug of hot water outside. I was supposed to break the ice on my large pitcher, mix the two, and pour all into my tin tub, the back of which rose behind me like a throne. After this winter, I realized how the British had acquired their well-known moral courage. I had no fireplace, but 2 floors below was an empty room with a grate. Occasionally, I indulged myself in the luxury of renting it for the evening, and of buying wood to keep myself warm while I worked. I made up for it by not having the slatternly Cockney maid bring up tea, and also went each morning to the basement dining room for my breakfast, thereby saving £1 a week. It was not long before I was stricken by the first digestive upset I had ever had, and was obliged to call in an American doctor. He looked me over casually, and then, without further examination, asked, "Have you been drinking English coffee?" "Why, yes." "Well, give it up. The English can't make coffee, they only know how to make tea, take up English tea." I followed his advice, and from that time on, instead of carrying my own eating habits with me, have tried to adjust myself to the food of the country where I happen to be. In this way, I get along much better. Sundays I attended concerts or visited art galleries, though since it was wartime disappointingly few pictures were being shown. Each weekday, however, found me at the British Museum, going in with the opening of the gates in the morning. In order to secure permission to work, you had to have a card, but once you obtained it, you could take a special seat and books were reserved for you. My aim was to present my case from all angles, to make the trial soundly historical so that birth control would be seriously discussed in America. Therefore, I read avidly and voluminously many weighty tomes, and turned carefully the yellowed, brittle pages of pamphlets and broadsides, finding much that was dull, much that was irrelevant, but also much that was amusing, if only for the ponderous manner of its expression. In the end I had a picture of what had gone before. The father of family limitation was Thomas Robert Malthus, born in 1766 at the Rookery, near Dorking, Surrey. In 1798, this curate of Albury published his Principle of Population, and in the initial chapter laid down his famous postulates. First, that food is necessary to the existence of man. Second, that the passion between the sexes is necessary, and will remain nearly in its present state. Consequently, the unrestrained fertility of the human race was certain to outstrip the available fruits of the earth, and although the natural checks of war, disease, and privation had controlled population for centuries, they had brought misery, disaster, and death in their train. His solution was voluntary and intelligent control of the birth rate by means of late marriage, which left few years for childbearing. However, human nature is such that Malthus might preach forever without anyone's heeding his advice. Not until the profound economic depression, which followed the Napoleonic Wars, were people worried into concern over surplus population. To John Stuart Mill, the production of large families was to be regarded in the same light as drunkenness or any other physical excess. In the very first edition of his Political Economy, he spoke of prudence, by which either marriages are sparingly contracted, or care is taken that children beyond a certain number shall not be the fruit, and concluded that the grand practical problem is to find the means of limiting the number of births. But he left it merely as a grand, practical problem. Francis Place, the master tailor of Charing Cross, was born in a private debtor's prison kept by his father in Vinegar Yard. He was the first to suggest the idea of contraception as a remedy for poverty, but was more practical in his preaching than in his performance, fathering as he did 15 children. In 1822, he published illustrations and proofs of the principle of population. If, above all, it were once clearly understood that it was not disreputable for married persons to avail themselves of such precautionary means as would, without being injurious to health or destructive of female delicacy, prevent conception, sufficient check might at once be given to the increase of population beyond the means of subsistence. Vice and misery, to a prodigious extent, might be removed from society, and the object of Mr. Malthus, Mr. Godwin, and of every philanthropic person be promoted. Place had educated himself on Adam Smith, Locke, Hume, Thomas Paine, and Burke. To his remarkable library came many notable thinkers and men of letters. Among them was Robert Owen, the textile industrialist, who, in his Moral Physiology, offered openly a method of contraception. I sit down to write a little treatise, which will subject me to abuse from the self-righteous, to misrepresentation from the hypocritical, and to reproach even from the honestly prejudiced. He spoke to young men and women who still believed in virtue and happiness. A human being is a puppet, a slave, if his ignorance is to be the safeguard of his virtue. In reply to the accusation that coitus interruptus was unnatural, he pointed out that the thwarting of any human wish or impulse might be so termed. If this trifling restraint is to be called unnatural, what shall be said of celibacy? Owen in his youth had been impressed by the sufferings of the working classes, and, in a first effort to lighten the burden of his employees, had instituted many reforms in the new Lanark mills, himself prospering materially in so doing. He was less successful when he emigrated to the United States, and at New Harmony, Indiana, established a short-lived communal colony. However, his coming to America had at least one important result. His book influenced Dr. Charles Knowlton of Boston to write a tract entitled Fruits of Philosophy, 127, in which he recommended a chemical formula and other methods to prevent conception. I had not found a trace of this in my previous research, even in Boston where it had been published. Knowlton's reaffirmation of the desirability, both from a political and social point of view, for mankind to be able to limit, at will, the number of offspring, without sacrificing the attendant gratification of the reproductive instinct, would have been little noticed had it not been for the repercussion in England 40 years later. During the early Victorian uprush of industrialism, a man's children had been breadwinners, and family limitation had naturally lapsed. But when humanitarian legislation had begun to rescue children from factories, the population specter had shown itself once more. In 1861 was formed the Malthusian League, designed to influence public opinion and overcome the prevailing misconception of Malthusianism, and in 1876, a Bristol bookseller brought out an English edition of Fruits of Philosophy. He was promptly arrested on the charge of publishing an obscene book, and sentence was suspended on his plea of guilty. The brilliant rationalist and freethinker, Charles Bradlaugh, a redoubtable personality, together with Annie Besant, later the renowned theosophist but then a young rebel, started a printing partnership and sold the pamphlet. Although not approving it in all its details, they determined to contest the right to publish it and to prove that prevention of conception was not obscene. Extraordinary interest was aroused in their trial before Lord Chief Justice Cockburn and a special jury. The Solicitor General himself appeared as chief counsel for the prosecution. Taking a copy of Fruits of Philosophy in his hands, he opened it solemnly and said, "It is really extremely painful to me," then hesitating, "very painful to me to have to read this." But he did so. Bradlaugh and Besant conducted their own defense. The latter, with eloquence and astonishing poise, held the admiring attention of the court for 2 days. Nevertheless, both were convicted of defaming the morals of the public, sentenced to 6 months in jail and a $1,000 fine, and required to put up guarantees of $2,500 for good behavior during the next 2 years. 128. The case was immediately appealed. Fortunately, the upper court dismissed it on a technicality, because specific evidence of obscenity was not included. If the words were polluting, they had to appear in the record. This decision settled for all time in England that contraception was not to be classed among the obscenities. As a result, new life was injected into the Malthusian League, and its name was changed to the Neo-Malthusian Society. In the first issue of its monthly journal, it set forth a modest claim: "We have the only remedy that the disease of society can be cured by." Instead of the impractical advice of Malthus to marry late, the Neo-Malthusians advised early marriage, the use of contraceptive methods, and children born according to the earning capacity of the father. A man's station in life should determine the number of his children. Furthermore, they intended one by one to prick the flimsy bubbles of emigration, lessen production, and home colonization, which are from time to time put forward. The emphasis was still placed on the social and economic aspects rather than the personal tragedies of women. That was in 1876. Now in 1914, the Drysdales, Dr. 105, and his wife Bessie were the guiding spirits of the society. They had a long heritage of Malthusianism behind them. The uncle of the former, Dr. George Drysdale, fresh from Edinburgh in 1854, had anonymously published his Elements of Social Science, which had gone into 15 languages. He had even himself studied Chinese to ensure a reasonably accurate translation in that tongue. In the darkest days of Victorianism, this young physician had included the new woman in his interpretation of Malthus. Both he and his brother Charles, also a physician, had been in love with Alice Vickery, who had chosen the latter and borne him a son, the present 100. 5. Alice Vickery was as great in her day as Mary Wollstonecraft in hers. After a tremendous struggle, which included getting her degree in Dublin and her training in Paris, she had proved her right to enter the medical profession and had become the first woman doctor in England. My keenest desire was to get in touch with the Drysdales. They invited me to tea at their offices in the English sense, not ours. I squelched through the inevitable rain to Queen Anne's Chambers 129 and was astonished to find nothing on the door except Dr. 100. 5. Drysdale's name. The term Malthusian was not considered proper according to the landlord's ideas of propriety. In fact, throughout England, the word brought up antagonism. People crossed the street to avoid it. I entered a sitting room, gay with chintz-covered chairs and a sofa, pillows at the back, quite fitted to Queen Anne's own day. A fire was burning cheerily, yet even this was not so welcome as the open arms and excitement with which I was greeted, not only by the Drysdales but also by Dr. Binnie Dunlop, dark, Scotch, thin and dapper, intellectually enthusiastic although not emotionally so, by Olive Johnston, the faithful secretary who had worked for many years with the Drysdales, and by F.W. Stella Brown, an ardent feminist whose faintly florid face, hair never quite white, and indefatigable vivacity are the same a quarter of a century later. Many women in causes are like that. Something in their spirit keeps them forever young. Dr. Drysdale was then in his early 40s, slender, fair, inclined to be bald. In his ebullience he was not at all British, but his pleasing, warm, and courteous personality was British at its best. Bessie Drysdale, about her husband's age, was the practical member, dispensing charming hospitality. The others were like an army meeting me, but she brought up the rear with tea and cakes and comforting things. It seemed to me I had seen them and known them all before. I was immediately certain I had come to the right place. In the United States I had been alone, pulling against all whose broad, general principles were the same as mine, but who disapproved of my actions. But these new friends saw eye to eye with me. Instead of heaping criticism and fears upon me, they offered all the force of an international organization, as well as their encyclopedic minds to back me up. The policy of the Neo-Malthusians had been to educate the educators. They believed that once the practice of family limitation had been established among the well-to-do and socially prominent, it would be taken up by the lower strata. They were not discouraged, although after almost 40 years' success seemed as far away as ever. The working classes not only evinced no desire for the benefits 130 of family limitation, but did not even know such a thing existed. Everybody in the room appreciated my rebellion and extended congratulations on a name having been coined, which was so simple and easy to understand as birth control. When I told them how I had managed the distribution of the family limitation pamphlets, Dr. Drysdale stood up impetuously and said, "Oh, would to God we had a Comstock law. There's nothing can so stir the British people as a bad law. Then they will do something to change it." That afternoon was one of the most encouraging and delightful of my life. The warmth of my receptions strengthened me to face the future. It lessened my dreadful homesickness and curbed the ever-growing impulse to escape from warsick London and hurry back to the children. During my stay, I saw much of the Drysdales and their group, and between us all grew up a close kinship which has lasted through the stormy years. I like to think of London at this time chiefly because of all my new friends and the laughter they brought me. Of late there had been little of it in my life, but with every friend I had in England more than with any other people I have ever known I laughed, and this laughter knit and welded the bonds of comradeship. One day in the British Museum I was standing by the catalogues, which were in the form of books, waiting until a man near me finished the volume one. Wanted to consult. I glanced at him idly, then more closely, thinking I identified the profile from pictures I had seen. When he had put the book down I ventured tentatively, "Aren't you Edward Carpenter?" Almost without looking at me he replied, "Yes, and aren't you Margaret Sanger?" It was a shock for Bertha Watson to hear this name repeated out loud in a public place. However, Mr. Carpenter's recognition was readily explainable. He had been more or less prepared to see me because he had already received my letter, and had that morning at my rooming house been told I never returned from the British Museum until evening. Since we could not talk in this hall of silence, we adjourned to the Egyptian room and then to lunch. He was human, full of wit, fun, and humor, a live person who exuded magnetism. Edward Carpenter reassured me that what I was doing was not merely of the present, but belonged even more to the future. From this fine spirit, I drew confirmation of the purity of my endeavor, something essential for me to take back to America if others there were to experience the same sense of justification. We beyond the Atlantic were still uncertain of our ethics, and even of our morals. We needed the sanction of British public opinion and the approval of their great philosophers, so that we could be strong in our beliefs. During the first weeks in England, I did not feel vehemently about the war, especially as signs were displayed everywhere, business as usual. I supposed it would be a little flurry, soon over. War talk, of course, was universal. The German espionage system was much discussed. I wondered whether it were not the general characteristic of the German always to observe and be accurate in detail, which made his information valuable. He did the same thing in the United States, where nobody thought of calling him a spy. Everywhere women were knitting socks and mitts, but I was more impressed by the fact they were smoking in Hotel Lobbyesse, new indication of emancipation to mean even rolling their own cigarettes. If a woman came in for tea, without a word being said, a bellhop produced her own box of tobacco. When she left, it was returned to its proper place. As the months went on, however, to be an American became almost as unlucky as to be a German. Whoever wished to remain safely in England must agree with England, give over every vestige of independent thinking or free expression. Wherever I went I heard mention of traitorous America. At one dining car table a gray-haired Englishman, unaware of my nationality, asserted, "Americans will do anything for money." "Yes," agreed his companion. "They do not care whom their bullets kill. They get paid for them." He was a young Dutchman, apparently just returned from the East Indies, and the conversation between the two developed briskly. Americans were a mixed breed without souls. They had none of the qualities which make a nation great: no traditions, history, art, music, absolutely nothing but their money. They had to come to Europe for everything, to England for laws, customs, and morals, to France for fashions and arts. 132 They were human leeches fastened on Europe without incentive, originality, or creative ability. I interrupted. "What do you want America to do? Why should she get into this? Does she owe loyalty to England or France or Russia?" "Oh no, but for Belgium. America signed the Hague Treaty with the rest of us, and she has not stood by it." To this I advanced the argument: we Americans are not like Europeans. We are a heterogeneous mixture of all the fighting forces and nations of the world. We include the Irish, who hate England, and Jews who hardly can be said to love Russia. A large part of our population industrious, civil, reliable, and prosperous are Germans, with whom our Scandinavians are sympathetic. Who then have we to ally against Germany? And why? A very small Farbeck mention of gratitude to France for her help in our revolution against British rule and the Statue of Liberty. On the whole, I came more nearly being a nationalist when I left England than when I went there. I had to do such battle to explain the United States that, almost involuntarily, I felt myself becoming less of an internationalist. It was a strange feeling, as though somebody you knew and loved were being criticized, and you took up the cudgels in defense. Chapter 11. Havelock Ellis. He who ascends to mountaintops shall find their loftiest peaks most wrapped in clouds and snow. Round him are icy rocks, and loudly blow contending tempests on his naked head. Lord Byron. As Christmas approached, my loneliness for the children increased. This was their particular time. I had messages from and about them, but these could not give the small, intimate details. The Atlantic was a broad span, seeming more vast to letter writers. I missed their voices, their caresses, even their little quarrels. I almost wondered whether solitary confinement in prison were not preferable to my present isolation. In the midst of this stark yearning to be with them and share their tree, I received a cordial note from Havelock Ellis asking me to come to tea. With kindly foresight, he had given me explicit directions how to reach 14 Dover mansions in Brixton across the Thames. I boarded a crowded bus at Oxford Circus. Though it was a miserable day near the dark end of 1914, the spirit of Christmas was in the air, and everyone was laden with beribboned bundles and bright packages. Looking askance at the police station, which occupied the lower floor, I climbed up the stairs, and with the shyness of an adolescent, full of fears and uncertainties, lifted the huge brass knocker. The figure of Ellis himself appeared in the door. He seemed a giant in stature, a lovely, simple man in loose-fitting clothes, with powerful head and wonderful smile. He was 55 then, but that head will never change. Shock of white hair, the venerable beard, shaggy 134 though well-kept, the wide, expressive mouth and deep-set eyes, sad even in spite of the humorous twinkle always latent. I was conscious immediately that I was in the presence of a great man, yet I was startled at first by his voice as he welcomed me in. It was typically English, high and thin. I once talked to a prisoner at Sing Sing who had been in the death house for 3 years and could speak only in whispers thereafter. Ellis had been a hermit for 25. He had lived in the bush in Australia and later secluded himself in his study. Nevertheless, the importance of what he had to say much more than made up for the instrument which conveyed it. He led me to the living room through which the cheerless twilight of a winter afternoon in London barely penetrated, and seated me before a little gas fire. Some rooms impress you as ghastly cold even when hot. This one, though lacking central heating, had the warmth of many books. He lit 2 candles on the mantel, which flickered softly over his features, giving him the aspect of a seer. We sat down and quiet fell. I tried a few aimless remarks, but I stuttered with embarrassment. Ellis was still. Small talk was not possible with him. You had to utter only the deepest truths within you. No other human being could be so silent and remain so poised and calm in silence. While Ellis was preparing tea in the kitchen, he left me to look over his library and the most recent news from America. He had laid out and marked certain pertinent items which he thought might not have come to my attention. This, I later found, was one of his most endearing characteristics. He always entered into the life of the other person in little details, never forgetting even the kind of bread or olives, fruits or wines you preferred. His detachment was not incompatible with sympathy. Soon appeared a large tray, laden with tea, cakes, and bread and butter, and we sat down before the humming flame and talked and talked. And as we talked, we wove into our lives an intangible web of mutual interests. I began to realize then that the men who are truly great are the easiest to meet and understand. After those first few moments I was at peace, and content as I had never been before. Entirely unaware of the reverence he aroused, Ellis pasted no labels 135 on himself, had no poses, made no effort to impress. He was simply, quite unself-consciously, what he was. When he asked me to describe the details of how I had locked horns with the law, I spoke glowingly of the heartening approval which the Drysdales had just given me. He did not show the same enthusiasm. In fact, he was rather concerned, and not so ready with praise for my lack of respect for the established order, believing so strongly in my case that he wanted me to avoid mistakes. I think his influence was always more or less subduing and moderating. He tried to get me, too, to take the middle road. Though he occasionally alluded to some of the more amusing phases of the trial of his own work, he had pushed it into the back of his mind. This monumental study intended for doctors and psychologists had been projected when Ellis was a medical student of 19. But his short practice of medicine, his editing of the Mermaid series of old British dramatists, and the preparation of several sociological treatises, had intervened before, in 1898. Sexual Inversion, the first volume, had appeared. George Bedborough, printer, had been arrested for selling a copy, and charged with publishing an obscene libel with the intention of corrupting the laws of Her Majesty's subjects. Ellis, the scholar, preferred to ignore controversy. The martyr's crown would not have coincided favorably with calm and dispassionate research. Judging it merely stupid of the British government to have pushed the case to trial, he suspended the sale of the volume immediately, so disappointed that his own countrymen did not understand his motives that he stated then and there he would not have his other volumes published in England, and he never has. He, beyond any other person, has been able to clarify the question of sex, and free it from the smudginess connected with it from the beginning of Christianity, raise it from the dark cellar, set it on a higher plane. That has been his great contribution. Like an alchemist, he transmuted the psychic disturbance which had followed my reading of his books into a spiritual essence. We had many things to discuss, but suddenly it dawned upon me that I must have outstayed my time. 7 o'clock struck before I realized how late it was. It had seemed so short to me. I was not excited, as I went back through the heavy fog to my own dull little room. My emotion was too deep for that. I felt as though I had been exalted into a hitherto undreamed-of world. Some of my new friends, Guy Aldred, Henry Sarah and Rose Whitcup, invited me to tea with them Christmas Eve. Rose was deliberate in her movements, tall and dark, with straight black hair falling low over her forehead and caught at the nape of the neck. She and Guy were both ardent pacifists. A few days earlier I had overheard them reproving their son, aged 6, for suggesting that Santa Claus bring him some lead soldiers. He had seen uniforms in every street and toy replicas in every shop window. All little boys were having them. I had not been able to send many presents to my children, and before leaving the house slipped into his room. He was sound asleep, and his clothes were stretched out neatly at the foot of his bed. Outraging my own principles, I tucked a box of soldiers under the blanket, so that he might see this marshal array the first thing in the morning. Rose and Guy were thoroughly disgusted with me. Much that evening combined to stir me. Carol singers paraded Torrington Square, group after group lifting plaintive voices in Good King Wenceslas, and We Three Kings of Orient are. I was headachy, but I went out and strolled about the streets to see Merry England at Yuletide. I had on so much clothing that I could scarcely walk, and still I was icy cold. It was just about a year since I had left France with the children, never to be reunited with Bill. Since I am slow in my decisions and cannot separate myself from past emotions quickly, all breaches must come gradually. A measure of frustration is an inevitable accompaniment to endeavor. My marriage had not been unhappy, I had not let it be. It had not failed because of lack of love, romance, wealth, respect, or any of those qualities which were supposed to cause marital rifts, but because the interests of each had widened beyond those of the other. Development had proceeded so fast that our lives had diverged, due to that very growth which we had sought for each other. I could not live with a human being conscious that my necessities were thwarting or dwarfing his progress. It had been a crowded year, encompassing the heights and depths 137 of feeling. Christmas Eve was too much for me. I went back again and sat, wondering whether the children were well and contented. The next morning came a cable from them, flowers from Bill, and a nice note from Havelock Ellis. Thereafter Havelock aided me immensely in my studies by guiding my reading. Tuesdays and Fridays were his days at the British Museum, and he often left little messages at my seat, listing helpful articles or offering suggestions as to books which might assist me in the particular aspect I was then engaged upon. If when traveling about with him on the tram, going to a concert, shopping for coffee and cigarettes outside the museum, a thought came to him, he would pull out a bit of paper and jot down notes. That was how he compiled his material for books, gathering it piecemeal and storing it away in envelopes. Anything on the dance went into the dance envelope, music into music, and so on. As soon as anyone became full enough to attract his attention, he took it out and started to make something of it. Sometimes we dined together at a Soho restaurant. Occasionally I had tea at his flat. In his combined kitchen and dining room, warmed by a coal stove, he did his work, and there also he cooked meals for which he marketed himself. He was proud of being able to lay a fire with fewer sticks and less paper than an expert charwoman, and once said he would rather win praise for the creation of a salad than of an essay. One of the 4 rooms was set aside for the use of his wife, Edith. She preferred the country and lived on her farm in Cornwall, whereas Havelock loved to be in the city. Though he was not a part of it, he liked to hear it going on about him. Whenever she came to town, she found all her books and possessions inviolate. Whenever he went to Cornwall, he found everything ready for him. Either of them could, on impulse, board a train without baggage, and in a few hours be at home. Edith was short and stocky, high-colored, curly-haired, with mystical blue eyes but accompanying them a strain of practicality. She could run the farm, look after the livestock, and dispose of her products. Her vitality was so great that it sought other outlets in writing fiction. Bernard Shaw was once trying to find his way to the Ellis farm and stopped at a cottage to inquire whether he was on the right road. The good wife could not tell him. "But I know Mr. and Mrs. Ellis live near here." She kept protesting nobody of that name was in the neighborhood until Shaw pointed to a house which appeared as though it might be the one. "Who lives there?" "2 strangers." "What do they do?" "Oh, the man he writes out of other folks' books, but she writes out of her head." The person who saw most of Havelock was Olive Schreiner, a long-standing friend of his and of Edith. I was delighted at the chance of meeting the author of Woman and Labor and of another favorite, The Story of an African Farm. She had just come to England for the first time in 25 years and been caught in the war. Knowing Havelock to be a philosopher, I had expected him to be an elderly man, but despite his white hair, had found him young, physically and mentally. Olive Schreiner's writings were so alive that I had visualized a young woman. Instead, although her hair was black, her square and stout Dutch body was old and spread. She had perhaps been partly aged by the frightful asthma from which she had suffered for so many years. The effect was enhanced by the dark surroundings of the shabby hotel in which I first saw her. Certainly another contributing factor was her despondence over the war. Although her mother was English, her father Dutch, and she a British subject, her Germanic name was causing her the most harrowing complications. Fellow hotel guests of her own sex, when they spied her name on the register or heard her paged, insisted to the manager that either she should be removed or they were going to seek quarters elsewhere. She was literally being hounded from place to place. Possibly Olive felt the tragedy of the war more than any other person I met in London at this time. She had never believed that the boys would be out of the trenches by Christmas, or that business, as 139 usual, could continue much longer. Already she had seen the horrors of armed conflict in South Africa. It seemed to begin lightly, but it did not end that way. She feared the whole world might be trapped in this one, that internationalism and the peace movement were practically finished, and that a whole new generation had to be born before we could recover what we had lost. She appeared to me then unduly disheartened. It was only later, when her words came true, that I comprehended how accurate were her prophecies. Better than any living being, Olive understood Havelock. I realized this during a conversation between herself and Edith. The latter had been in the United States lecturing on 3 writers: her husband, James Hinton, whom he admired tremendously, and Edward Carpenter. Her reception had convinced her the name of Ellis had gone beyond the borders of England, and she wanted him to return with her the following year to reap some of the reward of the respect thousands of Americans had for him. Havelock was terror-stricken, first at the idea of coming to a new country, and second at the mere mention of speaking in public. He could imagine no tortures worse than these. But in order to please Edith, whom he loved dearly, and also because her persistency and determination were so great that he found it hard to oppose her, he agreed to leave it to the 3 of us. Edith and I had called on Olive to talk it over. She, as usual, had just recently moved. This time she was more cheerful, and after tea we took up the momentous question of the destiny of another individual. Edith, with her customary fire and fervor, started in to persuade Olive, Havelock's lifelong friend, and me, his new friend, that going to America would be a crowning glory for him. She entreated our aid in making him decide to do so. Olive characteristically listened with rapt attention until Edith had finished. Then she turned to me. "What do you think Havelock should do?" I, knowing how much Americans expected of a speaker in the way of voice, personality, and gift of oratory, and also how easily they could be disappointed, unless gestures and external appearance fulfilled their anticipations, concluded he would not find this crown 140 of glory or this universal acclaim, and that he would probably return disillusioned after the first fanfare of publicity. I said, without giving my reasons, I don't think he should go. "Have either of you asked Havelock what he wants to do?" Olive questioned. "I have," said Edith, "and he doesn't want to." "Then that settles the matter entirely," replied Olive. "Nobody has the authority to make another do what he doesn't want to, no matter how good you or I or any of us think it might be for him. I myself will never take a step that my instinct or intuition tells me not to. I am guided wholly by that instinct, and if I should awaken tomorrow morning and my inner voice told me to go to the top of the Himalayas, I would pack up and go." This brief speech determined the question for Havelock, his right to stay snugly in London, and to give up all the adventure Edith had planned for him. Olive, in her commonly dark mood, was encouraged more by the work being done for women in birth control than by anything else. She herself, who had had but one child, which had died, realized its significance. The last time I saw her, she put both arms around me and said, "We may never meet again, but your endeavor is the bright star shining through the black clouds of war." She was not able to go back to South Africa until the war was over. One morning, not long afterwards, she was found dead in her bed. According to her instructions, her little child and beloved dog were removed from their old resting places, and Kaffirs carried the 3 of them to the peak of a mountain outside Queenstown, where they have since reposed on their high eminence. Ellis has been called the greatest living English gentleman. But England alone cannot claim him. He belongs to all mankind. I define him as one who radiates truth, energy, and beauty. I see him in a realm above and beyond the shouting and the tumult. Captains and kings come and go. Lilliputian warriors strut their hour, and boundary lines between nations are made and unmade. Although he takes no active share in this external trafficking, he does not dwell apart in an ivory tower of his own construction. This Olympian seems to be aloof from the pain of the world, Yet 141 he has penetrated profoundly into the persistent problems of the race. Nothing human is alien to his sympathy. His knowledge is broad and deep, his wisdom even deeper. He makes no strident, blatant effort to cry aloud his message, but gradually, and in ever-increasing numbers, men and women pause to listen to his serene voice. Here is a phenomenon more amazing than the achievements of radioactivity. Despite all the obstacles and obstructions that have hindered his expression, his truth has filtered through to minds ready to receive it. His philosophy, if it can be reduced to an essence, is that of life more abundant attained through a more complete understanding of ourselves and an unruffled charity to all. To Havelock Ellis, we owe our concept of that kingdom of God within us, that inner world which hides all our inherent potentialities for joy as well as suffering. Thanks to him, we realize that happiness must be the fruit of an attitude towards life, that it is in no way dependent upon the rewards or the gifts of fortune. Like St. Francis of Assisi, he teaches the beauty of nature, of his brother the sun and his sister the moon, of birds and fish and animals, and all the pageantry of the passing seasons. I have never felt about any other person as I do about Havelock Ellis. To know him has been a bounteous privilege, to claim him friend my greatest honor. Chapter 12. Stork over Holland. Day after day, the attendants at the British Museum piled books and pamphlets on the table before my seat. As I pored over the vital statistics of Europe, it seemed to me that chiefly in the Netherlands was there a force operating towards constructive race building. The Dutch had long since adopted a common-sense attitude on the subject, looking upon having a baby as an economic luxurious something like a piano or an automobile that had to be taken care of afterwards. The Drysdales often mention the great work done by Dr. Aletta Jacobs of Amsterdam and Dr. Johannes Rutgers of The Hague. The story of Dr. Jacobs' conquest of nearly insuperable obstacles to a medical career was particularly appealing. Born in 1854 in the province of Groningen, she was the 8th child of a physician who, on $800 a year, had to support his wife and 11 children. Even before adolescence, she had asked defiantly, "What's the use of brains if you're born a girl?" She was determined to become a doctor like her father, though no woman had ever been admitted to Groningen University. Her spirit was so indomitable that when at 17 she had passed the examinations and demanded entrance, she had been permitted to listen for a year, and then allowed to register as a permanent student. In 1878, Dr. Jacobs had finished her studies in medicine at Amsterdam University and gone to London, where she had attended the Besant and Bradlaugh trial, met the Fabians, met the Malthusians, 143 become an ardent suffragist. This first woman physician in the Netherlands had returned to Amsterdam and there had braved the disapproval of her father's friends by practicing her profession and by opening a free clinic for poor women and children, where she gave contraceptive advice and information, the first time this had ever been done in the world. Within a few years, and within a radius of 5 miles, the proportion of stillbirths and abortions as well as venereal disease had started to decline. Children were filling the schools. People were leaving their canal boats to go into agriculture. The Netherlands being such a small country, where one person's business was everybody's business, such changes could not escape notice. Just about this time, Dr. Charles R. Drysdale, then president of the English League, had been invited to address an international medical congress held in Amsterdam. The results of Dr. Jacobs' clinic were so apparent that immediately thereafter the Dutch Neo-Malthusian League had been formed and 34 physicians had joined it. When other centers were established, purely for consultation, the word clinic was applied to them also. In 1883, Dr. Mensinga, a gynecologist of Flensburg, Germany, had published a description of a contraceptive device called a diaphragm pessary, which he and Dr. Jacobs had perfected. Dr. and Madame Hoytsema Rutgers had taken charge of the League in 1899 with such success that the work had spread through that well-ordered kingdom. In recognition of its extensive and valuable accomplishment, Queen Wilhelmina had presented it with a Medal of Honor and a charter, and counted it one of the great public utilities. In my statistical investigations, I paid special attention to the birth and mortality rates of the Netherlands to see how they had been affected over this period of 35 years. They showed the lowest maternal mortality, whereas the United States was at the top of the list. 3 times more mothers' lives were being saved in the Little Dyke country than in my native land. Furthermore, the infant death rate of Rotterdam, Amsterdam, and The Hague, the 3 cities in which the League was most active, were the lowest of all those in the world. During the same period, the death rate had been cut in half. But 144, surprisingly, I found that the birth rate had been reduced only a third. In other words, the death rate had fallen faster than the birth rate, which meant that the population of the Netherlands was increasing more rapidly than that of any other country in Europe. I had much difficulty in reconciling these figures with my preconceived idea that birth control would automatically bring about a decrease in population. Since it was increasing, then perhaps birth control was not, after all, the answer to the economic international problem. If this were true, all my calculations were going to be upset. Impatient to go to the Netherlands and dig out the real facts, not only from Dutch records but from personal observation, I decided quietly most of my decisions in those days were quiet once to cross the channel. This implied possible unwelcome encounters with inquisitive officials, floating bombs, submarines, and every type of inconvenience and delay. But my eagerness made me discount the hindrances. I applied to the Dutch consul for a visa to Bertha Watson's passport. 80 cents, please, and no questions asked. So that I should not have to return to London before going on to Paris, I presented myself at the French consulate also. I waited 2 hours. $2, please, and still no queries. I attached myself to the end of the long line waiting at Victoria Station to have passports inspected, and was soon safely on the train for Folkestone. We were late when we reached the Channel. Again we lined up for inspection. Many Belgian women with 4 or 5 children were going back to their people. The sleepy little ones and the tired women settled on the platform to rest until some had gone through. 2 detectives glanced casually at my passport and then allowed me to enter the official chamber. Inspections had been growing steadily more strict. This was the ultimate test. There sat in a row 3 officers in mufti, well-fed and brusque with authority. I handed my passport to the first, who looked me up and down as though I were a treacherous enemy, then pushed it over to the next. This man too viewed me with suspicion and mistrust, and pulled out a notebook, scanning the names to see whether mine were on the proscribed list. The last of the 3, who was to make the final decision, crisp, 145 trim, and hard as nails in voice and manner, demanded, "What are you going to the continent for, madam? Another joy ride? You Americans must think that's all this war amounts to. Can you produce any good reason for letting you through?" Fortunately, I was prepared for such a contingency. I took out of my purse a letter from Bernard McFadden asking me to answer certain questions in the form of articles for physical culture, such as the relation between the unfit and population growth. I offered this document while those in line behind me waited restively. He read it meticulously, taking longer than necessary as it seemed to me in my nervousness. At last he folded it neatly and said, "A good work this. Too bad someone hasn't done it before." Then he put his last official stamp on my various papers, and I passed through for the gangplank. No complications presented themselves at The Hague, and early on a January morning in 1915 I registered at an inexpensive hotel. It was comforting to hear a radiator sizzling once more. I joined the other guests who were cheerfully breakfasting together en famille at a single table, and since I spoke neither Dutch nor German, silently munched my black bread and cheese, downed the excellent coffee, and watched interestedly. Though stolid in appearance like all the Dutch, they were friendly. I did not try to telephone Dr. Rutgers. Instead, though it was not yet 9 o'clock, I hailed a taxi and held out to the driver a slip of paper on which I had written the street and number. In response to my ring at the door to which I was delivered, a tiny square window in the upper part opened mysteriously, and a face wizened, aged, and inquisitive was framed in the aperture. It remained while I explained my mission. Apparently trust was inspired because, my story finished, the door swung wide and the face, materialized into Dr. Rutgers, ushered me into the library, where I waited until he came back in his street clothing. Then we went out to a second breakfast in a nearby cafe. The doctor turned out to be a kindly little man whose wife was now an invalid. It was hard for him to talk English. Most of the Dutch had 4 languages, but only those who had lived in England, 146, spoke English well. The difficulties, however, lessened as we nibbled brioches and sipped coffee after coffee until noon. Warming to my narrative of the battle in the United States, he shook his head when he thought of what I might have to face in the future, and expressed more concern over my predicament and more heartfelt sympathy with my having had to leave the children behind than anybody I had yet met. He was the first person to whom I had been able to overflow about my personal sadness. On his part, Dr. Rutgers described his hardships in keeping the clinics open and, through the League, preventing adverse legislation. Neo-Malthusianism had never been popular anywhere, no matter what the proof in the lessening of human misery and suffering. Dr. Rutgers had borne alone the brunt of all the criticism directed at his society. The Rutgers method for establishing new clinics had resulted in a sound system for dealing with the birth rate. The men and women who acted as his counselors understood that a rising birth rate, no matter where in the country, would soon be followed by a high infant mortality rate. Accordingly, they reported this quickly to the society, which sent a midwife or practical nurse, trained in the technique standardized by Dr. Rutgers, into the congested sector to set up a demonstration clinic. She usually took an apartment with 2 extra rooms, one for waiting, the other a modestly equipped office like that of any country midwife. Her duty was to go into the home where a child had died, inquire into the cause, and give friendly advice regarding the mother's own health. She also encouraged her not to have another baby until the condition of ignorance, poverty, or disease, whichever it might be, had either been bettered or eliminated. Whenever 4 had been born into such a family, this advice was made more emphatic. As soon as Dr. Rutgers had explained his policy to me, I had that most important answer to the puzzling and bothersome problem of the increasing population in the Netherlands brought about by birth control. It was proper spacing. The numbers in a family, or the numbers in a nation, might be increased just as long as the arrival of children was not too rapid, to permit those already born to be assured of livelihood, and to become assimilated in the community. Dr. Rutgers suggested I come to his clinic the next day and learn his technique. He was at the moment training 2 midwives preparatory to starting a new center in the outskirts of The Hague. Under his tutelage, I began to realize the necessity for individual instruction to patients if the method of contraception prescribed was to fulfill its function. I wondered at the ease with which this could be done. Very soon even I myself, unable to talk to these women in their own tongue, instructed 7 to 5. I used to bombard the little man with questions concerning each case. I took issue with him over his autocratic system of dictating without explanation. Merely saying, "This is what you do. Do this always," had to my mind no educational value. "Don't you think it would be a good idea to tell your patients what you're aiming at and why?" I asked. "No, can't take time. They must do what they're told." His was the doctor's point of view with which I was familiar, but with which I could not agree. It also seemed to me a mistake to regard the women merely as units in a sociological scheme for bettering the human race. On the file cards were inscribed only names and addresses, no case histories. I wanted to know so much more about them. How many children had they already had? How many had they lost? What were their husbands' wages? What was the spacing in each family, and what were the effects? How successful had been the method of contraception? If this information had then been recorded, the birth control movement could later have cited chapter and verse in its own support. After my morning's work with Dr. Rutgers, I usually repaired to the Central Bureau of Statistics with my 3-in-1 translator, interpreter, and guide. My findings were that in all cities and districts where clinics had been established, the figures showed improvement. Labor conditions were better and children were going to schools, which had raised their educational standards. Professional prostitutes were few, and even these were German, French, Belgian, or English, because Dutch women were encouraged to marry early. It made a difference. From the eugenic standpoint, there had been a rapid increase in the stature of the Dutch conscript as shown by army records. The data proved conclusively that a controlled birth rate was as beneficial 148 as I had imagined it might be, growing out of the first clinic initiated by the enterprise of Dr. Aletta Jacobs. I was, of course, looking forward to meeting Dr. Jacobs, and sent her a note asking for the privilege of an interview. A reply came, curt and blunt. She would not see me. She was not concerned with my studies or with me, because it was a doctor's subject and one in which laymen should not interfere. Already I had come to the same conclusion in principle, but was dismayed at this first rebuff I had encountered. I was also hurt as much as I could be hurt during that period, when I seemed to be one mass of aches, physically and mentally. Not until much later did I learn that to be a nurse was no recommendation in Europe, where she was more like an upper servant, a household drudge who took care of the sick instead of the kitchen. For 2 months I wandered about the Netherlands, visiting clinics and independent nurses in The Hague, Rotterdam, and Amsterdam. In spite of the League propaganda against commercialization, I found many shops in which a woman, if she so desired, could purchase contraceptive supplies as casually as you might buy a toothbrush. Unfortunately, in some of them, she could be examined and fitted by saleswomen who had but little training in technique and scant knowledge of anatomy. Although the Dutch League had several thousand members, each one active, writing to papers, talking to friends, attending meetings, and, although 54 clinics were in operation, many well-informed people did not know anything about them. More surprising still, the medical profession as a whole appeared to be utterly ignorant of the directed birth control work that was going on. It did not, therefore, seem extraordinary that no inkling of all thither clinics or contraceptive methods had ever reached the United States, and practically no attempt to copy it been made in England. Even in this neutral country, signs of war were everywhere. Along the way were soldiers in uniform, armed and keeping guard, and at the stations, Red Cross wagons were in readiness. Feeling among the Dutch was greatly mixed. Queen Wilhelmina's husband was a German. The army and the aristocracy were for the Triple Alliance. The poorer classes were more influenced by the sufferings of the 1,149 and thousands of Belgians who had flocked to Dutch firesides for food and shelter. Nowhere else was I so impressed with the tragedies of war. Often about 4 o'clock, I had kaffeeklatsch at the home of some Dutch lady who sat, very proper, while the maid served coffee, the best in Europe, from the big, white porcelain pot. I suspected most of the morning had been spent in supervising preparations for the delicious food. At one of these afternoons, I was introduced to 5 German delegates who had come to attend the Women's Peace Conference. They found it difficult to forgive the stories of German atrocities, which England had allowed to circulate. I ventured to inquire how they could disprove them, especially in view of the report of the Bryce Commission. Was not war cruel and savage, and might not these things have happened? Yes, yes, one said, but hundreds of our German boys are brought back to us, dead and alive, whose noses and ears have been cut off, put in packages, and taken to headquarters for reward. However, we would not dream of accusing the French or the English soldiers of such barbarisms. We know that because their code forbids them to do these things themselves, they have called in the Moors and the Gurkhas and the savages from Africa. Unable to comprehend how those towards whom they felt such friendliness could return this sentiment with hatred, the women said to me in bewilderment, "Tell us really why people who do not know us hate us as they do." The dignity of their sorrow, the heavy burden of grief under which they labored, the very calmness and fairness with which they bore it, had a quieting effect. The Netherlands was the place to regain a certain sense of balance, especially if you had passed through England, where feeling was so embittered. I overheard in Amsterdam a most illuminating conversation between 2 Englishmen and a German. After going over the pros and cons, they shook hands all around, agreeing that 6 months after the war was settled, German and English trade would be hand in glove, trials and grievances forgot. To go directly to France from the Netherlands was next to impossible, nor did I find it easy to travel roundabout by way of England, 150 owing to the recently instituted German submarine blockade. Then, at last, I heard that a freighter was to be sent to London to test it. Day after day, I went to the docks for news, and employed the interval with pleasant social contacts. Rather than have a cocktail before lunch or dinner, the Dutch assembled at their favorite restaurants for aperitifs. The glass, with winged rims spreading out about half an inch from the top, was filled to overflowing with balls. You were not supposed to touch it at first. Instead, you leaned over and sort of scooped a little with your mouth before picking it up and enjoying it. The French aperitifs were pleasant and mild, but Holland gin was so strong and raw that I marveled at the way they could take it with a smile. I was definitely unequal to the art. One evening, I was invited to play billiards with a Dutchman, an Englishman, and a German. I accepted as naturally as for a game of whist. Afterwards, the Dutchman said that, though no respectable Dutch wife could have played billiards in that room without later being approached or insulted, an American woman could do anything and still not lose caste. She minded her own affairs, paid her own bills, and even if she were seen on the streets late at night, without an escort, everyone knew she must be on legitimate business. Then the Englishman spoke to the same effect. He said you found the American woman in all sorts of autochthois and often questionable places, but you needed only to look into her candid face to find an answer to what she was doing there. European women owed her a great deal for her pioneering on the continent. In England, it was a common sight to see the most estimable women smoking cigarettes in all fashionable restaurants and hotels, just as in America. Just as in America, I gasped, remembering my astonishment at having seen women smoke publicly in London. I am sure there must be some mistake. Ladies are not supposed to smoke in America. As an example to Europe, they're a failure, because they haven't even won that liberty for themselves. This was a surprise to them all, but the Dutchman rallied to the defense, shifting the subject. Nevertheless, she is the best-dressed woman in the world. 151. What about the Parisian? I exclaimed. I accept none. I have been over half the globe. I have paid particular attention to foreigners, their customs, their education, their tastes, and I have been convinced that today the Parisian woman has had to yield to the American in respect to clothes and fashion. Paris designs are intended for the United States, not for France or England. The Frenchwoman may be trim and neat and jaunty, but it takes a woman of wealth in France to be in the fashion, while in New York, every shopgirl wears cheap editions of the latest styles. The German was deep in thought during these speeches, resting his chin in his hand. Aroused by the striking of the clock, he suddenly interpolated, "Why, you can always tell an American couple in Europe. The woman is too bossy, she leads the way, she does all the talking and ordering, while the man trails on behind her and silently pays the bills." Well, you must have seen him when he was on his good behavior, I suggested, for at home he is not so silent about paying the bills. Unabashed, the German continued, "My brother, who has long lived in America, says the woman there is the head of the house, that she manages all, her word is law. Is this true?" He seemed greatly disturbed, and I was about to reply, but the Briton rose to speak. "Of course she is, because she's far superior. Why, American men have nothing in common with the women. They are coarse, blunt, crude, while the women are finely sensitive, exquisite, and courteous. The man has nothing to give his wife but money. He comes home at night and talks business, introduces into his home only friends who will help him out financially, and when his wife discusses music, art, or literature, he falls asleep and snores. That's why she brings her fortune into Europe for a husband. She finds her equal in the Frenchman, the Italian, the Spaniard, but particularly in the Englishman. For every Englishman is a gentleman, and every American woman is a lady." The German added a final convulsive note to the settlement of the woman problem by adding, "Is it true the American husband not only washes the dishes, but pushes the perambulator?" 152. Why, yes, he often does that. "That is terrible," he answered, the RS rolling out and his hands clasped tight to his temples. And at that we all departed for our rest. But a few days later, one or another of the quartet was demonstrated right. News came that my boat was about to leave at once, and I sought out the captain. At the first intimation of my errand, he waved his hands and said, "No, no, no women." I kept on talking until I made him admit he was interested in America, in diet, and in population. When I found he was a reader of physical culture, I produced my open sesame letter, and again it was more potent than a passport. I stood reasoning with him on the pier, until finally he said, "There's a rule to take no women. But you Americans are not like others. I think I can put you in." I was allowed to embark. During the voyage, we were most careful, anchoring at dusk, and when it was light keeping sharp watch for floating mines which might have broken loose from their moorings. It took us 2 nights and a day to make a crossing that ordinarily occupied only 9 or 10 hours. I had plenty of time to sort out my impressions and conclusions regarding the birth control movement. They had been revolutionized. I could no longer look upon it as a struggle for free speech, because I now realized that it involved much more than talks, books, or pamphlets. These were not enough. Personal instruction had been proved to be the best method, and I concluded clinics were the proper places from which to disseminate information, but also, admirable as they were in the Netherlands, they ought not to be placed in the hands of unskilled midwives, social workers, or even nurses. These could, of course, instruct after a fashion, but only doctors had the requisite knowledge of anatomy and physiology and training in gynecology to examine properly and prescribe accurately. I had a new goal, but how difficult and how distant its attainment was to be I never dreamed. Chapter 13. The Peasants Are Kings. I stayed but a few days in London, and then went on to Paris, a gloomy, gloomy city because so many people were garbed in black. Joras had been shot. The capital had already been moved to Bordeaux, and suspicion and hysteria were in the air. When I went within easy driving distance of Paris for lunch or dinner, I could see the barbed wire entanglements and gaps where the trees had been taken down for better visibility. I renewed what contacts I could. But everybody was too busy now with the war to think of such a subject as family limitation, which to the French had never been anything to get excited about because they were too used to it. Furthermore, the other side of the question was now presenting itself. They were beginning to ask, if we had a larger population, could we not have held the Germans back? Again, I saw Victor Dave. He was literally starving to death, supported only by friendly gifts of a few francs here or there, which he always accepted with laughter. What difference did it make to him whether he lived a few days longer? I never saw greater gallantry than was manifested by his smile and the shrug of his shoulders as he sauntered to work with 2 pieces of dry bread in his pocket. The libraries were shut. Paris was no place for me, but I could see something of Spain, and Portet was waiting for me there. After the customary passport argument and some surprise at the cost of the sleeping car arrangements, I left for the south. It was 4 o'clock in 154 the morning as the express pulled into Serber, the station on the border, where the French viewed all passengers with caution and mistrust. Serber, shouted the guard, and passports, shouted an inspector following on his heels. Mine was not quite right. The train moved out, leaving me and my baggage desolate on the platform. In the course of several interviews with various officials, I made out that my passport lacked a particular signature, and Perpignan was the nearest town where it could be secured. I paced up and down the tiny station watching for the train back. As usual, peasants were asleep in the waiting room, some on the floor, others sitting on bags and parcels. We were so close under the shadow of the Pyrenees that they almost seemed to be toppling over us. From the train window, I looked out on the beauty of dawn and the rising sun, a scene of such magnificence that it repaid me in pleasure for all the trouble. To one side was the far stretch of the Mediterranean, as magic a blue as I had ever imagined it. To the other were the majestic, rugged mountains with snow-capped peaks and bases covered with pink, flowering apricots. Little villages of white houses and red tile roofs nestled in the valleys, and serpentine roads coiled up the hillsides, where thousands of acres of grapevines, trim and well cared for, bespoke the wine country. From Perpignan I telegraphed Portet, live or die, sink or swim, survive or perish, I'll be in Barcelona tomorrow, and boarded the train once more with a light heart and my papers, 3 of them. Already in the minute's second-class compartment were a large, middle-aged woman whose sweet face was framed in a black mantilla, a small gray-haired man, evidently her husband, and a younger one of about 25. It would have been crowded enough as it was, but they had brought with them packages and bundles that filled the space to the roof. However, they squeezed out enough room for me to curl myself up and go to sleep. I awakened with a start, hearing again the fateful word, passports, and found the agent examining those of my fellow passengers. I opened the bag where I had always carried my credentials, but they were not there. The officer stood waiting. I have my papers 155 all signed, I said, but I cannot find them. Go on to the others and when you come back I'll have them. Since he could not understand English, my speech had little effect. He continued to wait. I began turning things out, letters, books, pamphlets of all kinds and descriptions, groping through every bag, in and out of every package. My traveling companions gazed on the commotion sympathetically and drew their legs aside so I could look under the seat. At this point another uniform approached and the 2 consulted together. Then one of them blew a whistle, and at its loud and shrill summons 5 men came running. The biggest of them threw wide the compartment door to indicate I must get off. They were jabbering at me in French and Spanish. I was talking English. All of us were going as fast as we could. First I jumped up and expostulated, then sat down and waved my hand saying, "Go away." Finally, there appeared a young Spanish student who could speak English. He conveyed to me that the train was already late on my account. I must get off so the other passengers could catch the Barcelona Express. I would not be bothered anymore. So do I want to catch it, I exclaimed. Why don't they move on? I have a passport and I'll find it in a few minutes. I've paid for my ticket to Port Boo and I am not going back. You can stop the train here for a week if you want to, I shan't budge. The gendarmes were standing expectantly on the platform below. The interpreter shrugged his shoulders. She'll do as she says. She's an American woman and she'll never come down. You might as well move on. Nevertheless, the big fellow with the long black cape resolutely seized one bag after another and handed them out. Underneath the last one were disclosed the missing papers. Straightway everybody was wreathed in smiles. The bags were restored and the agents apologized, thanked me profusely, and departed. The passengers shook hands with me all around. Just before we reached Port Boo, one of them peered out the window, rippled off some words to the others in Catalan. The whole compartment was as though electrified. In a few seconds, parcels were 156 being torn apart and boxes ripped open. The senora removed her mantilla and placed a smart new hat on her head, then crowned that with another, and another, and another, until finally she was wearing 4 yards of beautiful and exquisite lace went inside her bodice. She took off her outer skirt and swathed her hips in lengths of cloth. The men stuffed their pockets and the lining of their coats. At last there were only a few rolls of braid left. The younger one lifted his trousers, wound them round and round his legs, and tucked the ends in his garters. Then through the window went crumpled paper, boxes, string. Finally, as the train was slowing up, they put on light buff linen dusters. My eyes popped out of my head to see these simple people suddenly transformed into stylish stouts returning from Paris. The 2 men nonchalantly smoked cigars, as though nothing out of the way were going on, while the customs officials went through their bags. Everybody concerned knew they were merchants smuggling goods, but even the authorities regarded it as legitimate for them to bring in as much as they could carry on their persons. As they left the shed where my belongings were still being scrambled over, they glanced commiseratingly at me and glowered indignation at the officials that a lady should be so served. I had expected to find in Barcelona street corner Carmens with hibiscus blossoms in their hair, wandering guitarists and singers, but the only music that passed my window oozed out mechanically from 2-wheeled, highly ornamented hurdy-gurdies. Nevertheless, the city was full of color. Strange little wagons with canvas covers, looking as though they were part of a caravan, rattled over the cobbles. There was something gorgeously elegant about the members of the Guardia Civil, grandly mounted on Arabian horses, their mustachios fiercely bristling, their uniforms ablaze with scarlet and yellow topped off with black patent leather hats. The red Phrygian caps of the porters seemed almost too realistic a reminder of revolution. The workers still wore their crimson-fringed sashes, their blue French blouses, and white rope-soled shoes. The men, as a rule, were of slight frame, but conveyed an impression of strength like steel rods. The women, invariably black-clad except for the very young, were fat and waddling. Numberless bells were constantly ringing in numberless churches. Everywhere, like crows, were priests in long swinging robes, shovel hats, and dirty bare toes sticking through their sandals. On the corners of the central streets, I saw them occupying the booths of the professional correspondents, who for 10 cents read and answered letters for the illiterate. Although Barcelona, capital of the separatist province of Catalonia, was the progressive industrial center of Spain, it was not darkened by a melee of belching chimneys. The hundreds of factories were kept out of sight, each one isolated in the fields, leaving the city free from traffic, smoke, and the whir of machinery. The palms in the squares and parks were lovely, but set side by side with the new was the startling antiquity of the old town, congested and melancholy. Overlooking the sea at the end of the Rambla, decorated along its length with flower stalls and trees, loud with birds, stood a tall column bearing the statue of Columbus. Around the base were scenes portraying various incidents of the voyage to America, each represented by small images cast in bronze, all beautiful to the last detail. But the effect was greatly spoiled, because nearly every one remaining had a leg, arm, foot, or even head gone. After looking at this for some time and pondering over the wherefore, I concluded that figures so strongly made and set had not easily been removed, and decided it must have something to do with the Spanish-American War. When I asked my Spanish friends whether I had guessed correctly, their only explanation was that ruffians had doubtless done it for sport. However, after I had left the country, I received verification of my supposition. The monument had been stoned in '98, but no Spaniard would ever have admitted this fact to any American. It might hurt the feelings of the visitor even to mention the unpleasantness. I began to study Spanish with a teacher, but I was not nearly far enough advanced to be able to get anywhere in my investigations. Unfortunately also, although men thronged the cafes in droves, they kept their wives in semi-oriental seclusion and even mentally imposed their deep-rooted ideas of the isolation of women on foreigners. I could not violate this custom by going about alone, because I 158 was a guest. As a result, Portet, who was a busy man himself, provided me with a succession of male escorts. Towards the end of a certain afternoon, tired and footsore, I was sitting with one of these accommodating gentlemen at a sidewalk table, sipping an aperitif, a delicious French vermouth supplemented by olives stuffed with anchovies. Bootblacks were making their customary rounds of the patrons, and the men were having their shoes cleaned. Since I had been walking about a great deal, mine were appearing rather scuffed, and I stretched my feet out. My companion looked at me appealingly. "I beg of you, Senora, not here." "Why not?" But the boy had already brought his little shoe rest, begun spitting on my Oxford and rubbing with energy and enthusiasm. Embarrassed, my escort rose and moved away, but interested in the boy's novel methods, I kept my eyes on my shoes and was unaware of anything out of the ordinary. As soon as he had finished, I glanced up. There must have been 25 men gathered in front of the cafe, all looking fixedly and intently at this unusual spectacle. When I opened my purse to pay the boy, he doffed his cap with the most gracious gesture. "Senora, this is my pleasure." The crowd outside applauded loudly, and I felt my face growing hot. Not until they had drifted off did my protector return, wan and pale and extremely agitated. "You see what you've done, you see. It will be the joke of Spain. You are the friend of Professor Portet. It is a reflection on him and on his family. You cannot do these things." I realized then that I had to be more circumspect. Portet, who after all was Führer's successor, was watched wherever he went by the Secret Service, and soon pointed out that I too had a shadowed man who sat constantly at the little, round, marble-topped table across from my hotel. He said I should always have this individual or one of his mates with me. They were on eighth duty, and if I were to go in for any nightlife, I would have 3 separate ones over the 24 hours. These government agents were to give a regular report of whom 159 I was with and where I went, and in a sense, they also looked after me, although Portet was never without a revolver in his pocket. In Spain a breath of dampness, and pop open went the umbrellas all over the place. Once on the way to a benefit for the Belgians, Portet and I were waiting for the tram when a spatter of rain came up. His spy rushed to hold an umbrella over him, while mine ran after my hat which the wind had saucily blown off my head. Or, if I were taking a train alone, my daytime attendant, having already been in conference with the hotel proprietor, would appear at the ticket office and explain to the clerk where I wanted to go. Had he spoken English, I would have doubtless enjoyed his conversation, but Portet warned me it was beneath my dignity even to nod good morning to such a creature. The frequent friendly attentions of our spies could not draw a word of approval from Portet, though on one occasion they performed a real service. Stopping en route at the American Express Company to get some money, we set out to see a part of the old city new to me. Only a few blocks from the banks and modern shops were center pumps, from which women were carrying the water to their homes in tall earthen jugs, in just the same primitive manner as centuries ago. The houses in the red light district were approached by outside stairways along which were niches enclosing receptacles for holy water, and into these, the patrons dipped their fingers religiously, crossed themselves, and entered. While we were walking through one of the narrow streets, high-walled on either side, suddenly and without reason I felt alarmed, and at the same moment Portet put his hand in his pocket. I glanced behind to find our 2 familiar guarding shadows gone. I sensed danger ahead, but I too tried to act as though everything were all right, as though there were nothing to worry about. We strolled in the same leisurely way to the corner. There, in a flash down another street, we caught a quick glimpse of struggling figures in the distance. In a moment, they disappeared. We proceeded to our destination, a little café fronting the Mediterranean. As we sat admiring it, I was startled by the sight of our 2 spies approaching, one of them holding a long, jagged-edged knife. I could not understand his excited words, but his pantomime 160 was so graphically descriptive of a life-and-death struggle that my flesh began to creep, and shivers ran up and down my backbone. He paused, bowed, and held out the knife, obviously offering it to me. Portet, looking very incensed, pulled out his revolver, showed it to the man, and ordered him off. When both had retired, abashed, Portet translated briefly, "He says he has saved your life, that robbers saw you get money at the American Express this morning, and that he knew they were going to attack you." He followed and grabbed the knife away from them. I told him this was unnecessary. "The thieves would have got as good as they gave. I can take care of you." I thought I ought at least to have given the man a reward, but not Portet, the revolutionary, who was furious at the presumption. He was always angry at them. When he came to lunch with me Palm Sunday, the hotel proprietor leaned over the table confidentially and said, "The government agent wishes to speak to you." Portet shouted, "If he comes near, I'll shoot him. The hound, the worm, the dog, how dare he?" "Can't we find out what he wants?" I suggested. The proprietor returned, "Nothing, Senor, except to ask whether you and the Senora are attending the bullfight this afternoon." His time is up at 4 o'clock, but if you are going to the Plaza de Toros, he will be glad to stay on duty another 8 hours. We went. He came right along and saw the spectacle at government expense. The cement-like benches of the large amphitheater were crowded to full capacity. The people were gesticulating, chattering volubly, as though awaiting something unusual or something good eagerly anticipated. Overhead, the monotonous, gray sky seemed like a huge tent. It was so regular and colorless, but every little while a patch of blue appeared. The disposition of the onlookers changed with the same unexpectedness from gladness and joy almost instantaneously into impatience or wrath. At one moment they clapped and praised the matador, at the next they insulted and vilified him. Most of my Spanish friends hoped I would like a bullfight, although Portet, who thought it barbaric, told me it would probably shock me. Every foreigner who saw one simply shut his eyes in horror when some poor old skeleton horse was so gored that its intestines, 161, fell out, and then were pushed back for its re-entry into the arena. If I were going to be conspicuous by showing my feelings, the populace might turn upon me, and jokingly, he suggested following the example of Alfonso Roman XIII, who had given his English bride a pair of opera glasses with perfectly black lenses, because she was so open and frank at displaying her emotions. She had stood and stared blankly at them all the time, and thus got through her first bullfight. I promised to be careful, and watched with the naked eye. The bull came out snorting with passion and vigor, glaring around the arena with a great noble sweep of his head. Suddenly he saw a color he did not like, something inimical. He lunged towards it, and then a medieval-looking figure danced before him with a cape to confuse him. He forgot his original enemy and rushed at the red thing. Another gyrating figure distracted his attention and angered him to wheel towards the new adversary, make another plunge, and again be met by a flash of color. Over and over again this happened. The poor bull's vitality was finally worn down, not from direct combat, but because of the many bewildering forces that were there to destroy him: the fluttering capes, the kaleidoscopic shapes, the swift-thrown banderillas, and the gleaming lances of the picadors. Then, when he was bleeding and utterly spent, the hero stepped out with a sword to kill him. He was dragged out, sombreros whirled into the arena, shrieks and shouts arose, the band played, a great victory had been achieved. Within no time, even before another bull appeared, vendors came along with baskets of hot sandwiches made from the barbecued meat of the one just killed. Not a single word would Portet let me say until we were entirely out of hearing. You could talk freely in Spain against the church or the priests, but this sacred institution must not be criticized. Passing through my mind was the thought that a bullfight was symbolic of the struggle of the working classes. Strikes, picketing, jails exhausted their energy until they too charged blindly this way and that, always missing the main issue. Many of my holidays were spent more happily than this. I never tired of the wooded mountains which sheltered Barcelona, most of 162 of them having some religious significance. Portet and I went up the funicular to the top of Tibidabo, the exceeding high place where the devil tempted Jesus, showing him in a moment of time the world spread out before him. Another glorious spring day, we twisted up the 30 miles of road to Montserrat, the mountain riven in two at the crucifixion. It was the quaintest sight to one coming from a land of subways and elevators to watch the donkeys laden with packs on their backs of vegetables, eggs, and butter, and to see their owners straggling beside up and down the hills, masters of at least themselves if not of their donkeys. The breeze blew more chill as we ascended the final slope to the huge monastery at the top. Afterwards night fell, and the moon shone over the huge boulders of towering rocks, and the whispering wind swung from mass to mass and echoed back again whence it came. It was an evening of enchantment. On making other sorties into the country, I perceived an innate intelligence in the most ignorant peasant. The average one could not tell the names of the simplest plants or flowers, but one look from the eye, one tone of the voice, was comprehended in a flash. Even the gypsy children in the outskirts of Barcelona, with their little dirty feet and tattered clothing, who danced weird dances and flattered strangers for pennies, had a natural brightness beyond belief. But this intelligence was not being directed, and one reason was inherent in the rebellious nature of the Catalan. He would have preferred no system of government at all if that had been possible, for he was restless and tumultuous under restraint. When I saw children leading the blind about the streets day after day, I asked, "Don't they have to be in school? Isn't education made compulsory by the government?" I was laughed at. If the government sent our children to school, we would know it was the wrong sort of school. Parents who could afford it, however, were willing enough to have them go to Furer's schools. 2/3 of the Spanish people had not been able to read or write before his time. The teacher, who worked constantly all the year round, averaged about $16 a month. He is hungrier than a schoolmaster was a household axiom. Since Furer's first school had opened 14 years previously, some 4 to 6 had begun to operate. And in addition, most towns of any size had at least one rationalist school which was maintained by the workers and also used Furer's texts. The groundwork was then being laid for the children of yesterday to become the leaders in today's fight. The pupils I saw at nearby Sabadell, at Granada, and at Seville were being taught the processes of life from the cell up, and their instructors were really trying to give them a scientific instead of a theological attitude. Because of the long mental and physical isolation imposed upon them by the Church, which controlled all education, 5,000 towns and villages could be reached only by trails and tracks. The Church had objected to having roads built because, once transportation were made more accessible, women could more easily leave their homes in the country and go to the city where evil awaited them. Their morals were being safeguarded by cowpaths. Most of Spain was a gaunt, denuded, tragic country with vast, desolate steppes and red, impoverished soil, which gave the feeling it had been soaked in human blood for centuries. Certainly, the spilling of blood had been a matter of indifference in Spanish history. In a sense, the whole people were lawless, hostile to rulers. Every child knew the evils of el caciquismo. Some Spaniard has said, democracy, republicanism, or socialism have in reality little to do in our country, for we do not willingly accept either king, president, priest, or prophet. The worker in Catalonia had small faith in government, no matter what the brand, and kept straight to the one-issue revolution through economic action, chiefly the general strike. He did not look upon the government as a vague, mysterious something for the deeds or blunders of which no one could be blamed. He demanded that those in authority should give accounting for the results of their authority. He never forgot a wrong, and usually those responsible paid the bill. I sometimes thought his attempts were carried out more from a spirit of revenge and individual hatred than as a social protest. At the head of the Rambla was a great square, the Plaza de la Constitución, and there each day from 5 to 6 the populace took 160 for its airing. Thousands of feet had so worn the pavement that it needed replacement. One noon the square was torn up. Nobody could walk there for 24 hours. The workmen were busy, ropes were placed across both ends of the promenade, and a huge sign was erected, no trespassing allowed. By order of the government. Loiterers gathered to look at the proclamation. They began talking, their gestures growing more and more vehement, until finally they pulled down the ropes and deliberately trod on the fresh concrete. They were not going to be forbidden by the government. The entire job had to be done over again, and I noticed the next night 6 mounted police were guarding all 4 sides. But nobody seemed to give either incident the slightest attention. Catalans were a race of individualists, each a law unto himself. Their most marked characteristics were independence and personal dignity. Even Pepet, the waiter at my hotel, knew how to use his freedom. Sometimes he calmly left the dining room and went down the street for a shave while we were having our soup. He eventually returned for the following course, happy and clean, his absence unreproved. Whenever the conversation of the guests interested him, Pepet entered in quite as naturally as though he were sitting and being served instead of serving. In any other country, this would have been resented as insolence, but here every courtesy and respect was shown to him just as he showed it to others. If you said you were going to go by a certain tram to a certain place to be there at 3 in the afternoon, he interrupted, "Pardon me, Senora, you do not need to be there until 4:30, and it is much better to go by this other route." Like the rest I said, "Right, Pepet, we shall take your advice." With the expulsion of the Jews from Spain vanished the driving force for commercial initiative, a quality, fortunately or unfortunately, greatly lacking in the country. Perez Galdós said, "The capital defect of the Spaniards of your time is that you live exclusively the life of words, and the language is so beautiful that the delight in the sweet sound of it woos you to sleep. You speak too much. You lavish without stint a wealth of phrases to conceal the poverty of your actions." I did not believe this entirely true, but without doubt the Spanish had a maddening habit of procrastination. It was si, senora, assuredly, certainly, all gracious promising and then nothing happening. To an American this was especially aggravating because he was always in a constant hurry. He expected to see and know the whole of Spain in a month. but the Spaniard was not to be rushed. When asked what time it was, he might reply, perhaps 4 hours more of the sun. This defiance of clocks and the absence of strain and bustle pleased me personally. A story was told of a Spaniard going to seek his fortune in South America. After finding a position to his satisfaction, he worked 3 hours, and then suddenly asked for his pay. When his employer requested the cause of his abrupt leave-taking, he exclaimed angrily, "Do you think I'm going to spend all my life working for you?" Don Quixote truly represented the Spanish temperament. The strong enthusiasm which was shown for a project, and the still stronger imagination which not only saw the matter begun but also finished, was Spanish to the last degree. The Knight of La Mancha thought nothing of invading cities and fighting giants, but it ended in thinking about it. I consider all that already done. Spanish character, so paradoxical, so attractive, and often so difficult to understand, fascinated me. I could exhaust myself in adjectives: fickle, impetuous, rich-souled, ascetic, passionate, realistic, individualistic. Courtesy and ceremony were second nature to the Catalans of Barcelona, supposed to be the most dangerous and lawless city in Europe, where thousands of anarchists gathered and plotted, and where bombs were thrown wrapped up in flowers. I remember how on the suburban trams going high into the mountains, sellers of hot and cold omelets ran up and down the station platforms. Anybody who bought one, before eating it himself, offered it to all the passengers in the car, even though they might be carrying their own lunches. To accept, however, was a shocking breach of good form. The offer protested that you must take it, and you had to think fast for a plausible excuse. "My friends are waiting for me to dine with 166 them, or I've just had something at the last station. You must never, never, never accept." Havelock used to tell of a grave error he had once made when traveling in Spain. When he had admired a piece of jewelry, the lady to whom it belonged had removed it promptly and thrust it upon him, saying, "I am honored to give it to you." She had been so insistent that, though thoroughly uncomfortable, he had taken it, very worst thing he could have done. Soon it disappeared from his effects, but what was his surprise on his next encounter with the lady to find her wearing it again with no sign of discomposure. Her servants had been so indignant that one of them had immediately stolen it back. Spanish men were not only courteous to women, but also to each other, having no hesitancy at showing their regard and affection. Even the beggars addressed each other in the most high-flown phrases, "Your Highness" or "Your Grace." One might ask, "Where is your Excellency to sleep tonight?" "Under the bridge, my lord." They lacked that poverty-and-thistle look that existed in the same class in other countries. Assuming the condition of one tattered and ragged specimen to be temporary, I questioned him, "What do you do ordinarily?" "I saunter, I idle, I loaf." "But what work do you do?" He drew himself up with the utmost hauteur and said proudly, "I do not work. I am a beggar." Doing business with the Spaniards required a knowledge of finesse quite foreign to the average American. I, for example, saw a basket in a shop window which I felt I really must have. My escort and I went into the store. Since the proprietor did not speak English, all I could do was gaze longingly, take it in my hand, and ask my companion, "How much do you suppose this is?" He made no answer, but pointed to something else on the wall, and we left without learning the price. I thought he was a terribly stupid person. The next day I passed the same place with Portet, and I begged, "Oh, do come in and ask how much that basket is. I want to buy it." He smiled at me indulgently. "You know, in our country we cannot just go into places and find out prices. This man is a craftsman, we will talk to him." The proprietor and his wife shook hands with us and brought the best wine from the cellar. Then the former said, "The Senora was here yesterday. Tell us about her." "She comes from North America," answered Portet. "Tell us about North America." After 40 minutes of this, during which I kept one eye on the wicker container but was unable to divert the conversation to it, we said, "Hasta la vista," and bowed our way out. A week later Portet and I, following the lodestone of my particular basket, sought the shop once more. Relations had now been established, and we were entitled to ask about it. But we still could not demand outright, "How much does it cost?" We must say, "This basket must be worth so and so," making the figure higher than it should be. "Oh no, 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 no," the proprietor protested. "It is not worth that. My humble hands fashioned it. It is hardly worth anything." He endeavored to make me accept it for nothing. I had to refuse, and once more try to make him take more than its value. Never was there such a juggling before we finally arrived at the exact amount of pesetas. On my departure from the country, I had to break through a similar punctilio. I spent about 7 weeks in Barcelona and was never presented with a hotel bill, none for lodging, for laundry, for meals, or for extras such as coffee. The day was coming when I must go back to France, and I did not want too much Spanish money with me just enough to take me to the border. From there I had already purchased my tickets for England. Each time I mentioned Cuenta to the proprietor, bowing and turning up his palms, he answered, "Si, si, senora," until finally, on my last morning, I marched resolutely up to the desk and said, "I shall miss my train if I have to go to the American Express to get more money. You really must tell me how much I owe." He went upstairs, I waited. Finally he descended, his hair standing 168 on end. He threw the reckoning down on the table with a most vindictive look. I glanced at it. The total was very low, it could barely have covered the cost of the food. "I have been humiliated," he exclaimed dramatically. "Whatever is the matter?" I questioned. "We are living in the most hellish country on earth." "Why, what's happened?" "A lady comes all the way from North America. She visits us, she stays here, we like her, and I must present her with this sordid bill. Some day when the fighting is over, I shall return again to Spain." Chapter 14. Oh, to be in England. When I reached London it was spring, and beautiful as only spring in England can be. I longed to get out into the country, and through the kindness of Dr. Alice Vickery, was soon lodged in a private home in Hampstead Gardens, next door to her quaint, ivy-covered, red brick house. In the large garden in back we often had tea under the blossoming apple trees. There, dressed in grey or purple, with white collar and a wisp of lace, not quite a bonnet on her head, she entertained the young and modern women of England who were working for reforms of no matter what kind. Still, at the age of 80, she was alert upon all questions of the day, busily engaged in writing leaflets or articles pointing out the weak spots in social programs. Dr. Vickery was so full of the living side of neo-Malthunism that I could ill afford to forgo one possible hour with her. Often when we found ourselves alone in her drawing room, I sat at her feet and heard the story of the pioneer Malthusians, what they had had to undergo, and what they had accomplished. For my benefit she brought out of her attic a veritable treasure of the early day-sold circulars, pamphlets, and letters now, I am afraid, destroyed. Almost every afternoon, taking her walking stick, and with Dr. Binnie Dunlop for a companion, Dr. Vickery boarded the tram to attend some gathering. She had been one of the first to welcome the militant suffragettes, and she never missed a suffrage meeting, nor, for that matter, any other significant one on infant or maternal welfare, 170 eugenics, or public health. She always went with the definite purpose of getting the audience down to fundamentals. In time she became a familiar figure. As soon as she entered a hall, you could feel those present aligning themselves against her. They knew she was going to bring up a controversial subject that no one wanted discussed, such as birth control. It was like casting a boulder into a nice quiet lake. But with an unruffled exterior and grim determination, she invariably rose just the same, asked the chairman to recognize her, and said her say on the feminist side of the question. From the lips of this Victorian old lady, it sounded strange to hear frank remarks about the importance of limiting offspring. Dr. Dunlop, with Scotch determination, was also bent on setting people straight. He followed her and expounded the medical aspects of population. In June, Dr. Vickery asked me to tell my story to a group of her friends. Among them was Edith Howe Martin, who had recently graduated from the London School of Economics. But already, the zealous ardor of this small and slight person had landed her in jail for suffrage. She had now split from Mrs. Pankhurst, unable to subscribe to the militant policy. The American woman is apt to say, "Anything I can do for you, let me know," and then go away, her conscience relieved. The Englishwoman states definitely that she can get up a meeting, bring you in touch with so-and-so, give you money, or get money for you. Edith Howe Martin in her quiet manner said to me, "I think what you have told us today should have a larger audience. Will you give a lecture if we arrange it for you? Well, do the donkey work, all you have to do is speak." In a few days, the time and place were set. I was to appear in Fabian Hall the following month under my own name. The chairs in the auditorium were wooden, and the interior was unheated, not like an American hall. The audience was quite different from the little socialist gatherings of working women I had addressed at home. The atrocious and hideous English hats gave it an intellectual and highly respectable air. These representatives of nearly every social and civic organization in London had the rationalist attitude and preferred to listen to principles and theories. I told them what I had been trying to do through the Woman Rebel and explained 171 my private and personal conception of what feminism should mean. That is, women should first free themselves from biological slavery, which could best be accomplished through birth control. This was, generally speaking, the introduction of the term into England. Many came up and talked to me afterwards, among them Marie Stopes, a paleontologist who had made a reputation with work on coal. Would I come to her home and discuss the book she was writing? Over the teacups, I found her to have an open, frank manner that quite won me. She took me into her confidence at once, stating her marriage had been unconsummated, and for that reason she was securing an annulment. Her book, Married Love, was based largely on her own experiences and the unhappiness that came to people from ignorance and lack of understanding in wedlock, and she hoped it would help others. She was extremely interested in the correlation of marital success to birth control knowledge, although she admitted she knew nothing about the latter. Could I tell her exactly what methods were used and how? In spite of my belief that the Netherlands clinics could be improved upon, I was fired with fervor for the idea as such, and described them as I had seen them. Later, when I came back to the United States, I brought with me the manuscript of Married Love and tried every established publisher in New York, receiving a rejection from each. Finally, I induced Dr. William J. Robinson to publish it under the auspices of his Critic and Guide, a monthly magazine which took up many subjects the Journal of the American Medical Association would not touch. Unfortunately, even here it had to be expurgated. When I cabled Dr. Stopes, I had a publisher in New York. Her new husband, H. Rowe, financed an unabridged English edition which appeared simultaneously. No one can underestimate the work Marie Stopes has done. Though her other books, Radiant Motherhood and Wise Parenthood, were limited in value because they were based on limited personal experience, she has handled sex knowledge with delicacy and wisdom, placing it in a modern, practical category. She started the first birth control clinic in England, but she was not a pioneer in the 172 movement. Annie Besant, Dr. Vickery, the Drysdales, and many others had plowed the ground and sown the seed. It needed only a new voice, articulate and clear as hers, to push her into the front ranks of the movement, where she must have been much surprised to find herself. Many people went out of their way to be kind to me in those days. I was often asked to the home of EP 100. Haynes, solicitor, writer on freedom of the press, and a fine advisor. Around his table, one of the grandest set anywhere in England, could usually be found a large group of distinguished people. Among them was the American Civil War veteran, Major G.P. Putnam, a dapper, lively, alert little publisher with a white mustache and cold blue eyes. He was conservative and formal, but at the same time a firebrand in his fashion and an enthusiast for certain issues. Haynes had invited him to hear my views, and himself introduced the subject of birth control. Thus, I was enabled to pave the way for having G.P. Putnam's sons eventually take over the publication of Married Love in this country. Although not until 1931, through the Major's efforts, was the ban lifted, which prohibited the importation of the complete edition into the United States. Harold Cox, brilliant Member of Parliament and editor of the Edinburgh Review, was another delightful host at Old Kennard's in Buckinghamshire. In the Review, he was constantly helping to form an enlightened public opinion on birth control, having every argument at his fingertips and never missing a chance to answer questions in the London Times. Hugh and Janet de Sellingcourt's place at Torrington, Sussex, where Shelley was born, always was a haven of refuge. After 5 days' work in town, I could come, tired and pent up, for a weekend. I loved the joy and simplicity of the music there, the light-hearted conversation, and tea on the lawn. From there you saw English ivy climbing up to the thatched roof, and a pond, a small one, which had been converted into a swimming pool. The general impression was of shrubbery and old walls with fruit trees trellised against them. Beyond the velvet green grass were red tree roses, beautiful borders of pink lupins, and delphiniums, the tallest and bluest I have ever seen. From the dining-room window the effect was that of a tapestry. 173 I wanted someday to embody the rambling spirit of this home in one of my own. Here again, laughter bound me to these people. We laughed and we laughed and we laughed. Whole days were spent in gaiety over the most absurd things. Hugh could never quite accept me as a crusader. He went into roars of merriment whenever I mentioned the subject of population. It was too much for a woman in a yellow dress to bother about. But many of my weekends were spent in bothering about it. At Sunday afternoon Labour meetings in London, someone was always holding forth. "Here's a chance for you to talk birth control," Rose Whitcup once urged. It was an opportunity to reach working people and I agreed, but lunch of that day found me trembling. Henry Sarah, a young man but old in the ways of the speaker, noticed I was not eating or drinking and could hardly utter a word. "I say, what's the idea of all this worry? What you must think about is that everybody there comes merely to hear somebody or anybody. They've no notion what you're going to say. Anything is all right with them. Get that in your mind and stop worrying." His friendly encouragement gave me a little more fortitude, but on the way to the hall Rose Whitcup took me severely to task for the trembling, which I seemed unable to stop. "These are just plain people you're going to speak to. It's utter nonsense to be nervous about it." When Rose stood up to introduce me, she began, "Comrades." There was a long pause. For the second time she tried in a less assured tone, "Comrades." Another interval, and a third time, in a voice so weak she herself could hardly hear it, she attempted, "Comrades." Then, barely whispering, "Excuse me," she sat down. By comparison, my speech was not bad. Writing at this time was a means of expression much easier than speaking. I had not forgotten my subscribers to the Woman Rebel. I had to fulfill my obligations and supply something to take the place of the 3 issues which I had been unable to furnish them. Therefore, I wrote 3 pamphlets on methods of contraception in England, the Netherlands, and France respectively. Printing them cost £174 a considerable amount of money. My friends in Canada, knowing I was not affluent, now and then when they had a little windfall or unexpected dividend, sent me small checks of from £5 to £10, saying, "To use for your work." These had come in quite often. On one occasion I had squeezed my pocketbook dry paying for the last pamphlet. I had not another penny to buy stamps. 10 days had gone by, and I kept wishing something might come in to help me out. That morning, a letter arrived. I tore it apart and a money order dropped out. Hurrying as fast as I could to the post office, I received the cash, spent it all on stamps, and hastened back in the hope of getting the whole edition off on the Arabic. In wartime, sailings had to be considered. One batch of envelopes had already gone into the pillar box, and I was just finishing addressing and stamping the second lot, when I heard the knocker on the door below clatter through the house. It had the ring of authority, and sounded so ominous that I felt it must have something to do with me. Sure enough, in a few moments, a bobby and a man in plain clothes appeared at my threshold. They asked whether I were the person who had been sending quantities of mail to a foreign address. Yes, I admitted in a small voice, wondering what on earth was going to happen now. The bobby came closer, showed me an unopened envelope, and demanded sternly, "Did you post this?" "I think so." "Madam, in England we never put His Majesty on upside down. We do not represent our king standing on his head. Will you please, in affixing your stamps, pay attention to the customs of our country?" The care with which I stuck on the remainder right side up delayed me so that I barely made the Arabic. Only then did I have time to read the letter. I took it out of my bag, thinking how wonderful it was of my friends to send me the money and how much good I had been able to do with it. To my consternation and amazement, it was not for my use, but to buy gift-certain books to be sent back as soon as possible. The money was gone, and the presents could not be purchased. After all this rush and pother, the Arabic was torpedoed and went down with the entire 2,000 pamphlets. I made another effort, this time successfully completed, and shaped an article on Emerson, Thoreau, and Humphrey Noyes and the Oneida community, about whom the English were talking. Meanwhile, I had written to Canada apologizing and saying I expected shortly to be able to fulfill the commissions. I now had an opening ahead of me for a career abroad. Portet's publishing house in Barcelona was closely allied with others in Paris. Through him, I was offered the job of choosing appropriate books in English, which could be published in both French and Spanish, especially works that would be of help to women and labor. The salary was satisfactory, the job itself interesting, and it gave promise of permanency as soon as the war should be over. I had almost decided to take it, even selecting a little house in Versailles with sunny rooms and a garden for the children. There was only one drawback: subtle, persistent dread that something was wrong with Peggy. Night after night, her voice startled me from deep sleep and left me in a state of agitation until I received the next letter containing news that all was going well. I tried to dismiss this fear and would have it partially submerged, but always the same troubled voice rang in my ears. Mother, mother, are you coming back? One definite, though inexplicable experience kept puzzling me. As I unclosed my eyes in the morning, or even before I was completely awake, I became conscious of the number 6, as though that numeral were repeating itself again and again in my drowsy mind. I often tried to fit it into some event of the day 6 o'clock, sixpence, the price of tea, or anything else amusing, and as casual or silly as I could make up. This I did to protect myself against the premonition which seemed at first to come upon me with the recurrence of this number. Later, like a leaf on a wall calendar, Nov 6 stood out. When the publisher asked me to commit myself by signing a 3-year contract to stay in Paris, I said, yes, I will if y'all guarantee to lock me up or send me to Africa or the North Pole until after November 6th. Why November 6th? 176 I don't know, but I am certain that something important is to occur on that day, something different, and something which will affect my entire future. He drew up our plans, as of January 1st of the following year. Edith Ellis was lecturing in America, and by letter we arranged for her to bring back Peggy and Grant, because it appeared I might be staying for some time. Then, since only Peggy seemed lonely and in need of her mother and Grant was happy in school, it was determined he should be left there. Edith was to sail with Peggy on the Lusitania. When word was flashed that the liner had been torpedoed, I stood in the middle of the night in front of the Cunard office, scanning with horror the mounting ranks of missing and dead. Not until 2 in the morning was the list complete, and could I breathe once more. Neither Peggy's nor Edith's name was on it. Edith had received one of those slips warning prospective passengers that the ship might be blown up, and was one of the few who had heeded the admonition and transferred to another boat. Even so, the thought of being responsible for Peggy had been too alarming, and she had decided not to bring her. The war had sent many Americans back from Europe, and Bill had returned to New York. I had had a detailed letter from him describing the stirring events of the previous December. A man introducing himself as A. Heller had called upon him at his studio and requested a copy of Family Limitation, pleading that he was poor, had too large a family, and was a friend of mine. Bill said he was sorry, but we had agreed that I was to carry on my work independently of him, and he did not even think he had any of the pamphlets. However, the man's story was so pathetic that he rummaged around and by chance found one in the library drawer. A few days later Bill opened the door to a gray-haired, side-whiskered 6-footer who lost no time in announcing, "I am Mr. Comstock. I have a warrant for your arrest on the grounds of circulating obscene literature." Accompanying him was the so-called Heller, who turned out to be Charles J. Bamberger, an agent of the New York Society for the Suppression of Vice. The three departed 177, but Bill soon found himself in a restaurant instead of the police station. When he protested that he wished to consult a lawyer without delay, Comstock, between mouthfuls of lunch, offered advice. "Young man, I want to act as a brother to you. Lawyers are expensive and will only aggravate your case." Here he patted Bill on the shoulder. "Plead guilty to this charge and ill ask for a suspended sentence." Bill's answer was that, though he had been in Europe when the pamphlet had been written, he believed in the principles embodied in it, and that therefore his own principles were at stake. He would not plead guilty. "You know as well as I do, Mr. Comstock, there's nothing obscene in that pamphlet. Young man, I have been in this work for 20 years, and that leaflet is the worst thing I have ever seen." This sort of conversation went on all afternoon. Comstock even tried to bribe Bill to turn state's evidence by disclosing my whereabouts. It was his custom to arrive at the police station so late that his prisoner could not communicate with a lawyer or bonding office and had to spend the night in jail. He could then make a statement to the papers that his captive had been unable to secure bail. When Comstock and Bill at last reached the Yorkville police court, and the clerk had asked the latter how he wished to plead, Comstock spoke for him. "He pleads guilty." "I do not," expostulated Bill. "I plead not guilty." He was arraigned, and bail fixed at $500, but he was obliged to spend 36 hours in jail before it could be procured. In September I had word that, after several postponements, his trial had finally come up before Justices McInerney, Herbert, and Salmon. He started to read his typewritten statement. "I admit that I broke the law, and yet I claim that in every real sense it is the law and not I that is on trial here today." Justice McInerney interrupted him. "You admit you are guilty, and all this statement of yours is just opinions. I am not going to have a lot of rigmarole on the record. We've no time to bother. This book is not only indecent but immoral. Its circulation is a menace 178 to society. Too many women are going around advocating women's suffrage. If they would go around advocating bearing children, we should be better off. The statute gives you the privilege of being fined for this offense, but I do not believe this should be so. A man, guilty as you are, ought to have no alternative from a prison sentence. $150 or 30 days in jail. Then I want to say to the court, shouted Bill, leaning forward and raising his hand for greater emphasis, that I would rather be in jail with my self-respect than in your place without it. Although he was convinced of the justice of my cause, this was the first and only copy of the pamphlet he had ever given out. It was one of life's sharpest ironies that, despite our separation, he should have been drawn into my battle and go to prison for it. When I received Bill's letter bearing this news, I tore across the lawn to Dr. Vickery's. Dr. Drysdale happened to be there, and in his indignation his face became red and his hands were clenched. He tramped up and down the floor in a frenzy of rage that such a thing could be done to any human being. I am still touched when I think of this mild, gentle person being moved to depths of anger over an injustice which did not affect him personally. The question before me was, should I go back? As had gone Bill's trial, so would probably go my own. I did not want to sacrifice myself in a lost cause. I was young and knew I should be used for something. Temporarily postponing my final answer to the publishing house, I decided to return to the United States, but only long enough to survey the situation, to gather up my children. I intended, if possible, to come back to that little house in Versailles. Chapter 15. High hangs the gauntlet. Let God and man decree laws for themselves and not for me. Their deeds I judge and much condemn. Yet when did I make laws for them? A. E. Houseman. The end of September 1915, I set sail from Bordeaux. I remember how interminable that voyage was across the dangerous, foggy Atlantic. The shadow of the Lusitania hung over us. The ship was absolutely dark, and tension crackled in the very air. My own thoughts were black as the night, and the old nervousness, the nervousness that came with a queer gripping at the pit of the stomach, was upon me. A dread presentiment and a foreboding were with me almost incessantly. When I succeeded in snatching a few hours' sleep, I was startled out of unpleasant dreams. One of them was of attempting to struggle through a crowded street against traffic. I was pushed to the curb and had to make my way cautiously. The mechanical, automaton-like crowds were walking, always in the opposite direction. Then suddenly in my dream, the people turned into mice, thousands and thousands of them. They even smelled like mice. I awakened and had to open the porthole to rid the room of that musty smell of mice. At last the lights of Staten Island, winking like specters in the dim dawn, signaled our safe arrival at quarantine. As the ship sidled along the wharf at West 14th Street on that gray October morning, a new exhilaration, a new hope arose in my heart. To see American faces again after the unutterable despair of 180 Europe, to sense the rough democracy of the porters and of the good-hearted, hard-boiled taxi drivers, to breathe in the crisp, electric autumn air of Homall, these brought with them an irresistible gladness. Because I wanted the feeling to linger, I refused a taxi, picked up my small bag, and walked away from the pier, looking about. At the first newsstand I passed, I caught sight of the words, "What shall we do about birth control?" on the cover of the Pictorial Review. It seemed strange to be greeted, not by friends or relatives, but by a phrase of your own carried on a magazine. I purchased it, and singing to myself, went on to a hotel where the children were brought to me. I cannot describe the joy of being reunited with them. That evening, I sat down at my desk and wrote several letters. I notified Judge Hazel and Assistant District Attorney Content that I was now back and ready for trial, and inquired whether the indictments of the previous year were still pending. I was politely informed that they were. A note more difficult to compose went to the National Birth Control League, which had been reorganized in my absence under the leadership of Mary Ware Dennett, Clara Stillman, and Anita Block. To it had been turned over all my files, including the list of subscribers to the Woman Rebel. I asked them what moral support I could expect from the League, saying this would help to determine the length of my stay. Mrs. Stillman, the secretary, invited me to call a few days later at her home, where an executive meeting was to convene. I went with keen anticipation, totally unprepared for the actual answer. The committee had met. Mrs. Dennett, Mrs. Stillman, and Anita were all there. Mrs. Dennett spoke for the group. The National Birth Control League disagreed with my methods, my tactics, with everything I had done. Such an organization as theirs, the function of which was primarily to change the laws in an orderly and proper manner, could not logically sanction anyone who had broken those laws. After delivering this ultimatum, Mrs. Dennett walked to the door with me. Would I mind giving her the names and addresses of those socially prominent and distinguished persons I had found on my 181 European trip to be interested? Heartsick as I was over my reception, I was also amused at her shrewdness. Mrs. Dennett was a good promoter and experienced campaigner, a capable office executive, an indefatigable worker for suffrage and peace, with a background that might have been invaluable. I often regretted that we could not have combined our efforts. Had we been able to do so, the movement might have been pushed many years ahead. My fourth communication was to Dr. William J. Robinson, an emigre from the land of orthodox medicine, who was possessed of a sensitivity to current moods. When he had realized that while Durant's lectures had aroused interest in sex psychology, he had stepped in to speak to larger audiences, using a more popular approach, although, as far as I know, he had never publicly discussed the prevention of conception. Dr. Abraham Jacobi, beloved dean of the profession, in accepting the presidency of the Academy of Medicine, had backed birth control, and through Dr. Robinson's endeavors, a small committee had later been formed to look into it. From the reports that had come to me, I could not discover whether any harmonious agreement that the subject lay within the province of medicine had been made. To my inquiry, Dr. Robinson replied that the committee had met only once, and he considered I could expect no support from them. He enclosed a check for $10 towards the expenses of my trial. Here were two disappointments to face. Both these organizations had seemed so well suited to continue progress, one to change the laws, the other to take proper medical charge. Neither had fulfilled my hopes, and therefore I felt I had to enter the fray again. My burning concern for the thousands of women who went unregarded could apparently find no official endorsement. Birth control was back again where it had started. I was convinced I had to depend solely upon the compassionate insight of intelligent women, which I was certain was latent and could be aroused. But these problems were suddenly swept aside by a crisis of a more intimate nature, a tragedy about which I find myself still unable to write, though so many years have passed. A few days after my arrival, Peggy was taken ill with pneumonia. 182, when Mr. Content telephoned to say I had better come down and talk it over, I could not go. He was extremely kind, assuring me there was no hurry and he would postpone the trial until I was free. This allowed me to devote my whole attention and time to her. Peggy died the morning of November 6, 1915. The joy and the fullness of life went out of it then, and has never quite returned. Deep in the hidden realm of my consciousness, my little girl has continued to live, and in that strange, mysterious place where reality and imagination meet, she has grown up to womanhood. There she leads an ideal existence untouched by harsh actuality and disillusion. Men and women from all classes, from nearly every city in America, poured upon me their sympathy. Money for my trial came beyond my understanding, not large amounts, but large for the Sendersfrom miners of West Virginia and lumbermen of the North Woods. Some had walked 5 miles to read Family Limitation. Others had had it copied for them. Women wrote of children, dead a quarter of a century, for whom they were still secretly mourning, and sent me pictures and locks of hair of their own dead babies. I had never fully realized, until then, that the loss of a child remains unforgotten to every mother during her lifetime. Public opinion had been focused on Comstock's activities by Bill's sentence, and the Liberals had been aroused. Committees of 2 and 3 came to request me to take up the purely legislative task of changing the federal law. Aid would be forthcoming, special trains to Congress, investigations, commissions, and victory in sight before the year was over. It was tempting. It seemed so feasible on the surface, so much easier than agonizing delays through the courts. Many others advised me just as before that in pleading guilty, I was choosing the best field in which to make my fight. One of those to urge me towards a middle course was Max Eastman, who possessed an unusual evenness of temper and tolerance towards all who opposed him, as well as a keen mind and keen imagination, which followed hypotheses to logical conclusions. This soft-voiced, lethargic poet, mentally and emotionally controlled, had too great a sense of humor and ability in visualizing events in their proper perspective to advocate direct action. Max made an appointment for me to see Samuel Untermeyer, authority on constitutional law, and a person to whom liberals turned because of the fight he had put up against the trusts. He might straighten out the legal aspects. I found him enthroned in his luxurious office, amid the most magnificent American beauty rose dozens and dozens and dozens. With his piercing eyes and head too large for his frame, he appeared a disembodied brain. Though the appointment had been made with difficulty, writing and telephoning back and forth through secretaries to be verified, time now was nothing to him. He was so smooth, so courteous, so sympathetic, so unhurried. He seemed to understand and to be ready to lift the load of legal worry from my mind. Picking up the telephone, he said, "Get me Mr. Content. Then, Harold, come on over to my office and bring your record on Mrs. Sanger." When the district attorney had arrived, Mr. Untermeyer's whole voice changed. He spoke sternly to the young man. "Why, Harold, what are you trying to do persecuting this little woman, so frail and so delicate, the mother of a family? You don't want to put her behind bars, do you? She's doing a noble work in the world, and here you are behaving like this. Are you representing the government, or are you merely prejudiced in your own behalf?" Mr. Content replied respectfully, "Well, Mr. Untermeyer, we don't want to prosecute Mrs. Sanger, but we want her to promise to obey the law." "Has she broken the law?" "We have positive proof that she has violated it on a very large scale." Mr. Untermeyer immediately assured him, "Why, of course, she'll promise not to break any more laws. Is that all it is? You just quash that indictment and forget about it." Mr. Content left. Mr. Untermeyer turned to me genially and said, "Well, you see, we've fixed that up. What's going to happen? The law will be the same, won't it?" "Why, yes. What was that you said about a promise?" "Oh, yes, write me a letter saying you won't break the law again." 184. "I couldn't promise that, Mr. Untermeyer." "What?" "No, I couldn't do that. The law is there, something must happen to it. The law may not be what it should be, but y'all never get anywhere by violating it. It must be changed by legal methods. Gather all your friends and go to Congress." Again, I stated my position. The law specified obscenity, and I had done nothing obscene. I even had the best of the government as regarded the precise charge. I had not given contraceptive information in The Woman Rebel, and therefore had not violated the law either in spirit or principle. But I had done so in circulating family limitation, and that would inevitably be brought up. I really wanted this, so that birth control would be defined once, and for all as either obscene or not obscene. Mr. Untermeyer took down one of his ponderous books and read over the section in question. Again he said, "The evidence is that you have violated the law. We don't separate the spirit from the letter. It is all there. It seems to me that pleading guilty would let you out of your troubles without loss of dignity. You should consider yourself fortunate at the suggested outcome. You can gain nothing by trial. You cannot even get publicity in these days when the papers are crowded with war news and the big events of history are happening." I still could not admit his interpretation. You had to differentiate between the things mentioned in that law and actual obscenity. The courts would someday have to decide on this. "You have no case," Mr. Untermeyer persisted. "If you have broken the law, there is nothing anyone can do or say to argue that fact away. We must prevent your going to jail, however. I'll see what I can do. I am not concerned with going to jail. Going in or staying out has nothing to do with it. The question at stake is whether I have or have not done something obscene. If I have done nothing obscene, I cannot plead guilty." Mr. Untermeyer was upset. Instead of his former warmth, I was aware of a curt and cold politeness. I went from his office feeling I 185 had had an opportunity to make a powerful friend, and had lost it by refusing to accept the legal point of view. Max also was decidedly angry. His attitude was, "We tried to help you and you declined help." He wrote formally, "You could accompany your plea of guilty with a statement, both before the court and for the press, which would make it a far more signal attack upon the law to whose violation you would be pleading guilty than a plea of not guilty. It would do 1,000 times more good. At the same time, it would satisfy your pride, or your feeling that you ought to be brave enough to stand up for what you think, or whatever it is that is making you refuse the advice of counsel. I would not plead guilty on any count. They could not make me. I felt deep within me that I was right and they were wrong. I still had that naive trust that when the facts were known, the government would not willfully condemn millions of women to death, misery, or abortion which left them physically damaged and spiritually crippled. Clarence Darrow and other liberal lawyers from various cities generously offered to come to New York to present the case free of charge. But after my untermere interview, I was convinced that the quibbles of lawyers inevitably beclouded the fundamental issues. I had to move people and persuade them emotionally. I had no practice in public speaking. Mine was the valor of faith. However, I was certain that speaking from the fullness of my heart, I would be guided by the greatness and profundity of my conviction. In spite of the old adage that he who has himself for a lawyer has a fool for a client, I was confident that any jury of honest men would acquit me. I asked Mr. Content to put my case on the calendar as soon as possible. It was called for the end of November, then set for January 18th, then January 24th. I used to go almost weekly to demand that it take place, always stressing the fact that I wanted a trial by jury. One of the judges that I came before in these various courts had previously asked me in a personal letter to send him family limitation, and I had mailed it to him with my compliments. The twinkle in his eyes was reflected in mine. We both knew that he as well as I had been technically breaking the law. As the New York Sun commented, the Sanger case presents the anomaly of a prosecutor loath to prosecute and a defendant anxious to be tried. The newspapers were taking ever-increasing notice. A photograph of myself and my two young sons circulated widely and seemed to alter the attitude of a heretofore cynical public. At that time, I thought the papers were against me, but looking over these old clippings today, I realized this was merely the impersonality of the news columns. Their editorial hesitancy made them appear, like all other conservative and reactionary forces, my opponents. But the rank and file of American newspaperdom, though they must always have their little jokes, have always been sympathetic. They printed the letter to Woodrow Wilson, initiated by Marie Stopes. It begged to call the attention of the president to the fact that I was in danger of criminal prosecution for circulating a pamphlet on birth control, which was allowed in every civilized country except the United States, that England had passed through the phase of prohibiting this subject a generation before, and that to suppress serious and disinterested opinion on anything so important was detrimental to human progress. It respectfully urged the president to exert his powerful influence in behalf of free speech and the betterment of the race. This letter was invaluable by reason of its signatories Lena Ashwell, William Archer, Percy Ames, Almer Maude 1100, Stopes, Arnold Bennett, Edward Carpenter, Gilbert Murray, and H.G. Wells, whose name was news. If a group of such eminence in England could afford to stand by me, then the same kind of people here might be less timorous. As public sentiment grew, telegrams and letters showered upon Judge Clayton demanding the dismissal of the charges against me. He piled them in wastebaskets and remarked in a bored tone to Mr. Content, "Take these Sanger letters away." That I was preparing to go to court undefended by counsel was making the matter harder for them. My radical allies were, according to their habit, collecting money for my defense, but this had no effect on my private financial status. My sister, Ethel, who was living with me, thought I ought to be 187 considering the matter. One day she said, "I've a good case for you. Wouldn't you like to take it?" "What kind?" "Maternity. She expects to be delivered in a day or two, probably a cesarean. She asked for me, but I'd rather you had it." "I am not interested, thank you. I've given up nursing." "Well, Mrs. Sanger," she remarked ironically, "would you mind telling me what you're going to do to earn your living?" "I am not interested in earning my living. I've cast myself upon the universe, and it will take care of me." She looked at me sadly, and with worried apprehension. 3 days later, Ethel received the anticipated summons. On her way out, she picked up the mail at the door. In it was a letter from a California acquaintance of hers who did not know where I was but had her address. "Will you please give the enclosed $4 to $5 to Margaret Sanger from her sympathizers?" Ethel handed it to me with the resigned comment, "Well, here's your check from God." The editor of the Woman Rebel had struck her single match of defiance, but she could be of slight significance in the forward march towards women's rights. In feminist circles I was little known. With my personal sorrow, my manifold domestic duties, my social shyness, I avoided meeting new people. My attitude thus created some reluctance among those who might otherwise have hastened to my aid. Indeed, I wanted a certain type of support, but I could not take the initiative in asking for it. This was suddenly done for me. One afternoon I was invited to a tea arranged by Henrietta Rodman, feminist of feminists, in her Greenwich Village apartment. Wells was particularly sanctified among her group, and I must be all right if he approved. As a result of that meeting, the suffrage worker, Alice Carpenter, set the wheels in motion for a dinner at the Brevoort Hotel, to be held January 23rd, the evening preceding my trial. I was to be given a chance to say my say, speak my piece before a gathering of influential people. Although I did not see her until some years after, I thanked her in my heart many times for what she had done. In the ballroom were collected several hundred people. Mary Heaton Vorse, Dr. Mary Halton, Jack Reed, Dr. Robinson, Francis Brooks Ackerman, Walter Lippmann, then of the New Republic, and Mrs. Thomas Hepburn, the Kathy Houghton of my Corning childhood, all were there. As we were about to go into dinner, Rose Pastor Stokes, the chairman, took me aside and said, "Something very disturbing has happened. We've just been talking to Dr. Jacoby. He has a speech ready in which he intends to blast you to the skies for interfering in what should be a strictly medical matter. Remember, he's greatly admired, and he's speaking here tonight for the doctors. We meant to have you come at the end of the program, but now we're going to put you first so that you can spike his guns." My trepidation was increased. Nevertheless, I plunged into my carefully prepared maiden speech in behalf of birth control. Fortunately, I had already planned to upbraid the doctors who daily saw the conditions which had so moved me, and yet made it necessary for a person like myself, not equipped as they were, to stir up public opinion. It was like carrying coals to Newcastle. They should have been teaching me. I said I recognized that many of those before me of diverse outlooks and temperaments would support birth control propaganda if carried out in what they regarded as a safe and sane manner, although they did not countenance the methods I had been following in my attempt to arouse working women to the fact that having a child was a supreme responsibility. There was nothing new or radical in birth control, which Aristotle and Plato as well as many modern thinkers had demonstrated. But the ideas of wise men and scientists were sterile and did not affect the tremendous facts of life among the disinherited. All the while their discussions had been proceeding, the people themselves had been and still were blindly, desperately, practicing birth control by the most barbaric methods: infanticide, abortion, and other crude ways. I might have taken up a policy of safety, sanity, and conservatism, but would I have secured a hearing? Admittedly, physicians and scientists had far more technical knowledge than I, but I had found myself in the position of one who had discovered a house was on fire, and at 189 was up to me to shout out the warning. Afterwards others, more experienced in executive organization, could gather together and direct all the sympathy and interest which had been aroused. Only in this way could I be vindicated. Since my charge had forestalled his, the venerable Dr. Jacoby either had to answer me or shift his ground. He chose the latter course, and talked on the question of quality in population, which might perhaps have been construed as in my favor. Many of the women present were comfortable examples of the manner in which birth control could enable them to lead dignified lives. Elsie Clews Parsons made the suggestion that 25 who had practiced it should rise in court with me and plead guilty before the law, but only one volunteered. What surprised me most was the voice of Mary Ware Dennett announcing that she represented the National Birth Control League, and that body was going to stand behind Margaret Sanger in her ordeal. Subscriptions were urgently needed for the league. The next morning, when I arrived at 9 o'clock at the federal court building, more than 200 partisans were already in the corridors. A great corps of reporters and photographers was on hand. The stage had been set for an exciting drama. Judge Henry 500. Clayton and Assistant District Attorneys Knox and Content arrived at 10:30, apparently feeling the effects of the publicity of the night before. The moment Knox moved to adjourn for a week, I was on my feet asking immediate trial, but Judge Clayton postponed the case. Everybody went home disappointed. February 18th, the government finally entered a nolle prosequi. Content explained there had been many assertions that the defendant was the victim of persecution, and that had never been the intent of the federal authorities. The case had been laid before the grand jurors as impartially as possible, and since they had voted an indictment, there was nothing that the district attorney could do but prosecute. Now, however, as it was realized that the indictment was 2 years old, and that Mrs. Sanger was not a disorderly person and did not make a practice of publishing such articles, the government had considered there was reason for considerable doubt. Well, when an army marches up the hill, and then marches down again, some good excuse must always be given. All my friends regarded the quashing of the federal indictment a great achievement. There was much rejoicing and congratulation, but they acted as though they were saying, "Now settle down in your domestic corner, take your husband back, care for your children, behave yourself, and no more of this nonsense. Your duty is to do the thing you are able to do, which is mind your home, and not attempt something others can do better than you." But I was not content to have a Liberty dinner and jubilate. I could not consider anything more than a moral victory had been attained. The law had not been tested. I agreed with the loyal Globe, which staunchly maintained, if the matter Mrs. Sanger sent through the mails was obscene 2 years ago, it is still obscene. I knew and felt instinctively the danger of having a privilege under a law rather than a right. I could not yet afford to breathe a sigh of relief. The federal law concerned only printed literature. My own pamphlet had given the impression that the printed word was the best way to inform women, but the practical course of contraceptive technique I had taken in the Netherlands had shown me that one woman was so different from another in structure that each needed particular information applied to herself as an individual. Books and leaflets, therefore, should be of secondary importance. The public health way was through personal instruction in clinics. A light had been kindled. So many invitations to address meetings in various cities and towns were sent me that I was not able to accept them all, but agreed to as many as I could. It was no longer to be only a free speech movement, and I wanted also, if possible, to present this new idea of clinics to the country. If I could start them, other organizations and even hospitals might do the same. I had a vision of a chain, thousands of them in every center of America, staffed with specialists putting the subject on a modern scientific basis through research. Many states in the West had already granted women's suffrage. Having achieved this type of freedom, I was sure they would receive clinics more readily, especially California, which had no law 191 against birth control. The same thing would follow in the East. As I told the Tribune, I have the word of 4 prominent physicians that they will support me in the work. There will be nurses in attendance at the clinic, and doctors who will instruct women in the things they need to know. All married women, or women about to be married, will be assisted free and without question. A splendid promise, but difficult to fulfill, as events were to prove. Chapter 16. Hear me for my cause. Speak clearly if you speak at all. Carve every word before you let it fall. Oliver Wendell Holmes. Once Amos Pinchot asked me how long it had taken me to prepare that first lecture I delivered on my 3-month trip across the country in 1916. About 14 years, I answered. I was thinking of all the time that had passed during which experiences, tragic and stirring, had come to me and were embodied therein. So much depended on this speech. The women of leisure must be made to listen, the women of wealth to give, the women of influence to protest. Before starting April 1st, I tried to put myself in their places and to see how their interests and imaginations could most effectively be excited, how the pictures which had so unceasingly beset me could best be brought to their minds. I felt certain that if I could do this, they would do the rest. But the anxiety that went into the composition of the speech was as nothing to the agonies with which I contemplated its utterance. My mother used to say a decent woman only had her name in the papers 3 times during her life: when she was born, when she married, and when she died. Although by nature I shrank from publicity, the kind of work I had undertaken did not allow me to shirk it, but I was frightened to death. Hoping that practice would give me greater confidence, I used to climb to the roof of the Lexington Avenue Hotel, where I was staying, and recite, my voice going 193 out over the housetops and echoing timidly among the chimney pots. I repeated the lecture over and over to myself before I tried it on a small audience in New Rochelle. I did not dare cut myself adrift from my notes. I had to read it, and when I had finished, did not feel it had been very successful. By the time I reached Pittsburgh, my first large city, I had memorized every period and comma, but I was still scared that if I lost one word I would not know what the next was. I closed my eyes and spoke in fear and trembling. The laborers and social workers who crowded the big theater responded so enthusiastically that I was at least sure their attention had been held by its content. It was interesting to watch the pencils come out at the announcement that there were specifically 7 circumstances under which birth control should be practiced. First, when either husband or wife had a transmissible disease, such as epilepsy, insanity, or syphilis. Second, when the wife suffered from a temporary affection of the lungs, heart, or kidneys, the cure of which might be retarded through pregnancy. Third, when parents, though normal, had subnormal children. Fourth, when husband or wife were adolescent. Early marriage, yes, but parenthood should be postponed until after the 23rd year of the boy and the 22nd of the girl. Fifth, when the earning capacity of the father was inadequate. No man had the right to have 10 children if he could not provide for more than 2. The standards of living desirable had to be considered. It was one thing if the parents were planning college educations for their offspring, and another if they wanted them simply for industrial exploitation. Sixth, birth should be spaced between 2 and 3 years, according to the mother's health. All the foregoing were self-evident from the physiological and economic points of view. But I wished to introduce a final reason which seemed equally important to me, though it had not been taken into account statistically. Seventh, every young couple should practice birth control for at 194 least 1 year after marriage and 2 as a rule, because this period should be one of physical, mental, financial, and spiritual adjustment in which they could grow together, cement the bonds of attraction, and plan for their children. Like other professions, motherhood should serve its apprenticeship. It was not good sense to expect fruit from budseit. If womanhood flowered from girlhood too soon, it did not have a chance to be a thing in itself. I offered a hypothetical case. Suppose 2 young people started out in marriage, ignorant of its implications and possibilities. The bride, utterly unprepared, returned pregnant from the honeymoon headaches, nausea, backache, general fatigue, and depression. The romantic lover never knew that girl as a woman. She forever after appeared to him only as a mother. Under such circumstances, marriage seldom had an opportunity to become as fine an instrument for development as it might have been. I wanted the world made safe for babies. From a government survey, significant conclusions had emerged as to how many babies lived to celebrate their first birthday. These were based largely on 3 factors. The father's wage. As it went down, more died, and as it rose, more survived. The spacing of births. When children were born 1 year apart, more died than if the mother were allowed a 2 or 3 year interval between pregnancies. The relative position in the family of the number of second-born, 32 out of every 100 died annually, and so on progressively until among those who were born 12th, the rate was 60 out of 100. I claimed that sympathy and charity extended towards babies were not enough, that milk stations were not enough, that maternity centers were not enough, and that protective legislation in the form of child labor laws was not enough. With all the force I could muster, I insisted that the first right of a child was to be wanted, to be desired, to be planned for with an intensity of love that gave it its title to being. It should be wanted by both parents, but especially by the mother who was to carry it, nourish it, and perhaps influence its life by her thoughts, her passions, her rebellions, her yearnings. So that all babies born could be assured sound bodies and sound minds, I suggested in lighter vein that the government issue passports 195 for them, calling the attention of the audience to the fact that adults in this country would never think of going abroad without a government guarantee to ensure them safe passage and preservation against harm or ill treatment. If this were necessary for grown persons journeying into a foreign land, how much more important it was to protect children who were to enter into this strange and insecure new world. I reminded them also that no one would consider embarking in the medical or legal profession without due preparation. Even cooks or laundresses scarcely applied for positions without experience proving they were qualified to undertake their tasks. But anyone, no matter how ignorant, how diseased mentally or physically, how lacking in all knowledge of children, seemed to consider he or she had the right to become a parent. In the same tone, I proposed a bureau of application for the unborn. I pictured a married couple coming here for a baby as though for a chambermaid, chauffeur, or gardener. The unborn child took a look at his prospective parents and propounded a few questions, such as any employee has the right to ask of his employer. To his father, the unborn child said, "Do you happen to have a health certificate?" And to the mother, "How are your nerves? What do you know about babies? What kind of a table do you set?" And to both of them, "What are your plans for bringing me up? Am I to spend my childhood days in factories or mills, or am I to have the opportunities offered by an intelligent, healthy family life? I am unusually gifted," the baby might add. "Do you know how to develop my talents? What sort of society have you made for the fullest expression of my genius?" All babies came back to the practical question, "How many children have you already?" 8. How much are you earning? $10 a week. And living in 2 rooms, you say, no thank you, next please. I was trying to make people think in order that they might act. My part was to give them the facts, and then, when they asked what 196 they should do about them, suggest concrete programs for leagues and clinics. Many women had far more executive and administrative experience than I, and I still expected them to carry on where I left off so that I might be free to return to Europe. My hopes seemed well-founded when many of the Pittsburgh audience waited afterward to request help in organizing themselves. Thus the first state birth control league was formed. This, and all subsequent ones, I referred to Mrs. Dennett's National Birth Control League to be under its future direction. That meeting had been held under the sponsorship of Mrs. Enoch Raw, a philanthropist of great courage. In the early days, almost everywhere I went the subject of birth control was one likely to make conspicuous those who identified themselves with it. Average well-to-do persons hesitated except for the Jewish leaders in civic affairs, who, as soon as they were personally convinced, showed no reluctance in aligning themselves publicly. Not so did Chicago respond. Some members of the powerful Women's City Club had privately asked me to speak, but when the matter was brought up before their board, the unofficial invitation was officially canceled. Here again were conservatives enjoying the benefits of birth control for themselves, but unwilling to endorse it for the less fortunate of their sex. When they did not listen, I tried to reach the women of the stockyards directly. So many hundreds of letters had come to me not only in English, but also in Hungarian, Bohemian, Polish, and Yiddish clamoring for information, that I had every reason to suppose what I had to say was going to be welcome on Halsted Street. I was incredulous when I met an unforeseen resistance. Hull House and similar settlements had been established to help the poor to help themselves. But I found that, although social agencies had originally striven to win confidence by opening milk stations and day nurseries, this aim had been somewhat obscured in the interests of sheer efficiency. Many welfare workers had come to treat individuals merely as cases to be catalogued, arrogantly proclaiming they knew what was best for the poor. A type had developed, and those who belonged to it were lacking in human sympathy. Instead, they expanded their own egos through domination. 197, their desire to build up prestige and secure a position of importance in the community had formed a civic barrier. A wall, in fact, around the Stockyards district, preventing any new concepts, people, or organizations from coming in without official permission. The Stockyards women were literally imprisoned in their homes from advanced ideas unless they went out into other sections of the city. Because this ridiculous situation had arisen in Chicago, no hall could be had in the immediate neighborhood. I could have held no meeting there had it not been for Fania Mindell, one of the many idealists of that time who threw themselves into the fight for the oppressed as an aftermath of their own sufferings and repressions in Russia. She had a devoted and self-sacrificing nature which made her work, slave, toil for the love of doing it. She made all the arrangements, producing an audience of 1,500 from the labor and stockyards environs. These first lectures in Chicago and elsewhere attracted women in swarms, paying their 25 cents to fill the auditoriums. I remember that one offered her wedding ring as the price of admission, to be redeemed on payday. They brought their children, and more than once I had to lift my voice above the persistent cooing and gurgling of a front-row baby. There was a natural understanding between infants. If one were given a bottle, another began to cry. A third in the back joined the chorus, or a small boy on the side aisle whispered shrilly, "I want to go home." I just ached to see those many babies, because I knew what their mothers had come for definite help to stop having more and it could not be given them. Often at these meetings I saw some woman sitting down near the platform holding a bunch of wild flowers, daisies, Queen Anne's lace, or butterand eggs, waiting to present me with the little bouquet, to tell me that since she had received my pamphlet, she had kept out of trouble. No matter how phrased, the gratitude was genuine. Over and over again, someone popped up in front of me and extended a hand. I used to subscribe to the Woman Rebel. "I got all your pamphlets from England." When I asked, "What's your name?" with the answer, like a flash, came the number of children and the locality, and the story sent me years earlier. "And didn't you live in Des Moines?" I continued. 198 seldom was at the wrong place. In this way I came across dozens of friends who had been among the original 2,000. I was advised by Dr. Mabel Ulrich of Minneapolis not to go there because the Twin Cities were the most conservative in America. "You won't get 6 people," she prophesied. "Do you think I'll get 6? Perhaps. Then I'll go." I was prepared to speak wherever it was possible, regardless of attendance. 6 people, properly convinced, usually made 60 people think before very long. In spite of Dr. Ulrich's warning, hundreds of chairs had to be brought into the Minneapolis Public Library to take care of the overflow. People were frequently surprised at the size of my audiences. I should have been surprised had it been the other way about, although I did not like too many present because the subject was too intimate for great numbers in large halls. All came because birth control touched their lives deeply and vitally. They listened so earnestly, so intently that the very atmosphere was hushed and unnaturally quiet. Here in Minneapolis arrived a telegram from Frederick A. Blossom, Ph. 500, manager of the Associated Charities of Cleveland, whom I had met there. Would I speak at the National Social Workers Conference then being held in Indianapolis? He could not get me placed on the program, but the 2 subjects that were currently arousing considerable interest were the prison reforms instituted by Thomas Mott Osborne at Sing Sing and birth control. He believed it was worth my while to come. Since I had nearly a week before my scheduled meeting in St. Louis, the time fitted in very nicely, and I seized the occasion. I did not expect definite action, but I did yearn to arouse dissatisfaction over smoothing off the top, to say to these social workers plodding along in their organizations that I thought their accomplishments were temporary, and that charity was only a feather duster flicking from the surface particles, which merely settled somewhere else. They could never attain their ideal of eliminating the problems of 199, the masses, until the breeding of the unending stream of unwanted babies was stopped. Blossom, polished, educated, and clever, had a charming and disarming personality, and an ability far above the average. Part of his work had been to cultivate the rich, and in this he had been eminently successful because he was so suave, never waving a red flag in front of anybody's nose as I did. My flaming feminism speeches had scared some of my supporters out of their wits. This master manager knew exactly what to do and how to go about it. Notices were posted throughout the hotel and left in every delegate's mail box, announcing the meeting for 4 in the afternoon, the only hour when we could have the big amphitheater. Although round-table discussions were going on at the same time, it was jammed to the doors. People were sitting on the platform and on window sills and radiators. I was almost startled that so many of those from whom I hoped for cooperation should turn out in such numbers. Walter Lippmann said, "This will kick the football of birth control straight across to the Pacific." And indeed, the social agents, like the plumed darts of a seated dandelion puffed into the air, scattered to every quarter of the country. Thereafter to the west and back again, I heard echoes of the meeting. During the previous weeks in various cities, it had been hard to be alone a minute. Women with the inevitable babies kept calling on me in hotels, and so did men setting out to their jobs early in the morning, carrying their lunch boxes. I was so mentally weary with strain that it seemed I must get away from humanity for a little while if I were to retain my sanity. Worst of all was the ever-present loneliness and grief the apparition of Peggy, who wanted me to recognize she had gone and was no longer here. I slipped into St. Louis 2 days ahead so that I could be by myself, registering at the Hotel Jefferson and asking not to be disturbed. But the telephone rang before I even had my suitcase unpacked. A reporter had seen my name at the desk and requested an interview. I replied I could not give it. I was not in St. Louis so far as he was concerned. Saying to myself, "Good, I've escaped that." 200 I went to bed. But next morning a ribbon on the front page of his paper announced I was hiding in the city. In my ignorance I had violated the etiquette observed by welcoming committees, and mine was highly indignant. I had little rest. Among the group of backers was Robert Miner, an old friend, formerly an outstanding cartoonist on the New York World, who had been dropped because he had refused to draw the kind of pictures about Germany his employers wanted. It had been arranged that I was to have the Victoria Theatre Sunday night, which had already been paid for in advance, so that the meeting could be free. However, at 7:45 when we arrived, the building was in total darkness and the doors were locked. The proprietor's office was closed. He was not at home. There was no means of finding out anything. Actually, he had temporarily effaced himself because he did not wish to admit that he had been threatened with a Catholic boycott of his theater and had been promised protection against a possible suit for breach of contract. At least 2,000 people had gathered and were filling the air with catcalls, Hisses, hurrahs, cries of the Catholics run the town. Break in the door. Minor urged me to stand up in the car and give my speech, but without its proper setting I was lost. Here was a type of battle needing an experienced campaigner. Although I did not feel adequate, I began, but my voice could not surmount the uproar. I was barely underway when a police sergeant reached up and seized my arm. Here now, y'all have to come down. You can't talk here. Speech, speech, yelled the crowd, go on. But the owner of the car, to my great relief, started his engine. I sat back in the seat with a thump and off we went. The incident had repercussions. The Men's City Club, regarding the event as a blot on the fair name of the town, asked me to speak at their luncheon the next day, and I promised to wait over. Although 40 Catholics then resigned in a body, St. Louis would not be coerced, and more than 100 new members joined immediately. William Marion Reedy, owner and publisher of the famous 201 Reedy's Mirror, had been at the closed theater. He printed a cartoon showing the capital of the United States with a papal crown on it, stated editorially that the Pope was now dictating to America what it should hear and think, and emphasized the consequent dangers to the country if any religious group were allowed such domination. No idea let loose in the world has ever been suppressed. Ideas cannot be jailed in oubliettes, was his peroration. After I had left the Middle West and reached the Rocky Mountains, the atmosphere changed. I was struck even by the attitude of the bellboys and waiters at the Brown Palace Hotel in Denver. In New York you were served by trained foreign men and boys Italian and French. Here they were American-born, blue-eyed, fair-complexioned, strong-jawed. Without bowing or obsequiousness, they brought your food and carried your bags as if doing you a favor. You hesitated to give them a tip, though as a matter of fact, they never refused it. I loved Denver itself. It seemed to me the women there were the most beautiful I had seen, fresh, charming, alive. They had long had the vote and used it effectively. Because they believed in Judge Ben Lindsay's juvenile court, they had kept him in office in spite of the concerted antagonism of picturesque but corrupt politicians. Although Judge Lindsay had bitter enemies in exalted places, he had loyal friends also. When Theodore Roosevelt had stopped there in 1912 on his western swing, the judge was facing opposition. The city fathers did not want to include him as a substantial citizen on their platform committee of welcome. Roosevelt peered vainly about among all these bankers and businessmen. "Where's Ben Lindsay?" he asked. "We don't talk about him around here." "Don't we? Well, he's a friend of mine. I shan't say a word until Ben Lindsay comes and sits on this platform beside me." Nor would he speak until Lindsay arrived. Everybody had to wait. It was a high point for me at this time, so soon after my own court appearance, to have Judge Lindsay preside at my meeting. Formerly my listeners, with the exception of Indianapolis, had been chiefly of the working class. Here they were wives of doctors, lawyers, petty officials, members of clubs. I was more than delighted to have an audience which had the power to change public opinion. The submerged tenth had no need of theories, nor the proof of the advantages of family limitation. They were the living example of the need. It was vitally important to have reflective hearers, who not only themselves used contraceptives, but who advanced thought through literature, discussions, and papers. To them, I was telling the story of those millions who could not come, and trying to relate it as I knew it to be true. Stimulating them offered the best possibility of getting something done. Judge Lindsay invited me to sit on the bench with him the next morning, and I watched enthralled the way he handled his cases. The familiar court method was punishment, and the more punishment the better. But he operated on the new psychology. For instance, he attempted to inculcate a sense of responsibility in one boy who had disobeyed his mother and run away from school, by showing him his indebtedness to her, how he should be helping rather than causing her grief. The same tactics were employed in the case of Joseph, charged with assault on his wife, Nellie, who stood silently in the background, shawl over her head. Lindsay read the evidence, then said, "Joseph, come over here." Joseph stepped nearer, appearing somewhat guilty, as men of his status usually did when they came into court. "What's this I hear about you? Why did you strike Nellie?" "She made me mad," Joseph mumbled. "Joseph, turn your head and look at your wife. Look at her. Look, thin, pale, weak, and you a big strong man striking that delicate little woman. Aren't you ashamed of yourself to beat Nellie, you who promised to love, honor, and protect her?" The reprimanding lasted fully 2 minutes. Finally tears began to spring from Nellie's eyes and to run down her face. She moved forward, took Joseph by the hand, and said, "Oh, he's not so bad, Judge. Joseph then embraced her. Instead of punishing him, which would in effect have also been punishing Nellie, Judge Lindsay put him on parole to report back in 2 months' time, and husband and wife went out arm in arm. One of the hardest things for a judge in a lower court to combat is the prejudice of the police against those who already have records. Judge Lindsay, when a case came up before him, never took the word of the ward healers, but had his own secretary, employed and paid by him, go to the home and investigate, and he held the case until this had been done. But I thought then that either Judge Lindsay was heading straight for trouble, or Denver had a kingdom of its own where freedom reigned. A similar attitude of liberality prevailed on the far side of the Rockies. In many places where I had previously spoken, policemen had been stationed at the doors. Occasionally they had even come to the hotel to read my speech, as at St. Louis and Indianapolis. But in Los Angeles, officials of all the city, even the representatives of the Women's Police Division, met me at the station or called on me in a friendly way. I was still as terrified of speaking as in the beginning. I used to wake up early in the morning, sometimes before it was light, and feel a ghastly depression coming over me. I realized it was the impending lecture which was so affecting me, and I waited in trepidation for the hour. My physical illness did not grow better until I was on my feet and well into my subject. Though this was my first visit to the West, I had no time for scenery. Whenever possible, I traveled by night and arrived during the day, and by this stage of my trip I was seemingly always tired. The dead grind went on, an endless succession of getting off trains, introductions, talking to committees, pouring yourself out and nothing happening. Physically and psychically, it was one of the lowest periods of my life. Someone in San Francisco did a lovely thing for me. I never knew who she was, but at the end of one meeting, she picked me up in her car and swept me away into a forest of huge, tall trees where the sun broke through. There she left me for 15 minutes in the midst of a cathedral of great evergreens with the sky overhead and myself alone. I have never forgotten the peace and quiet. I found the West Coast a lively place. Ideas were being constantly thrashed out. Every discourse had a challenging reception. Emma Goldman had been there year after year and had stirred people 204 to dare express themselves. All sorts of individuals catechized you, and if you were not well grounded in your subject, you were quickly made aware of your ignorance. The Wobblies spent hours in libraries, not only keeping warm, but trying to find points on which to attack the next lecturer who should come to town. Often those most eager were considered cranks in diet, free trade, single tax, and free silver, so familiar that their rising was hailed with groans. I never minded having questions asked, though everything I knew was questioned. It was as well for me that, in addition to my Malthus, I knew my Schopenhauer and Nietzsche, my Henry George, Marx, and Kropotkin. It seems to me that today the tone of audiences has deteriorated. Queries rarely have the same intellectual grasp behind them. My welcome at Portland was delightful. The 60-year-old poet, 100, E.S. Wood, dapper and gracious, made a practice of greeting personally women speakers, dedicating poems to them on their arrival, and sending bowers of flowers to their hotel rooms. The City of Roses did much to entertain its visitors. Here I was invited by a church to address its congregation following the evening service. I had not been very well in the afternoon, but I promised over the telephone to be there if I could. I was late, and the meeting had already begun. As I slipped in at the rear, I heard the chairman refer to me as a Joan of Arc. Entirely too many Joans of Arc were floating about in those days. Not wishing to be a disappointment, I turned right around and walked back to the hotel. Since no one had ever seen me, both my entrance and exit went unremarked. I admired robust, vital women. They appeared so efficient, and I regretted the fact that I did not give the same impression. I felt that way, but could not help resembling, as someone phrased it, a hungry flower drooping in the rain. If I were in a room with 10 people and somebody came in who expected me to be present, she invariably approached the biggest woman and addressed her. "How do you do, Mrs. Sanger?" For a brief while I tried to make myself seem more competent-looking by wearing severe suits, but this phase did not last. For one thing, effective simplicity cost money, and I did not have enough to be really well-tailored. However, the 205 anonymity due to my appearance was, on the whole, fortunate. I was always able to go along any street, into any restaurant or shop, and seldom be identified, and this made it possible for me to maintain a relatively private life. A dinner was given at Portland. The chairman, who had seen Susan B. Anthony and many other women with causes come and go, made a short speech of introduction. I rarely remember what people say on such occasions, but one of her statements has remained in my mind. I would like to see Margaret Sanger again after 10 years. Most movements either break you or develop the public figure type of face which has become hard and set through long and furious battling. But her cause is different from any other I have ever known. I should like to see how she comes out of it. I have thought of this many times. If the cause is not great enough to lift you outside yourself, you can be driven to the point of bitterness by public apathy, and within your own circle, by the petty prides and jealousies of little egos which clamor for attention and approbation. One of the first persons I met in the city was Dr. Marie Equi, of Italian ancestry and Latin fire. Definitely, she was an individualist and a rugged one. Her strong, large body could stand miles and miles on horseback night or day. She had been brought up in the pioneer era when medical work was genuine service. If cowboys or Indians were in fights, difficulties, jail, Dr. Equi was always on hand to speak a good word for them. It was in Portland that I realized family limitation, which had been crudely and hurriedly written in 1914, needed revising. The working women to whom it was addressed needed the facts. It had served its purpose in its unpolished state, but the time had now come to reach the middle classes, for whom it required a slightly more professional tone. Dr. Equi gave me genuine assistance in this matter. The wider the distribution of the pamphlet, the happier I was. Since it had not been copyrighted, anybody who wanted to could reprint as many as he wished, and one. Lumberjacks, for example, transients without families who moved to California for the crop harvesting in the summer, often thus provided themselves with a little extra money as they journeyed from place to place. When 206, they unrolled the blankets draped over their shoulders dropped a half-dozen or so pamphlets. An automobile mechanic of Portland had made one of these reprints and asked me whether he could sell it at my next meeting. I myself had never distributed family limitation publicly, but if any local people wanted to do so, I had no objection. Accordingly, the mechanic and two of his friends sold copies and were arrested. Their trial was postponed so that I could deliver my proposed lectures in Seattle and Spokane. When these were over, I came back to serve as a witness, and at another meeting held the night preceding the trial 4 more of us were arrested, Dr. Equi, 2 Englishwomen, and myself. I was tremendously gratified by seeing women for the first time come out openly with courage. Over 100 followed us through the streets to the jail asking to be let in too. We also have broken the law. The city jail was nice and clean and warm. The girls, who were not locked in cells, scampered around talking over their troubles and complaints with Dr. Equi, and receiving condolence and wholesome advice in return. The 7 of us were tried together the next day. 2 lawyers took upon themselves the responsibility of defending us, and they were splendid. We were all found guilty. The men were fined $10, which the judge said they need not pay. The women were not fined at all. The papers made a great to-do about the affair, but it was not a type of publicity of my choosing, and did little to bring the goal nearer. The year 1916 was filled with such turmoil, some of it useful, some not. The ferment was working violently. Everybody began starting things here and there. Many radicals, some of whom I did not even know, were distributing leaflets, getting themselves arrested and jailed. Meetings were being held in New York on street corners, at Union Square, Madison Square. You had to keep a steady head, to be about your business, to make careful decisions, to waste the least possible time on trivialities. It was always a problem to prevent emotional scatterbrains from disturbing the clear flow of the stream. The public, quite naturally, 207 could not be expected to distinguish between purposeful activities and any others carried on in the name of the movement. Emma Goldman and her campaign manager, Ben Rietman, belatedly advocated birth control, not to further it but strategically to utilize in their own program of anarchism the publicity value it had achieved. Earlier she had made me feel she considered it unimportant in the class struggle. Suddenly, when in 1916 it had demonstrated the fact that it was important, she delivered a lecture on the subject, was arrested, and sentenced to 10 days. Ben Rietman, who used to go up and down the aisles at meetings shouting out Emma Goldman's Mother Earth in a voice that never needed a megaphone, was also arrested when the police found on the table of her lecture hall in Rochester several books on birth control. One of these was by Dr. Robinson, who had hastily published a volume purporting to give contraceptive information. The unwary purchaser discovered, when he came to the section supposed to give him the facts for which he had paid his money, that the pages were blank and empty. Of far greater interest to me was the decision of Jessie Ashley, Ida Raw, who was Max Eastman's wife, and Bolton Hall, a leader in the single tax movement, to make test cases on the grounds that the denial of contraceptive information to women whose health might be endangered by pregnancy was unconstitutional since the Constitution guaranteed each individual the right to liberty. These three had themselves arrested on birth control charges. They were all three convicted and given a choice of fines or terms in prison. They paid the former, announcing that they would appeal, but most unfortunately, as it turned out later, they did not carry through their intentions. A sympathetic thing, if not a wise one, was being done by a young man in Boston named Van Cleek Allison, who started handing out leaflets to workers as they emerged from factories. Early in the summer, he gave one to a police decoy, was arrested and sentenced to 3 years. Dear old Boston, the home of the Puritan, rose in all its strength and held a huge meeting of protest on his behalf. This was the occasion of my first heckling. A Jewish convert to 208 Catholicism, named Goldstein, began belligerently to fling questions at me. It was not in the sense of trying to find out the answers, but as though he had them wrapped up in his own pocket and were merely trying to trap me, and he, in turn, had his answers ready for mine. But after my Western experiences, I was not unprepared and was aided, furthermore, by other members of the audience who spoke in my defense when he became almost insulting. I never made light of questioners, and never judged any question too trivial or unworthy of an honest response. I believed that for each person who had the courage to ask, there must be at least 25 who would like to know, and I have never assumed anyone was seeking to trick me into giving illegal information, even though his inquiry might appear as intended to confuse me or be vindictively thrust at me. I usually replied, "That's an interesting point. I am glad you raised it," and then proceeded to discuss it as best I could. Another heckling in Albany resulted in a joyous reunion. Somebody in the audience insisted my work was unnecessary. I would ordinarily have paid no attention, not considering the statement at all personal. But there arose a lady, wearing a high lace collar propped up with whalebones, and a hat that sat flat on her head, a ghost out of my schoolgirl days. "I am acquainted with Margaret Sanger," she stated. "I have slept with her, I have lived with her, I have worked with her, I have delivered her, and I have named my baby for her." Here was dear old Amelia come to champion me. Her type of dress had remained the same as 15 years before, but so had her loyalty and wit. The lecture over, we went back together to her home in Schenectady. She hauled out from the attic scrapbooks and photographs and snapshots taken at Claverack, and we sat on the floor and rocked with laughter until 3 in the morning. When I returned to New York after my long trip, I took a studio apartment in what seemed like a bit of old Chelsea on 14th Street way over between 7th and 8th Avenues. Gertrude Boyle, the sculptress, had the one below me, and my sister Ethel moved in above. Occasionally Father came down from Cape Cod to spend some time with us. Although it was never quite warm enough, because it lacked central 209 heating, it hardened me physically, and the open fireplaces, stoked incessantly by expansive and voluble Vito Salchia, the Italian coal vendor, kept the air fresh and clean. The lovely high ceilings, the tall windows, and the broad doors flung wide between the rooms gave an atmosphere of space, and the marvelous carved woodwork was a joy. The windows in the rear were draped with light yellow curtains, reflecting an illusory glow of sunshine. Above one of these grew a Japanese wisteria vine. Whenever I looked up, I saw this little bit of spring. Chapter 17. Faith. I have been a truant in the law. If a woman grows weary and at last dies from childbearing, it matters not. Let her only die from bearing, she is there to do it. Martin Luther's. In the fall of 1916, whoever walked along the corridor of the top floor of 104 Fifth Avenue could have seen the words birth control printed on the door, leading to an office equipped in businesslike, efficient manner with files and card catalogs. Presiding over it was Fred Blossom, the perfect representative. He had told me at Cleveland he was tired of ameliorative charity and, wanting to do something more significant, had offered 6 months for this work. Now indefatigably he wrote, spoke, made friends, and most important, raised money. His meals were limited to an apple for luncheon and a sandwich for dinner. He seldom left the office until midnight. Like a vacuum cleaner, Blossom sucked in volunteers from near and far to help with the boxes and trunks of letters, which had come to me from all over the country on thousand, from St. Louis alone. As long as I had had no stenographic aid, I had been able only to open and read them, and put them sadly away. At last, with 15 or 20 assistants, the task began of sorting these out and answering them. The contents almost invariably fell into certain definite categories, and I instituted a system so that such and such a paragraph could be sent in response to such and such an appeal. We had only one paid stenographer, little Anna Lifshitz, who soon became far more a coworker than a secretary. If we had no money in the bank, she waited for her salary until we 999. When I met 211 Anna's mother, who graced her hospitable home with an old-world dignity, I realized that her daughter's fine character had been directly inherited. Every Christmas I used to receive a present of wine and cakes of Mrs. Lifsh's own make, and Anna always said when she brought them, "My mother prays for your health, your happiness, and that you will keep well." I had been encouraged by the interest aroused during my Western trip, but was by no means satisfied. The practical idea of giving contraceptive information in clinics set up for that purpose had seemed to meet general approval everywhere. Boston at this time appeared a possible place to begin. Though Allison had to serve 60 days in the House of Correction at Deer Island, the sum total of his sensational trial had been good. Before his arrest, there had been no league in Massachusetts, and with his arrest had come publicity, friends, workers, meetings, letters, interviews, all of widespread educational value. More important than the enthusiasm which had been stirred up, the best legal authorities in Boston had decided that contraceptive information could be given verbally by doctors as long as it was not advertised. The interpretation to be put on advertising held up the actual opening of a clinic. The old spirit was there to wage battle, but it was a question of getting leadership, and this did not come about. No women doctors were willing to take the risk. If the citizens of Massachusetts had then seized the opportunity to broaden their laws, writers and speakers might now have more freedom in expressing themselves. Blossom soon organized the New York State Birth Control League to change the state law. Beyond introducing a bill, it made little headway and soon expired. It was just one of those many groups that met and talked and did nothing effective. The legislative approach seemed to me a slow and tortuous method of making clinics legal. We stood a better and quicker chance by securing a favorable judicial interpretation through challenging the law directly. I decided to open a clinic in New York City, a far more difficult proceeding than in Boston. Section 1142 of the New York statutes was definite. No one could give contraceptive information to anyone for any reason. On the other hand, Section 1145, distinctly 212, stated that physicians could give prescriptions to prevent conception for the cure or prevention of disease. 2 attorneys and several doctors assured me this exception referred only to venereal disease. In that case, the intent was to protect the man, which could incidentally promote immorality and permit promiscuity. I was dealing with marriage. I wanted the interpretation to be broadened into the intent to protect women from ill health as the result of excessive childbearing, and equally important, to have the right to control their own destinies. To change this interpretation, it was necessary to have a test case. This, in turn, required my keeping strictly to the letter of the law, that is, having physicians who would give only verbal information for the prevention of disease. But the women doctors who had previously promised to do this now refused. I wrote, telephoned, asked friends to ask other friends to help find someone. None was willing to enter the cause, fearful of jeopardizing her private practice and of running the risk of being censured by her profession. She might even lose her license. They had before them the example of Dr. Mary Halton, who of all the women I have known, has perhaps the best understanding of the hidden secrets of the heart. She has never reached her deserts, and doubtless never will have the honors due her, though she has an unknown audience who love her not only because she has done something directly for them, but because they have heard of what she has done for others. She has what to my mind is the attitude of the real physician, that it is not enough merely to cure ailment surroundings, heartaches, privations must also be given attention. Her office is a human welfare clinic to which women of all classes, ages, nationalities go for advice, occasionally without even return car fare. The unmarried ones, who in asking help from doctors or clinics seldom admit they are unmarried, trust so deeply in Dr. Mary that they unburden themselves freely. Dr. Mary had previously been on the staff of the Grosvenor Hospital and had held her evening clinic there. To one of her patients, who had been operated on for glandular tuberculosis, she had prescribed a cervical pessary. When a few evenings later, the woman 213 had come back to be refitted, Dr. Mary had been out, and her substitute, horrified and shocked, had presented the matter to the board. Dr. Mary had been called before them. She had told them in no uncertain terms that the giving of contraceptive information to patients in need of it was part of her work, and that she had a right under the law to do so. The board had disagreed with her, and asked for her resignation. I did not wish to complicate the question of testing the law by having a nurse give information, because a nurse did not come under the Section 1145 exception. But since I could find no doctor, I had to do without. Ethel, a registered nurse, had a readiness to share in helping the movement, though she did not belong to it in the same sense as one. Then, as long as I had to violate the law anyhow, I concluded I might as well violate it on a grand scale by including poverty as a reason for giving contraceptive information. I did not see why the hardships and worries of a working man's wife might not be just as detrimental as any disease. I wanted a legal opinion on this if possible. My next problems were where the money was to come from and where the clinic was to be. Ever since I had announced that I was going to open one within a few months, I had been buried under an avalanche of queries as to the place, which for a time I could not answer. The selection of a suitable locality was of the greatest importance. I tramped through the streets of the Bronx, Brooklyn, the lower sides of Manhattan, East and West. I scrutinized the Board of Health vital statistics of all the boroughs' births and infant and maternal mortality in relation to low wages, and also the number of philanthropic institutions in the vicinity. The two questions where and how were settled on one and the same day. That afternoon 5 women from the Brownsville section of Brooklyn crowded into my room seeking the secret of birth control. Each had 4 children or more, who had been left with neighbors. One had just recovered from an abortion which had nearly killed her. Another will take me off. Then what will become of my family? They rocked back and forth as they related their afflictions, told so simply, each scarcely able to let her friend finish before she took up the narration of her own sufferings, high cost of food, her husband's meager income when he worked at all, her helplessness in the struggle to make ends meet, whining, sickly children, the constant worry of another baby and always hanging over her night and day, year after year, was fear. All cried what a blessing and godsend a clinic would be in their neighborhood. They talked an hour, and when they had finished, it seemed as though I myself had been through their tragedies. I was reminded of the story of a Spaniard who had become so desperate over the injustice meted out to innocent prisoners that he had taken a revolver into the street and fired it at the first person he met. Killing was his only way of expressing indignation. I felt like doing the same thing. I decided then and there that the clinic should open at Brownsville, and I would look for a site the next day. How to finance it I did not know, but that did not matter. Then suddenly the telephone rang, and I heard a feminine voice saying she had just come from the West Coast bringing from Kate Crane Gartz, whom I had met in Lowe's Angels, a check for $50 to do with as I wished. I knew what I should do with it: pay the first month's rent. I visualized 2 rooms on the ground floor, one for waiting and one for consultation, and a place outside to leave the baby carriages. Fania Mindell had left Chicago to assist me in New York. It was a terribly rainy day in early October that we plodded through the dreary streets of Brownsville to find the most suitable spot at the cheapest possible terms. We stopped in one of the milk stations to inquire about vacant stores. "Don't come over here," was the reply. Many social organizations were being established to meet the demands of poverty and sickness, and we asked of them all, only to receive the same response: "We don't want any trouble. Keep out of this district." The mildest comment was, "It's a good idea, but we can't help you." Although they agreed the mothers of the community should limit their families, they seemed terrified at the prospect 215 of a birth control clinic. It sounded also as if they were afraid we would do away with social problems and they would lose their jobs. Brownsville was not unique. Brooklyn was and still is dotted with such dismal villages, and even Queens with its pretensions to a higher standard has its share. But Brownsville was particularly dingy and squalid. Block after block, street after street, as far as we could see in every direction, stretched the same endless lines of cramped, unpainted houses that crouched together as though for warmth, bursting with excess of wretched humanity. The inhabitants were mostly Jews and Italians, some who had come to this country as children, some of the second generation. I preferred a Jewish landlord, and Mr. Rabinovitz was the answer. He was willing to let us have number 46 Amboy Street at $50 a month, a reduction from the regular rent, because he realized what we were trying to do. Here in this Jewish community, I need have no misgivings over breaking of windows or hurling of epithets, but I was scarcely prepared for the friendliness offered from that day on. I sent a letter to the district attorney of Brooklyn, saying I expected to dispense contraceptive information from this address. Without waiting for the reply, which never came, we began the fun of fixing up our little clinic. We had to keep furnishing expenses inside the budget, but Fania knew Yiddish and also how to bargain. We bought chairs, desks, floor coverings, curtains, a stove. If I were to leave no loophole in testing the law, we could only give the principles of contraception, show a cervical pessary to the women, explain that if they had had 2 children they should have one size, and if more a larger one. This was not at all ideal, but I had no other recourse at the time. However, we might be able to get a doctor any day, and consequently, we added an examination table to our equipment. Mr. Rabinovitz spent hours adding touches here and there to make the 2 shiny and spotless rooms even more snow-white. More hospital-looking, he said. Meanwhile, we had printed about 5,000 notices in English, Italian, and Yiddish. Mothers! Can you afford to have a large family? Do you want any more children? If not, why do you have them? Do not kill, do not take life but prevent. Safe, harmless information can be obtained of trained nurses at 46 Amboy Street, near Pitkin Ave, Brooklyn. Tell your friends and neighbors, all mothers welcome. A registration fee of 10 cents entitles any mother to this information. These we poked into letter boxes, house after house, day after day, upstairs, downstairs, all over the place, viewing sadly the unkempt children who swarmed in the alleyways and over the fire escapes of the condemned tenements, and played on the rubbish heaps in the vacant lots. Seldom did we see a woman who was not carrying or wheeling a baby. We stopped to talk to each, and gave her a supply of leaflets to hand on to her neighbors. When we passed by a drugstore, we arranged with the proprietor to prepare himself for supplying the pessaries we were going to recommend. The morning of October 16, 1916, crisp but sunny and bright after days of rain, Ethel, Fania, and I opened the doors of the first birth control clinic in America, the first anywhere in the world except the Netherlands. I still believe this was an event of social significance. Would the women come? Did they come? Nothing, not even the ghost of Anthony Comstock, could have kept them away. We had arrived early, but before we could get the place dusted and ourselves ready for the official reception, Fania called, "Do come outside and look." Halfway to the corner they were standing in line, at least 150, some shawled, some hatless, their red hands clasping the cold, chapped, smaller ones of their children. Fania began taking names, addresses, object in coming to the clinic, historis married or single, any miscarriages or abortions, how many children were born, what ages. Remembering how the Netherlands clinics in recording nothing had made it almost hopeless to measure what they had accomplished from the human point of view, I had resolved that our files should be as complete as it was possible to make them. Fania had a copy of what every girl 217 should know on her desk, and if she had a free moment, read from it. When asked, she told where it could be bought, and later kept a few copies for the convenience of those who wanted them. Children were left with her, and mothers ushered in to Ethel or me in the rear room, from 7 to 10 at once. To each group we explained simply what contraception was. That abortion was the wrong way no matter how early it was performed, it was taking life. That contraception was the better way, the safer way. It took a little time, a little trouble, but was well worthwhile in the long run, because life had not yet begun. Some women were alone, some were in pairs, some with their neighbors, some with their married daughters. Some did not dare talk this over with their husbands, and some had been urged on by them. At 7 in the evening they were still coming, and men also, occasionally bringing their timid, embarrassed wives, or once in a while by themselves to say they would stay home to take care of the children if their wives could come. 100 women and 40 men passed through the doors, but we could not begin to finish the line. The rest were told to return tomorrow. In the course of the next few days, women appeared clutching minute scraps of paper, seldom more than an inch wide, which had crept into print. The Yiddish and Italian papers had picked up the story from the handbills which bore the clinic address, and the husbands had read them on their way from work and clipped them out for their wives. Women who had seen the brief, inconspicuous newspaper accounts came even from Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and the far end of Long Island. Newly married couples with little but love, faith, and hope to save them from charity told of the tiny flats they had chosen, and of their determination to make a go of it together if only the children were not born too soon. A gaunt skeleton suddenly stood up one morning and made an impassioned speech. They offer us charity when we have more babies than we can feed, and when we get sick with more babies for trying not to have them, they just give us more charity talks. Women who were themselves already past childbearing age came just to urge us to preserve others from the sorrows of ruined health, 218 overworked husbands, and broods of defective and wayward children growing up in the streets, filling dispensaries and hospitals, filing through the juvenile courts. We made records of every applicant, and though the details might vary, the stories were basically identical. All were confused, groping among the ignorant sex teachings of the poor, fumbling without guidance after truth, misled and bewildered in a tangled jungle of popular superstitions and old wives' remedies. Unconsciously, they dramatized the terrible need of intelligent and scientific instruction in these matters of life and death. As was inevitable, many were kept away by the report that the police were to raid us for performing abortions. Clinic was a word which to the uneducated usually signified such a place. We would not have minded particularly being raided on this charge, because we could easily disprove it. But these rumors also brought the most pitiful of all, the reluctantly expectant mothers who hoped to find some means of getting out of their dilemmas. Their desperate threats of suicide haunted you at night. One Jewish wife, after bringing 8 children to birth, had had 2 abortions and heaven knows how many miscarriages. Worn out, beaten down, not only by toiling in her own kitchen, but by taking in extra work from a sweatshop making hats, she was now at the end of her strength, nervous beyond words, and in a state of morbid excitement. "If you don't help me, I'm going to chop up a glass and swallow it tonight." A woman wrought to the pitch of killing herself was sick of community responsibility. She, most of all, required concentrated attention and devotion, and I could not let any such go out of the clinic until her mood had been altered. Building up hope for the future seemed the best deterrent. Your husband and your children need you. One more want makes so much difference. I had to make each promise to go ahead and have this baby and myself promise in return you won't ever have to again. We're going to take care of you. Day after day, the waiting room was crowded with members of every race and creed. Jews and Christians, Protestants and Roman Catholics alike made their confessions to us, whatever they may have professed at home or in church. I asked one bright little Catholic 219 what excuse she could make to the priest when he learned she had been to the clinic. She answered indignantly, "It's none of his business. My husband has a weak heart and works only 4 days a week. He gets $12, and we can barely live on it now. We have enough children." Her friend sitting by nodded approval. "When I was married, she broke in, the priest told us to have lots of children and we listened to him. I had 15. 6 are living. I am 37 years old now. Look at me, I might be 50. That evening, I made a mental calculation of 15 baptismal fees, 9 baby funerals, masses and candles for the repose of 9 baby souls, the physical agonies of the mother and the emotional torment of both parents. And I asked myself, is this the price of Christianity? But it was not altogether sad. We were often cheered by gayer visitors. The grocer's wife on the corner, and the widow with 6 children who kept the lunch room up the street, dropped in to wish us luck. And the fat old German baker, whose wife gave out handbills to everybody passing the door, sent regular donations of donuts. Whenever the pressure became so overwhelming that we could not go out for a meal, we were sure to hear Mrs. Rabinovitz call downstairs, "If I bring some hot tea now, will you stop the people coming?" 2 jovial policemen paused at the doorway each morning to discuss the weather. Reporters looked in speculating on how long we were going to last. The postman delivering his customary 50 to 100 letters had his little pleasantry, "Farewell, ladies. Hope I find you here tomorrow." Although the line outside was enough to arouse police attention, 9 days went by without interference. Then one afternoon when I, still undiscouraged, was out interviewing a doctor, a woman, large of build and hard of countenance, entered and said to Fania she was the mother of 2 children and that she had no money to support more. She did not appear overburdened or anxious, and because she was so well fed as to body and prosperous as to clothes, did not seem to belong to the community. She bought a copy of What Every Girl Should Know and insisted on paying $2 instead of the usual 10-cent fee. Fania, who had an intuition about such matters, called Ethel aside 220 and said warningly she was certain this must be a policewoman. But Ethel, who was not of the cautious type, replied, "We have nothing to hide. Bring her in anyhow." She talked with the woman in private, gave her our literature, and when asked about our future plans, related them frankly. The skeptical Fania pinned the $2 bill on the wall and wrote underneath, "Received from Mrs. of the Police Department," as her contribution. Hourly after that, we expected trouble. We had known it must occur sooner or later, but would have preferred it to come about in a different way. The next day, Ethel and Fania were both absent from the clinic. The waiting room was filled almost to suffocation when the door opened, and the woman who had been described to me came in. "Are you Mrs. Sanger?" "Yes." "I am a police officer, you're under arrest." The doors were locked, and this Mrs. Margaret Whitehurst and other plainclothes members of the vice squad used to raiding gambling dens and houses of assignation began to demand names and addresses of the women, seeing them with babies, broken, old, worried, harrowed, yet treating them as though they were inmates of a brothel. Always fearful in the presence of the police, some began to cry aloud, and the children on their laps screamed too. For a few moments it was like a panic, until I was able to assure them that only I was under arrest. Nothing was going to happen to them, and they could return home if they were quiet. After half an hour, I finally persuaded the policemen to let these frightened women go. All of our 406-4 case histories were confiscated, and the table and demonstration supplies were carried off through the patient line outside. The more timid had left, but many had stayed. This was a region where a crowd could be collected by no more urgent gesture than a tilt of the head skyward. Newspaper men with their cameras had joined the throng, and the street was packed. Masses of people spilled out over the sidewalk onto the pavement, milling excitedly. Patrol wagon came rattling up to our door. I had a certain respect for uniformed policemen who knew what they were about, but 221 none whatsoever for the vice squad. I was white-hot with indignation over their unspeakable attitude towards the clinic mothers, and stated I preferred to walk the mile to the court rather than sit with them. Their feelings were quite hurt. "Why, we didn't do anything to you, Mrs. Sanger," they protested. Nevertheless, I marched ahead, they following behind. A reporter from the Brooklyn Eagle fell into step beside me, and before we had gone far suggested, "Now ill fix it up with the police that you make a getaway, and when we reach that corner, you run. Ill stop and talk to them while you skip around the block and get to the station first." It was fantastic for anyone so to misconstrue what I was doing as to imagine I would run around the block for a publicity stunt. I stayed overnight at the Raymond Street jail, and I shall never forget it. The mattresses were spotted and smelly, the blankets stiff with dirt and grime. The stench nauseated me. It was not a comforting thought to go without bedclothing when it was so cold. But, having in mind the diseased occupants who might have preceded me, I could not bring myself to creep under the covers. Instead, I lay down on top and wrapped my coat around me. The only clean object was my towel, and this I draped over my face and head. For endless hours, I struggled with roaches and horrible-looking bugs that came crawling out of the walls and across the floor. When a rat jumped up on the bed, I cried out involuntarily and sent it scuttling out. My cell was at the end of a center row, all opening front and back upon 2 corridors. The prisoners gathered in one of the aisles the next morning, and I joined them. Most had been accused of minor offenses, such as shoplifting and petty thievery. Many had weather-beaten faces, were a class by themselves, laughing and unconcerned. But I heard no coarse language. Underneath the chatter I sensed a deep and bitter resentment. Some of them had been there for 3 or 4 months without having been brought to trial. The more fortunate had a little money to engage lawyers, others had to wait for the court to assign them legal defenders. While I was talking to the girls, the matron bustled up with, "The ladies are coming," and shooed us into our cells. The ladies, a committee 222 from a Society for Prison Reform, peered at us as though we were animals in cages. A gentle voice cooed at me, "Did you come in during the night?" "Yes," I returned, overlooking the assumption that I was a street walker. "Can we do anything for you?" The other inmates were sitting in their corners looking as innocent and sweet as they could, but I startled her by saying, "Yes, you can. Come in and clean up this place. It's filthy and verminous." The committee departed hurriedly down the corridor. One more alert member, however, came back to ask, "Is it really very dirty?" Although I told her in some detail about the blankets, the odors, the roaches, she obviously could not picture the situation. "I am terribly sorry, but we can't change it." I was still exasperated over this reply when I was called to the reception room to give an interview to reporters. In addition to answering questions about the raid, I said I had a message to the taxpayers of Brooklyn. They were paying money to keep their prisons run in an orderly fashion, as in any civilized community, and should know it was being wasted, because the conditions at Raymond Street were intolerable. My bail was arranged by afternoon, and when I emerged I saw waiting in front the woman who was going to swallow the glass. She had been there all that time. I went straight back to the clinic, reopened it, and more mothers came in. I had hoped a court decision might allow us to continue, but now Mr. Rabinovitz came downstairs apologetically. He said he was sorry, and he really was, but the police had made him sign ejection papers, on the ground that I was maintaining a public nuisance. In the Netherlands, a clinic had been cited as a public benefaction. In the United States, it was classed as a public nuisance. 2 uniformed policemen came for me, and with them, I was willing to ride in the patrol wagon to the station. As we started, I heard a scream from a woman who had just come around the corner on her way to the clinic. She abandoned her baby carriage, rushed through the crowd, and cried, "Come back. Come back in 223, save me." For a dozen yards she ran after the van before someone caught her and led her to the sidewalk. But the last thing I heard was this poor distracted mother, shrieking and calling, "Come back. Come back." Chapter 18. Lean Hunger and Green Thirst. All that we know who lie in jail is that the wall is strong, and that each day is like a year whose days are long. Oscar Wilde. Looking back upon this period fraught with emotional distress, I have no regrets. But looking ahead, I am grateful that there looms no necessity for repeating those passionate, dangerous, and menacing days. Out of the raid, 4 separate cases resulted. Ethel was charged with violating Section 1142 of the Penal Code, designed to prevent dissemination of contraceptive information. Fania with having sold an allegedly indecent book entitled What Every Girl Should Know. I first, with having conducted a clinic in violation of the same Section 1142. Second, with violating Section 1530 by maintaining a public nuisance. I claimed that Section 1142, which forbade contraceptive information to 4, and by anyone, was unconstitutional, because no state was permitted to interfere with a citizen's right to life or liberty, and such denial was certainly interference. Experience had shown it did the case no good merely to defend such a stand in a lower court. It must be carried to a higher tribunal, and only a lawyer versed in whereases, and whatsoevers and inasmuchases could accomplish this. But I was still hopeful of finding one who was able to see that the importance of birth control could not be properly emphasized if we bowed too deeply before the slow and ponderous majesty of the law. The attorney who offered himself, J.J. Goldstein, had a background 225 which made him more sympathetic than other lawyers, even the most liberal. He was one of those young Jewish men of promise who had been guided through adolescence by Mary Simkovich, founder of Greenwich House, and Lillian Wald, founder of the Henry Street Settlement. The seeds of social service had been planted in him. His legal training only temporarily slowed down their growth. JJ had placed himself in a difficult position for a youthful Tammany Democrat, someday to be a magistrate. He might have been forgiven more easily had he received a larger fee. Though he had to be convinced that we declined to have anything to do with political wire-pulling, he fought for us valiantly. November 20th, we pleaded not guilty and trial was set for November 27th. JJ endeavored to have the 3 of us tried simultaneously, but the Court of Special Sessions would have none of it. Then he asked for a jury trial, which could be granted at the discretion of the Supreme Court. Application was denied. An appeal to the appellate division was dismissed. Writs of habeas corpus were dismissed. Another appeal to the appellate division was dismissed. Adjournments pending appeal were urged but not granted. Indeed, I was being swiftly educated in the technicalities of criminal law. I felt like a victim who passed into the courtroom, was made to bow before the judge, and did not know what it was all about. Every gesture had its special significance, which must not be left out if appeals were to be possible. We had to make many more appearances than would otherwise have been necessary. Everything had to be correctly on the record. Evening after evening, JJ rehearsed the arguments he was going to present and directed me to respond to questioning. I did not understand the technicalities and begged to be allowed to tell the story in my own way, fearful lest the heartaches of the mothers be lost in the labyrinthine maze of judicial verbiage. But he maintained if the case were to be appealed to a higher court, it had to be conducted according to certain formalities. Why should it have to be in legal language? I demanded. I am a simple citizen, born in a democratic country. A court should also listen to my plea expressed in plain language for the common people. I am sure I can make them understand and arouse their compassion. He reiterated that I could not address a court as though I were trying to instill my views in an individual. You can't talk to them that way. Y'all have to let me talk. But that's the way I talk, and I am the accused. I fully expected that if I were permitted to set forth my human version of the Brownsville tragedies, no appeal would be required. But JJ knew the courts and had no such hopes. He was still doubtful of any success before the lower tribunal, and was still unable to see my point, counting chiefly on technicalities to win the case. JJ had formally objected to having our trial set during the November session because Justice McInerney was due to preside that month, and at previous trials, he had expressed biased opinions. This objection was overruled. The strictly legal method having failed, I resorted to my own and wrote Justice McInerney an open letter. As an American pledged to the principles and spirit in which this republic was founded, as a judge obligated by oath to fair and impartial judgment, do you in your deepest conscience consider yourself qualified to try my case? In those birth control cases at which you have presided, you have shown to all thinking men and women an unfailing prejudice, and exposed a mind steeped in the bigotry and intolerance of the Inquisition. To come before you implies conviction. Judge McInerney made application to the district attorney to be taken off this case. Trial was marked for January 4, 1917, but the first case, that of Ethel, was reached so late in the afternoon it had to be postponed. 4 days afterwards, in spite of our attempts to be tried together, she appeared alone. She freely admitted she had described birth control methods, but denied the district attorney's accusation that our 10-cent registration fee made it a money-making affair. This and other sensational charges, such as the clinic was intended to do away with the Jews, were often inserted in the records for reporters to pick up, make good stories of them, and in consequence influence newspaper readers against us. They were great stumbling blocks. Our most important witness, Dr. Morris H. Kahn, physician in 227 Bloomingdale's department store who also maintained a private clinic where he gave out birth control information, was ready to testify, but his evidence was ruled out as irrelevant, incompetent, and immaterial. To be sure, the charge against Ethel was as a lay person. Nevertheless, it was extraordinary that we could get no hearing for a doctor. JJ was allowed only 15 minutes to present his argument on the unconstitutionality of Section 1142, and the presiding judge decided that the court was bound to hold it constitutional on precedent, regardless of argument. Ethel was found guilty. In the 2 weeks before sentence was to be pronounced, we debated what she and I should do. Perhaps it could be stayed, which would settle everything, but we each had to be prepared for either a short term of imprisonment or a long one. In case of the former, submission was the wiser course, because the public would not consider it of sufficient moment to bestir itself. In the latter event, a hunger strike seemed indicated, but again, only if sufficient attention could be called to it. The New York World had the most liberal policy of all the leading morning dailies, and therefore appeared to offer the best likelihood of being favorably disposed. I approached one of its editors and asked whether he would print our entire story if I were to give him a scoop and guarantee accuracy. He agreed, and assigned us a special reporter. Ethel was sentenced January 22 to 30 days in the workhouse on Blackwell's Island in the East River. In spite of our discussion over this possibility, she was utterly shocked, and exclaimed, "I am going to go on that hunger strike." After spending the night in the Tombs, she was returned the next morning to the Federal District Court of Brooklyn on a writ of habeas corpus as a means of suspending sentence pending appeal. Daylight had brought no change in her determination to continue with the hunger strike. "I haven't had anything to eat yet," she declared, and remembering the tale that one hunger striker had received nourishment in her cups of water, she added, "And if they send me back, I shan't drink anything either." Neither JJ nor I considered such a short sentence worth breaking 228-year life for. Furthermore, the cause did not mean to Ethel what it did to me. Think this over very carefully, I reminded her. A hunger strike is not necessary, and if you once start, y'all have to keep it up. She insisted that she was ready to die if need be. She had made her will and arranged for the disposition of her 2 children. Hunger strike was to go on. The writ was refused, and she was remanded to the workhouse. On her way there, she told the women with whom she shared the patrol wagon the salient facts of birth control. When Commissioner of Correction Burdett G. Lewis was asked to comment on Ethel's decision, he scoffed. Others have threatened hunger strikes. It means nothing. At first no food at all was brought her, but after the publicity began, the authorities were in despair to make her eat. This was a case they did not know how to handle. They were mentally unprepared for prisoners who were guilty of performing a legal wrong in order to win a legal right. Ethel had gone 103 hours without eating when Commissioner Lewis established a precedent in American prison annals by ordering her forcibly fed. The first woman to be so treated in this country. He stated optimistically to the press how simple the process was, consisting of merely rolling her in a blanket so she could not struggle, and then having milk, eggs, and a stimulant forced into her stomach through a rubber tube. He stressed how healthy she continued to be, how little opposition she offered, how foolish the whole thing appeared to him anyhow. He was going to charge her for the expense incurred in calling in an expert to feed her. As soon as I heard my sister was passive under the feeding, I became desperately anxious about her. Nothing but complete loss of strength could have lessened her resistance. After one interview, Commissioner Lewis had barred all reporters and given out a statement of his own. I have not much patience with Mrs. Byon's efforts to get advertising for her cause, and I want help such a campaign along by issuing bulletins. But bulletins were being issued, nevertheless, and printed. From prearranged sources, I was receiving messages and notes each evening, and reports on Ethel's pulse and temperature. Thus I learned her vision was becoming affected, and her heart was beginning 229 to miss beats, due to lack of liquids. Going without water was pretty bad, she said herself. At night, the woman whose duty it was to go up and down the corridors to give the prisoners a drink if they wanted it stopped right by my cell and cried, "Water, water," till it seemed as if I could not stand it. And on the other side of me was the sound of the river through the window. Nobody was allowed to visit Ethel but JJ, who, as her lawyer, could not well be refused. But reporters have their own mysterious ways of getting what they want. The world man succeeded in reaching her. It was not on the whole a successful interview, because she did not know who he was, but it did have one important result. It confirmed at first hand our statements as to the seriousness of her condition. In the midst of my anxiety over Ethel, my own trial opened January 29th in the same bare, smoky, upstairs Brooklyn court in which she had appeared. Justices John J. Freschi, Italian, Moses Harriman, Jewish, and George J. O'Keefe, Irish, sat on the bench. Judge Freschi, a rather young man, presided, and on him we pinned our hopes. We did not expect anything of old Judge Harriman except that, because he was Jewish, he might be broad-minded. As to Judge O'Keefe, we had no illusions. No less than 30 of the mothers of Brownsville had been subpoenaed by the prosecution, but about 50 arrived, some equipped with fruit, bread, pacifiers, and extra diapers, others distressed at having had to spend carfare, timid at the thought of being in court, hungry because no kosher food could be obtained nearby. Nevertheless, all smiled and nodded at me reassuringly. Formerly, a few women of wealth but of liberal tendencies had been actively concerned in the movement, but now some who were prominent socially were coming to believe on principle that birth control should not be denied to the masses. The subject was in the process of ceasing to be tagged as radical and revolutionary and becoming admittedly humanitarian. In this room, side by side with the ones to be helped, sat new helpers. Among them was Mrs. Amos Pinchot, chairman of the Women's Committee of 100, formed to lend support to the defense. Her reddish hair betrayed a temper quick and easily aroused in the 230 cause of justice. Aristocratic of bearing, autocratic by position, she was one to command and be obeyed, and was easily a leading personality in the philanthropic smart set of New York. Among her valuable services was the bringing into the fold of the mothers and aunts of the present active junior leaguers. Mrs. Lewis, 50. Delafield's limousine stood in front of the doors at almost every trial, and it meant a great deal to the defendants to have the wife of one of the most eminent members of the New York bar in the courtroom. By her very demeanor and looks, white-haired, a fragile countenance, you knew she could touch nothing that was not fine, and that she had the spiritual courage to stand by her ideas and ideals in both her public and private life. Always she opened her home and her heart, and her arms to those she loved. Fania was called first. She was a girl with a pale and delicate face and was too worried to bear the strain. She should not be punished for cooperating, and I told JJ to notify the court that she was not well, though I strictly forbade him to say anything about my health. Her trial was brief, narrowing itself down to whether what every girl should know was to be classed as indecent. A few days later, she was found guilty and sentenced to $50 fine, a decision which was eventually reversed on appeal. It surprised me that in my trial the prosecution should be carried on so vehemently, because the prosecutor had little to prove. To me, there seemed to be no argument at all. The last thing in my mind was to deny having given birth control advice. Certainly, I had violated the letter of the law, but that was what I was opposing. I grew more and more puzzled by the stilted language, the circumlocutions, the respect for precedent. These legal battles, fought in a curiously unreal world, intensified my defiance to the breaking point. I longed for a discussion in the open on merit and in simple, honest terms. I thought I might have my wish when Judge Freschi, holding up a cervical cap which the prosecuting attorney had put in evidence, said, "Who can prove this is a violation? The law states that contraception is permitted for the prevention of disease. May it not be used for medical reasons?" This question raised my hopes high. At last, the law might be interpreted according to the definition I so desired. Ill health resulting from pregnancy caused by lack of its use might be construed as disease. Then one by one, the Brownsville mothers were called to the stand to answer the district attorney. "Have you ever seen Mrs. Sanger before?" Yes, I know Mrs. Sanger." "Where did you see her?" "At the clinic." "Why did you go there?" "To have her stop the babies." The witness bowed sweet acknowledgement to me until she was peremptorily commanded to address the court. "Did you get this information?" Yes, thank you, I got it. It was gut too." "Enough," the district attorney barked, and called another. Time after time, they gave answers that were like nails to seal my doom, yet each thought she was assisting me. JJ saw how their testimony could be turned to our advantage. He asked, "How many miscarriages have you had? How much sickness in your family? How much does your husband earn?" The answers were $7, $8, $9 a week. At last one woman more miserable and more poverty-stricken than the rest was summoned. "How many children have you?" 8 and 3 that didn't live." "What does your husband earn?" $10 a week when he works." Judge Freschi finally exclaimed, "I can't stand this any longer," and the court adjourned over the weekend. JJ was jubilant, because he said there was nothing for him to do. The court was arguing his case for him. I myself was feeling a little conscience-smitten. A mass meeting of sympathizers had been organized by the Committee of 100 for that evening in Carnegie Hall, and I went straight there from the courtroom. I had a speech ready in which I said we were 232 being persecuted, not prosecuted, that the judges were no better than witch-burners. It was unfortunate, but copies had already been released to the press, and the wording could not be changed. Helen Todd, the chairman, a grand person who had been trained under Jane Addams, had given the mothers of Brownsville places of honor on the platform to let everybody see what kind of women we were fighting for. She asked for 20 volunteers to follow the example of the English suffragettes, who had gone on hunger strikes en masse. But no women whose names registered socially in the public mind were willing thus to join in protesting against the law. Only working girls came forward. 3 days later, Jessie Ashley and I took the train for Albany with Mrs. Pinchot, who was a close friend of Governor Charles S. Whitman, to ask him to appoint a commission to investigate birth control and make a report to the state legislature. The governor, who was fair and intelligent, quite distinctly representing a class of liberal politicians, received us cordially. Ethel and her hunger strike had been front-page news for 10 days. In the subway, on street corners, everywhere people gathered, she was being discussed. In Washington and Albany, congressmen and legislators were sending out for the latest details. Governor Whitman naturally asked about her, and we seized the opportunity to try to impress on him the outrageousness of making her suffer for so just a cause. He said directly her incarceration was a disgrace to the state. He was entirely out of sympathy with the courts and judges, and offered a pardon conditional upon her ceasing to disseminate birth control information. But I had not come to ask that favor. My sister wouldn't take a pardon, I replied, much to the distress of Mrs. Pinchot. However, I accepted gratefully his letter to the warden at Blackwell's Island, authorizing me to see her. The next morning I appeared again before the court. During the 3-day interim, the effect of the mother's testimony had evidently been effaced from the judges' minds, and they were infuriated by my Carnegie Hall denunciation. But far more detrimental to my hope of a new interpretation was the prosecution's introduction of a federal agent who had once confiscated a copy of Family Limitation, in which 233 was the picture of this same cervical cap. He read aloud my advice to women to use it as a means of preventing conception. Not even the most friendly judge could get away from the fact that I had intended a far broader definition than any permitted by the existing law. The prosecution argued further that the constitutionality of Section 1142 could not be challenged, because the exception for physicians in Section 1145 already guaranteed liberty to citizens. And since I was not a physician and consequently did not come under the exception, the court must, in any event, find me guilty. This they 999. The day had been so full that I was not able to avail myself of Governor Whitman's permit to visit Ethel until evening, when Mr. and Mrs. Pinchot took me in their car to the workhouse. I remember how cold it was. The trip on the ferry seemed to go on forever. But when we finally arrived, at the name of Pinchot, the friend of the governor, doors swung open. Officialdom turned polite and courteous and salaamed us on our way. The Pinchots remained below while I was sent up to Ethel's cell, where she was lying on her iron cot, dressed in readiness for her release. Her appearance shocked and horrified me. She had grown thin and emaciated, her eyes were sunken and her tongue swollen, high red spots stood out on her cheeks. She could not see me even across the narrow cell, knowing me only by my voice. Hers was muffled as she whispered me to come nearer, her mind confused. Liberty, she kept repeating, I want my liberty. Her life was all that mattered to me now. I had to eat humble pie, and said to the matron I was going to telegraph Governor Whitman that she was too ill to accept the conditions of the pardon for herself, but I would promise on her behalf. I was told that he had already signed the pardon, was on his way to New York, and to wait downstairs, please. After about half an hour we were informed Mrs. Byon was coming down. I went along the hallway to meet her. She was being held up by 2 attendants, the matron following with wraps. Her head was rolling from side to side, and I could see from the pallor of her face, especially from the pinched look of her nose and mouth, that she was losing consciousness. I protested to the matron, but orders 234 had been given and were being obeyed. Commissioner Lewis wanted the newspaper pictures to show her coming out on her feet. Running back to the room where the Pinchots were sitting, I exclaimed, "She's fainting." Then Mrs. Pinchot clapped her hands imperiously and directed the attendants to lay Ethel down immediately and bring a stretcher. A command from her worked like magic. She wrapped her own fur coat around the pathetic figure, and as soon as Ethel felt the softness and warmth, she knew she was safe. We carried her over to my apartment to begin the protracted period of recuperation. Only after a year's convalescence was she able to take up a normal life again. Being the real instigator, I had every reason to expect a longer term than Ethel. Logically, her hunger strike had served its purpose. That form of strategy was closed. But personally I decided that, if I should receive a year, I should do the same. On the other hand, if I were given 3 months or less, I could study and make use of my time. JJ had heard on reliable authority that if I were to change my plea to guilty, I could have a suspended sentence. To his mind, freedom alone meant victory, and he urged me to accept it if it were offered. This, it developed, was the intention of the court when on Monday I was called back for sentence. Having Ethel off the front page had brought a sigh of relief of almost national scope. But all the publicity had had its effect on public opinion, and doubtless influenced the judges also to a certain extent. Since they could not agree to change the interpretation of the law, they had been obliged to find me guilty, but they did not really want to inflict punishment. They were, however, extremely suspicious of our assertion that we were going to carry the case higher. Jesse Ashley, Ida Raw, and Bolton Hall had all been let off with fines on the understanding they proposed to appeal, and then they had not done so. Courts were beginning to assume this was just a trick of birth control advocates, not meant in good faith. I sat listening to what seemed an interminable discussion between JJ and Judge Freschi over whether the appeal were going to be prosecuted in a quick and orderly fashion, until I was nearly lulled to sleep. Suddenly my attention was caught by hearing JJ declare that I would promise not to violate the law. My mind clicked. It was not in my program to bargain for freedom. JJ, knowing full well I would make no such promise, had planted himself in front of me so the court could not see my belligerent face. He was trying to act as a buffer and at the same time, for fear of what I might say, to avoid having me summoned to the stand. I tried to peer around him, but he shifted from side to side, obscuring my view. I tugged on his coat like a badly brought-up child, but he took no notice. Finally, one of the judges interposed. "Your client wishes to speak to you, counselor." I could be ignored no longer and was called. "Margaret Sanger, stand up." History is written in retrospect, but contemporary documents must be consulted, therefore I have gone to the official records for the facts. After all, one courtroom is much like another, and the attitude of one justice not so dissimilar from that of another. I was combating a mass ideology, and the judges who were its spokesmen merged into a single voice, all saying, "Be good and we'll let you off." This is what I heard. "You have been in court during the time that your counsel made the statement that pending the prosecution of appeal, neither you nor those affiliated with you in this so-called movement will violate the law. That is the promise your counsel makes for you. Now, the court is considering extreme clemency in your case. Possibly you know what extreme clemency means. Now, do you personally make that promise?" The defendant, pending the appeal. The court, if Mrs. Sanger will state publicly and openly that she will be a law-abiding citizen without any qualifications whatsoever, this court is prepared to exercise the highest degree of leniency. The defendant, I'd like to have it understood by the gentlemen of the court that the offer of leniency is very kind, and I appreciate it very much. It is with me not a question of personal imprisonment or personal disadvantage. I am today, and always have been more concerned, with changing the law regardless of what I have to undergo to have it done. The court, then I take it that you are indifferent about this matter entirely. The defendant, no, I am not indifferent. I am indifferent as to the personal consequences to myself, but I am not indifferent to the cause and the influence which can be attained for the cause. The court, since you are of that mind, am I to infer that you intend 236 to go on in this matter, violating the law, irrespective of the consequences? The defendant, I haven't said that. I said I am perfectly willing not to violate Section 1142 pending the appeal. Justice Harriman, the appeal has nothing to do with it. Either you do or you don't. The court, to Mr. Goldstein, what is the use of beating around the bush? You have communicated to me in my chambers the physical condition of your client, and you told me that this woman would respect the law. This law was not made by us. We are simply here to judge the case. We harbor no feeling against Mrs. Sanger. We have nothing to do with her beliefs, except in so far as she carries those beliefs into practice and violates the law. But in view of your statement that you intend to prosecute this appeal and make a test case out of this, and in view of the fact that we are to regard her as a first offender, surely we want to temper justice with mercy, and that's all we are trying to do. And we ask her, openly and above board, will you publicly declare that you will respect the law and not violate it? And then we get an answer with a qualification. Now, what can the prisoner at the bar for sentence expect? I don't know that a prisoner under such circumstances is entitled to very much consideration after all. The court, to the defendant, we don't want you to do impossible things, Mrs. Sanger. Only the reasonable thing, and that is to comply with this law as long as it remains the law. It is the law for you, it is the law for me, it is the law for all of us until it is changed. And you know what means and avenues are open to you to have it changed, and they are lawful ways. You may prosecute these methods, and no one can find fault with you. If you succeed in changing the law, well and good. If you fail, then you have to bow in submission to the majority rule. The defendant, it is just the chance, the opportunity to test it. The court, very good. You have had your day in court. You advocated a cause, you were brought to the bar, you wanted to be tried here, you were judged. You didn't go on the stand and commit perjury in any sense. You took the facts and accepted them as true, and you are ready for judgment, even the worst. Now, we are prepared, however, under all the circumstances of this case, to be extremely lenient with you if you will tell us that you will respect this law and not violate it again. The defendant, I have given you my answer. The court, we don't want any qualifications. We are not concerned with the appeal. Mr. Goldstein, just one other statement, Your Honor, one final 237 statement on my part. Your Honor did well say that you didn't want anything unreasonable. With all due deference to Your Honor, to ask a person what her frame of mind will be with so many exigencies in future, that is, if the Commission did nothing or the legislature did nothing. The court, all we are concerned about is this statute, and as long as it remains the law will this woman promise here and now unqualifiedly to respect it and obey it. Now, it is yes or no. What is your answer, Mrs. Sanger? Is it yes or no? The defendant, I can't respect the law as it stands today. The court, Margaret Sanger, there is evidence that you established and maintained a birth control clinic, where you kept for sale and exhibition to various women articles, which purported to be for the prevention of conception, and that there you made a determined effort to disseminate birth control information and advice. You have challenged the constitutionality of the law under consideration and the jurisdiction of this court. When this is done in an orderly way, no one can find fault. It is your right as a citizen. Refusal to obey the law becomes an open defiance of the rule of the majority. While the law is in its present form, defiance provokes anything but reasonable consideration. The judgment of the court is that you be confined to the workhouse for the period of 30 days. A single cry, shame, was followed by a sharp rap of the gavel, and silence fell. Chapter 19. This prison where I live. I sat in the front row while the court routine continued. The room buzzed with conversation. JJ was busy with formalities. Reporters were leaning over to ask me questions. Through the nearby doorway, I saw several young men awaiting their sentences, like actors in the wings listening for their cues. One was propped against the wall, smoking a cigarette. At the sound of his name, he raised his head, signifying he had heard, and yet kept on smoking. When it was called a second time, an attendant shoved him forward roughly. I could almost feel the hardening of his soul under this brutal attitude and the physical handling. He gave still another puff, then deliberately dropped the stub, stepped on it, and sauntered leisurely forward to receive his sentence. I was led into an anteroom, where other prisoners were being put through the regular fingerprinting procedure. I refused. There was a definite connection in my mind between admission of guilt and fingerprinting. Both in their different ways placed me in the category of criminals. My refractoriness was reported to the court. But the judges, poor dears, had worn themselves out trying to avoid sending me to jail and were exasperated and cross. One more rebellion was too much for them. Don't bother us with that. It's not our job, take her away. We were then herded through the rear of the building, into an open yard, where the van was standing. The careless youth who had 239 answered the court's call with such unconcern, was waving farewell to friends who loitered outside. How long, Alf? Asked one. 5 years, and he laughed as he said it. 2 more boys, their arms fraternally flung across one another's shoulders, shouted 3, and 4 consecutively. Were they normal? Could liberty be of so little account? The muscles in my throat contracted as I pictured the maternal love once spent on their infancy, and now the reckless disregard for freedom culminating in this ride. 30 days seemed to me the end of the world, but they made light of marking time in life for years, calling this their sleeping time. They paid no attention to me. I was entirely out of their realm. The women huddled beside me were more serious. An hysterical and tearful one-monther had been obliged to leave her small 4-year-old son sitting on the veranda watching for her return. She had not even been allowed to go back to see him and arrange for his care during her absence. Some experiences, though unexpected, are nevertheless partially anticipated in the subconscious. I had believed fully and firmly that some miracle would occur to keep me from going to jail. There had been no miracle. The doors banged shut, 2 blue uniforms stared stolidly at each other, the automobile jerked forward. The trip to Raymond Street was short. We were ushered into a waiting room. A thin-lipped attendant of huge size callously pushed one weeping girl through the door. Get ready there, you, she tossed over her shoulder at me. For what? For the doctor. I sat still. She repeated, do you hear me? Go in and get your examination. I resented this attitude with every fiber of my being and replied, I am not being examined. Ho, you're not. You're one of the fighting kind, are you? Well, we'll soon fix you, young lady. She swung her heavy, massive frame out the door, leaving me wondering but quivering with excited determination. I was not sure what would happen to me. Within 5 minutes, however, she came 240 back with an entirely different manner and tone. Oh, you're Mrs. Sanger, it's all right. Come this way, please. The next morning I was given a cup of bitter, turbid, lukewarm coffee, and then placed inside the van, which set off for the workhouse. There all my possessions were taken from me. A long wait. The men were sent somewhere and the women somewhere else. I did not know where, I just sat. After what seemed hours, my belongings were returned, and a woman in coat and hat told me to follow her. I-999. A man added himself to our party, and the three of us climbed into another van. We were driven some distance down the island, then put into a boat and ferried over to New York. I had no idea where we were going. I asked but could elicit no answer. We took a streetcar, and after various transfers I caught sight of a Loosewiles biscuit sign. But it did not help me because I had not seen it before. The section was unfamiliar to me. In early afternoon, we reached the Queens County Penitentiary, Long Island City. Evidently, the workhouse authorities had had enough of the Higgins family and wanted no more responsibility of this nature. Warden Joseph McCann, who met me, was a jovial young Irishman who had risen from the police ranks. "Have you had any lunch?" he asked. The cause of his solicitude emerged when he inquired anxiously whether I intended to go on a hunger strike. Remembering my morning cup of coffee, I replied, "Not unless your food is too bad." He introduced Mrs. Sullivan, the motherly matron. I answered the usual interrogatory about where I was born, how old I was, etc., etc. When the clerk came to what religion, I replied humanity. He had never heard of this form of belief and rephrased the question. "Well, what church do you go to?" "Nuns." He looked at me in sharp surprise. All inmates of the penitentiary went to church. 98% in my corridor had been reared as Catholics. The prison clothing which I was handed was much like a nurse's uniform and did not disturb me. But when I was recalled to the warden's office to be fingerprinted, I said flatly I would not submit. He sent me back to my cell. The floor was arranged rather on the order of a hospital ward, with little alcoves of 10 or 15 cells running off the gallery. Mine, number 210, was small but clean. I had a bed, toilet, and washstand. There was no chair. I sat on my bunk. All the prisoners were at work except Josephine, a German Catholic who had lost her husband and 3 children within a short period. She was eager to tell me her story. A few days after they had died, she had gone to their graves and covered those of the children with blankets to keep them warm. Someone saw her, decided she was insane, and had her committed to jail. It was a spring day when she was let out on parole. She was pleased and happy. A hurdy-gurdy was playing her favorite tune just as the sun went down. She paid the man a nickel to play it over, then another and another and another. The policeman at the corner, hearing it, looked her over and arrested her again. During her next 10 days in prison she nursed a grievance against this injustice, and as soon as she came out had several drinks, went after the policeman, scratched his face, and tore his buttons off. Thereafter, Josephine drank whenever she could, and each time she drank she fought, and since she had developed a complex against policemen, she landed back in jail in short order. She had been in some 70 times. I found Josephine a kind, big-hearted person, and though erratic, fairly intelligent. She had a terrible tongue and a terrible temper, and undoubtedly had periods when she was of unsound mind. Most people were frightened of her. She was supposed to put curses on her enemies, and they came true. Once a person who had treated her badly and been cursed in consequence had promptly contracted pneumonia and died. At another time, the matron of a certain jail had kept her 3 weeks in a dark cell on bread and water. After the 5th day, when bread was handed into the hole, she said it tasted like cake, it was so sweet. From the 2 or 3 cups of water daily, she had to assuage her thirst, wash her face, and clean her teeth. When she came out of the Stygian place she could scarcely see, but she managed to distinguish the matron sufficiently to put the curse of God upon her. The next night someone 242 forgot to close the door of the elevator shaft, and the matron walked through the open gate, fell to the bottom, and was instantly killed. Now, Josephine was let alone. In spite of my depression, I was intensely interested in Josephine. She begged me to help her, and I said I would try. The rest of that afternoon was consumed in this tale of woe, until at 5 o'clock, I began my initiation into the prison routine of hours and meals. The dining room was filled with long tables and wooden benches. No one had a knife or fork, only a tablespoon, edge blunted so as to be unserviceable as a weapon. Supper consisted of tea and molasses, stewed dried peaches, and 2 slices of bread which tasted queer. It was said to have saltpeter in it. We were locked in an hour later, lights were out at 9. Bells began ringing at 6 the next morning and the cells were opened at 7. For breakfast we had oatmeal with salt and milk, again 2 slices of the same bread, and coffee without sugar. Dinner was more bread, a boiled potato with the skin half on, and a sorry hunk of meat. Because of my active tuberculosis, the prison doctor soon put me on what was called a diet. This meant I could have crackers and milk and tea in my cell instead of going to the supper table. Due probably to the influence of the Osborne innovations at Sing Sing, the men at the Queen's Penitentiary were better treated than the women. Their food was of higher quality, and they could buy tobacco and even newspapers. The sole reading matter available to women were two Catholic weeklies and the Christian Science Monitor. Our only other news came from the two visitors a month allowed. So fine a mesh screen was placed in the reception room that inmates could with difficulty distinguish, as through a veil, the features of those to whom they were talking. This was a hardship not even imposed at Sing Sing. After morning cell cleaning, we took a 15-minute walk in the yard with our hooded capes over our heads. During this cold tramp, the women scanned the ground avidly for butts of cigarettes tossed away by the men. It was tragic to see human beings forced to such a low level as to dig with their fingers in the frozen earth to retrieve these mangled stubs. Each used to grab her little bit and hide it. When the matron went to her lunch, we were locked in our corridors 243, but not in our cells. Ordinarily, she took a nap afterwards, and the girls could usually count on her not being back until 3 or perhaps 4 o'clock. This gave them an opportunity to dry their shreds of tobacco under the radiator, then wrap them in toilet paper ready for smoking. At night, when we were all locked in, they struck the steel ribs from their corsets against the stone floor, and thus ignited pieces of cotton to give them lights. I could see tiny glowing points in the darkness as they puffed away greedily. Somehow, with the ingenuity born of necessity, these women also managed to have smuggled into them occasional small news items. The first day one of the girls approached me and in a stage whisper demanded, "Cross your heart and hope to die you want tell." I crossed my heart and hoped to die. She slipped into my hand a short clipping about my trial. Apparently others had been keeping up with events, because a few minutes later Lisa, a little colored girl, called out, "Yous eats, don't yer." A third asked me to explain to them what sex hygiene was all about. Accordingly, I sought permission of Mrs. Sullivan to be allowed in their corridor during her dinner hour. "What for?" "The girls want me to tell them about sex hygiene." "Ah, gwan wid ye," she laughed. "They know bad enough already." Some of the most lovely-looking girls were drug addicts. It seemed monstrous that the state could take such liberties with human lives as to convict them as criminals and sentence them to as much as 3 years for something which should have been considered disease. Other women were pickpockets, embezzlers, prostitutes, keepers of brothels, Tiffany or high-class thieves, accomplices of safe blowers, and a few transatlantic flyers, who assisted in big hauls from Paris or London. The class snobbishness among the offenders interested me beyond words. No one cared how or where another had been reared, what kind of family background or education she had. The nature of her offense was the key to her social position. The one who picked pockets was scorned by the girl who helped herself to pearl or diamond necklaces. The shoplifter did not sell her body. The prisoners sometimes slid their arms in mine as we paced along in the yard. One took me to task. "I saw you walking with Gracie. You must associate with her." "Why not?" "Do you know what she's in here for? She's a petty thief. Whenever she gets out, she rides in street cars and steals money from the pocketbooks of poor people going to pay their rent, or women coming home with their husbands' wages." "And what are you here for?" "Oh, I steal from the rich. I take only from people who have jewelry and bank accounts." I never did the regular work of cleaning, not even my own cell. Nor was I sent into the workshop to sew or to operate the machines with the others. When I asked Mrs. Sullivan why, she replied jollily, "Oh, you look better over there with a pen in your hand." She had fixed up a table to serve as a desk, and there I sat the entire day with my papers and books, planning ahead and reading countless letters. The tenor of all was much like this from Sarah Goldstein. "The women here in Brownsville need help very bad. Mrs. Sanger has got put away in the penitentiary for being friends with us, but she said we was to use her place while she was gone. If we can have a meeting over here in the clinic, I will put a fire in the stove and ask the women to come Saturday. We women here want to find out what the president, the mayor, and the judges and everybody is trying to do. First they put Mrs. Sanger in jail for telling us women how not to have any more children, and then they get busy for the starve of the ones we've got. First they take the meat and the egg, then the potato, the onion, and the milk, and now the lentils and the butter, and the children are living on bread and tea off the tea leaves that is kept cooking on the back of the stove. Honest to God, we ought to call a meeting and do something about it." Part of my time also was devoted to helping some of the girls to read or to write the 2 letters a month permitted them. I had not believed that any American born of 16 to 18 years of age could be illiterate, but there were at least 10. I had been in the penitentiary for several days before I noticed a tall, erect woman with white hair and a face which obviously did not belong there. I had never seen her in the yard or at table. Although she had been over 9 months sharing the other prisoners' food and working beside them, she had not become one of them. Because of her aloofness, I found it hard to make her acquaintance, but ultimately the Duchess, as she was called, told me her story. After having been a teacher for 15 years, she had married a minister who lived on a pension. They stayed in hotels, always spending more than their income, while he steadily drew on his insurance money. His sudden death left her practically penniless. Due to her age, and the fact she had not taught for so long, her application for a teacher's job was refused. She continued in the hotel until she had used up everything and was forced to move. Thereafter, she went from hotel to hotel, fleeing each time angry looks and bills. Finally, she was arrested and given an indeterminate sentence of from 1 to 3 years. Her constant brooding over her past was not preparing her for any future. I suggested she might keep her hand in by instructing the illiterate girls, and asked JJ, my only visitor, to have his friend William Spinney send some primers and lower-grade textbooks from Henry Holt and Company where he worked. This was done free of charge. The Duchess was contentedly happy from the day she began teaching again. In the desire to learn whether the girls' background might not be related to the causes of their imprisonment, I asked Warden McCann whether I could see the records, especially as to the size of the families from which they came. He said it was against the rules, but he was willing to give me such facts separately, assuring me I was going to be surprised and disappointed. I was. When I inquired, how many brothers and sisters does Rosie have, the answer was none. And Marie? She had a brother, but he's dead. It appeared from the entries that all these women had been single children, or if a brother or sister had been born, he or she no longer survived. This was difficult to believe, but I had to accept it at first. However, when I became better acquainted with the old-timers, they told me quite a different history. The registers were merely evidence of the unwritten rule among them to keep their families out of it. The madam of a house of assignation was putting her daughter of 17 through a fashionable boarding school. To prevent the child from knowing anything about her occupation, she wrote letters, sent them west, where she was supposed to be traveling, and had them redirected to the school. Many other prisoners were mothers also, and the scheming and planning to hide the painful knowledge of their whereabouts was worthy of the deepest admiration. One after another admitted she had given false statements to save her relatives from disgrace or constant annoyance by the police. The result of a poll of the 31 in our corridor showed an average of 7 children to each girl's family. I was always interested to know why the pretty ones were there. Frances, one of the loveliest, had a radiant color, rosebud mouth, and the most innocent eyes. She even managed to wear her apron with a Gallic chic. It did not seem possible she could have committed a crime, but she turned out to be one of the rogues who made a practice of frequenting gatherings where careless people offered opportunities to pickpockets. She told me how she, with 2 other girls, had once gone to an upstate fair. After making a grand haul of watches and purses and anything they could lay their hands upon, her 2 companions said, "We've got enough. We're clearing out." But Frances had spotted an easy-looking wallet. It was not quite easy enough. Unfortunately for her, the owner shouted, "Somebody's stolen my money." A bystander pointed, "She did it. I've been in 3 places today where things have been lost, and she's been there every time." Other people gathered round. Frances began to cry. Because the friends of the man who had been robbed and he himself insisted she must be arrested, the police were called. Frances continued to weep until several lusty young farmers were ready to defy her accusers. How could they say such things about such a sweet girl? It looked as though a fight were imminent, and 247, she hoped to slip away during the excitement. But the police arrived too soon and took her to the station. They found nothing on her. Somehow she had rid herself of the wallet. Frances' newfound allies were ready to go her bail, but it so happened that a police chief from a neighboring town, who had come to the fair for the express purpose of identifying possible petty criminals, recognized her from his sheaf of photographs of habitual offenders. He said to her supporters, "Boys, you're crazy. This girl's as crooked as a snake. Here's her picture. Why, you're crazy yourself. Your girl's a blonde and this one's dark." The chief snatched at Frances' hair, and off came her wig. As she told me this great joke on herself, she shook with merriment. But this was not the end of the story. The station captain had been influenced by her attractiveness, and since the wallet had not actually been discovered on her, wanted to let her off. He made a compromise. "I am going to give you a ticket to Montreal. You either go to jail or take it and get out." She accepted the ticket, but left the train at a nearby point and rejoined her friends at another fair. There, wearing a different costume, she continued her trade. Although to look at her ingenuous face, I could hardly believe it. Pitting her wits against the police was to her a type of game. Gertrude had been equally clever. She was of German origin, very stylish, moving in good circles when not in prison. She had learned that the officers of the submarine, Deutschland, which had just crossed the ocean, were to be entertained at a party. Having secured an invitation, she devoted herself to a lieutenant who, she had discovered, was carrying $700 in his pocket. When the gathering broke up, she took him back to his hotel in her car, suggesting they stop at a nightclub en route. There she put a drug in his glass. It took a bit of time to work, but after they had started on again, he fell asleep. She gave $5 to the doorman to take him to his room, saying he had drunk a bit too much, and then went home. At 7 the following morning, while Gertrude and her little girl 248 were still in bed, the police raided her apartment. They could unearth nothing except what she could honestly account for. Her effects were turned upside down, and still no money was to be found. "Then how could they send you to jail?" I queried. "You didn't take it, did you?" "Of course I did," she asserted, looking at me as if I were dull-witted. "They couldn't pin it on me, that's all." Even though Gertrude had been brighter than the police, she, like many of the others, had been convicted on her past record and the present suspicious circumstances. Josephine was another case in point. After I myself had been released, I had her paroled under her own recognizance and secured a place for her as chambermaid in a hotel. Fate so arranged that in the very first room she entered on her first morning's work, she was confronted with the corpse of a man who had died in his bed during the night. She rushed out immediately, got drunk, and went directly back to jail again. The resentment thus engendered in these caged women was like a strong, glowing flame, of a depth that I scarcely had believed possible. The shivers ran up and down my back when I heard the details of their unguided and loveless childhoods, which explained in large part the curious manner in which their minds worked. They thought only in terms of getting away with their crimes, of beating the system out. Their presence here was proof that it could not be beaten. 3 of the younger girls, too old for Bedford Reformatory, but almost too young for the penitentiary, definitely shocked me with their plans for wrongdoing without being apprehended. They asked me about my case. Was it true the judge gave you a chance not to go to jail if you'd promise not to break the law? Yes. Well, why didn't you do it? I couldn't promise that. But you didn't have to keep your promise. The ever-present bitterness arose, not from being caught in the act, but from being convicted without having been, according to their own belief, proved guilty. It was the woeful mental attitude, rather than the actual physical condition of their imprisonment, which so 249 appalled me. Not one of them intended to go straight. They hated the police who were drawing good salaries from the state and getting credit for putting them in jail, yet all the time they had been smarter. This sounds inconsistent, but it was their peculiar psychological twist. I talked it over later with several judges to whom it was rather a new point of view. Among other cases, I cited that of a brothel keeper who conducted her house as a club, and did it so carefully that no evidence could be obtained against her. Therefore, a detective had put opium in the plumbing, and she had been sentenced on a narcotic charge, although it was well known this was not her offense. "The prisoners were guilty, weren't they?" said one of the judges. "You know that, don't you?" "Yes," I rejoined, "but to my mind that doesn't end the state's responsibility. It seems to me your detectives should be more intelligent than the criminals they are set to catch." The girls at Queen's Penitentiary were unaware they were entitled to bring a far more serious charge against society than clumsy and inept police methods. I have never since visited an institution for juvenile offenders without thinking how stupid people are not to recognize that most adolescents are subjected to temptation on some occasion or other. That anyone, in an emotional fragment of time, when young and when the consequences are not clear, may do some forbidden thing. More often than not it is merely incidental, and in no way warrants a life of penance. The only brutal treatment I received was during the last 2 hours. Since my fingerprints had not been taken on arrival, Warden McCann first tried to talk me into compliance. His argument that all prisoners' prints must be on file, that not having them was unheard of, got us nowhere. I refused to submit, even though it postponed my release. He then turned me over to two keepers. One held me, the other struggled with my arms, trying to force my fingers down on the ink pad. I do not know from what source I drew my physical strength, but I managed to prevent my hands from touching it. My arms were bruised and I was weak and exhausted when an officer at headquarters, where JJ was protesting against the delay, telephoned an order to discharge me without the usual ceremony. March 6, 1917, dawned a bitter, stinging morning. Through the 250 metal doors I stepped, and the tingling air beat against my face. No other experience in my life has been like that. Gathered in front were my old friends, who had frozen through the 2 hours waiting to celebrate Margaret's coming-out party. They lifted their voices in the Marseillaise. Behind them at the upper windows were my new friends, the women with whom I had spent the month, and they too were singing. Something choked me. Something still chokes me whenever I hear that triumphant music and ringing words, "Ye sons of freedom, wake to glory." I plunged down the stairs and into the car which stood ready for me, and we swept out of the yard towards my apartment. At the entrance were Vito, the coal man, and his wife, beaming and proudly pointing to the blazing fire they had made on the hearth to welcome me home. Chapter 20. A stout heart to a steep hill. When a thing ceases to be a subject of controversy, it ceases to be a subject of interest. William Hazlitt. The noisy clamor of the world could not reach me through thick stone walls. Prison had been a quiet interim for reflection, for assembling past experiences, and preparing for the future. The tempestuous season of agitation courts and jails and shrieking and thumbing Thanos should now end. Heretofore there had been much notoriety and but little understanding. The next 3 steps were to be, first, education, then, organization, and finally, legislation. All were clearly differentiated, though they necessarily overlapped to a certain extent. I based my program on the existence in the country of a forceful sentiment which, if coordinated, could become powerful enough to change laws. Horses wildly careering around a pasture have as much strength as when harnessed to a plow, but only in the latter case can the strength be measured and turned to some useful purpose. The public had to be educated before it could be organized, and before the laws could be changed as a result of that organization. I set myself to the task. It was to be a long one because the press did not want articles stating the facts of birth control. They wanted news, and to them news still consisted of fights, police, arrests, controversy. One of the early essays in education was a moving picture dramatizing the grim and woeful life of the East Side. Both Blossom and I believed it would have value, and I continue to be of the same mind. He had not approved of the clinic and had declined to have anything to do with it, but was eager to join me in capitalizing on the ensuing 252 publicity. Together, we wrote a scenario of sorts, concluding with the trial. Although I had long since lost faith in my abilities as an actress, I played the part of the nurse, and an associate of Blossom's financed its production. But before it could appear Commissioner of Licenses, George H. Bell ordered it suppressed. To prove the film mirrored conditions which called for birth control, we gave a private showing at a theater, inviting some 200 people concerned with social welfare. All agreed the public should see it, and signed a letter to that effect. Justice Nathan Bidger issued an injunction against interfering with its presentation. The moving picture theaters, however, fearful lest the breath of censure wither their profits, were too timid to take advantage of this. Of infinitely greater and more lasting significance than this venture was the Birth Control Review, which, from 1917 to 1921, was the spearhead in the educational stage. It could introduce a quieter and more scientific tone, and also enable me to keep in touch with people everywhere whose interest had already been evoked. Emotion was not enough. Ideas were not enough. Facts were what we needed so that leaders of opinion who were articulate and willing to speak out might have authoritative data to back them up. The first issue of the review, prepared beforehand, had come out in February 1917 while I was in the penitentiary. It was not a very good magazine then. It had few contributors and no editorial policy. Any own sculptor, spiritualist, cartoonist, poet, freelancer could express himself here. The pages were open to all. In some ways, it was reminiscent of the old days of the woman rebel, when everybody used to lend a handleways, with this vital difference, that we held strictly to education instead of agitation. I had learned a little editorial knowledge from my previous magazine efforts, and now obtained a more professional touch from the newspaper men and women who gradually came in. Among them William E. Williams, formerly of the Kansas City Star, Walter A. Roberts, who later published the few issues of the American Parade, and Rob Parker, editor and makeup man. Among the associates were Jessie Ashley, Mary Knobloch, and Agnes Smedley. That extraordinarily shy and mysterious woman, Agnes Smedley, had been born in a covered wagon of squatter parents, and though she 253 had become a teacher in the California public schools, her early habits of thought remained with her. She was consistently for the underdog. The British government had suspected her of connection with the seditious activities of a group of Hindu students and persuaded the federal authorities to investigate. All they had been able to find on which to charge her were a few copies of Family Limitation. This brought her within our province, and when she was arraigned in New York, John Haynes Holmes procured her $10,000 bail. After her acquittal, she worked with us at various times until she left for post-war Germany. On this and other occasions, John Haynes Holmes, a speaker second to none, brought the convincing force of his arguments and mine to our aid. By the shape of his head and the honesty of his eyes you could recognize the practical idealist in this Unitarian minister. He never straddled issues. During the war he said if one flag were to be hung out his church windows, then those of all nations should be flown. No peoples were enemies of his. 2 numbers of the Review had appeared when the United States entered the war and blossom, and I fell out. He was an ardent Francophile, and like most masculine members of the intelligentsia, threw in his lot with the Allies. I wrote a pacifist editorial. He refused to run it and resigned. To blossom, as to so many others, pacifism was automatically labeled pro-Germanism, on the old theory that he who is not for me is against me. I had already seen in Europe what propaganda could do to build up a war spirit, and prayed every morning when I awoke that I could keep my head clear and cool. I had heard the plaintive pleas of French mothers, but had talked also with German mothers. In the hearts of none had there been hatred or desire for their sons to kill other sons. I knew what I thought about the war. It was so outrageous I would not be mixed up in it. I still believe it was not only a dreadful thing in itself a slaughter and waste of human life but, even more disastrous, it exterminated those who ought now to be ruling our national destinies, according to the pre-war liberality of thought in which they had been reared. We started at that time to walk backwards instead of forwards, and have retreated steadily ever since. A fear of 254 expressing opinions, which then began to seep in, has gradually helped to impose censorship and further intolerance. I was neither pro-Ally nor pro-German, but using common sense, was distressed at seeing German achievements torn into shreds. Intelligence in Germany had been focused on all fronts. She had the lowest illiteracy of any country and had invested heavily in mass education, from which the rest of the world was benefiting at little cost. She had offered the best training for graduate students in medicine. Foreign travel had been accelerated by German linguists. Commerce had been able to carry on international contacts through German interpreters. Any foreign industry which had needed technical advice had usually employed a German scientist, engineer, or chemist who knew how to do his job and do it well. Germany could not continue this policy without wanting to receive some tangible return. I was convinced the primary cause of this war lay in the terrific pressure of population in Germany. To be sure, her birth rate had recently begun to decline, but her death rate, particularly infant mortality, had, through applied medical science, likewise been brought far down. The German government had to do something about the increase of her people. Underneath her rampant militarism, underneath her demand for colonies was this driving economic force. She could hold no more and had to burst her bounds. Blossom's defection was one of the heartbreaking things that can creep into any endeavor, even the most idealistic. I have seen so many young crusaders come galloping to show me the way, joining the procession and blowing horns for the cause, panting with enthusiasm to reform the world, willing to teach me how to put the movement on a social or sound practical and economic basis. They were going to get vast contributions, so that money would roll unceasingly into our coffers. But if they lacked the necessary patience and forbearance, or were there for personal aggrandizement, they became discouraged at the first show of thorny, disagreeable obstacles, retreating or deserting rather than fighting through. In the birth control movement supporters have come and gone. When they remained they found work, and little recognition, reward, or gratitude. Those who desired honor or recompense, 255, or who measured their interest by this yardstick, are no longer here. It is no place for anything except the boundless love of giving. Blossom was the first illustration to me that the ones to whom authority is handed over are likely to expand and explode unless they have selflessly dedicated themselves. Now, I believe the three chief tests to character are sudden power, sudden wealth, and sudden publicity. Few can stand the latter, nothing goes to the head with more violence. Seeing this all around me, I did not subscribe to a clipping bureau until it seemed necessary for historical purposes. I did not even read the papers when unsought advertisement was great, remembering that this could be but a 9 days wonder. Furthermore, news items were often distracting because the facts were constantly embroidered just to make a good story, to paint a situation according to the policy of the paper, or because they reflected the inhibitions of the reporters. Hours could have been entirely given over to denials and contradictions. In the midst of any emergency such as a police raid or the stopping of a meeting, my own emotions generally kept an even tenor. They did not go hopping up and down like a temperature. A nurse cannot afford to lose her head, and the control I had won in that training helped me, as did also my father's philosophy: since all things change, this too will pass. Consequently, during this feverish period, neither public praise nor public blame affected me very much, although the type of criticism that came from friends was different. Just because they were friends and I wanted them to understand, I was unhappy if they did not. But since persons one likes can have great influence and friendships take time, I refrained from making many new ones. Nevertheless, those I had then are as good today. When we meet, we pick up the threads where we dropped them. The war halted the progress of the birth control movement temporarily. The groups that had before been active now found new interests. The radicals were convulsed, and their own ranks torn in two by the opposition to conscription. Influenza swept over the world, and in its passage took off many of our old companions. Governor Whitman's promised commission blew up. One bright bugle sounded when 256I learned that the section on venereal disease in What Every Girl Should Know, which had once been banned in the New York Call, and for which Fania had been fined, was now, officially but without credit, reprinted and distributed among the soldiers going into cantonments and abroad. At home all felt there was little to do but wait until people came back to their senses. The review was the only forward step I could take at the time. Late in 1917, a new recruit was enlisted. Nobody ever knew Kitty Marion's true name. She had been born in Westphalia, Germany, and when she was 15 her father had whipped her once too often and she had run away to England, where eventually she had headed a turn at a music hall. The London slums had aroused Kitty's social conscience, and she had abandoned her own career to enroll with Mrs. Pankhurst in the suffrage crusade, becoming one of the most determined of her followers. When put in jail, she set fire to her cell, chewed a hole in her mattress, broke the window, and upon being released threw bricks at Newcastle post office. 7 times she went to prison, enduring 4 hunger strikes and 232 compulsory feedings, biting the hand that forcibly fed her. Since it was distasteful to the government to have any suffragette die in prison, Kitty, under the so-called Cat and Mouse Act, was once released to a nursing home until she should have strength enough to return to confinement. Friends visited her there, exchanged clothes with her, and she escaped. On another occasion, the Bishop of London personally begged her to give up her struggle. At the outbreak of war, the Pankhurst forces hustled her over to America rather than have her run the almost certain risk of deportation or internment. Selling the suffragette on the streets of London had been part of the initiation which duchesses and countesses and other noble auxiliaries to the Pankhurst cause had had to undergo. Kitty had stood side by side with them. Since we had so experienced a veteran ready for service, we began to offer the review on the sidewalks of New York. Our more sober supporters objected because they considered it undignified. But men and women from here, there, and everywhere passed through the commercial centers of New York, and this was a real means of reaching them. All of us took a hand, but Kitty was the only one who stood the test of years. Strong, stoutish, tow-headed, her blue eyes bright and keen in spite of being well on in her 50s, she became a familiar sight. Morning, afternoon, and until midnight workdays, Sundays, and holidays through storms of winter and summer, she tried every street corner from Macy's to the Grand Central Terminal. But her favorite stand was 7th Avenue and Fordyce Street, right at Times Square. In her own words, she was enjoying the most fascinating, the most comic, the most tragic, living, breathing movie in the world. Many people still think I must be Kitty Marion. Everywhere they say to me, I saw you 20 years ago outside the Metropolitan Opera House. You've changed so I wouldn't know you. Street selling was torture for me, but I sometimes did it for self-discipline, and because only in this way could I have complete knowledge of what I was asking others to do. In addition, I learned to realize what possible irritations Kitty had to encounter. Notwithstanding the insults of the ignorant, the censure of the bigots, she remained good-humored. They said to her, "You ought to be ashamed of yourself. You ought to be arrested, to be shot, to be in jail, to be hanged. Or it's disgraceful, disgusting, scandalous, villainous, criminal, and unladylike." When someone asked, "Have you never heard God's word to be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth?" Kitty replied, "They've done that already," and knowing her Apocrypha as well as her Bible, retorted in kind, "Does it not say in Ecclesiasticus 16:1, desire not a multitude of unprofitable children?" During the war it was astonishing how many men, in and out of uniform, mistook birth control for British control. "We don't want no British control here," they exclaimed. Kitty would correct them, "Birth control," and someone would call, "Oh, that's worse." Who bought the review? This question was invariably asked, and the answer was radicals, the curious, girls about to be married, mothers, fathers, social workers, ministers, physicians, reformers, revolutionaries, foreigners. A psychological analysis of reactions of passers-by when they saw the words birth control would have been interesting. I never could credit the power those simple words had of upsetting so many people. Their own complexes, as to what sex meant 258 to them, appeared to govern them. Many were disappointed at its staidness. Some were highly indignant, others highly amused, regarding it as a joke. Some bought with the set faces of soldiers going over the top. Some looked and then strolled on. Others walked by only to return with the money ready, hastily stuff the magazine in their pockets, and move away, trying to seem unconcerned. The majority bought with the utmost seriousness in the hope that it might solve their personal problems. Jail was the instant reaction of every new policeman on the beat. Kitty, who knew she needed no license, would contest the point with him while a crowd gathered. But few of her arresters were familiar with the law in the name of which they hauled her off to the station. Time and again, my night slumbers were broken to go and bail her out. JJ was always able to have the case dismissed, but only after it had been argued and proved in our favor. Once Charles Bamberger, the agent provocateur of the Society for the Suppression of Vice who had brought about Bill Sanger's arrest, worked much the same ruse on Kitty. His society was supposedly designed to promote purity, which was to its members synonymous with good. But in order to do this, they induced people to break the law by appealing to their deepest human sympathies, a form of trickery not to be condoned by any moral code. Bamberger, on repeated visits to Kitty at our office, poignantly described the condition of his unfortunate wife, whose health depended absolutely on her getting contraceptive information. Anna's sense, like Fania Mindel's, was unfailing in recognizing such decoys. I never went against it, but in vain did she warn Kitty, who gave him the information. He had her arrested, and she was not allowed to tell in court the means by which he had obtained his evidence. She had to serve a term. Kitty's sentence did not have adequate publicity, but so violent was the war temper that, in view of her German birth, even well-disposed newspapers practically ignored it. In addition to selling the review, we tried another experiment in street propaganda. During the warm evenings of one summer, Kitty, Helen Todd, and I, often accompanied by George Swazi, a friendly Englishman, proceeded to the neighborhood of St. Nicholas Avenue 259, above 125th Street, where many white-collar families lived. We used to buy a soapbox at the nearest delicatessen, and Helen, who had a lank, swarthy picturesqueness which attracted attention, mounted it. Swazi, standing behind, held aloft an American flag. Though not a soul might be in sight except our little group with its bundles of literature and Kitty with her reviews, Helen began in her beautiful voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, bowing to the trees, we welcome you here tonight." When nobody appeared, she began again. "Ladies and gentlemen," and this time one or two strollers usually lingered. Immediately we raised our pasteboard banners with birth control printed in black letters. She was off in full swing, and in a few minutes we had our audience. In the course of our various trials, people had sent checks and made donations to the Special Defense Fund account, and we sent anybody who gave money, no matter how much or how little, a mimeographed report of all contributors. We had also accepted almost 2,000 paid-in-advance subscriptions, and had therefore incurred an obligation to continue the review for 12 months. One May morning, when I put my key in the office door and swung it open, Anna Lifshitz and I stood and gazed at each other. Only the telephone perched forlornly on top of a packing box relieved the bare and empty room files. Furniture, vouchers, checks, and business records were gone. We still had to supply the subscribers with 9 issues more, yet we had no equipment and not 1 cent in the bank account of the review. It was a challenge. We hurried over to 3rd Avenue and for $20 refurnished the office. The loss of the contributors' cards, however, was irreparable. I could never, in spite of my best efforts, recover either them or the missing funds. The strain to finance the review was so great that after June, no more issues came out until December. The printer trusted us as far as he was able from month to month. Often the bank account was down to the last $100, just enough to hold it open. Yet it might be necessary to mail letters. The call might be urgent. I was hesitant to spend that last amount, but I believed faith could bring anything to realization. Invariably, when I operated on that principle 260 and did what I was impelled to do, money poured in perhaps 10 times over. Always we cleaned the slate at the end of the year. This was one of the periods of getting roots in and waiting for the organism to grow, of quiescence before the new beginning and quickening. I kept going, conscious that with every act I was progressing in accord with a universal law of evolution, but evolution just the same. This belief seemed at times to force locked doors. It enabled me to dictate hundreds of letters, to interview dozens of people, to debate, or to lecture, all in 24 hours. Day after day I attended parlor meetings, night after night open forums, returning home too tired to eat, too excited to sleep. Frequently at 7 in the morning the telephone started ringing. Somebody wanted to catch me before I left the house. For the purpose of having a more solid and substantial basis on which to operate the review, the New York Women's Publishing Company was incorporated in May 1918. Shares were sold at $10 each. The women who gave both monetary and moral support were the wives of businessmen who advised them how to conduct this organization in the proper fashion. Each month Mary Knobloch opened her charming apartment for the regular meetings any corporation was required to hold. The movement can never be disassociated in my mind from Frances Ackerman, who, at the suggestion of Mabel Spinney of Greenwich House, came to us as treasurer. She was exceptionally able and was soon one of our bulwarks, remaining with us 11 years. Her family was wrapped up in Orthodox Church and Wall Street, and the status quo in politics, but Frances' interests were much broader, and she was not content to lead the usual type of life ordained by her social and financial standing. Tall, very thin, wearing her clothes with an air, Frances was one of the finest persons I have ever known. To her, fair play amounted to a religion. She was so highly sensitive that she lay awake at night after merely reading of an injustice done to anybody. To hundreds of conscientious objectors who were incarcerated during the war because of pacifist or strike activities, she sent cigarette money, magazines, stationery, always anonymously assisting their families, and suggesting 261 plans for their own futures. Her death was not only a blow to us, but a blow to any endeavor that was seeking understanding. Many lifers who depended on her for brightening luxuries must now wonder what has become of her. In 1920, Anne Kennedy came to help boost the circulation of the review and gain further financial aid for it. She was a Californian with wide club experience and had 2 children. Fair, in her 30s, cheerful and a good mixer, she was most maternal-looking with her soft gray hair and sweet face. You felt you could lay your head on her bosom and tell her the story of your life. The incorporation had heralded a new trend wherein we could have a recognized policy. When the review had first been started, I had had to beg authors to write. Free speech was their favorite theme, and their pieces were inferior, but they were the only things I could fall back upon. I used to ask possible contributors, "Don't you agree that these poor mothers should have no more babies?" "Of course, but where's there any article in that?" Then I had to suggest ideas, show them how to link these up with larger sociological aspects, until they began to cast into the arena legal, medical, eugenic compositions. The material on free speech continued to come in, but we did not need to print it any longer. Incidentally, we now secured second-class mailing privileges. Soon afterwards, I happened to be talking to a cousin who worked in the post office, a very young boy in his early 20s, who kept assailing me with questions about the review. I could not understand his unprecedented interest, and asked, "Why are you so curious?" "Well, I am the official reader. It'll save my having to wade through every issue if y'all tell me ahead of time, just what your policy's going to be. Do you make the decisions? That's my job. If any seem objectionable, I send them on to Washington. I was horrified to find this adolescent in a position which permitted him to pass judgment on such serious matters. But I was able to reassure him. The course we had adopted would in no way interfere with retaining our second-class mailing privileges. Many of the buyers of the review had been disappointed because 262, it contained no practical information. I have your magazine. All in there is true, but what I want to know is how not to have another baby next year. Thousands of letters were sent out explaining that the review could not print birth control information. Nevertheless, some of the appeals, particularly from women who lived on lonely, remote farms, were so heartrending that I simply had to furnish them copies of Family Limitation, though urging them to go to their physicians. Every once in a while I had a telephone message to come down to the post office at an appointed hour. I did so, wondering and uncertain. Was the interview to be about the review, Family Limitation, or what? The official in the legal department whom I always saw, fatherly though not old, used to say, "Now, Mrs. Sanger, you're still violating the law by sending your pamphlet through the mails. If you keep this up they'll put you in jail again." I objected. The government and I had this out years ago. The federal case was dismissed. It never can be settled while we get these protests. To prove the post office was not having such an easy time of it, he pulled open a drawer, and inside was a little pile of pamphlets and letters from religious fanatics, self-constituted moralists of one kind or another, women as well as men, who had received their copies and then complained. He showed me envelopes addressed to the governor of New York, to the President of the United States. I studied the handwriting to see whether I could recognize it as identical with any that had come to me. Perhaps the postmark was Wichita, Kansas. There could not be many from a town of that size, and presently I remembered the request. It was a shattering thing to see that drawer. I had been earnestly trying to aid despairing mothers, and had been betrayed. "Here's this proof against you, Mrs. Sanger. What are you going to do about it?" "Nothing. As long as these women ask me to help them, I am going to do so." I intended to continue to the limit of my resources, whether or not I had help from those whom I had originally counted upon. In order to make women's clubs feel the need as I did, I had often gone miles 263 at my own expense to present a topic that had taken me years to prepare, and then had had to express it to the accompaniment of the clatter of dishes or the stirring of spoons in after-dinner coffees. The members had seemed to have their minds on hot rolls or had been fidgeting to get on to the bridge tables. Sometimes a few, who had come to dabble in sentimentality, had experienced a pleasant emotional response. Oh, the poor things, but that had been as far as it had gone. The continued apathy of such organizations disappointed me intensely. The desire to build up a structure appeared to dominate them all. I had lost faith in their sincerity, respect for their courage, and at this time had no reason to anticipate assistance from them. To upbraid, accuse, or censure them for not doing what I had hoped was useless, but I resolved that I was never again going to talk to them, and when it seemed necessary that they be addressed, I sent others to do it. My nervousness ahead of lectures continued to be akin to illness. All through the years it has been like a nightmare even to think of a pending speech. I promised enthusiastically to go here or there, and then tried to forget it. The morning it was to be delivered, I awakened with a panicky feeling, which grew into a sort of terror if I allowed myself to dwell on it. It was fatal to eat before a meeting. Some people can keep an audience rocking with laughter and yet get over a message, but I cannot. Seldom do my hearers have anything merry from me. Advisors often say, "Lighten up your subject." I have always resented this. I am the protagonist of women who have nothing to laugh at. Haywood Brown once remarked that I had no sense of humor. I was surprised at him, but I could understand his statement in a way. He had been at only a few meetings as chairman, and I had been serious to the point of deadliness, purposely bringing forth laborious facts and dramatic statistics. I was grasping at an opportunity to reach his audience because, whenever he was moved by anything deeply, he wrote a story in his column, which by reason of its effective irony and smooth prose swayed others to the same extent. I have had much fun, although it may have penetrated only to the intimate circle of friends. Once, after giving what I thought was a very up-to-date, spirited talk at the Waldorf Astoria, a dear old lady, 264 at least in her middle 80s, tottered towards me with the aid of a cane and in trembling voice quavered, "I have traveled across the country to hear you speak, Miss Sangster. My mother used to read your poems to me when I was a little girl, and I feel this is a great day for me to be able to clasp your hand." She had confused me with the poetess, Margaret Sangster, who in the mid-19th century had been a regular contributor to religious magazines. Inevitably, I have been constantly torn between my compulsion to do this work and a haunting feeling that I was robbing my children of time to which they were entitled. Back in 1913, I had had some vague notion of being able to spend all my summers with them at Provincetown. That visionary hope had been immediately dissipated because too many painters began to discover it, and the place became littered with easels and smocks. Jean O'Neill's plays were being produced on the wharf opposite Mary Heaton Vorse's house, and these brought many more people. I wanted to get away even further, and so did Jack Reed, who had also sought sanctuary there. A real estate agent took him to nearby Truro where the feet of New Yorkers had not yet trod, and I was invited to come along. We saw a little house on a little hill, one of the most ancient in the village. Below it, the Pamet River wound like a silver ribbon to the ocean. An old sea captain had squared and smoothed and fitted the timbers, brought them up from the Carolinas in a sailing vessel, and fastened them tightly together with wooden pegs. The kitchen was bright and warm, and seemed as though many cookies and pies had been baked in it. Jack bought the cottage, but he was never able to live there. As a staff correspondent of the Metropolitan magazine, he was dashing from the Colorado Fuel and Iron strike to the European War, and back again to New York. In 1917, knowing I too had looked at it with longing eyes, he asked whether I would like to buy it. He was starting for Russia the next day and had to have ready money. By a lucky chance, I had just received a check for $1,000 in payment for some Chicago lectures. We exchanged check and deed. He left the next day for the land of promise whither Bill Haywood, his friend, had already gone and whence neither was to return. Big Bill, who had steadily advocated resistance to conscription, had been arrested and freed on bail furnished by Jessie Ashley. She had $265 forfeited it gladly to have him safely out of the country. I had had a long talk with him before he had made up his mind definitely to leave. The conversation brought back to me the picture of the times he and I had walked up and down the Cape Cod sands, and he had given me such good counsel about not jeopardizing the happiness of the children. Those who had opposed Bill for his hands-in-the-pocket advice at the Patterson strike were the same who were opposing his jumping his bail. Since the day we had together visited the 100 GT meetings in Paris, Bill had come to see the virtues of expediency, that, rather than languish in jail where he could accomplish no useful purpose, a revolutionary should, if he could, exile himself. He who fights and runs away will live to fight another day. This, according to the American idea, was cowardice. You should stay and be a martyr. But to Bill it was now merely short-sighted. He had concluded that the average worker, when he went in for rioting and hand-to-hand combat, was beaten before he had begun. He realized the workers had been split by the war. They had not united, and stood up against conscription with any backbone. They could not as yet be depended upon as a force, but someday he hoped to return and reorganize them. Truro provided the children with 3 carefree months every summer in what still seems to me one of the most beautiful spots in the world. For several years, I hung on to this dream of being with them constantly, but it was only a dream. I used to go down to open the house and perhaps snatch a week or so there before being obliged to hurry back, but father and my sister Nan were good foster parents. This house was eventually to burn, as had the one in Hastings. Fate seemed to decree I should not be tempted to slip back into peaceful domesticity. Nor did I have all those hoped for years of watching the boys grow from one stage to another. I had had to analyze the situation either to keep them at home, under the supervision of servants, who might perhaps be incompetent, and to have no more than the pleasure of seeing them safely to bed, or else to sacrifice my maternal feelings, and put them in country schools directed by capable masters, where they could lead a healthy, regular life. Having come to this latter decision, I sent them off fairly young, and thereafter could only visit them over weekends, or on the rare occasions when I was speaking in 266 the vicinity. If the desire to see them grew beyond control, I took the first train, and received the shock of finding them thoroughly contented in the companionship they had made for themselves. After the initial excitement of greeting had passed away, they ran off again to their games. At times, the homesickness for them seemed too much to bear. Especially was this true in the 14th Street studio. When I came in late at night, the fire was dead in the grate, the book open on the table, the glove dropped on the floor, the pillow rumpled on the sofa the same just as I had left them a day, a week, or a month before. That first chill of loneliness was always appalling. I wanted, as a child does, to be like other people. I wanted to be able to sink gratefully into the warmth and glow of a loving family welcome. The winter of 191,718 was particularly hard. The snow drifted high and lasted long, and it took forced cheer to keep your spirits up. Dr. Mary Halton assured me that with ceaseless financial worry, inadequate rest, incessant traveling, improper nourishment, I could not survive long. When therefore a publisher asked me for a book on labor problems, I snatched 10-year-old Grant out of school and set off for California, taking a small place at Coronado where I sat myself down for 3 months to write and to get acquainted with my son. I loved the sunshine. It was a pleasure to be out of doors, to have peace and quiet and the leisure to arrange my thoughts and put them on paper. I had no inclination towards a labor book, but thoroughly enjoyed letting loose my pent-up feelings on woman and the new race. It was good to classify reasons and set them in order. My opinions did emerge, and it was a great release. I was vividly reminded of prison one day when Grant came home from the school he was attending, both his eyes pretty dirty-looking. I asked him why he had been fighting. "I don't want to tell you. I'd like to know." "Well, this boy told all the fellows my mother'd been in jail." "What did you do?" "I hit him and he hit me back. He said, 'Your mother's a jailbird,' and I said, 'She's not.' Then another fellow said, 'My mother says your mother went to jail too.' Grant had replied, 'That wasn't my mother, that was another Margaret Sanger.' 'How could you say that, Grant? You know it wasn't true.' 'Mother,' he replied profoundly, 'you could never make those fellows understand.'" Chapter 21. Thus to revisit. The event of my visit to London in 1920 was the beginning of my friendship with H.G. Wells. There was no aloofness or coldness in approaching him, no barriers to break down as with most Englishmen. His twinkling eyes were like those of a mischievous boy. I was pleased to find he had no beard and no white hair, because it seemed to me I had heard of him since I had begun to think at all. Wells had ranged every field of knowledge, had dared to invade the sacrosanct precincts of the historian, the economist, and the scientist, and though a layman in these fields, had used his extraordinary gifts to interpret the past and present, and even prophesy the future. In novel after novel, he had shocked England by championing women's right to a freer life. We in the United States were just beginning to be affected by sociological concepts. Only Henry George and Edward Bellamy had previously opened up this new world of the imagination. Now here was Wells giving a fresh picture of what could be if man had an ideal system of society that was workable. At Columbia Colony, he had been quoted repeatedly. On my lecture tour in 1916, his name had been on everybody's lips, and he had signed the letter to President Wilson protesting against the federal indictment. I believed he had influenced the American intelligentsia more than any other one man. For good reason, countless faithful friends had attached themselves to Wells, and he included in his varied, intricate, and unpredictable personality a capacity for loyally loving both individuals and humanity. People who had never met Wells always thought they knew him best, especially Londoners. I was stopping with 3 maiden sisters in Hampstead Gardens, and a great furor arose as soon as it was known in the household that Mrs. Wells had sent me an invitation for what was to be my first weekend at Easton Glebe in Essex. What was I to wear? Was I going to take the blue net or the flowered chiffon? They were greatly disappointed when I carried only a small bag in which there was no room for fluffy evening gowns. Wells himself was waiting on the platform at Dunmow Station, and we drove in his little car, called the Pumpkin, to Easton Glebe, a part of the Warwick estate on which he held a life lease. The former rectory was built of old stone, ivy-covered. Lovely lawns were spread around it. Early morning tea was served in your room, shoes put out at night were properly polished, hot water was plentiful for your bath, and extra pitchers were brought with towels wrapped around carefully to keep in the steam. During the course of the next 2 days, I realized more than ever before how sensitive H.G. was to the slightest intonation. To be with him meant you had to be on the alert every second lest you miss something of him. He could be amusing, witty, sarcastic, brilliant, flirtatious, and yet profound at once, all in his thin, small voice, speaking high up into the roof of his mouth, as do many English, instead of back in the throat as we do. I returned Monday evening about midnight to my room at Hampstead, having spent the day in town seeing people. But no sooner had I closed the door than steps pattered in the hallway, and a soft hand tapped. In came the three ladies, hair in braids, warmly and most modestly swathed in voluminous, white cotton nighties, long-sleeved and tight around the neck. They had stayed wide awake to hear all about my weekend. I told them as much as I could remember of the place and the stimulating fellow guests, one in particular with whom I had been having an interesting discussion. When I had finished, the eldest leaned forward and hesitatingly but loudly whispered, "Did he try to kiss you?" "What, who?" I asked, having in mind the man I had just been praising. "Wiwadant, you know." 270 know what? She looked a little abashed at this, and another voice explained apologetically, "Sister means that Wells has a magnetic influence over women." Was he fascinating? The youngest eagerly took up the catechism. For 2 solid hours, I was bombarded with questions. H.G. was the Don Juan of spinsterhood in England. That there was a Mrs. Wells for whom Mr. Wells cared deeply did not matter in the least to them. I wish I could do justice to Jane, as Catherine Wells was affectionately called. This devoted mother, perfect companion, was the complete helpmate, managing H.G.'s finances, reading the proofs of his books, seeing that all editions were up to date, letting no publisher be delinquent in his royalties. She did not pretend to be a feminist. She was there to protect him, performing the duties of an English wife towards her husband and appearing with him so that they might make a united front to the world. The relationship between them was on a fine plane. Although H.G. had told me once the sun would set if anything ever happened to Jane, I felt that he had never put her adequately into his books as the great woman she really was. He was too close to her. After she died, his touching introduction to the book of Catherine Wells proved that he realized what she had been in his life. Jane was always mothering people and looking after their comfort. At a later time when I happened to be at Easton Glebe, she was distressed and anxious that I was taking it for granted I had to have an ice pack on my neck every night because my tubercular glands were bothering me. She insisted and insisted something must be done, until finally my tonsils were removed, the true source of my trouble. I owed this tremendous relief to Jane's interest, which would not let me go on being sick. The gay wit and gift for mimicry were not confined to H.G. alone. On one of my visits I was shown a new bathroom, and we viewed solemnly the tiny, almost microscopic, tub. Jane was slight and small, and I was quite sure it was meant for her and not for H.G.'s rotund frame. She maintained, however, it had been installed for his convenience, and made funny suction noises as though a large and deep well 271 were being pumped dry. I was hilarious, but he, pretending to be irritated, yet laughing too, growled at her, "What are you trying to do? Make my bathing an international joke." The little things H.G. said, many of them jibes at himself, were always amusing. Even more so were the drawings with which he decorated his letters. If he did not want to go somewhere, he might perhaps illustrate his reluctance by picturing himself being dragged off. Or, if he desired the absence rather than the presence of a person at a meeting, he would portray him being pushed out unceremoniously. These ingenious caricatures allowed many subtleties, which even he would not like to put into words over his own signature. Jane was unsurpassed when it came to charades, and never minded having the house turned upside down in the search for properties. But the Wells family did not have to depend upon orthodox pastimes, they often made up their own. H.G. had invented a ball game, which was played Sunday mornings in a barn made over into a sort of indoor court. Unlike tennis, many could take part at once, and the sport was so exhausting that when they finished they were usually dripping with perspiration. I did not play. Other novices seemed to be doing badly enough without me. If you did not feel up to anything so strenuous, you could take a short walk through the charming garden, which Jane had so lovingly arranged, or a long one through the woods, by the lakes, or bordering the streams of the Warwick estate, of which H.G. had free use. Every season had its different aspects of beauty. Sunday afternoons and evenings were especially merry. The atmosphere at Easton Glebe was like nothing else, something that does not exist here, where the elders have their bridge and their conversation, and the young go dancing or to the movies. There, all ages mixed together in fun, in laughter. The two sons, Frank and Jip, who were then at Cambridge, might bring from 10 to 15 friends home for tea, a great function over which Jane so graciously presided. The maids went out after setting the table for supper and preparing cold meats on the buffet, and the party then took care of itself, everybody serving everybody else. The boys were full of devilment and it was most uproarious. I often wondered how the unexpected arrivals were provided for, but Jane was a remarkable hostess. I have known her to have a houseful 272 at Easton Glebe for lunch, and give a brilliant dinner in London that same evening. Every guest was planned for, no one was ever huddled with another. Appropriate games were produced or friends invited who might be interesting or helpful. When they were ready to leave, all were put on the most convenient trains and returned to town with as little trouble to themselves as possible. From 1920 on, I never went to England without spending part of the time with HG, and many of the most attractive people I met were at Easton Glebe. I always came away enriched by these contacts and the talks we had together. Conversation was a combination of current topics: science, philosophy, history. The English might not have had the same light flippancy or such a scattered fund of information as the average American, who usually qualified his statements with, "I read that," or "I know someone who," but they did speak out of their own experience. Furthermore, they could toss the ball of repartee back and forth objectively and not become irritated or let creep into their voices that personal note, which implied they had now settled the whole thing. Each one at Easton Glebe had his turn in the spotlight. It was never a monologue, which a man in HG's position might have made it. No subject could be mentioned that he did not have its complete history and a definite opinion on it as well, including neo-Malthunism in all its implications. These weekends were inspiration and recreation. The serious duty which called me to England was lecturing. The Neo-Malthusian League had few speakers at that time to address women audiences, and wished me to test out the response to their propaganda. English public sentiment on birth control had vastly changed since I had been there in 1915, largely because Marie Stopes' book had had such wide circulation during the afterwar period. Her voice had made articulate the feelings of the millions of unemployed. That people now knew what birth control meant was due in part also to Harold Cox, one of the finest orators of his generation, who had been the first to point out that its condemnation by medical men and Anglican clergy should carry little weight, because the birth rates among them were lower than those of almost any other classes. Notable exceptions who had come out favorably were Sir James Barr, ex-president of the 273 British Medical Association, Dr. 100. Killick Millard, health officer of Leicester in the north, Dean in G of St. Paul's, and the Bishop of Birmingham, who was chairman of the English National Birth Rate Commission. England was accustomed to clarifying new and controversial subjects by such bodies, summoning experts to testify. Dr. Alice Vickery arranged for me to give a series of talks, many before lower middle-class workers' wives who belonged to the Women's Cooperative Guild. In different districts of London, they came together, paying their little bit, perhaps 6 pence a month, to listen to speakers, afterwards serving tea and conversing in a friendly way among themselves. Though their economic uncertainty made them resigned to having 10 or 12 children, the fact that the Guild had just brought out a book describing some of the tragic cases of its own members and the deaths from over-childbearing helped to pave the way. Of all the slums I visited in trams, on buses, via the underground, the one of worst repute at the time was the dockyard section of Rotherhithe. I held a small demonstration clinic there, in a sense the first of its kind in England. The eager women who came, amazingly ignorant of any possible beauty in marriage, were envious of a few in the community who, though the fathers were receiving no higher wages than their own husbands, had had only 2 or 3 children, and consequently could afford to send them to the trade school. They themselves were, if not sliding backward, at least no more than holding their own, but those few families were definitely on the way up in the social scale. And it had all come to pass because Dr. Vickery and Anne Martin, a friend of hers who had labored there for 2 decades as a social worker, had given some contraceptive information about 10 years earlier. Although Dr. Vickery had on numerous occasions raised the question of birth control before gatherings bent on other matters, it fell to my lot to discuss it first as a public health issue. I was told I might have 3 minutes to address a national health conference on maternal and infant welfare to be held at Brighton. Considering the 4 hours required in transit, this might seem a short time, but I was happy to have even as much as that. So I went. With the prospect of reaching university students, I traveled to 274 Cambridge. In the midst of the weathered spires, the ivied halls, and the storied dignity of Trinity and King's, Noel Porter and his wife, Bevan, had converted an old public house, the Half Moon, into a home, yet had managed to keep its original atmosphere of convivial hospitality. The taproom had once opened directly on Little St. Mary's Lane. Now the bar had been removed, but the ancient sign still swung back and forth, and the smoky ceilings and mildewed paneling were the same as when former generations had congregated there over mugs of ale. Opposite was a tiny, old-fashioned graveyard, no longer used, and I went out there and let the sun beat against my aching back. It was amusing to have to resort to a cemetery for privacy, but the house was constantly filled with hatless students coming and going through the enormous downstairs room, which served as rendezvous for all. In the afternoons, these youths on the threshold of manhood came to talk over the questions which were perplexing them. In the evenings, they had little meetings, at one of which I spoke. Guy Aldred, who was in Scotland, had planned my schedule there, and I had 3 weeks of a Scottish summer bluebells so thick in spots that the ground was azure, long twilights when the lavender heather faded the hills into purple. When I had been in Glasgow before, I had encountered only officials, but on this occasion I met the people in their homes and found them quite opposite to the stingy, tight-fisted, middle-class stereotype. They were hospitable, generous, mentally alert, just as witty as the Irish and in much the same way, which rather surprised me. 4th of July, Sunday, we had a noon meeting on the Glasgow Green. Nearly 2,000 shipyard workers in caps and baggy corduroys stood close together, listening in utter, dead stillness without cough or whisper. That evening I spoke in a hall under socialist auspices, Guy Aldred acting as chairman. One old-timer said he had been a party member for 11 years, attending Sunday night lectures regularly, but never before had he been able to induce his wife to come. Tonight he could not keep her home. "Look," he cried in amazement. "The women have crowded the men out of this hall. I never saw so many wives of comrades before." The men were there, partly through curiosity to hear the American and partly through interest in the subject, ready to fight the ancient battle of Marx against Malthus. Efforts of the English neo-Malthusians to introduce birth control to the masses had been hampered not only by the opposition of the upper classes, but more especially by the persistent hostility of the orthodox socialists. Marx, dealing with problems after they had arisen, had taught that any reform likely to dull the edge of poverty was bad for socialism, because it made labor less dissatisfied. It followed that if a man had to fight for the hungers and necessities of 10 or 12 children, he made a better revolutionary. "Let 'em have as many as they can," was the cry. On the other hand, if birth control were practiced by the working classes, the wage earner who could support 2 children and knew how not to have more was going to be content and would not struggle against conditions of economic insecurity. Hence, he was likely to forget the revolution. Knowing that the Scotch took mental notes of items on which to debate, I had tried to prepare myself well, and I produced the unanswerable argument to this theory. "Why do you demand higher wages then," I asked, "when what you really want is privation? If misery is your weapon, you should not insist on an 8th day, but on a 12 or 14-hour one. You should pile up your grievances and pile them up higher. However, in spite of your best efforts, I believe your Hunja revolution will, as it has always done, capitulate to whatever force or government will fill your stomachs." Socialists, like anarchists and syndicalists, were used to contesting Malthusianism on economic grounds, but unlike the others, they had as a part of their platform the freedom of woman. I pointed out that she could have the sort of freedom they desired for her right here and now through birth control. When I ended, Guy Aldred asked, "Now are there any questions?" After a few somewhat irrelevant ones, silence fell. Confronted by their own philosophy, they could see it. One man finally rose. "We'd like to hear what the chairman thinks of all this. Does he believe birth control will do what the lady speaker claims for it?" Apparently they were waiting for their cue. But Guy Aldred was not to be drawn. After 276 giving him an opportunity to express himself, they plunged in and said their say. Even some women who had never been on their feet before got up to tell dramatic, vivid, personal stories. The next day I was on my way to a town not far from Dunfermline, Andrew Carnegie's birthplace. I arrived about 4 o'clock in a driving storm, lacking both umbrella and raincoat. No taxi had ever graced the railroad station, and we trudged through the rain to the cottage of one of the most advanced friends of labor. I was soaking wet up to the knees. A hurricane was sent to neighbors for dry clothing, but among that population of 5,000 not a single woman had an extra skirt to lend, and only after long search was a new pair of Sunday shoes forthcoming. Because there was not an inn within miles, I slept that night with my hostess in the one bed the house contained. the husband stretched himself out on 2 chairs in the kitchen. Since Sylvia Pankhurst had been similarly accommodated just a few months before, I knew I was having the best the village afforded. The inhabitants had been dispatched from Lancashire factory towns during the war for special munitions work, and here they had stayed and made their homes. Practically, all had been apprenticed to the mills at the age of 8 or 9. Girls, because they were destined for marriage and therefore needed no education, had worked 10 or 12 hours a day throughout their adolescence, and even after their weddings up to the time pregnancy was well advanced. As a result, the young mothers who had never, from childhood to maturity, had a chance to become rested and get the fatigue out of their systems, had apparently transmitted their weariness to their children. The firstborn were sleepy, inert, and always tired. A doctor told me it was common for boys and girls of 5, 6, and 7 to fall asleep at their school desks and have to be awakened. When I had arrived in England, I had gone to see Havelock in the quaint old Cornwall village where he was living alone since Edith's death. Winding pathways, well-trodden and embraced on either side by rambling shrubbery and verbena, led from his house to the sea hundreds of feet below. The waves dashed continuously against the crags and rocks, and thousands of gulls shrieked or sailed majestically almost in front of my eyes. We had then talked about going to Ireland, where I could make a foray into my own genealogy. Mother's ancestors at some stage had been the same as Edward Fitzgerald's, and I thought I might find some of the places from which they had sprung. I had no exact information, just tradition from childhood days. Now, after my strenuous lecturing, I needed a brief holiday, and Havelock also wanted a vacation, so we joined forces. My primary purpose was frustrated because after half a century nobody in any of the little villages seemed to know anything definite. At Glengarriff they said, sure, and I thought it was Killarney your grandfather was born in. But at Killarney I was told, oh, it was Cork your family came from. My grandmother knew them very well. More difficult to surmount than the vague discursiveness of these good people was the Sinn Féin rebellion, in the thick of which we found ourselves. The night before we reached Cork there had been a raid, and the leaders were in hiding. Everywhere we went we could sense a subtle, surreptitious undercurrent in the hotels, in the restaurants, among small, whispering groups which dispersed when any stranger approached. Ireland had great natural beauty, and I was sorry to see the beginnings of ugly, modern industrialism cropping up, especially in Cork with the Ford factory. The mustard-colored kilts of the men astonished me. I had never known the Irish wore them, but they were trying to bring back their ancestral dress along with the Gaelic language. Always their kindness and interest and the sadness in their voices moved me deeply. They were never too sad, however, to give a quick turn to a phrase. One morning the tram in which we were riding suddenly stopped. Nobody knew why, everybody was complaining. Then from a side street came a handful of black and tans with bayonets fixed. I asked the Irishman sitting beside me, what does that mean? You should know, he replied. Those are Wilson's 14 pints. Havelock was a delightful companion, not loquacious, but keenly interested in everything, and forever jotting down his copious notes. We hired a 2-wheeled jaunting car in which we sat back to back, and in this way bumped from Glengarriff to Killarney. Occasionally the sun broke through for half an hour, but it was wet that year. Potatoes 278 and hay were rotting on the ground because the sun did not shine long enough to dry them. We arrived at the inn, drenched and sopping. Havelock, with his typically English dread of a cold, went to bed, but I stayed up talking with a young woman and 3 equally young traveling priests, Sinn Féiners all. We chatted desultorily until I happened to mention I had a letter to the widow of the hero, Skeffington, who had been killed in the disturbances. The company, assuming me to be one with their cause, immediately became most friendly. The girl began discussing higher education for her sex. I asked her how she could keep on when she married and had the inevitable succession of offspring. The priests, somewhat to my surprise, fell in with my ideas by deploring 2 large families. Some of the older sons and daughters had to emigrate, and even those who were left could not care adequately for their parents. It would be better for the Catholic Church as well as for the world if they could help people to have only a few children and bring them up decently. I felt hopeful because they were speaking of birth control as solving some of their own problems. They were saying exactly what I most wanted them to say. Several happy days we spent at Killarney, exploring on foot, on horseback, and in boats. The men who drove the cart or rowed us through the lakes always knew the old myths of the mountains and poured into our ears tales of leprechauns and other little people. You heard the word divil more than any other. Here the divil, so they told us, had left his step, there he had run away. The shape of every mountain, the twist of every stream had their stories. Wherever we went, women, lean and elderly, wearing tiny shoulder shawls and calico print dresses, fairly started out of the hillsides, bareheaded, barefooted, complexions like roses, and eyes as blue as the sky. Yet their faces were hungry and worn. Getting on in years as they were, they could and did run faster than our ponies. When we spurred forward, they came right along, flattering, cajoling, uttering prayers and God bless yous, calling on all the saints to preserve you if you would buy a drop of Mountain Dew, which was so good for your health. If you bought this Irish whiskey from one, another took her place, and quite undiscouraged, began again the flow of sales talk. One of our last days, when the wraiths of the lake dimmed the emerald hills, we walked to red-bricked Killarney House, to which, as Havelock said, nature was adding her own wild beauty to the beauty that man had made. All of Ireland had seemed draped in mist and sadness, and lovely as it had been, I never wanted to go back. Chapter 22. Do ye hear the children weeping? After the Irish interlude, I was ready to go on to Germany to carry out the most important objective of my journey abroad. It had become obvious that progress depended on finding a means of contraception, cheap, harmless, easily applied. Way back in 1914, Havelock had seen in some of the last medical journals to come out of Germany an advertisement of a chemical contraceptive. He had mentioned it to me, and ever since I had been eager to track it down. In pre-war Germany, every advertised product had been required to live up to the claims made for it. The public must not be misled. Thus I was convinced that if the notice had stated it was to prevent conception, the assertion was true. No news of it had come since the war, and I wished to ascertain whether it was still being manufactured. Perhaps this formula would be the solution to our problem. I had a secondary reason, also, for going to Germany to investigate the decline in the birth rate. It was said half the married women had become barren during the blockade for lack of proper food. I was always looking for evidence to support and strengthen our arguments, and consequently, wanted to discover what had been learned of the relation between vitamins and fertility. Berlin was cold and dark when Rose Whitcup and I, about 11 at night, arrived at Neukölln, a special proletarian section of the city. The train was late, an unusual state of things in efficient Germany, but this was the period of her greatest disorganization. The telegram which had been sent to Rose's sister and brother-in-law, Millie and Rudolph 281 Rocker, had apparently not been delivered. Nobody met us. There were no taxis, no carriages, no lamps, no lights in the windows to relieve the pitch blackness. A sleepy, disgruntled porter led us across the street to an insignificant hotel. He knocked at the door. A head popped out of a window above. 2 ladies want to stay overnight. The proprietress said she could give us nothing to eat, but that we could have a room. We accepted gladly, climbed up a ladder into the same bed, piled high with feathered mattresses above and below us, and settled ourselves to comforting sleep after the long and tiresome journey. In the morning, refreshed, we took a tram to the Rockers' small apartment. Rudolph was a syndicalist, a friend of Portet, and had been interned in a concentration camp near London during the war. Both Millie and Rudolph had suffered great privations after their return, but although food was very scarce, they were more than prodigal and kind in sharing with us. Germany was still no place for casual visitors in 1920. She seemed dead, crushed, broken. Street traffic, even in a metropolis the size of Berlin, was slight. I noted particularly the grim silence everywhere. People had forgotten how to smile. They were thankful for the revolution, but it had not brought much relief, and the winter to come was dreaded. Instead of displaying food or clothing, the windows of shop after shop on street after street were decorated only with streamers of colored paper. Everybody was ravenous for fresh vegetables. Money meant nothing, food everything. I saw old peasant women coming in from the country with bags of potatoes on their backs. 15 minutes after emptying them on to pushcarts, they were sold out. The only fruit to be had were plums, and that is how I remember it was late summer in Berlin. It is curious how such memories crop up. Ordinarily, I could go without eating if I had plenty of water. But in Berlin, I found myself haunting grocery stores like a hungry animal, examining each new article avariciously. I cannot as a rule bear tinned milk and will not give it to babies, yet here when I saw a can of American evaporated milk, I found myself viewing it with glowing eyes. I was disgusted with myself. Nothing satisfied my appetite except eggs, and these, along with milk, could be purchased only on prescription from a doctor. Meat was reduced to half a pound a week for 282 each person, but I had no ration card. A neighbor of the Rockers obtained some bread for me and gave me her potatoes, although she and her 3 lovely daughters had only rice as a substitute. I was in tears over her generosity. For months, many families had existed on nothing but turnips. They ate turnip soup, turnips raw, turnips mashed, turnip salad, turnip coffee, until their whole systems revolted physically against the sight of turnips. The contact with other persons in trams, halls, churches, even streets, was nauseating. In a few minutes, the fumes of turnip from their bodies was so offensive that they became almost unendurable to themselves. I went into a 2-room home, clean but overflowing with 10 children, 5 born since the war, starvation horribly stamped on their faces. The oldest was 12, still too young to work. The father, a locksmith, had no job. All were living on 100 marks received every week from government unemployment insurance. It was now Saturday, and not one crumb or morsel remained to tide them over until the next payment on Monday. They had eaten no breakfast, no dinner, and the father had gone to the woods to search for mushrooms to keep them alive. Even men who had employment were working only 3 days a week, averaging 150 marks for a family, and marks were 50 to the American dollar. The best food had to be given to them because they were the earners. Women were the real sufferers. They had to go without or subsist on what they could scrape together. They nursed their babies beyond 2 years to supply milk, and all their time was occupied in a constant hunt to find nourishment for the older ones. I heard countless stories from mothers who had been tortured by watching their children slowly starve to death-pinched faces growing paler, eyes more listless, heads drooping lower day by day, until finally they did not even ask for food. You saw a tiny thing playing on the street suddenly run to a tree or fence and lean against it while he coughed and had a hemorrhage. Others like him were dying of tuberculosis from lack of eggs, butter, and milk, so many cows had been sent to France. Yet they came up to me and offered to sell their prescriptions 283, thinking that I, as a foreigner, had money to buy them. They themselves had none for these luxuries. The old-fashioned warrior, who entered with the sword and killed his victims outright, had my respect after witnessing the peace conditions of Germany. The Quaker food stations admitted only children who were ill and only mothers who were more than 7 months pregnant or who were nursing babies less than 4 months old. The spectacle of one of these women bringing 2 or 3 of her brood, not sick enough to be regularly fed, to share her own soup was too sad and overwhelming to bear. Those in charge of the distribution wanted each mother herself to eat for the benefit of her unborn child or nursing infant, and were already crowded to capacity, feeding 300 and 400 at a time on cocoa and rolls made from white flour. But they could not bring themselves to exclude the little scarecrows with large, starry eyes, pipestem legs, and hands from which the flesh had fallen until they were like claws. On one of my visits, the sister had them stand up and then asked, "Where have you been?" "To America," they chorused. "What have you to say?" "We love America, we thank America." I did not instantly comprehend, but it was explained to me that they called the station America in token of their gratitude. To account for the sorry state in which they found themselves, the Germans were groping to fix the blame either within their country or on some foreign power. All seemed of the opinion that had the United States not entered the war, none would have been victor and none vanquished. This, they said, would have meant a lasting peace. Yet they felt little animosity towards us. What there was had been largely wiped out by the aid of the Hoover Commission. Furthermore, they still hoped we might be an influence in loosening the treaty chains which kept them helpless and bound. When I asked them why they had accepted the humiliating terms at Versailles of which they complained so bitterly, they replied they had been told that, had they not done so, vast territories which supposedly had been mined would have been blown up, and huge populations would have been annihilated. The military party accused the socialists of having stabbed them in the back and brought about defeat through the leadership of such pacifists as Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg, who had paid with their lives. The socialists and workers regretted they had not united with Russia, and combining their own scientific and technical knowledge with her raw materials, conquered the world, and thus molded all civilization to their ideals. Both classes sincerely believed that France wanted to destroy them utterly. I saw something of the reason for their feeling one day when a tram stopped to let off passengers, and a French automobile filled with French officers, instead of halting the prescribed number of feet away, plowed right through, knocking down 2 people and never even pausing to see what havoc it had created. The spectators gazed at the bodies lying there waiting for the ambulance. They did not dare shake their fists, but anyone could tell from the pitch of their voices, their expressions of passion and anger, how bitter was their resentment. The women broke down all the reserves of my emotion. They had been at one time the most advanced in Europe, politically, economically, and socially, and although they had had to work harder at the gymnasiums than the men because higher marks had been required of them, they had been really on a par. But now, a frightful retrogression had occurred. Working women had been forced down to a state beside the lower animals. They had become drudges in the fields in place of draft horses. I saw one who could not have been past 25, carrying a huge basket of vegetables strapped to her back, the weight of which threw her forward, so that I expected any minute to see her go on all fours. An impressive and tragic poster by Keith Kalwitz was displayed on various corners. It showed a woman with head thrown back, eyes closed, arms crossed over breast, and was captioned simply, "Waiting." The human figures you saw on the streets looked out of eyes dried by suffering and deepened by hunger. They had no faith, no hope, no philosophy. They were resigned to love or hatred, peace or war, a living death or a sudden end. Throughout Europe, governments were clamoring for bigger populations. France was offering bonuses for large families. "Our babies 285 are dying, give us more babies." Among European labor groups, only the syndicalists of France had recognized excessive population as detrimental to the working classes. The deficiency in Germany of 2 million lives sacrificed in the war had been made up by the thousands returned from Alsace-Lorraine, from the former province of Posen, and the deportees from England, France, and Italy. There were not nearly enough positions to go round. Yet the nationalists, who had tried to cover the bitter pill of imperialistic ambitions with a sugarcoating of patriotism, still estimated the world in terms of numerical greatness and women as mere machines in the cradle competition of human production. Even the German socialists, following in the footsteps of Marx, opposed Malthusianism vigorously in and out of season. A neo-Malthusian Congress had been held in Dresden in 1912, but the movement then organized by Maria Stritt had practically gone out of existence, and its place taken by a more popular demand for the right to abortion. For a single year, the statistics of Berlin indicated that out of 44,000 known pregnancies, 23,000 were terminated by this means, though it was technically illegal. Women were now campaigning for a bill before the Reichstag to permit operations to be performed lawfully in hospitals, where fatalities could be reduced by proper sanitary care. Not one of those with whom I talked believed in abortion as a practice. It was the principle for which they were standing. They were resolved to have no more babies for cannon fodder, nor until they could rear them properly. Most of the doctors whom I interviewed said that what Germany needed was children and lots of them. I asked one if the medical profession, as a whole, were doing anything to prevent entrance into the world of those children, whose backs were so weak that they could never sit up straight, whose bones were too soft to hold the weight of their bodies. He answered abruptly, "By aborting the mothers we are doing our best to cope with conditions as we find them. It is not our work to change them." I was hounding everybody to learn the whereabouts of the contraceptive formula for which I was searching, and was finally given the name of a gynecologist who should know, if anybody did, where it could be found. I made an appointment, and he greeted me in the most 286 cordial way. When I questioned him about the reported sterility of German women, he agreed with the argument that, the situation being what it was in the country, the population should be checked for the next 5 years. Here is a friend indeed, I said to myself. I then gently brought up the subject of abortion. Doesn't this seem a ridiculous substitute for contraceptives? The doctor rose, his chest sticking out. He buttoned his coat, bowed formally, and inquired, "Where did you say you came from?" "New York City." "Are you sure you are not from France or Belgium?" "Certainly not." Nobody who has the welfare of Germany at heart could talk to me as you have this morning. Only enemies could come here to give such information to our women. I wished he would sit down, he made me nervous. But I went on. Why is it such an act of enmity to advocate contraceptives rather than abortions? Abortions, as you know yourself, may be quite dangerous, whereas reliable contraceptives are harmless. Why do you oppose them? To my horror he replied, "We will never give over the control of our numbers to the women themselves." What? Let them control the future of the human race. With abortions it is in our hands, we make the decisions, and they must come to us. That was not the tone of this doctor alone, but also that of most of his confreres. Thinking that Dr. Magnus Hirschfeld might know about the formula, Havelock had given me a letter to him, and I presented it at the Institute of Sex Psychology, where abnormalities were being studied and treated. This most extraordinary mansion, bestowed by a prince of Bavaria who had himself been cured of inversion by Dr. Hirschfeld, was furnished sumptuously. On the walls of the stairway were pictures of homosexualsmen decked out as women in huge hats, earrings, and feminine makeup, also women in men's clothing and toppers. Further up the steps were photographs of the same individuals after they had been brought back to normality, some of them through adaptation of the Voronov experiments in the transplantation of sex 287 glands. It was not a place I particularly liked, although I was interested to see how a problem which had cropped up everywhere in the post-war confusion was being attacked. Dr. Hirschfeld was kind and gave me the address of a firm in Dresden which he believed might be manufacturing the formula, so off I went to that city. It was memorable for my meeting with Maria Stritt, a darling little old lady, as quaint in her way as Dr. Vickery in hers. This tiny aristocrat, like one of the dolls for which her city was famous, had a fine, vigorous mind, and spoke English with care and a better choice of words than most Americans. Again, I made the rounds of the doctors and again found none concerned over birth control. I went to the address where the formula was supposed to be, only to be directed on to Munich. Munich, to me the most lovely city in Germany, seemed the most prosperous of any I had visited. I noticed a difference immediately. The streets were cleaner, the people less hungry-looking. There was more food, more clothing in the shops, and much greater activity. It had always been synonymous in my mind with music and Liebfraumilch, and I was delighted to be asked to dine at a hotel which I was told was the smartest and gayest in town. "Oh, we envy you. Y'all have dancing, y'all have wine, y'all have everything." But it turned out to be a nightclub in the most blatant New York style, one table elbowing another, the people Germans, not tourists dancing to last year's jazz, the whole place shrieking nouveau riches. This, too, was part of post-war life. Bavarian Gemütlichkeit could not be altogether downed. On Saturdays the trams were literally jammed with men and women, young and old, who had put on their climbing clothes, donned their packs, and here hieing themselves away to nearby resorts or to the hills. With them went their guitars or accordions, and when the singing began everybody knew all the words no tum-de-tum-de-tum. If they did not have their own instruments, there was sure to be a wandering musician to play, and the floors of every hostelry or open-air Biergarten were literally filled with whirling, waltzing figures. Everyone seemed able to enter into the folk dances, although to me they appeared complicated many steps, much precision, and a great deal of dignity. Hunger and poverty existed in plenty, however, in the city. Hospitals were lacking in the simplest and most ordinary articles: no soap, no cod liver oil, no rubber sheets, insufficient clean linen. Even the babies had to lie all day in wet diapers, and consequently, the poor little waifs were a sad, miserable lot. Another tragic thing which gave me nightmare for weeks was to see children's mouths covered with running sores, because the sole available meat and milk came from cattle suffering with Hufenmouth disease. Here at Munich, the birth strike was most violent. The former medical chief of the communists told me the women of Bavaria were determined to stop having babies. He himself had given information to thousands, and had intended to establish clinics all over the state had the Communist Republic remained in power. Only the preceding spring the Communist red flag had for 3 weeks flown from the housetops of Munich. I met representatives from both sides of the political arena. The middle and upper-class conservatives claimed the revolutionists had not been capable of managing affairs, being good agitators, but not good organizersable to start things, but not knowing how to finish them. They had not given up their guns. Money had been put aside and peasant costumes and boots were ready for escape, because the existing bitterness made it likely the struggle was not yet settled. Communist leaders, on the other hand, claimed they had allowed their enemies to flee and then had been tricked and fooled, and knew at last they could expect no quarter. Their ideals, their faith in humanity, their consideration, had cost them their lives and liberty, and they would not forget this valuable lesson. At a meeting of the Communist Party, I was introduced to Mrs. Erich Musum, who, with her husband and their friend Landau, had gone to the front and distributed leaflets to call the boys back home. Landau, a gentle soul who so believed in the goodness of man that he had pleaded with the soldiers to be brothers and not to take life, had been kicked and clubbed to death by the White Guard, which had afterwards marched to the Musum apartment, and when they could not find anybody there, had wrecked it with machine guns. Fortunately for the Muslims, they were already in jail. Though the revolution was supposed to be over, Erich Muslim was still imprisoned. In every country during such upheavals, 289 are cast into jail, and unless some other upheaval occurs to get them out, they remain there. Many pacifists in the United States were not freed until long after the armistice. In 1928, I saw Erich Muslim in a poet, an artistic and delicate organism, almost helpless-looking. In 1935, under Nazi rule, he was returned to a concentration camp, a hangover on the black list. The account of his fellow prisoners ran something like this. One afternoon, he had been told to report at headquarters and bring a rope. "Where can I find a rope?" "I don't know, get it." "They're going to kill you," he was warned as he started out, still lacking a rope. "Oh, it's just one of their jokes, a form of torture." "You may be right, you've scarcely lifted a voice." But that evening, his comrades discovered him dangling by the neck from a beam. They said he could never have climbed up himself, and that, furthermore, he had been beaten to death before he had been hung there. Nevertheless, officially he had committed suicide. I met in Germany probably 100 thoroughgoing conservatives, and only one Muslim, and yet he it was who stood out spectacularly. My own interests were keeping me busy enough. I finally found that the formula I was seeking was made in Friedrichshafen, on Lake Constance. I initiated a correspondence with the chemist, asking him to come to Munich, and enclosing stamps to make sure of his reply. He could not make the journey but instead invited me to Friedrichshafen. All the passengers on dismounting at the station seemed to have someone to meet them except myself. I noticed a smallish man with what appeared to be bangs under his hat, front and back, standing on the platform and holding a tight bunch of wild flowers wrapped up in a newspaper, a matching one in the buttonhole of his coat, but as far as I could see he was serving no special purpose there. I went to a hotel, and in a very short while the little man himself arrived, having identified me as the American lady he had come to greet. His quaint bouquet was my welcome to Friedrichshafen. The chemist, with his father and brothers, ran an unpretentious factory which, in addition to other products, was making the contraceptive in the form of a jelly. It had been put out before the war, then dropped, and was now just starting up again and beginning to find a market in Germany. He feared to let me go near his establishment, suspicious that America might steal his formula. But he showed me a picture of it, and gave me a few sample tubes, saying I could obtain others from his sister, who was going to act as his agent in New York. Thus was inaugurated a new phase in the movement use of a chemical contraceptive. I had letters of introduction to several people in Russia, and had hoped to be able to go there. But I had commenced handing out my extra dresses, underwear, stockings, shoes in Berlin. My friends had so little and were so generous that I could not endure it. And now, in the face of an approaching winter of hardship, without wardrobe and no prospect of securing one or even sufficient food, I had to abandon the Russian plan. I had talked clinic while I was in England. Having myself been convinced, I wanted the neo-Malthusians also to believe that it was a better way than advice through literature. A few of them were assembling to meet me in the Netherlands, and thither I turned my steps. As soon as the train north was over the border, cream was brought and delicious fruit. The contrast between one side and the other was too obviously brutal and awful. It almost made me ill to see so many delicacies in the Dutch shop windows when children in Germany were starving. With the Drysdales, to Amsterdam came Dr. Norman Hare, Australian-born, a gynecologist who had settled in London, sensed the public interest in birth control, informed himself thoroughly on the subject, written a great deal about it, and become prominent in the movement, advocating contraception from his Harley Street office. As Dr. Hare and I went around visiting clinics, we found that the countless stores where contraceptives were sold had fitting rooms in back with midwives in charge. They did not maintain the old Rutgers standards. I was disappointed to see the deterioration which had taken place since 1915. During the reorganization period of Europe, the tendency, under Russian influence, was for young laborites to be in 291 charge of things, and they aimed to turn out Dr. Rutgers and the Dutch neo-Malthusians and put clinics, which were dedicated to the workers, on a strictly utilitarian basis. Here as elsewhere they could agitate and tear apart but lacked executive ability. The new board, composed mainly of laymen, did not realize that such technical knowledge and experience was required as only a physician like Dr. Rutgers possessed. He was a sad and unhappy man, profoundly discouraged over the odds against which he had to struggle. Nonetheless, my English friends were converted to the idea of clinics, and Bessie Drysdale and Dr. Hare planned to open one soon in London. Chapter 23. In time we only can begin. Enough, teased the word of a grand bashaw. You needn't to bother about the law. He told me they was to speak at all. You don't need a warrant to clear a hall. He told me to tell them to stir their stumps. When clubs is the order, then clubs is trumps. What else would it be when I am just a cop? And he is a reverend archbishop. Arthur Guiterman. In confirming my conviction in 1918, Judge Frederick E. Crane of the Appellate Division of the Supreme Court of New York had for the first time interpreted the section of the state law which permitted a licensed physician to give contraceptive advice for the cure or prevention of disease. And further, he had taken from Webster's dictionary the broad definition of disease as any alteration in the state of body which caused or threatened pain and sickness, thus extending the meaning of the word far beyond the original scope of syphilis and gonorrhea. But never satisfied, I wanted women to have birth control for economic and social reasons. Therefore, in January 1921, Ann Kennedy and I went to Albany to find a sponsor for a bill which was to change the New York law. It was not only a question of amending it, but also a means of educating the public, of explaining our cause through the medium of legislation. Months of preparation were required, hours of tramping the floors of state buildings at Albany, interviewing one person after another, securing promises of help, breaking down hostility. When people said that women who would not have children were selfish and preferred lap dogs, I replied, all right. Then it is better 293 for the children not to be born. That type of woman should die out biologically, just as did the different species that were caught in the mire and slime and could not reproduce themselves. It is a principle that applies to human beings also, that they must work through their environment in order to survive. As soon as you could get out of people's minds what birth control was not, they almost invariably said, why, yes, certainly, that sounds reasonable. Many of the lawmakers themselves believed that the measure might be of great benefit, but the party whip cut too deeply. Birth control was once described by Haywood Brown as dynamite from the point of view of the politician. If he supported it, he might lose votes. If he opposed it, he might lose votes. There is nothing a politician hates more than losing votes. He would much rather the subject never came up. One assemblyman from Brooklyn at first agreed to introduce our bill and then wrote, I very much regret. But after consulting with some of the leaders of the assembly, I have been strongly advised not to offer your bill. I am told it would do me an injury that I could not overcome for some time. Another refused on the ground of levity from his associates. But a few years later, we found a young, courageous legislator who introduced a bill and secured hearings. Although it was defeated, the atmosphere was clarified. Mrs. Hepburn, who had been in the suffrage movement early and had been one of the sponsors of Mrs. Pankhurst's tour of the United States, now lived in Hartford, Connecticut. Although the mother of 6, including the actress Catherine, she retained her youthful face and figure, being almost like a sister to her children, playmate and companion for them at tennis, golf, and swimming. Young men asked her to dinner with the same pleasure that they asked her daughters. Closely associated with her was Mrs. George H. Day, S.R., a grandmother in 1921. She always came from Hartford for every board meeting of the League, and in turn, her house was a place of refuge for poor, worn-down friends of causes. They could go there and be ministered to by a staff of servants, and come back, rested and rejuvenated. With 2 such seasoned campaigners to back us, we carried our legislative activities into Connecticut. The only state where to use a 294 contraceptive was a Crimea's, though it were possible to have a policeman in every home. A mere 6 years had elapsed since the movement had begun. Consequently, that we were now able to get a hearing was in itself a triumph. Nevertheless, no easy task faced us. So much red tape had to be broken through. But here at Hartford we did succeed in finding an introducer who could hold his own under ridicule. Then we had to educate him, feed him with facts medical, social, historic also that he could defend his bill. A young priest stood forth as our chief opponent, basing his objections on the laws of nature, which he claimed were contravened by birth control. Fortunately, the committee had a sense of humor. In my 10-minute rebuttal, I was able to answer the against nature argument, as Francis Place had done 100 years earlier. I turned the priest's own words on himself, by asking why he should counteract nature's decree of impaired vision by wearing eyeglasses, and why, above all, was he celibate, thus outraging nature's primary demand on the human species to propagate its kind. The laughter practically ended the unnatural thesis for some time. In New Jersey, another attempt was made. The law there allowed doctors to give information for a just cause, but they were fearful of including minor ailments under this interpretation. The bill introduced at Trenton had a hearing, but it also failed to pass. The whole thing was nerve-wracking, but was part of the experience we gained. And furthermore, whenever we had hearings, the local work progressed much more rapidly as a result. Nothing was lost, however expensive the plowing and sowing. Apparent defeats were victories in the long run. It then seemed to me from glancing over current clippings and publications that people all over the world were discussing birth control. The English Baron Dawson of Penn had been court physician to Edward Roman VII and had continued in this same post during the reign of George V, but he had broader interests, too. One of the great events in the history of the movement was his speech at the Church Congress at Birmingham in answer to the doctrine promulgated by the bishops at Lambeth that sexual union should take place for the purpose of procreation only. Imagine a young married couple in love with each other being expected to occupy the same room and to abstain for 2 years. The thing is preposterous. You might as well put water by the side of a man suffering from thirst and tell him not to drink it. Romance and deliberate self-restraint do not to my mind rhyme very well together. A touch of madness to begin with does no harm. Heaven knows life sobers it soon enough. His speech caused an immense sensation throughout England. Headlines and streamers announced, "King's physician asks church to sanction birth control." The deduction was that His Majesty was endorsing it, and stolid Britishers were all agog at the idea that Buckingham Palace was now talking about the subject. It was hinted Queen Mary was not overpleased. On this side of the Atlantic, Major General John J. O'Ryan, who had commanded the 27th National Guard Division, lectured on overpopulation as a cause for war. Frank Vanderlip, once Assistant Secretary of the Treasury and later President of the National City Bank, had just returned from Japan, proclaiming that population must be controlled because some countries could no longer feed themselves. Here was an army man on the one hand, and a financier on the other, unprimed, uncoerced, even uninvited, speaking out of their independent experiences. They were voices in the wilderness, oases in the desert, and certainly encouraging historical landmarks. Among uneasy experts, the sentiment was growing that population pressure in Japan would soon create an inevitable explosion. Indeed, one of the familiar arguments in the United States brought forward against birth control was the menace of the yellow peril, by which was meant specifically Japan. What folly to reduce our birth rate when Orientals were multiplying so appallingly fast that the downfall of Western civilization might soon be looked for. India and China were teeming indiscriminately, but their peoples were feeble, inert, and diseased, whereas the Japanese were being reared under German health traditions, were 9 to 7% literate, and were technically equipped for battle. Naturally, I was eager to learn as much about this situation as possible, and welcomed the opportunity to meet the Nipponese friends of 296 Gertrude Boyle, who had married a gentleman of Japan. They always appeared in pairs or groups of 3, 4, 5 at a time, talking busily in asides with each other while I exchanged opinions with one. They were helpful in furnishing me with unpublished facts. The older, conservative, nationalist, militarist party advocated greater numbers, but the young, liberal intellectuals, many of whom had attended Occidental universities, could see the clouds already lowering on the horizon and hoped the storm could be averted by controlled population growth. Atro, a reporter on a New York Japanese paper, had been supplying the last-named group, which in Tokyo called itself Kaizo, meaning reconstruction, with clippings about birth control, and several of my articles had been printed in their publication. The women's point of view was graphically described to me by the Baroness Shidsue Ishimoto, daughter of the head of the great Hirota clan and wife of Baron Keikichi Ishimoto, a young nobleman who had put in practice his ideals of service. This charming, youthful, and gracious matron, tall for her race and equally beautiful by our standards, very smart in her American street costume, had in 1919 come from her own land where suffrage for women was still mentioned in odd tones. She had studied our language at a YW 100A business school and in 3 months had performed the extraordinary accomplishment of mastering it sufficiently to speak, write, and even take dictation in English. We quickly became friends, and she at once foresaw the possibilities of birth control in bringing Japanese women out of their long suppression in the family system. She said she intended to form a league immediately upon her arrival in Tokyo, and did so in 1921. During that year, also clinics were started in England. That of Marie Stopes proved popular, although instruction given by a midwife was limited to mothers who had already had at least one child. Shortly afterwards, Dr. Hare and Bessie Drysdale, with Harold Cox as chairman of a lay group to finance the work, established Walworth Center, which had a fine gynecological thoroughness, and set an example which later clinics in England followed. It was high time clinics were started in the United States as well. After the Crane decision, I had anticipated that hospitals were going to give contraceptive advice, but in 1919, under Dr. Mary Halton's direction, 297 women, the first with tuberculosis, the other with syphilis, had been taken from one to another institution on Manhattan Island. All had refused such information, although most had agreed that the patients, if pregnant, could be aborted. The officers in charge had said they were obliged to protect their charters, and the staff physicians their licenses and reputations. Anything depending on the organized medicine is hard to put over. Though individual doctors may break away, in the long run most medical progress proceeds by group action. Since the hospitals were laggard in this matter, I decided to open a second clinic of my own. It was to be in effect a laboratory dealing in human beings instead of mice, with every consideration for environment, personality, and background. I was going to suggest to women that in the 20th century they give themselves to science as they had in the past given their lives to religion. In addition to the usual rooms, I planned to have a day nursery where children could be kept amused and happy while the mothers were being instructed. A properly chosen staff could enable us to have weekly sessions on prenatal care and marital adjustment. Gynecologists were to refer patients to hospitals if pregnancy jeopardized life. A specialist was to advise women in overcoming sterility. A consultant was to deal with eugenics. And finally, since anxiety and fear of pregnancy were often psychological causes of ill health, a psychiatrist was to be added. I intended, furthermore, that it should be a nucleus for research on scientific methods of contraception. Domestically manufactured supplies of tested efficacy could not, at that time, be procured. Because organized medical support was lacking, I tried to see what could be done with individuals, writing to various doctors to inquire whether they were willing to sponsor such an undertaking. Several asked me what methods I was recommending, but Dr. Emmett Holt, then the outstanding pediatrician of New York, whose book, The Care and Feeding of Children, was the Bible of thousands of mothers, invited me to come to his office. Before making any endorsement, he wanted to know more about it. I packed up all my European supplies and showed them and explained them to Dr. Holt, who had called in also an obstetrician and a neurologist, Dr. Frederick Peterson, for the discussion. The usual 298 attitude of the child specialist was, "Our living depends upon babies. Why should we advocate limiting the supply? The more the merrier. If you cut down, you're taking our maintenance from us." But Dr. Holt said, "A thoroughly reliable contraceptive would be a godsend to us. If the family cannot afford a nurse, we must rely on the health and strength of the mother to keep her baby alive. If pregnancy can be postponed for a few years, not only the baby who has been born, but the baby who comes after is much more likely to survive." Dr. Holt lent us his name, one of the first important physicians to do so, thus setting an example which eventually others followed. 5 or 6 men and women doctors agreed to stand behind the clinic. But I had to have more than verbal approval. Unless the clinic were to be conducted by a doctor with a New York practicing license, it would not be there to stay. In early autumn, I brought together an interested group to discuss the possibility of a location on the east side near Stuyvesant Square, and Dr. Lydia Allen de Vilbus, whom I had met at the Indianapolis Social Workers Conference, was going to form her own medical committee behind her and build it up. On the basis of her promise, I signed a year's lease for a small suite of rooms at 317 East 10th Street, from which a dentist had just moved out, appropriately situated on the ground floor in a densely populated section. The legislative activities and planning for a clinic had taken much of my attention during the year. but the central theme was the determination to hold the first National Birth Control Conference, November 11–13, 1921, at the Plaza Hotel in New York. I timed it purposely to coincide with a meeting of the American Public Health Association, hoping that if we could only convince these officials of the need for birth control, they would use it in their own work. In addition to the health aspect, we planned to treat of population and also have a doctor's meeting on methods and technique. But flaming youth was having its fling, and the great clamor of the moment was directed towards the moral issue. Opponents were constantly hurling the statement that immorality among young people was to be the inevitable fruit of our efforts. This I did not believe. I knew that neither morality nor immorality was an external factor in human behavior. Essentially, these qualities grew and emerged from within. If the youth of the post-war era were slipping away from 299 sanctioned codes, it was not the fault of birth control knowledge any more than it was the fault of the automobile, which made transportation to the bright lights of the city quick and easy. Immorality, as a result, should not be placed at the door of Messrs. Ford or Chrysler. In order to have a free and fair hearing, we proposed a large open meeting to wind up the conference, and invited ministry and clergy of all denominations, including Archbishop Patrick J. Hayes, who was the spokesman of the Catholic Church in New York. The movement was older in England and had already established its dignity there. Consequently, the presence at the conference of such an outstanding Englishman as Harold Cox was certain to carry weight. To persuade him to take the sea voyage, I sailed for Europe. When I arrived in London, I found him unwell, and his doctors at first refused him permission to travel. Under the circumstances, it was very fine of him to promise to come. J.O.P. Bland also said he would look in on the conference if only to give it his blessing. He was a dark-haired, witty, amusing Northoff Irishman who had lived much in the Orient and become an authority on Far Eastern matters, an internationalist in all his thinking. He was one of those who always help to hold up your right hand. My object in England having been attained, I went on to Switzerland with a definite aim. I had formed a habit in my nursing days, when I was waiting in the night to give medicine or treatment to a patient, of occupying the time putting down experiences and thoughts that came to me. The same habit continued. After lectures, while I was still sizzling with excitement, I often relieved the tenseness by writing down answers to questions I feared I had not covered adequately. Before I knew it, I had material gathered for a book, and even some chapters in rough draft. They needed pulling together and polishing off, and I went to bed in Montreux for a month to do this. I had regarded Woman and the New Race as my heart book. This, the pivot of civilization, was to be my head book. I brought it back with me to the United States, and Wells, who was reporting the Washington Disarmament Conference for the New York World, wrote an introduction. To make our conference a success, it had to be under the auspices of an organization. I had always had a dread of them. I knew their 300 weaknesses and the stifling effect they could have. They seemed heavy and ponderous, rigid, lifeless, and soulless, often caught in their own mechanism to become dead wood, thus defeating the very purposes for which they had initially been established. Even the women who were able and clever at systematizing such bodies terrified me with their rule-and-rote minds, their weight-and-measure tactics. They appeared so sure, so positive that I felt as if I were in the way of a giant tractor which destroyed mercilessly as it went. In spite of this dread, I had reasoned out the necessity for an organization to tie up the loose ends. Although it might be limiting and inhibiting to the individual, it had other advantages of strength and solidity, which would enable it to function when the individual was gone. Therefore, I sent a questionnaire to leaders in social and professional circles, asking them whether the time had not come for such a national association. The replies almost unanimously confirmed this decision. The evening before the conference was to open, a few friends gathered together to launch the American Birth Control League. Its aims were to build up public opinion so that women should demand instruction from doctors, to assemble the findings of scientists, to remove hampering federal statutes, to send out field workers into those states where laws did not prevent clinics, to cooperate with similar bodies in studying population problems, food supplies, world peace. After the dinner, given at Mrs. George F. Rubel's home, we talked over specific plans for the year and set in motion the machinery for having the League incorporated. Juliette Barrett Rubley had been one of the pioneers, a member of the original Committee of 100, and all the way through the years, she has never wavered from my side. no more inspired idealist was ever initiated into a movement. The imagination of this picturesque, romantic wife of a conservative lawyer had been so fired that she dedicated to it her entire devotion, loyalty, partisanship. Others had rallied their own personal friends around the idea, but Juliet's influence brought in her husband's associates, Cravaths, Morrows, Lamonts, Dodges, and Blisses. Juliet's parties were always gay and interesting, with an atmosphere nobody else could create. Her small, engaging dining room was as 301 colorful as she herself, only woman I ever knew who dared to wear bright greens, reds, yellows, all together. For lunches, teas, and dinners in behalf of the cause, she practically turned over her home in Turtle Bay Gardens. A goodly number attended the opening of our conference, which appropriately coincided with that of the Great Disarmament Conference at Washington. The medical meeting, where contraceptive technique was discussed, was so crowded that latecomers could not squeeze in. The doctors who did find places, each apparently surprised to see his conferers there, expected us to have 100% sound methods. They seemed disappointed because we had no magic up our sleeves, and told them quite frankly we had not. The best we could do was show what devices were being employed, including those from the Netherlands and the preparation I had found at Friedrichshaven, with the warning that they had not been tested for efficacy. After 2 full days, nothing remained but the Sunday evening mass meeting on birth control. Is it moral? For this, we had selected the Town Hall on West 43rd Street, a new club designed as a forum for adult education. The auditorium was often used for discussion of questions of civic interest. Harold Cox was to deliver the first speech, and I was to follow. Always, when I am to speak, I attempt to visualize the hall and the audience in order to feel my way into the subject. When I cannot do so, I have invariably been met by blocked doors. Throughout Sunday, try as I would to tune in to the approaching event, I could not do it. I kept remembering a dream I had had the night before in which I was carrying a small baby in my arms up a very steep hill, and came rather abruptly to a slope, which became a mountainside of rock and slippery shale. I had nothing to grasp to prevent me from sliding. The baby cried continually and I wanted to comfort it, but I dared not use my right hand because it was held up like a balancing rod which saved us both from falling. That miserable dream made me drowsy all day. My brain seemed numb. I simply could not think of what I was going to say. Anne Kennedy had gone ahead to the town hall at about 7 o'clock. Harold Cox and I had dined at Juliet's, but I could not eat. I was interested neither in the food nor the conversation. I still had an 302 absolute blank in front of me. Juliet was congratulating me that soon, with the conference over, I could have a rest. Ordinarily, when I am approaching the end of a particular job, I begin to feel released, but this time I could not reassure her. I was nervous, anxious, and apprehensive. Our taxi swung into West 43rd Street and crept cautiously along through a swarming aggregation. Heavens, I said, this is an overflow with a vengeance. We dismounted and pushed our way to the town hall doors. They were closed, and 2 policemen barred our path when Mr. Cox and I attempted to enter. This gentleman is one of the speakers, and I am another, I said. Why can't we go in? There ain't gonna be no meeting, that's all I can say. I had not the faintest idea of what was happening. A newspaper man standing nearby suggested, why not call up police commissioner and write, and see what the trouble is. Juliet and I rushed across the street to a booth, and she telephoned police headquarters. No one could say where the commissioner was. As far as they knew, no orders to forbid the meeting had been issued. Then I put through a call for Mayor Hylan. While I was waiting for the connection, I kept my eyes on the town hall entrance and saw that policemen were cautiously opening the doors to let out driblets of people. If they could get out, I could get in, so I abandoned the telephone and wove my way through the throng until I reached the doors, slipping in under the policemen's arms before they could stop me. Dignified health officers from all over the country, lawyers and judges with their families and guests were standing about, grumbling, vague, reluctant to depart, wondering what to do. I fairly flew up the aisle but halted in front of the footlights. They were as high as my head, and another blue uniform was obstructing the steps leading to the stage. Suddenly Lothrop Stoddard, the author, tall and strong, seized me and literally tossed me up to the platform. A messenger boy was aimlessly grasping flowers which were to be presented after my speech. Stoddard grabbed them briskly, handed them to me, and shouted, "Here's Mrs. Sanger." "Don't leave," I called to the audience. "We're going to hold the meeting." A great scramble began to get back into the seats. The hall was in a turmoil, the front doors had been stampeded and those in the street were pressing in, only to find their places gone. The boxes and galleries were soon filled, the stage was jammed, hundreds were crowded in the rear. I cried, "Get in out of the aisles." I knew the meeting could be legally closed if they were blocked, and I did not want fire regulations to be used as a pretext. I still had no idea of what had gone on earlier when I commenced my lecture, but had uttered no more than 10 or 12 words when two policemen loomed up beside me and said, "You can't talk here." A thundering applause broke out as though it were the only relief for angry, indignant, rebellious spirits. "Why can't I?" I started again, but my voice could not be heard. I then suggested to Harold Cox, "Perhaps they'll let you speak. Try it." This white-haired and pink-cheeked gentleman walked to the edge of the platform with a dignity of bearing about as distantly removed from immorality as could be imagined. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, "I have come from across the Atlantic," but that was as far as he got before he was led back to his seat by a policeman. Then Mary Windsor, an ardent suffragette, sprang up, but they stopped her also. As soon as one was downed, another jumped to his or her feet. I did not know the names of some of the volunteers, who were not even allowed to finish their "ladies and gentlemen." Meanwhile, Anne Kennedy was telling me as best she could what had happened prior to my arrival. When the house had been half filled, a man had come to the platform and asked, "Who's in charge?" "I am," Anne had answered. "This meeting must be closed." "Why?" "An indecent, immoral subject is to be discussed. It cannot be held." "On what authority? Are you from the police?" "No, I am Monsignor Dinning, the secretary of Archbishop Hayes." "What right has he to interfere?" "He has the right." Here he turned to a policeman. "Captain, speak up." "Who are you?" Anne had demanded. 304, I'm Captain Donahue of this district. The meeting must be stopped." Capable and cool-headed Anne had replied, "Very well, write this down," and read it to the audience. "I, Captain Thomas Donahue, of the 26th Precinct, at the order of Monsignor Joseph P. Dinning, Secretary to Archbishop Patrick J. Hayes, have ordered this meeting closed." The listeners had sat petrified while she had read them this strange admission. No hissing or booing then. They had just sat. It was one thing to have the hall shut by a mistaken or misguided police captain, a very different thing to have it done by a high dignitary of the Roman Catholic hierarchy. Monsignor Dinning was now stationed in the back of the hall, and Anne pointed him out to me, of medium size, in plain attire, calmly directing the police by a casual nod of the head or a whisper to a man who acted as runner between him and the captain on the platform. Confusion and tumult continued for at least an hour. Newspaper men were scribbling stories, those who could not get in were creating commotion outside, the reserves had been summoned. It was bedlam. Miss Windsor tried to speak 2 or 3 times, I at least 10, but I knew that I had to keep on, until I was arrested in order that free speech might be made the issue. To allow yourself to be sent home at the order of the police was accepting the police point of view as to what was moral. Moreover, you were bound for the principle of the thing to carry it into the court for a legal decision. If the pulpit and press were denied you, you must take it to the dock. Captain Donahue kept repeating to me, "Please get off this stage before you cause disorder." Police now began to hustle the audience towards half a dozen exits, and finally Miss Windsor and I were put under arrest. Robert 1200. Marsh, Mrs. Delafield's son-in-law, offered to act as our counsel. Juliet said to an officer, "Why don't you arrest me too?" "Well, you can come along if you like," he agreed. So we walked together up Broadway to the station at West 47th Street, policemen flanking us. The crowd, still jeering the reserves, who had been trying vainly to clear the way, fell in line and marched behind us. A patrol wagon then took us to Night Court, where we were arraigned 305 before Magistrate McQuad. Someone had telephoned JJ, and he came up later, but Mr. Marsh had already taken care of the necessary formalities. We were released on our own recognizances, to appear at court the following morning. It was now some time after midnight, but we all went back to Juliet's apartment. Harold Cox was shocked, not only by the roughness of the police, but also by the supineness of the audience, which had done nothing but make a noise. Had this been in London, they would never have been able to stop the meeting. We would have defended our rights, used every chair and door and window to barricade the place, even though we might have been beaten in the end. Anne Kennedy had brought the reporters, and they were waiting for us. They wanted to make out a story of police stupidity and let it go at that, unable to believe her when she told them it was the Archbishop who was responsible. A Times reporter called up the powerhouse, as St. Patrick's Cathedral was colloquially termed, reached Dineen himself, and asked for verification. "Yes," said the Monsignor, "we closed the meeting. Then and there, we decided to hold a second one, as soon as possible at the same place. It was well on towards 5 o'clock when at last I fell in my bed. I sank to slumber, but it was only to find myself still carrying that same baby up the steep and sliding mountain, balancing myself with upraised hand. The sky was dark, the way unmarked. Wearily I stumbled on. Chapter 24. Laws were like cobwebs. And heard great argument. About it and about, but evermore. Came out by the same door wherein I went. Edward Fitzgerald. Promptly at 9 the morning, after the wretched town hall affair, Miss Windsor, and I appeared before Magistrate Joseph E. Corrigan, and the case was dismissed in 5 minutes. Neither Monsignor Dineen nor Captain Donoghue was in court. Here was a ridiculous thing. The Catholic Church held such power in its hands that it could issue orders to the police, dissolve an important gathering of adult and intelligent men and women, and send them home, as though they were naughty children, and then not feel called upon to give any accounting. The papers expressed the greatest indignation. Even the most conservative were placed in the trying situation of defending birth control advocates or endorsing a violation of the principle of free speech, which must always find defenders if democracy is to survive. It was to be expected that the world would be up in arms, but the Times carried a headline that Archbishop Hayes had closed the meeting, and the Tribune was spurred on by the indignation of Mrs. Ogden Reed, who had been present at the town hall. Apparently the Church had not expected to render any explanation whatsoever. Then, faced with a battery of reporters, Monsignor Dineen made a statement. The Archbishop had received an invitation from Mrs. Margaret Sanger to attend the meeting, and I went as his representative. The Archbishop is delighted and pleased at the action of the police, as am 307I, because I think anyone will admit that a meeting of that character is no place for growing children. The presence of these 4 children, at least, was a reason for police action. He had not improved his position. The scoffing was redoubled when it was learned that the 4 children were students of Professor Raymond Moley's class in sociology at Columbia University. Monsignor Dineen had not seen beyond their bobbed hair. Only a small section of the public had been aware of our modest little conference. Even fewer had known of the proposed town hall meeting. Now the publicity was tremendous. Many Catholics themselves condemned church tactics, and Archbishop Hayes had to defend himself. As a citizen and a churchman, deeply concerned with the moral well-being of our city, I feel it a public duty to protest in the interest of thousands of distressed mothers, who are alarmed at the daring of the advocates of birth control in bringing out into an open, unrestricted, free meeting a discussion of a subject that simple prudence and decency, if not the spirit of the law, should keep within the walls of a clinic. The law was enacted under the police power of the legislature for the benefit of the morals and health of the community. The law of God and man, science, public policy, human experience, are all condemnatory of birth control as preached by a few irresponsible individuals. The 7th child has been regarded traditionally with some peoples as the most favored by nature. Benjamin Franklin was the 15th child, John Wesley the 18th, Ignatius Loyola was the 8th, Catherine of Siena, one of the greatest intellectual women who ever lived, was the 21st. It has been suggested that one of the reasons for the lack of genius in our day is that we are not getting the ends of the families. This statement appeared synchronously with our second meeting. The town hall had been booked ahead for several weeks. Consequently, we had engaged the big Park Theater in Columbus Circle. It was packed 15 minutes after a single door was opened. Dr. Carl Ryland of St. George's Church was a new recruit on the platform. Otherwise our program was the same as before, and a balanced and poised discussion proceeded without acrimony or excitement. Outside, however, 2,000 people were clamoring to get in, even climbing 308 up the fire escapes. Orators were haranguing from soapboxes, men were pounding each other with their fists, polished fathers were selling pamphlets against birth control. In my open letter of reply to Archbishop Hayes I said, I agree with the Archbishop that a clinic is the proper place to give information on birth control. I wish, however, to point out the fact that there are 2 sides to the subject, under consideration the practical information, as distinct from the theoretical discussion. The latter rightly may be discussed on the public platform, and in the press as the Archbishop himself has taken the opportunity to do. And then, citing scripture. If the Archbishop will recall his Bible history, he will find that some of the more remarkable characters were the first children, and often the only child as well. For instance, Isaac was an only child born after long years of preparation. Isaac's only children were twins Jacob, the father of all Israel, and Esau. Samuel, who judged Israel for 40 years, was an only child. John the Baptist was an only child, and his parents were well along in years when he was born. Archbishop Hayes delivered his final pronunciamento in his Christmas pastoral. Children troop down from heaven because God wills it. He alone has the right to stay there coming, while he blesses at will some homes with many, others with but few, or with none at all, even though some little angels in the flesh through moral, mental, or physical deformity of parents may appear to human eyes hideous, misshapen, a blot on civilized society. We must not lose sight of this Christian thought that under and within such visible malformation, there lives an immortal soul to be saved and glorified for all eternity among the blessed in heaven. Heinous is the sin committed against the creative act of God, who through the marriage contract invites man and woman to cooperate with him in the propagation of the human family. To take life after its inception is a horrible crime, but to prevent human life that the Creator is about to bring into being is satanic. In the first instance, the body is killed, while the soul lives on. In the latter, not only a body, but an immortal soul is denied existence in time and in eternity. It has been reserved to our day to see advocated shamelessly the legalizing of such a diabolical thing. A monstrous doctrine and one abhorrent to every civilized instinct, that children, misshapen, deformed, hideous to the eye, either mentally or constitutionally unequipped for life, should continue to be born in the hope that heaven might be filled. General opinion was that controversy gave us free publicity, and it did, column after column, but to my mind it was of the negative kind. The truths falsified and motives aspersed had to be debated, corrected, and argued away, and this took time from constructive work. The press wanted to keep up the excitement and manufacture news, but I did not. As a matter of fact, the hullabaloo was usually done for me. The blundering of the opposition often saved my voice. The correspondence through the press was dropped, but meanwhile the American Civil Liberties Union, spurred on by Albert de Silver, from whom we had previously sought advice and who had helped us raise funds, had urged me to institute action for false arrest. This I knew would be a fruitless task, but I did consent to the demand for an investigation. Commissioner Enright was said to be out of the city, but Chief Inspector Lahey, acting in his place, was to determine whether charges should be preferred against Captain Donohue for having stopped the meeting. On December 2nd, in a small room closed to the press, Mr. Lahey sat at the head of a long table. On his right was a chair to which I was called. On his left, opposite me, was a heavy man with a big bulldog head, wearing a black alpaca coat. He fixed his eyes straight on mine, as though he intended to hypnotize me and influence by sheer terror what I was to say. His features were so set, his expression so immobile, that I sensed animus. I refused to return his gaze but faced the inspector instead. The interrogation, prompted by this sinister individual, who bent over occasionally to murmur into Mr. Lahey's ear, held bitter malice. Nevertheless, I answered every query as completely and as honestly as I was able. I had nothing to hide, and still believed that my interlocutor could arrive at no decision unless he heard the truth in its entirety. I was all for telling it. But never throughout any of the hearings could either the examiners or police be kept to the point. They were not genuinely trying to find out who had given the orders and why, but attempting to justify the 310 illegal proceedings. And always they went off into vague irrelevancies extraneous to the issue, such as trying to embarrass dignified, elderly witnesses by asking, "What are you doing with birth control?" Chiefly, the investigation focused around the Brownsville clinic raid. I denied emphatically that certain contraceptives for use by men only had ever been there. They were of a type which I did not recommend, and had been brought in by the police themselves. "Do you mean to say, Mrs. Sanger," went on Mr. Lahey, "that this statement of the police officer as written into the records was untrue?" "I do." Mr. Lahey lifted an official finger to an attendant. The door of the anteroom opened, and Mrs. Whitehurst, who had been the leader of the raid, was dramatically framed before us. "Do you say that if she," he waved to her, "made the statement referred to in the police records, she lied?" She did, I affirmed. This was the first time in all my life that I had ever called a person a liar. I felt as though I had stepped down into the lower brackets of common decency, but the police are accustomed to such words, and I had to meet the circumstances. Mrs. Whitehurst was instantly dismissed. I too was dismissed, and Juliet took my place. She had learned from her husband and other lawyers how witnesses could protect themselves, and tossed off her answers readily, now and then returning, "I don't know," and frequently, "I don't remember." The black-coated gentleman who had hoped to trip her up but was getting nowhere, became exasperated and said roughly to Mr. Lahey, "Oh, stop this. Ask her if she's read the law." Juliet admitted she had read section 1142, but to further questioning, replied she did not recall when she had not read it in my presence. She might or might not have talked it over with me. Mr. Lahey rose and left the room. Then the unknown shouted to a young Irishman who had been busily taking notes, "Arrest that woman." We could not have been more astonished if a thunderbolt had struck the place. For a few seconds, which seemed longer, everyone was 311 paralyzed. At last Mr. Marsh asked, "On what grounds is Mrs. Rubley arrested?" "She has violated section 1142. She said she had read the Lowies that a crime." No answer. Mr. Marsh then inquired, "On whose authority is Mrs. Rubley arrested?" Dead silence. No reply while the unknown and the stenographer muttered together. Finally, when Mr. Marsh repeated the question, the latter replied, "I do. I arrest her on my own authority. Patrolman Thomas J. Murphy." Mr. Marsh said to the unknown, "It's customary for brothers of the law to give each other their names. Mine is Robert Marsh, practicing attorney. May I not know with whom I am speaking?" "I am just a bystander." "Well, Mr. Bystander, want you instruct the police officer to be more explicit in his statement of facts." "Look here, Marsh. I am telling you the officer is arresting this witness on his own initiative." He too left the room. Juliet, Mr. Marsh, and I entered her car, and young stenographer Patrolman Murphy, obviously ill at ease, sat beside the chauffeur. At the Elizabeth Street Court, Magistrate Peter A. Hadding smiled cheerfully at us from behind his desk. "Well, where's the prisoner?" Murphy made a feeble gesture in Juliet's direction, and said in a whisper which we could overhear, "It's a birth control case." "Oh, I see. Well, what was she selling? Where are the articles?" Murphy could produce none. Well, where is the evidence?" Murphy looked even more embarrassed, mumbled that he didn't have any. "Well, the court is adjourned anyway, and we'll have to wait until this afternoon." I was turning my back on Murphy, very cross at him, but Juliet asked him to lunch with us. "He didn't want to arrest me, did you, Mr. Murphy?" And Mr. Murphy shook his head most decidedly. While we ate, he explained that our unknown was Assistant Corporation Counsel Martin W. Dolphin, with offices in the police department, that he himself was Mr. Dolphin's private secretary, that he had been brought to the inquiry merely to take dictation, that he had been only 10 months on the force, that he had never arrested anybody before, and that when Mr. Dolphin had said to arrest Mrs. Rubley, he had protested, "Why, I can't arrest her. I haven't seen her do anything to be arrested for." "I am awfully sorry," he went on, addressing Juliet, "but I had to obey orders. If I didn't, it'd be in an awful mess. Gee, why didn't they get some of the old fellows down there to do it?" When we returned to court, Assistant District Attorney Wilson said to Magistrate Hadding, "Your Honor, I have no evidence in this case. The police have furnished nothing to the District Attorney's office. If I have not sufficient evidence by 3:30, I'll dismiss the whole thing." Then we waited. Eventually, the expected minutes and statement arrived. Murphy swore that they were Trudeau. Juliet's wholehearted disgust. Her faith in human nature had been betrayed. She did not see why he preferred to keep his job rather than his self-respect. Magistrate Hadding seemed anxious to make everybody comfortable, Juliet, the Catholics, the police, and the publican, to convey the impression nobody was really to blame. Since the wife of a prominent lawyer had become involved, people in high places in New York had an obligation to protect their own. Publicity had been great before, now it was multiplied tenfold. A letter was addressed to Mayor Hylan. "The action of the police department constitutes such a willful violation of the right of free speech as to cause grave alarm to the citizens of New York, who have a right to know why such outrages have taken place, what motives and influences are behind them, and whether any conspiracy exists in the police department to deny the right of free speech and the equal protection of the law to citizens of New York." This obviously is a matter of the gravest concern. We therefore ask an immediate and full investigation to be followed, if the evidence warrants, by such disciplinary measures against the officials found to be guilty as will discourage similar offenses hereafter. This demand was signed by Henry Morgenthau, S.R., Herbert 50, Satterley Paul 500, Cravath Lewis 50, Delafield Charles 100, Burlingham Samuel H. Ordway Pierre J. Paul 1000, Warburg Charles Strauss Montgomery Hare. As a result, Mayor Highland delegated David F. Hirschfield, Commissioner of Accounts, to supervise an investigation into the previous investigation. The first session was diverted into a discussion of the merits of birth control. The commissioner was facetious, and when Mr. Marsh kept after him for interrupting witnesses and getting off the subject, finally said he had been insulted and refused to continue as long as Mr. Marsh represented us. At the 3 subsequent hearings, Emery R. Buckner took charge of our interests. Dolphin, although summoned, did not appear at any of them. Captain Donohue testified that Desk Lieutenant Joseph Courtney had received the information over the telephone and had passed it on to him. So far as he knew, it was the telephone operator who had given the orders to close the meeting. But he would, he said, have done so anyhow. What law did Mrs. Sanger violate? Asked Mr. Buckner. She was disorderly. I requested her several times to leave the platform and she defied me and said she would not do it. She caused quite a commotion and people were all hollering and yelling, a general commotion. You think it was a crime for her to commence to speak after a captain of police had told her not to? Yes. Was Miss Windsor also arrested because she attempted to speak after being told to keep quiet? She said she knew a woman who had 9 children, and the audience commenced to holler and tried to pull the policeman off the stage. Even the commissioner was becoming annoyed at Donohue's inanities. He said to Mr. Buckner, "You do not have to put any witnesses on to show the intelligence and the lack of sight or foresight of the captain. You and I think, will agree on that point." And then he turned to Donohue. "Now, Captain, will you tell me the reason for acting in the hall as you did to prevent that meeting? You see, I do not know whether you understand me or not. You policemen, you do not 314 usually understand ordinary language. I want to know what was in your mind. Why did you act as you did, that is all." "Because I had orders to do so." But he would not admit they came from any further back than the desk lieutenant. Officer Murphy was put on the stand next, and the commissioner gave him a chance to explain what had prompted him to make the arrest. "I figured this way. If it would be a crime to run such a meeting or hold such a meeting in the city of New York, according to the penal law, if Mrs. Rubley was an assistant with Mrs. Sanger or anybody else in running such a meeting, and there were distributed circulars regarding prevention of conception, Mrs. Rubley was just as much responsible for the distribution of these circulars as anybody else. The circulars stated there would be a public mass meeting at Town Hall on birth control," said Mr. Buckner promptly. "Is that a crime?" The commissioner interrupted. "Mr. Buckner, you do not expect this young man to be interested in that. He is too young to know about birth control. The old, bald-headed ones are the only ones that are interested in it." And late in the afternoon he said, "I am too busy and have too much work to do, so we won't have any summing up." At the concluding session, Desk Lieutenant Courtney disclaimed all liability, saying the only order given to Captain Donohue was to take a number of policemen to the meeting and see that the law was not violated. Thereafter the captain had acted on his own responsibility. As far as I was concerned, the final scene in the farce took place before the elderly and firm Judge John W. Goff, one of the official referees of the Supreme Court, who was to hear the charges before the New York Bar Association as to whether Dolphin should be disbarred. He was summoned again in vain until Judge Goff said angrily, "Unless he comes within the hour, I'll subpoena him," and at last, still in his alpaca coat, he put in an appearance. I was on the stand almost an entire afternoon, during which the attorney representing Dolphin was attacking me personally instead of inquiring into Juliet's arrest. "Do you know Carlo Tresca?" "Yes." "Do you know Alexander Berkman?" "Yes." I could now see what was coming. Radicals were always made the whipping boys, and, in lieu of specific charges, any acquaintance with them was made to seem incriminating. "Do you know Emma Goldman?" Here the attorney's voice rose in outrage, and he looked at Judge Goff as though to say, "There you have it." "Yes," I reiterated, But I also know Mrs. Andrew Carnegie and Mr. John 500. Rockefeller, Jr. My social relations are with people of varying ideas and opinions. The next attempt was a subtle sort of third degree, aiming to confuse me and imply I was an inaccurate witness. What was the precise time you entered the room where Mrs. Rubley was arrested? How large was it? How long, how wide, how high, how many windows were there? Who was called first? Where were you sitting? How far was Inspector Leahy from your chair? Were you second, third, or fourth on the right side or left side? How wide was the table? How long? Where was the door located relative to the table? Usually I could not have remembered one such immaterial and unnecessary detail. But that afternoon I was given second sight. I could visualize the room. My mind seemed to be projected into it, so that every particular stood out with the utmost clarity. It was an excellent lesson to me. Thereafter I observed much more carefully. After hours of this cross-examination, I was physically exhausted, as though I had been flung back and forth, beaten, and pounded from the bottom of my feet to the top of my head. I almost looked at my arms to see whether they were black and blue, they ached so. It was all useless. The police went unreprimanded, Donohue was promoted when things had quieted down, and Dolphin, though Judge Goff recommended prosecution, and the Court of Appeals stated that his conduct was arbitrary and unlawful, was not disbarred because he had not been acting in an official capacity when he had ordered the arrest. In spite of the inconvenience, the humiliation of halls closed, covenants broken, exactly nothing happened. Chapter 25. Alien Stars Arise. In the summer of 1921, I had signed a contract with the Kaizo Group, which had arranged a series of lectures in Japan by 4 speakers. Albert Einstein was to explain relativity, Bertrand Russell the consequences of the Peace of Versailles, H.G. Wells's version of international accord, and I was to discuss population control, delivering in March and April 8 to 10 lectures of 5 hours each. The 5-hour clause I innocently believed to be merely a mistake on the part of the translator, but I had faith in the common sense of human nature and expected the error to be taken care of when I arrived. January and February were months of feverish activity. I spoke in city after city: Boston, Baltimore, Philadelphia, and elsewhere, rushing back to New York to town hall hearings and farewell luncheons and dinners. The prolongation of the town hall episode had been entirely unforeseen. If bookings had not already been made requiring my departure in February, I should have postponed the trip. But I had promised, and lecture dates were binding obligations. Stewart was at Petty Institute where my brother Bob had gone, captain of his football team, preparing for college, having a full and rich time. Grant was there also, but he was barely 13. I could not bear to put the broad Pacific between us. The headmaster warned me that he was only beginning to adjust himself to the school and his studies, and would be set back at least a year if I took him with me. I agreed to reconsider, but I am afraid I had made up my mind beforehand. 317, with scant ceremony and scarcely enough clean shirts, I bundled him up and away, leaving the turbulence of New York behind. Since Grant was to travel on my passport, I had to have it renewed, and had telegraphed Washington for it to be sent to the West Coast, where the detail of a visa could also be attended to. At San Francisco it was waiting. With the little book and Grant in tow, I presented myself to the Japanese consul. Instead of stamping it as the usual mere formality, he examined it carefully, and then, apologizing profusely, regretted very much that the Japanese imperial government could not give me a visa. Here was a state of things. I asked him whether he could find out the precise reasons. Was it that I as a person could not go there, or was my subject taboo? The next day, after a cable to Tokyo and much polite bowing, he notified me it was both. In varying degrees of amusement and indignation, the papers published the fact that the Japanese were turning the tables on the United States. By our Exclusion Act, we had implied they were undesirable citizens, and now it was an American who was undesirable to them. The steamship company would not sell me tickets on the Teiyo Maru without the visa. 2 days previous to her sailing, a Japanese who had been in the United States for the Washington Conference proffered a letter of introduction. He deplored the action of his government and was desirous of being helpful. The Teiyo Maru is going on to Shanghai. Why don't you get a Chinese visa? I always chose to go forward, and there was always a chance that a way might open. 150 Japanese who had been at the conference at delegates, professors, doctors, members of the diplomatic corps, secretariats were returning by this same vessel. Once on board I could meet them simply and informally, and I was sure I could convince them I was not dangerous. The Chinese consul granted a visa without question, our tickets were delivered, we sailed on the Teiyo Maru. I had never before been on a Japanese liner. The segregation between whites and Orientals horrified me. Here were the aristocrats of a people by nature intelligent, well-bred, well-clothed, inclined to be friendly, taking Grant under their wing, and teaching us both, amid much laughter, to eat with chopsticks. They had made valiant 318 efforts to adapt themselves to Occidentalism. They had altered their dress and fashion of eating, substituting coats, collars, shoes for loose kimonos and soft felt slippers, forks and knives for chopsticks. They sat on chairs instead of kneeling comfortably on the floor. Yet my compatriots kept themselves aloof. Never did I see the two groups together in conversation. They joined only in sports. At night members of the crew wrestled in the moonlight, and I gazed down at their deck, marveling at the grips, the holds, the stoutness of legs, the strength of backs and arms, the quickness of action, the primitive, guttural calls of the umpires. Others of the crew stamped their feet and, for good luck, threw pinches of salt towards their respective champions. 2 days out, the Japanese asked me to address them. I willingly complied, and the dining room was closed off for the purpose. Admiral Baron Kato, who was later to be Prime Minister and headed the delegation, talked to me afterwards. He had the culture, courtesy, restraint, and suavity of a true gentleman, rather than the mien of the warlord his title seemed to imply. Equally genial was Masano Hanahara, then Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, and destined to be ambassador to the United States. He knew American ways and manners, or mannerisms, if you wish to name them so. He was understanding, and perhaps one of the most fluent of the Japanese I met in the ease of his English. He told me his people were not likely to accept the idea of birth control as a social philosophy, though they were bound to accept the economic aspects, and all the young would be interested as individuals. Not until later did I learn how happily my contact with these two gentlemen had resulted. They had separately cabled their government asking that I be allowed to lecture in Japan. At Honolulu, I had one short afternoon into which to crowd so much. With leis hung about my neck, I was whisked off for lunch to a magical house at Waikiki, then to a big meeting. What surprised and pleased me most was the complete absence of race prejudice. I looked out over faces, mostly American, but with a liberal sprinkling of Chinese and Japanese in their native costumes and Hawaiians in bright Mother Hubbards. Honolulu was the only place I had found where, class for class, internationalism did exist. 2 Japanese correspondents followed my zigzag trail, notebooks in hand, pencils working furiously. They even inserted questions as I was swept towards the boat where, breathless and almost in a daze, we were garlanded once more. They had a scoop and were going to cable their favorable impressions to their papers in Japan. Their efforts had definitely produced a favorable reaction on board ship. Individuals and delegations of Japanese came into my stateroom at any time, morning, afternoon, or evening, to be informed. Although they did not knock, this was not considered an invasion of privacy, provided they bowed profoundly on their way in. On entering and on leaving they bowed, again and again. They seemed to know more about my affairs and my children than I did myself, mentioning things I had completely forgotten, even reminding me of my unspoken thoughts of long ago. Past experience had taught me that, when a despotic and arbitrary screen was interposed between birth control and the people, the desire for knowledge was immeasurably enhanced. This was particularly true in Japan, where the recent Renaissance had quickened the public mind. At the announcement I could not land, officialdom was subjected to frank criticism. A little, round-faced boy called me each morning, murmuring something in a voice so soft and melodious it almost lulled me back to sleep. With the coffee, which tended to wake me, he announced, "Madam Sanger go in maybe." Yes, Japanese government let her go in. In 10 minutes he would return with the reversal of this news. He was aware of the contents of the radiograms, which kept the aerials crackling even before they had been delivered to me. One read, "Thousands disciples welcome you." Another, "Possible land Yokohama, impossible discourse." From the ship's daily I learned first that I might lecture but not publicly, and then, a day later, after continuous derision on the part of the press, all right, I might talk publicly if I wished, but under no condition on birth control. The last word I received was that I could land but speak only in private. From the Ishimotos came the message, "Anticipate your staying with us." March 10th was so dripping and foggy that when we reached Tokyo Bay I could not see Japan. The arrival of the Teiyo Maru 320, bearing such an array of distinguished passengers, as the conference delegates was bound to call forth unusual activity. A veritable flotilla met the shippolice and health officers' launches, mail tenders and press dispatch carriers. 2 officials came on board to interrogate me, and the 3 of us retired to my cabin, where our bags had been hopefully packed. I showed my passport, told the purpose of my visit, explained how I happened to know the Ishimotos and Mr. Yamanoto of the Kaizo group. Inspector and interpreter alike smiled amiably as they plied their questions, ending with the polite query, "Who is paying your expenses?" The implication was that I might be a secret agent sent by the United States government to deplete the population of Japan and to prepare the way for an American invasion. This was particularly amusing, since I was one of the persons thoroughly disapproved of by my government. At the end of the lengthy catechism, it was agreed that the ban would be removed, if I, for my part, agreed not to lecture publicly on birth control, and provided the American Consul General Skidmore formally requested permission for me to land. I had sent him a wireless message from the Teiyo Maru saying I would like to visit the country, if not as a lecturer at least as a private citizen, and asking him to use his influence. Though I had had no reply, I sent off a telegram to him immediately, and Grant and I sat down on the luggage to await developments. The 2 officials had no sooner taken their departure than the little cabin was filled to bursting with the gentlemen of the press. We started and blinked with each rapid-fire flashlight explosion. The room was literally smoking with the acrid powder, and not an inch of standing room remained. 70 were all trying to get in at once. Whatever I said had to be relayed and translated to the unsuccessful ones who brimmed over into the corridor. Meanwhile, we had docked at Yokohama, and when the reporters were finally disposed of, my friends, who had been patiently enduring the rain, greeted me Mr. Yamanoto, Mr. Wilson of the British Embassy, Baroness Ishimoto, and the missionary who lived next door. After welcoming me they left, the last named carrying with him my briefcase laden with my most private papers and pamphlets, which I did not wish seized at the customs. Now came the tapping of clogs along the passage, and in the doorway were framed slight, doll-like figures, pale white faces, crimson lips, black glossy hair beautifully coiffured, butterfly-looking obis. The trials of the day vanished before their bobbing little bows. Here was a Japanese fairy tale come true. In precise English, the leader introduced the others. This one represented the silk manufacturers, that one the weavers. Each of the 25 was appearing for some laboring organization. She explained they had been there all day, but it was nothing they were so proud to be the first to welcome the herald of freedom for women. The Industrial Revolution, which had put them to work, was still so young that they were in virtual slavery. Yet, she said, they were so accustomed to subservience that it would be a long time until they learned to rebel against their wrongs. Suffrage was slow. Japanese women found it difficult to see its advantages. They could not be stirred by offers of economic independence. It was a higher ideal to have husbands take care of their wives than have them battle for themselves. She was certain no inspiration was to be found in that quarter. Then, with eyes sparkling, she added, "But when the message of birth control came to us from Honolulu, like the lightning we understood its meaning, and now we are all awakened." We were served with tea, and I continued to await a reply from Mr. Skidmore, but none ever came. Finally, at 7:30, due to the British Mr. Wilson's intercession, the imperial government at last opened its gates to me without the sponsorship of my own government. I still had to go through customs. Papers and books, including 40 copies of Family Limitation, were confiscated. Thereafter I usually left spaces in my diaries instead of writing out names, because I never knew who was going to see them. The customs men further minutely examined my clothes, accessories, even necklaces and ornaments, holding them up, laughing at them, calling each other to come and look, in order to inform themselves as much on the composition and design as to determine whether they were dutiable. The data they gleaned thus from incoming travelers, they stored away like squirrel sand. Cheaply manufactured replicas, 322, shortly appeared on Woolworth counters, stamped in purple ink, made in Japan. When I emerged, tired and damp, more crowds pressed around seeking autographs. Everywhere in Japan people wanted your signature. One man, who spoke some English, said he represented the Rickshaw-men's union and apologized for the trouble to which I had been put. Sometime Japanese government, he little autocratic. For that matter, everybody apologized for the government. After the torrents of rain, logs blazing in fireplaces warmed us in the Ishimoto's charming house at Tokyo. Grant and I were both in a large room, almost bare of furnishings, exquisite in its simplicity. The fragile walls of painted silk gave an impression of airiness. Next to us was the huge bathroom, the floor and lower walls of burnished, shining copper. In the center, raised on legs, stood a great wooden tub with a top that closed down and a hole for your neck. 5 or 6 basins were ranged around the room, and beside each, brush and soap. You were supposed to scrub, and then rinse by throwing pans of water over you. Finally, you entered the steaming tub to relax. It was not etiquette to leave any trace of soap in the bath or any evidence of its use, because everybody in the family soaked in that water before the night was over guests, hosts, and servants in order. I sank gratefully on one of the mattresses borrowed for our comfort and laid on the floor. The rest of the household slept on mats with wooden blocks in place of pillows, a custom which allowed the ladies to keep their coiffures intact for a week at a time. Through the frail partitions, we could hear the servants laughing and chatting until late into the night, men and women together, carrying on their bathing as though it were a function of eating. Our days were tremendously busy, beginning early with the ringing of the antiquated telephone on the wall. People came silently in rickshaws and departed after conversing with the Baron and Baroness. Old Japan had extended aesthetics into the realm of ordinary existence and undoubtedly had produced a thing of beauty. The gestures of ceremony might have meant little, but they made delightful the arranging of any affair whatever. The Japanese always greeted each other with a bow from the waistline, hands gliding down to the knees. 323. The difference between one and another was so subtle that a foreigner could hardly distinguish it, but it was there all the same. A particular mark of respect was the triple bow, graduated according to the social rank and inclination, a slight pause, a deeper inclination, again a pause, and then down further until the back was nearly horizontal. Grant, who was very affectionate, had been accustomed to kiss me when we met, whether it were in a restaurant, hotel, on the street, or anywhere else for that matter, but he had to forgo this salute in Japan when we observed that kissing was a shock to Japanese sensibilities, and indeed was considered immoral. Instead, he took over Japanese manners and became marvelously courteous. Practically every time he spoke to me, he made the 3 bows, and unconsciously I soon found myself returning them with equal formality. Politeness in behavior, impersonal and ritualistic, was most noticeable in those relationships where we naturally expected habitual and conventional reserve to be thrown aside. When the Baroness Ishimoto's mother and sister were coming for lunch, she donned a special kimono, set out special vases and screens, greeted them with the prescribed bows, wordings, and gestures. Even I noticed the civilities accorded the two were not the same. The effect was that the mother occupied the place of honor as though she were receiving. Men came also to the Ishimotos to plan for the various meetings and entertainments. A member of the House of Lords telephoned to say he was a disciple. The press sought interviews. Early in my career, I had realized the importance of giving clear, concise, and true concepts of birth control to those who wished to quote me. This simple policy served my purpose particularly well in the Orient, where technical phrases in English were hopelessly confusing. Under any circumstances, our language was peculiarly difficult for the Japanese, and their phraseology was sometimes convulsively funny. One letter from a dismissed government employee to the head of his department was making the rounds of Occidentals in the East. Kind sir, on opening this epistle you will behold the work of a dejobbed person, and a very bewifed and much childrenized gentleman, who is violently dejobbed in a twinkling by your good self. For heaven's sake, sir, consider this catastrophe as falling on your own head, and remind yourself on walking home at the moon's end to 324 savage wife, and 16 voracious children with your pocket filled with non-existent pennies, and pity my horrible state. When being dejobbed and proceeding with a heart and intestines filled with misery in this den of doom, myself did greedily contemplate culpable homicide, but him who protected Daniel Poet safe through the lion's den will protect his servant in this home of evil. As to reason given by yourself, Esquire, for my dejobment, the incrimination was laziness. No, sir. It were impossible that myself, who has pitched 16 infant children into this vale of tears, can have a lazy atom in his mortal frame, and a sudden departure of 11 pounds has left me on the verge of the abyss of destitution and despair. I hope this vision of horror will enrich your dreams this night, and good angel will meet and pulverize your heart of nether millstone, so that you will awaken, and with such alacrity as may be compatible with your personal safety, and will hasten to rejobulate your servant. So mote it be, Amen. Yours despairfully. Akono Sabusu. And on the bottom of the letter, the district officer had noted, Gentle reader, do not sob. Akono Sabusu has been rejobbed. I myself had a letter from a gentleman who wrote, How I am unavoidably in need to execute your ism and hope to know your effective method. Had it been allowed, I should have given forth practical information. Since it was not, I believed if I could make plain to the authorities that I was not going to break this rule in my lectures, they could find no fault with them. Accordingly, the morning of our second day in Tokyo, an appointment was made with the police governor. In spite of the early hour, the hard little official, his close-cropped hair revealing all the bumps and developments, served us tea. The Japanese always handed you tea as we passed cigarettes in embarrassment, for relaxation, or just to tie up loose moments. Disregarding the vital subject completely, we discussed current topics through an interpreter. Though all the people were intensely serious, they were remarkably fond of plays on words. Merrily I was told my name had created much confusion owing to its similarity to Sangai-san, which meant destructive to production. Birth control was thus delicately introduced. For the first time I heard about the dangerous thought law, which had been sponsored in Parliament by a group called the Thought Controllers, who aimed to exclude from the country all ideas not conforming to ancient Japanese tradition. The police governor assumed he knew exactly what I had planned to talk about, and I could not move him from the conviction that I wanted to present a dangerous thought. I was not, however, going to let the matter drop. I went higher up to the Home Affairs Office. A courteous gentleman informed me the minister sent his regards and hoped to have the pleasure of seeing me some other time. There was no tea. I was politely bowed out. My next stop was at the Kaizo office, where the entire staff was called into consultation. They were bristly and burly enough to be taken for Russians. Only their kimonos identified them as Japanese. One and all decided we should go in person to the imperial diet. There, on presentation of our cards, couriers started running around to find the chief. In a few moments, the door of the room into which we had been ushered was opened. And in came the very same man with whom I had conversed at the Home Office that morning. Profoundly embarrassed, I explained this was the way of impatient Americans, who were bent on hurrying things along. He was very kind, and said he had been on the point of giving me permission to speak publicly provided I did not mention birth control. When I sketched an outline of a possible population lecture, we laughed and agreed the Empire of Japan was not, as a result, going to fall. Almost from the time of landing, I had been deeply conscious that I was in one of the most thickly populated countries of the world. The Ishimoto's automobile honked, at every turn of the wheels to squeeze through rickshaws, pedestrians, and children in the narrow, unpaved streets.